The chill that enveloped me crystallized my thoughts, rendering them starkly clear. In every moment spent in her company, I felt as though I were teetering on the edge of a razor, with all eyes upon me, waiting to see how this insignificant figure would crumble before her. Yet, they all miscalculated. They were unaware that nestled within my pocket was not merely a crumpled pay stub, but a transcendent system capable of overturning the very rules of existence. For those who believed I would forever remain bowed, they shall wait and see. With this system, I shall ignite a fervor throughout the city, trampling all pressures beneath my feet, ultimately compelling that exalted CEO to willingly stand beside me as we traverse this magnificent journey from dust to pinnacle. Chapter 1. The Perfect Life System. At 10 in the morning, Qinli finally awoke on the plush hotel bed. The excesses of the previous night's revelries still lingered, and a dull ache throbbed in his head. His roommate, Li Jiang, had dragged him to a bar, but midway through the night, that rascal had answered a call and vanished. It was then that he encountered a woman of extraordinary beauty. She sought solace in drink, and Qin Li, in turn, offered his life in companionship. They dove into oblivion together. Had they shared a room afterward? As he pondered this, Qin Li surveyed the spacious room, which was devoid of anyone but himself. However, upon closer inspection of the pillow beside him, his fingers delicately pinched a long strand of chestnut hair. Dyed, styled, and undeniably lengthy, it was assuredly not his. Had he lost his virginity? At the tender age of 21, Qin Li was a senior at Jinjiang University, renowned for his academic prowess and the annual scholarships he accrued. Notably, he had yet to experience the pangs of romance. Purity was his nickname, to remain unsullied his motto, and the righteous young gentleman his alias in the world. If something had transpired last night, it would indeed be his first time. Although the woman was enchanting, he felt no spark. Had he truly lost his first experience in such a manner? A wave of melancholy washed over him. Who said a man's first time was inconsequential? Scientific studies suggested. Well, perhaps science did not delve into such matters. He tossed aside the covers, intending to dress, but as the blanket was lifted, he gasped. A vivid red mark on the sheets caught his eye, resembling a blossoming plum flower. Heavens, was she still a virgin? Oh, wait, so was he. Who among them was not? So, had they both indeed met their ends together? Qin Li smacked his forehead, attempting to recall the events following their arrival at the hotel. Yet, all was in vain. He had indeed lost his memory to intoxication. He could only recall the woman's visage, her name eluding him, perhaps because he had never asked. What the predicament? Just as Qin Li spiraled into despair, a voice resonated in his mind. Ding! The perfect life system has been bound. Host, Qin Li. Appearance, 85. Physical fitness, 74. Intelligence, 92. Emotional quotient, 94. What? Qin Li was momentarily taken aback by the electronic voice echoing in his mind. He had been bound by a system? As a modern university student, he had perused countless web novels, yet he had never anticipated becoming a protagonist himself. Assessing his ratings, an appearance score of 85 seemed fair. Standing at 180 centimeters tall, with striking features and an appealing smile, he was indeed handsome. His intelligence and emotional quotient, both above 90, were commendable and befitting of his scholarly reputation. However, why was his physical fitness only 74? I am quite robust, you know. Could it be a result of last night's exertions? Ding. Detection of the host's first loss of innocence complete. System reward. 1 top-tier McLaren 720S and professional driving skills. The vehicle has been transferred to the host's name. Please collect it at your earliest convenience from the underground parking lot of Jinjiang Financial Building, Spot 88. His Qin Li nearly bit his tongue in disbelief. What was this? A luxury sports car? Such a lavish gift. Were there more? Yet this was a reward for losing his virginity, a once-in-a-lifetime experience. As for the melancholy that had followed, was losing one's innocence not a good thing? Men often dismissed the importance of their first time. Qin Li had always held disdain for overly sentimental men. Ding. The host has not checked in today. Would you like a check-in? Qin Li, hearing the system's notification, promptly selected yes. Ding. Check-in completed. Check-in reward, 100,000 yuan. The cash reward has been transferred to the host's postal bank card ending in 6690. Please check, as the funds are legitimate and may be spent freely. A car, and now money. The system was exceedingly generous. Upon unlocking his phone, he discovered the notification of the funds. So, checking in could yield 100,000? What a life! Destiny has long decreed whether you are rich or poor. Wrongs may never be right, yet truth remains true. Qin Li was still basking in the delight of newfound fortune when his phone rang. The melody of favorite tune of his, Silence is Golden. "Hello," he answered. "May I speak with Qin Li, please?" A sweet voice resonated on the other end. "Yes, that's me." "Congratulations, Qin Li. You have successfully passed the second round of interviews with Xiangqing Group. Can you attend the third round at 3 p.m. this afternoon?" It was April, and with graduation looming in 2 months, Qin Li was actively seeking employment. Xiangqing Group, a premier enterprise in Jinjiang City, encompassed a multitude of industries, including real estate, electronics, cultural tourism, and film. Recently, they had ventured into internet projects, with Fein Live being one of their new endeavors. Qin Li was interviewing for the position of executive secretary to the CEO of Fein Live. Though he now possessed a car and wealth, securing a job remained imperative. "Certainly, I will be there on time," he replied. "Wonderful. Wishing you the best of luck in advance. Goodbye." "Thank you. Goodbye." As Qin Li hung up, the electronic voice of the Perfect Life system echoed once more in his mind. Ding. The host has successfully triggered system task. Task. Pass the Xiangqing Group interview. Completion reward. Immune to intoxication skill. The system's presence was overwhelmingly strong. First, a car, then money, and now a task. Yet, Qin Li felt no sense of intrusion. On the contrary, he welcomed such disturbances. The reward was intriguing. Indeed immune to intoxication? How considerate of the system, assuming it had witnessed his drinking mishap. The luxury vehicle and newfound wealth gradually soothed the wounds he had endured. Dressed and ready, Qin Li lingered in the room for a while. Despite knowing the woman would likely not return, he still hoped for a chance encounter, given their shared experience of mutual demise. Yet, as the checkout time approached and she failed to appear, he sighed and vacated the room. He approached the front desk, enduring the receptionist's gaze as if he were a beast, and inquired about the name of the woman he had shared a room with last night. Tang Shuhan. Ah, not only was she stunning, but her name was equally beautiful. Chapter 2. I wish to expose my thighs. Upon exiting the hotel, Qin Li hailed a vehicle, his destination the underground parking lot of Jinjiang Financial Tower, where he had left a luxurious sports car, the McLaren 720. A brief search revealed that the standard model of this vehicle was priced at over $3.7 million, with the top specification exceeding $4 million. The system truly indulged him. Why had it taken 21 years for it to enter my life, causing me to squander so much time? A mere 15 minutes later, Qin Li arrived at the financial tower's parking lot and successfully located parking space 88. A sleek black luxury sports car stood silently in wait. This was a 2019 model McLaren 720, a two-door, two-seater hardtop sports car. It was equipped with a 4.0 twin-turbocharged engine, boasting a maximum power of 720 horsepower, capable of accelerating to 100 km/h in just 2.9 seconds, with a top speed of 341 km/h. The vehicle was crafted from a significant amount of carbon fiber and lightweight materials. Most importantly, it bore an exceptionally luxurious license plate, Jiang 00001. The car key rested atop the vehicle. Qin Li retrieved the key, pressed the unlock button, and opened the door. As he settled into the lavish sports car, a surge of exhilaration coursed through him. Every man harbors a dream of owning a sports car, and his dream had materialized with remarkable swiftness. In the passenger seat lay a document pouch, which Qin Li opened to find the vehicle registration, purchase documents, and a fuel card. Although he possessed a driving license, he had never driven a car of this caliber. However, the system had endowed him with professional driving skills, and from the moment he entered the vehicle, it felt intimately familiar. With a roar, the McLaren launched forward, and Qin Li set off on his journey. He intended to return to the university for a meal and change clothes before attending an afternoon interview. Along the way, the McLaren attracted numerous gazes, and Qin Li noticed that cars behind him dared not draw too close, fearful of a rear-end collision. Was this the life of a foolish son of a wealthy family? It felt as though he had reached the pinnacle of existence. Upon arriving at the university, Qin Li did not drive directly in, but instead found a nearby parking lot and walked to campus. Jinjiang University, male dormitory building 21, room 101. Hey son, dad's back. Upon entering, Qin Li spotted Li Jiang still engrossed in a game. The dormitory housed 4 individuals, with the other 2 absent. Old Qin, where did you go last night? You didn't come back all night. Did a pretty girl whisk you away? Li Jiang inquired, turning to Qin Li. Upon hearing this, Qin Li felt an urge to kick this foolish son. It was Li Jiang who had insisted on dragging him to a bar, only for Qin Li to receive a phone call and leave early, which led to this situation. Don't ask. If you do, I'll want to kill you. Qin Li retorted brusquely. Hee, I understand, Li Jiang replied with a rather lewd expression. After a moment's thought, he added, by the way, have you eaten lunch? Not yet. I've been saving my appetite to make it up to you, Qinli said as he set down his backpack. All right, let's hit the third floor of the cafeteria for some spicy hot pot after I finish this game. Li Jiang readily agreed, likely aware that his actions the previous night were less than honorable. No problem. At noon, their other roommate, Zhang Lifanfan, returned. Zhang Lifanfan had been accepted into the graduate program at Jinjiang Foreign Language University, so he had been frequently visiting that campus to familiarize himself with the new environment. However, the others in the dormitory knew he was primarily scouting for attractive girls. Hey Lao Li Lao Qin. Today I found a few stunning girls and even added them on WeChat. TSK, the resources at the Foreign Language University far surpass ours. Zhang Lifanfan exclaimed as he entered, brimming with enthusiasm. In truth, as a comprehensive university, Jinjiang University had plenty of female students. However, compared to Jinjiang Foreign Language University, which had a greater emphasis on the arts, Jinjiang University leaned more towards the sciences, making the former's demographic more visually appealing. Damn it, Jinjiang Foreign Language is inviting wolves into the henhouse, Li Jiang scoffed. Qinli, in the midst of changing his shirt to take a shower before heading out for a meal, corrected him. It's inviting dogs into the henhouse. Right, still a lapdog. Li Jiang laughed heartily. This was an ongoing joke in their dormitory. Back in their freshman year, Zhang Lifanfan had fervently pursued a girl from their major, delivering her breakfast rain or shine. In the end, she ended up with a boyfriend majoring in geology, even borrowing money from Zhang Lifanfan to buy him shoes. The other three in the dormitory had laughed at him for 3 whole years once they found out. Zhang Lifanfan, hearing their banter, was not offended. After 3 years, they had developed a brotherly bond and understood each other's temperaments well. With a wry smile, he said, as long as I have enough girls to fawn over, they will be my backups. Qinli gave him a thumbs up, saying, when it comes to shamelessness, no one can compare to you, Fangirl. The three continued to joke for a while, and Qinli seized the opportunity to take a quick shower. Their dormitory relationships had always been amicable, as poor relations could render university life unbearable. There were 4 individuals in their dormitory. Besides Qinli, Li Jiang, and Zhang Lifanfan, there was also Yang Ming. Li Jiang was the lewd one, Zhang Lifanfan the devoted admirer. Yang Ming, on the other hand, was a wealthy second-generation heir. Well-off, but devoid of any airs typically associated with his status. He was somewhat timid and shorter in stature, and the others treated him like a younger brother, though they did not hesitate to let him take on the role of a son when necessary. Thus, when the 4 went out for a meal, Qinli called Yang Ming back. After all, it was Li Jiang's treat. The 4 enjoyed a sumptuous meal together. At 2:40 p.m., Qinli promptly arrived at the headquarters of Xiangqing Group, Xiangqing Tower. After parking, he signed a visitor's log with the front desk security, who then granted him access. Riding the elevator to the 15th floor, the office area of Fein Live Broadcasting, he greeted the receptionist. Hello, I am here for an interview. All right, please follow me. You will wait in the conference room for the interview notification. Our CEO will personally conduct the interview shortly. Qinli nodded. After all, this was for the position of the CEO's secretary. Even if his performance in the first 2 rounds of interviews was stellar, the final decision rested solely with the CEO. Following the receptionist to a conference room, Qinli was taken aback to find it filled with people. A quick count revealed over 20 individuals had made it to the 3rd round of interviews. Indeed, competition at Xiangqing Group was fierce. Furthermore, most of the interviewees were women, and many were dressed rather revealingly. At precisely 3 p.m., the interviews commenced. Yang Xingyun, please come forward. Next up, Li Xiaowen, please be ready. An employee responsible for the interviews called out. As the words fell, a young woman in a professional short skirt rose and followed him out. Once she exited, Qinli sensed an immediate hush fall over the room, perhaps as everyone grew more anxious. However, at that moment, Qinli's mind wandered as he mentally called out to the system. System, are you there? Ding. The system is always at the service of the host. Upon hearing the system's response, Qinli inquired, is there a penalty for failing to complete a task? Though confident in his abilities, he surveyed the women present. 8 out of 10 revealed their thighs, while the remaining 2 displayed ample cleavage. What if the CEO turned out to be a lecherous old man? Wouldn't that spell disaster for him? Fortunately, the system provided him with a reassuring answer. All tasks issued by the system come without penalties. Ah, indeed. It is the perfect life system. If I had to live in constant trepidation, how could one endure such days? With his worries dissipated, Qinli felt an immediate sense of relaxation. Go ahead and reveal yourselves, you shameless mortals. Qinli, please follow me. The next candidate, Fu Jelly, please prepare yourself. Distracted, Qinli heard his name called and rose to follow the attendant to an office door. Our president is inside. Please, go in. The staff member greeted him courteously. Qinli nodded in acknowledgement, expressing his gratitude before gently knocking on the door. To his surprise, a woman's voice resonated from within. The voice was particularly clear and youthful. A female president? Is it too late for me to show some skin? Qin Li glanced at his long trousers, regretting not having revealed more. However, this was not the time for such thoughts. With a heavy heart, Qin Li pushed the door open and stepped inside. Chapter 3. You, who are sufficiently beautiful. Upon entering and observing the office, Qin Li felt as if he had been struck by lightning, right between his shoulders. Indeed, that place was his head. Who am I? My surname is Qin? Where on earth am I? What am I doing? Qin Li stared stiffly at the woman seated behind the imposing desk. She appeared to be around 24 or 25, adorned with light makeup, her features exquisitely crafted. Her wavy, chestnut hair fell gracefully, and she wore a light gray women's suit that accentuated her magnificent form. She was undeniably beautiful, a beauty unlike any Qin Li had ever witnessed. Her figure was also remarkable. Yet, fate, must you play games with me? Indeed, this stunning female president was none other than Tang Shuhan, the protagonist who met her demise alongside him the previous night. As the male lead of that tragic encounter, Qin Li had hoped to see Tang Shuhan again, but certainly not in this situation. He desperately wished to pull out his phone to post a question to the omniscient netizens. What should one do when realizing that the interviewer has shared a bed with them? At that moment, Tang Shuhan, seated behind the desk, also recognized Qin Li. Her eyes reflected disbelief at the whims of fate. They both stood frozen for several minutes. Observing Tang Shuhan's shocked state, Qin Li cleared his throat twice to break the awkward silence. Ahem, are you all right? Hearing his voice, Tang Shuhan regained her composure. However, her hands, resting on the desk, were tightly clenched, betraying her inner turmoil. She had not anticipated that a chance encounter fueled by alcohol would lead her to lose her most cherished possession. Initially, she sought merely to unwind at a bar. Having chosen one recommended by a friend for its safety, she wished to temporarily escape her sorrows amidst the bustling atmosphere and the intoxicating allure of alcohol. Coincidentally, Qin Li was also alone at that time. Tall, handsome, and radiating a warm charm reminiscent of the boy next door, he caught Tang Shuhan's attention. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, she approached his booth, perhaps hoping to alleviate her loneliness. Yet, she had accurately predicted the beginning, but the conclusion eluded her. The narrative had veered far from her intended path. Thus, upon awakening in the hotel that morning, she was devastated. After silently weeping for a long while, she reluctantly accepted reality. Ultimately, she chose to depart alone. It seemed that there would be no beginning for her and Qin Li, let alone an ending. However, she never anticipated that Qin Li would soon reappear before her. Taking a deep breath, Tang Shuhan endeavored to suppress the complex emotions swirling within her. Her expression and tone gradually returned to the calm and prideful demeanor she typically exhibited at work. Pointing to the chair opposite her desk, she said, "You are here for an interview, correct? Please, take a seat." Seeing her regain her composure, Qin Li had no choice but to sit down, unsure of what to say. No matter how brave or humorous he typically was, he found himself at a loss for words in this awkward situation, which felt exceedingly tense. Nevertheless, he was undeniably relieved that he had the chance to encounter her once more. After Qin Li settled into his seat, Tang Shuhan calmly stated, "Please introduce yourself." Observing the tranquility in her gaze, Qin Li felt a sense of admiration for her strength. He too quelled his own fluttering heart and handed her his resume, commencing his introduction with poise. "Hello, my name is Qin Li, the Qin of Qin Huanghan Wu, and the Li of ability. I am a fourth-year student at Jinjiang University, here to interview for the position of secretary to the president of Fein Live." The two were remarkably formal, as though nothing had transpired between them. Everything seemed to fall back into place. Tang Shuhan perused Qin Li's resume, and, adopting a professional demeanor, inquired, "Qin Li, I noticed that your major in electronic commerce does not seem to align closely with the secretary position. Do you believe you are capable of fulfilling this role?" Qin Li longed to assert his competence, but that would be inappropriate. After a moment of contemplation, he replied methodically, "I have confidence in my ability to interview for the position of secretary to the president of Fein Live for 3 reasons. First, my major in electronic commerce includes foundational courses in network architecture, online payment, and digital marketing. As Fein Live is a profit-driven enterprise rooted in the internet, I believe this knowledge will be beneficial in my role here. Second, during my university years, I served on the student council for 2 years and held the position of president in my 3rd year, participating in or organizing over 30 campus events. This experience has equipped me with coordination and organizational skills, as well as proficiency in various office software applications, giving me confidence to handle the daily responsibilities of a secretary. Lastly, I am genuinely interested in the position of secretary to the president of Fein Live, and I assure you of my dedication to the work." As Qin Li spoke, Tang Shuhan diligently took notes on her laptop. He provided her with sound explanations from the perspectives of professional knowledge, personal skills, and job interest. However, upon hearing the third point, Tang Shuhan seamlessly continued the conversation with her next question. You mentioned that you are interested in this position. What aspects of it do you find appealing? The ample opportunities presented by a substantial corporate platform, the promising potential of the online streaming industry, and at this juncture, Qin Li met Tang Shuhan's expressionless gaze and slowly added, and you, who are sufficiently beautiful. The flirtation was undeniably blatant. Tang Shuhan's gaze faltered momentarily before becoming icy. Perhaps she did not anticipate Qin Li's audacity. A hint of chill permeated her tone as she responded. I trust you understand the implications of your words. I can terminate this interview at any moment. The choice is yours, but the authority to speak resides with me. Qin Li's audacity only deepened Tang Shuhan's understanding of him. When she first encountered him the previous night, she had perceived him as warm and pure, much like a charming young man next door. Yet, later, he revealed a more brazen side. Although intoxicated, he had patiently and meticulously undressed her. Indeed, while Tang Shuhan had lost control, she vividly recalled every detail of the previous night. This contrasted sharply with Qin Li's hazy memory. However, today she also recognized Qin Li's strengths. He had paused briefly to contemplate before answering questions, and despite the awkwardness of the situation, he quickly regained his composure and responded methodically. This indicated that he was accustomed to reflection and possessed a commendable level of calmness. With a sunny exterior, a calm disposition, ample confidence, and a tendency to ponder deeply, such a man possesses undeniable charm. However, Qin Li also exudes a certain aggressiveness, rendering him equally formidable. Chapter 4. Encountering the boring actress. Tang Shuhan fell silent, and Qin Li refrained from disturbing her. Ultimately, Tang Shuhan resolved to pose one last question, one that strayed from the norm. As the secretary to the CEO, what would you do if you inadvertently found yourself in a relationship with the CEO? After posing the question, Tang Shuhan fixed her gaze on Qin Li, intrigued by his forthcoming response. Qin Li was taken aback by the unexpected nature of her inquiry. This was precisely the kind of question I wished to pose to the omnipotent netizens. Why is she deviating from the expected script? Nevertheless, observing Tang Shuhan's patient anticipation for his answer, Qin Li knew evasion was not an option. He took a moment to contemplate before responding. I would take responsibility. Tang Shuhan closely observed his reaction, noting the firmness in his tone and the absence of any signs of evasion in his eyes. The lack of the anticipated fluster and anxiety stirred a sense of defeat within her. You should act as if nothing has occurred and focus on your work. Tang Shuhan corrected him. Qin Li recognized that her assertion represented the correct answer, and he was well aware of it. Yet, he chose to express his own thoughts. Perhaps he did not wish to cause her any distress. Nevertheless, a wrong answer remained a wrong answer. Tang Shuhan decisively declared the interview concluded, opting to deliver her verdict in person rather than allowing him to await news at home. I regret to inform you that you did not pass our third round of interviews. Although Qin Li felt a twinge of regret at this outcome, he did not press the matter. As he stood to leave, he sincerely remarked, I should apologize. I am sorry for last night. After speaking, Qin Li cast a lingering glance at Tang Shuhan before turning to depart. However, he held a firm belief that even if he did not succeed in remaining by her side this time, he would find another way to stand before this woman in the future, and that day would not be far off. As the office door closed behind him, Tang Shuhan felt a sense of relief wash over her. She had indeed been putting on a brave front. Hearing Qin Li's declaration of responsibility stirred emotions within her that she could not deny. Given Qin Li's intelligence, he surely recognized that this was not the correct answer for an interview. Yet, he chose to say it anyway, providing her with a modicum of comfort. Although she still believed that any potential between her and Qin Li was unlikely, she did not wish for the person to whom she lost her innocence to be devoid of warmth and compassion. If she had managed to maintain her composure before, Qin Li's final apology was the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back. It brought to mind the events of the previous night. She had always prided herself on being strong and proud. Even amidst such happenings, she had shown up for work punctually, with no intention of confiding in anyone. Yet now, fatigue began to set in. Qin Li exited the office with a neutral expression, intending to descend in the elevator, when he heard someone calling out to him. Classmate, please wait a moment. It was a female voice. Turning around, he saw a girl approaching him. He recalled her somewhat. Yang Xingyun, the first candidate interviewed. Sporting a simple ponytail and light makeup, she stood out as the most beautiful among all the interviewees. Although a beauty, she paled in comparison to Tang Shuhan. As she drew near, Qin Li smiled and inquired, Is there something you need? Classmate. Yang Xingyun extended her hand, introducing herself. May I get to know you? Yang Xingyun. Qin Li. He politely shook her hand, their touch brief. Hello. Qin Li. May we chat for a moment? Yang Xingyun smiled. Certainly. Qin Li was curious about her intentions. Surely she did not come solely to strike up a conversation. Just then, the elevator arrived, and he stepped in alongside her. Qin Li pressed the button for the first floor, which led to the underground parking lot, while Yang Xingyun also selected the same floor. In truth, there is not much to discuss. I felt my performance in this interview was rather lacking. After seeing others emerge looking disheartened, it seems they did not perform well either. Yang Xingyun lamented with a wry smile. However, upon observing your calm demeanor upon exiting, I thought to seek your insights. Upon hearing her words, Qin Li discerned her true motive. She was an actress, being the first to interview, while he was among the last. If she genuinely felt her performance was subpar, she would have left long ago. Her inquiry for advice was merely a pretext. The interview materials were readily available online. Why would she need to consult him? She likely believed her performance was satisfactory and sought to gauge the competition. Although such behavior held little impact on the interview's outcome, there are always individuals who indulge in such trivial pursuits. Only upon hearing Qin Li claim his performance was lacking would she find reassurance, possibly even harboring disdain for him internally. Such individuals are often driven by a strong competitive spirit and possessiveness. Qin Li regarded her, adopting a naive and sunny demeanor, and smiled as he said, I believe I performed adequately. The CEO seemed quite pleased. Moreover, I am somewhat different from the others. Yang Xingyun's expression dimmed slightly upon hearing his claim of a satisfactory performance. Yet, her curiosity was piqued by his mention of being different, prompting her to ask, in what way? Qin Li indeed was different. His distinction lay in being informed of his failure in the interview directly by Tang Xuan, while other candidates returned home to await news. This was his privilege. At that moment, Qin Li transformed into an actor himself. Blushing slightly, he said, May I add you on WeChat? If you do, I will tell you. Yang Xingyun raised an eyebrow, her self-assuredness regarding her appearance evident. The prospect of the charming Qin Li wanting to add her on WeChat brought her satisfaction, yet she playfully replied, I will only add you if you tell me. Observing her flirtatious demeanor, Qin Li felt a flicker of hesitation, though he remained unfazed internally. Lowering his voice, he said, Then I will tell you. But you must not disclose it to anyone else. Yang Xingyun nodded in agreement. Only then did Qin Li reveal, in truth, I have connections. The interview was merely a formality, so do not share this with others. Yang Xingyun's heart raced. Were it not for the WeChat request, she would likely have dismissed Qin Li's claim of having connections as implausible. After all, no one would readily admit to having such advantages. However, the allure of adding him on WeChat, combined with her self-importance, led her to believe him. Thus, it was she who would end up feeling disheartened. As the elevator reached the floor Yang Xingyun had selected, she prepared to exit. Qin Li asked, I have shared my information. Is it now possible to add me on WeChat? Under normal circumstances, Yang Xingyun would have readily given him her WeChat, as he was indeed quite handsome. However, at this moment, she was devoid of any inclination to do so. She had prepared diligently for this position, rehearsing for the interview countless times. To encounter someone with connections felt akin to cultivating a crop only to have it devoured by pigs. I'm sorry, classmate, but I did not bring my phone today. I must take my leave now, Yang Xingyun declared, abandoning any pretense of courtesy, and exited the elevator. Qin Li watched her retreating figure, amusement flickering in his eyes as he raised an eyebrow. Chapter 5. You do not understand your father's excellence. As he drove out of the parking lot, Qin Li spotted Yang Xingyun waiting for a ride by the roadside. Ultimately, he could not resist the urge to take one last jab. Parked his car in front of her and, lowering the window, sincerely inquired, Yang Tongxue, could we possibly exchange WeChat? Initially perplexed by the appearance of the luxurious sports car, Yang Xingyun's thoughts shifted upon seeing Qin Li. What she had intended to refuse transformed into a flicker of curiosity. After all, he was a scion of wealth. It made sense. Without such connections, how could he be affiliated with Xiangqing Group? Yet, as the secretary to the CEO, why not consider entering the upper echelons of society? After all, that path led to true prosperity. Unbeknownst to her, Qin Li possessed only this vehicle. Without the $10,000 signing bonus, his balance would be lesser than hers. Although her heart raced with excitement, Yang Xingyun recalled her earlier claim of not carrying her phone and knew she must maintain her facade. All right, I will give you my WeChat ID, and you can add me. I shall agree once I return home, she replied with a smile. Great. Qin Li beamed at her acquiescence. However, upon patting his pockets, he wore a disappointed expression. I'm sorry, I forgot my phone too. Let's leave it for next time. Goodbye. Beauty. With that, he closed the window and drove away, leaving Yang Xingyun in disarray amidst the wind. Do not provoke me, and I shall not provoke you. My dear, why must you court danger? Amused by the situation, Qin Li found his suppressed emotions remarkably alleviated. Gratitude was owed to Yang Xingyun. Fate had long decreed one's wealth or poverty. What is wrong shall never be right, and what is true shall forever remain so. Hey Lao Zhang, what do you need from Dad? Qin Li teased upon seeing the call from Zhang Lifang. However, Zhang Lifang's tone was urgent, his voice hoarse as he exclaimed, "Lao Qin, hurry back. Yang Ming is fighting with someone." "Where?" Qin Li's demeanor shifted to seriousness upon hearing this. Their dormitory had always been tightly knit, and Qin Li regarded the others as brothers. Learning of Yang Ming's predicament ignited a glint of coldness in his eyes. In the face of an enemy, Qin Li was merciless. Towards his brothers, he was equally fierce. At the west gate of the school, at Xingmong Water Bar. "Hurry," Zhang Lifang concluded before hanging up. Qin Li terminated the call and accelerated towards the destination. As rush hour approached, traffic began to thicken. Yet, possessing professional driving skills, Qin Li navigated swiftly, with other cars making way for him, for such a vehicle was not one to be trifled with. Upon arrival, he found the area outside Xingmong Water Bar teeming with onlookers. He parked haphazardly on the roadside and joined the crowd, spotting his 3 dorm mates, Yang Ming, Li Jiang, and Zhang Lifang. Opposite them stood 5 or 6 rough-looking youths, led by a lanky individual adorned with a scorpion tattoo, exuding arrogance. Fragments of shattered plastic tables and chairs littered the ground, and the conflict seemed to have calmed, with several concerned spectators attempting to mediate. Yet, Qin Li noticed a distinct slap mark on Yang Ming's face, while Li Jiang and Zhang Lifang appeared disheveled, clearly having suffered. "Mingzi, what happened?" Qin Li approached and inquired. Although Yang Ming was a rich heir, he possessed a commendable character, being the smallest and most timid in the dormitory. The others regarded him as a younger brother, and Qin Li found it hard to believe he had instigated trouble. Upon seeing Qin Li, the 3 greeted him. They were still students and felt somewhat lost in this situation, while Qin Li had always been the one with the most ideas among them. "Brotherly, this afternoon after your interview, we 3 decided to go out, and I called my girlfriend along. While we were having milk tea, they approached her for her WeChat. And when I declined, they became aggressive, leading to the fight." Qin Li scanned the surroundings and indeed spotted Yang Ming's girlfriend standing off to the side, visibly shaken. She was a shy girl, whom Qin Li had met before. He comfortingly patted Yang Ming's shoulder and asked, "Have you called the police?" "Yes, but they haven't arrived yet," Yang Ming replied. Qin Li nodded and turned to Li Jiang. "Don't forget to inform the counselor." If Qin Li hadn't mentioned it, Li Jiang and the others might have overlooked this important step. "I'll do it now," Li Jiang responded, pulling out his phone to make the call. As students, their confrontation with outsiders and the police involvement would inevitably reach the school's ears. It was better to inform them first, as the school would undoubtedly support them. At that moment, the scorpion-tattooed leader began taunting again. "Hey, you little brats, are you still going to fight? Where's that bravado from earlier? If not, we're leaving." Perhaps realizing the police were on their way, they knew that such provocations would only lead to a brief detention. But no one relished the idea of spending time in jail. Having never feared a fight, Qin Li felt his gaze sharpen at the provocation and stepped forward. "Ding. Warning, danger detected. Please handle the situation appropriately." The system promptly issued a warning, yet Qin Li continued onward. "Ding. Genuine external threat detected. Activating low-level defense mechanism. Granting host master-level combat skills. More skills to acquire?" This perfect life system was indeed considerate. However, Qin Li noted the crucial term in the system's prompt, genuine. If he were to fabricate an external threat to gain system rewards, it was likely the system would ignore him. "Kid, are you itching for a fight?" The scorpion-tattooed leader discerned Qin Li's ill intentions, but seemed unfazed. "You could say I'm feeling a bit itchy," Qin Li replied fearlessly. "Interesting. You truly aren't afraid of a beating," the scorpion-tattooed leader responded with a laugh. Qin Li glanced toward the bustling shopping street in the distance and spotted several uniformed police officers approaching briskly. "Are you like a dog, biting anyone you see? Did you eat too much crap?" Qin Li remarked casually. The scorpion-tattooed leader was immediately infuriated, unhesitatingly shoving aside the well-meaning onlookers and launching a kick at Qin Li. Anticipating this, Qin Li had already prepared himself, allowing the blow to connect while merely shifting his weight to absorb some force, leaving a footprint on his body as evidence. As Zhang Lifang and the others witnessed Qin Li being kicked, they instinctively rushed forward. However, Qin Li was determined not to allow them to enter the fray. With master-level combat skills, dealing with a few thugs was akin to using a cleaver to slice through ants. Thus, before Zhang Lifang and the others could reach him, Qin Li had already concluded the battle. The 5 or 6 thugs lay incapacitated, Qin Li having exercised restraint in his strikes. His attacks targeted numerous vulnerable pressure points, ensuring no permanent harm was inflicted, merely leaving them feeling unwell. That would suffice to teach these ruffians a lesson. "Damn, Lao Qin, you've been hiding your strength too well," Zhang Lifang exclaimed, astonished by the swift defeat of the thugs. Li Jiang and Yang Ming shared looks of shock. They knew Qin Li was intelligent and resourceful, earning scholarships year after year, but they had not anticipated his prowess in combat. "You don't understand the excellence of Dad," Qin Li chuckled lightly. "What is going on? Everyone, stand down." At that moment, The police pushed through the crowd, yet upon assessing the situation, they appeared momentarily stunned. A group of university students, despite bearing injuries, stood together, laughing and chatting. In contrast, several tattooed ruffians lay sprawled on the ground. What could have transpired? Are university students now so formidable? Chapter 6. The flower palanquin is carried by people. Regardless, engaging in public brawls is a matter of grave consequence. They must first be taken back. Naturally, Qin Li and his companions accompanied the police to the station. The ruffians helped one another to their feet, although their arms and legs were unscathed. They felt a general soreness throughout their bodies. After providing their statements to the police, it was nearly dusk. Their counselor, Xie had already arrived at the station and was in discussion with the officers. Fortunately, Qin Li and his friends were indeed in the right, as the surveillance cameras from Xingmeng Shui Ba had captured the incident, clearly showing that the ruffians had initiated the altercation. Qin Li had only acted in self-defense, and his actions did not even qualify as excessive. After all, the ruffians bore no visible injuries, and while they continued to protest, the officers regarded them as mere troublemakers. In truth, they were genuinely in pain. Counselor Xie led the group out of the police station as night began to fall. He turned to them and said, "All right, let us hurry back. Rest assured, the police have declared you as the victims, and the school will not take any action against you. However, do remember to stay vigilant when out having fun." "Thank you, Xie." Qin Li replied with a smile. "It's time for dinner. Shall we grab a bite together?" Qin Li was well acquainted with Xie. On one hand, he was the top student in their major, a type of student that no teacher would disdain. On the other hand, Qin Li had been involved in the student council for 3 years and had even served as president in his junior year, often mingling with the faculty. Moreover, Xie was only about 8 or 9 years older than them, which fostered a harmonious relationship. Xie chuckled and patted Qin Li on the shoulder, expressing his satisfaction with such a diligent student. "I can't today. It's Xiao Mingming's birthday, and my wife has decreed that if I don't return for dinner, I'll be in trouble." Xiao Mingming was Xie daughter, whom Qin Li had previously met and found quite adorable. "All right, Xie, please convey my birthday wishes to Xiao Mingming," Qin Li said. "Sure, you all go eat. And be careful," Xie replied with a smile before departing. Once Xie left, Qin Li turned to the disheveled group beside him. Noticing that Yang Ming's girlfriend was also present, having given her statement as well, Qin Li laughed, feeling down. "Do you still have the appetite for dinner?" Yang Ming held his girlfriend's hand and glanced at his dormitory friends with earnestness, saying, "Li Gu, Jiang Gu, Fan Gu, thanks for today." Zhang Li Fan, with a playful grin, remarked, "We are brothers, no need for thanks. Tonight, you're treating us. I'm in the mood for hot pot. I want spicy stir-fry," Li Jiang added. "What the heck? We just had spicy stir-fry for lunch. Are you addicted?" Zhang Li Fan retorted. Li Jiang stubbornly replied, "Is it wrong to be hooked?" Qin Li clapped his hands and declared, "Then it's settled. We'll go for barbecue." Li Jiang, Zhang Li Fan, Yang Ming also smiled, saying, "Let us go for barbecue. Tonight, it's on me." Zhang Li Fan scoffed, "You're just Qin Li's lackey." Yang Ming laughed heartily. "This is called respecting the strong, you know?" At this point, everyone recalled Qin Li's impressive fighting prowess. "Old Qin, over 3 years as brothers, you never mentioned how tough you are." Zhang Li Fan approached, slinging an arm over Qin Li's shoulder with a grin. "In the future, if I take a liking to someone's girlfriend, you'll help me deal with her boyfriend. Fighting is fine, just don't ask me to lend money to buy shoes for someone else's boyfriend." Qin Li replied earnestly, "That's a deal." This jest sent Li Jiang into fits of laughter, and Yang Ming joined in, explaining the joke's origin to his somewhat bewildered girlfriend. Zhang Li Fan, now with a comical expression, grumbled, "You rascal, that joke is over. Let us go. Let us eat barbecue." With their playful banter, the unpleasant events of the afternoon faded from memory. Qin Li's car remained parked along the roadside, and he had no intention of driving. For one, there were too many people to fit in the vehicle. For another, he did not wish to draw attention at school. After all, the car wouldn't be lost, so it could stay there. As they walked, Qin Li took out his phone and opened a delivery app. Remembering that Xie daughter, Xiao Mingming, adored the zoo's tigers, he ordered a giant animated tiger plush toy and a bag of candies. Selecting Xie home as the delivery address, he was a person who believed in repaying kindness, and over the years, Xie had assisted him considerably. If he had been unaware that today was Xiao Mingming's birthday, it would have been one thing. Now that he knew, it was only right to give a gift. The flower palanquin is carried by people. This is the essence of human relations. After placing the order, Qin Li hurried to catch up with the group. That evening, with nothing pressing on their minds, they naturally indulged in drinks, and even Yang Ming's girlfriend had a few sips. Reflecting on drinking reminded Qin Li of the elusive skill of inebriation he had not yet acquired. Although the system had yet to indicate a failed task, Tang Shuhan had already dismissed him. Alas, what a tragic fate. At Xiejin's home, although he was a university instructor, his salary was modest and his wife, an accountant, was just starting her career. Thus, they had only been able to afford a small 2-bedroom apartment through a loan. At this moment, a 4 to 5-year-old girl was gleefully smearing cream on Xiejin's face. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Xiejin, doting on the little girl, said, "Sweetheart, Daddy will go answer the door." He stood and walked towards the entrance. Upon opening the door, he was taken aback. A young delivery person, slightly breathless, was holding a tiger plush toy nearly as tall as himself. "Are you Mr. Xie?" the delivery person inquired. Xiejin, momentarily stunned, replied, "Yes, this is." "Mr. Xie, please sign for this," the delivery person said. Reluctantly, Xiejin accepted the plush toy, only to find the delivery person also producing a bag of colorful candies. "Thank you. Goodbye," the delivery person said as he left. Xiejin removed the delivery slip attached to the toy's packaging, confirming that it indeed bore his name. There was also a card attached to the packaging, wishing little Mingming a happy birthday. Confused, Xiejin pondered how someone could have sent a gift when he had not mentioned his daughter's birthday to anyone. "Wow, Daddy, what a big tiger." Xiao Mingming had come to the door and immediately lunged at the enormous plush toy. "Jingu, who sent this?" Xiejin's wife inquired upon witnessing the scene. "I don't know. I never told anyone," Xiejin replied, suddenly recalling that he had mentioned it to Qinli earlier. "Wait, I'll make a call." As he spoke, Xiejin retrieved his phone. He found Qinli's number and dialed, quickly connecting. "Hello, Xiegu, what is up?" Qinli answered. "Qinli, did you send the plush toy to Mingming?" Xiejin asked. "Xiegu, didn't I say I wished Mingming a happy birthday? Can she be happy without a gift?" Qinli chuckled on the other end, amid the sounds of Li Jiang boasting drunkenly. "You rascal," Xiejin laughed. "Mingming is very happy. You all should drink less." "All right, Xiegu, I'll hang up now." Just as Qinli was about to end the call, Xiejin overheard Zhang Lifan shouting in the background, "Old Qin, are you raising a whale? I'm all done." Chapter 7. Woman, why do you speak with a forked tongue? Xiejin smiled as he put away his phone. Thinking of Qinli. "Who is that, Jingu?" Xiejin's wife asked. Looking at his delighted daughter hugging the plush toy, Xiejin replied, "A student of mine. Qinli. He has been here a couple of times. You should have met him." Xiejin's wife expressed some mild frustration, saying, "Why would you mention such matters to the students?" However, after glancing at their cheerful daughter, she pursed her lips and smiled, saying, "Let us invite them over for a meal sometime. It would surely delight Mingming." Little Mingming, holding a plush tiger, giggled heartily beside them. Xiejin's wife knelt down, pinching her rosy cheeks, and remarked, "My little darling adores tigers." Upon hearing his wife's words, Xiejin was taken aback. Indeed, how had he not thought of it? Why had Qinli specifically chosen a tiger plush toy as a gift? As he pondered, he recalled that during Qinli's last visit, his wife had been planning to take Mingming to the zoo, where Mingming had exclaimed her desire to see the big tigers. Enlightened by this realization, Xiejin found himself admiring Qinli's thoughtfulness and meticulous nature, as well as his academic excellence. If such a student were to fail in life, it would be a profound injustice. Meanwhile, Qinli had indulged in drink again. Not only him, but Yang Ming, Li Jiang, and Zhang Lifang were also inebriated, with Yang Ming's girlfriend surprisingly being the most sober among them. The discomfort of drunkenness reminded Qinli of his elusive skill of never becoming intoxicated. This thought led him back to memories of that strong-willed, proud woman. The group staggered together down the street toward the school. Suddenly, Qinli shouted at the top of his lungs, "I must pursue you." This outburst startled the dazed Li Jiang. Zhang Lifang, his face flushed and eyes misty, though unaware of whom Qinli referred to, joined in the commotion, declaring, "I too shall strive to kiss 100. Yang Ming, swaying as he leaned on his girlfriend, weakly encouraged them, saying, "You all go for it." Li Jiang, his heavy head wobbling, slurred, I need to urinate. Shall we compete on who can go the farthest?" Yang Ming's girlfriend turned crimson, not from drink, but from the fear that Li Jiang might actually pull something strange out. The following day, Qinli was the first to awaken, while the other 3 in the dormitory continued to sleep soundly. As soon as he stirred, the system's voice echoed in his mind. "Ding. The host has not checked in today. Would you like to sign in?" Quietly getting out of bed to wash up without disturbing his slumbering companions, he selected yes. "Ding. Today's check-in is complete. Reward, 100,000 yuan. Astonished, Qinli mused over the prospect of earning 100,000 each day, 3 million a month and 36 million a year. The income from his daily check-in alone surpassed that of most executives in the country. Moreover, he had additional rewards beyond just the check-in. Qinli reviewed his information once more. Host, Qinli, appearance, 85. Physical ability, 74. Intelligence quotient, 92. Emotional quotient, 94. Skills, professional driving skills, master-level combat skills. While he had gained 2 new skills since yesterday, his physical ability remained at 74, leading him to question his own strength. With time to spare, Qin Li completed his morning routine and quietly exited. After running several laps around the playground until he felt a bit fatigued, he checked the time, just past 8 in the morning, before heading to the cafeteria. He had a few fried dough sticks and a bowl of soybean milk. Taking some food back for his dorm mates. Rise and shine. Boys, breakfast is ready, Qin Li announced as he entered. Ugh, I feel so dizzy, was Zhang Lifeng's groggy response. Breakfast is on the table. Wake them up to join us, Qin Li instructed before stepping out to the balcony. He planned to transfer some money home. With a balance of 200,000, he sent 15,000 to an account. After washing the sweat off his face from running, he called his father. Hello, came his father's slightly somber voice. Dad, are you awake? Qin Li asked cheerfully. Am I a ghost answering your call? His father retorted. I actually have something to discuss. Are you busy? Qin Li's father continued. Qin Li raised an eyebrow. It was rare for his father to initiate a conversation about matters. Usually it was he who called. You go first. Some fool transferred 15,000 to my account by mistake. Your mother, and I can't figure out how to return it. Do you know how? Qin Li's father explained. Qin Li was at a loss for words. Why the hesitation? Speak up. Honestly, you just add to my troubles. I still have work to do, his father complained. The unexpected windfall of 15,000 would have tempted another to consider keeping it, yet his father found it bothersome. Qin Li felt that his father's principles were somewhat excessive. Dad, just keep it. It's not like anyone's asking you to return it, Qin Li teased. His father fell silent, and after a long pause, asked, When are you coming home? A sense of foreboding washed over Qin Li. Dad, what do you intend to do? I'm over 20. Are you planning to hit me? Humph. His father huffed, apparently taken aback by Qin Li's alertness. All right, I won't tease you any longer. That money was indeed transferred by me. I'm the fool you mentioned, Qin Li clarified. Fearing his father might spiral into further confusion. 15,000 is not a trivial amount. Where did you get this money? Qin Li's father inquired, his concern mounting. I earned it from my job, along with my scholarship savings, Qin Li replied with the explanation he had long prepared. Over the past few years, he had rarely asked his family for money, as they came from a modest rural background, and the income from farming was limited. The scholarship he received was sufficient to cover his tuition and living expenses. Is that so? Qin Li's father finally relaxed. He trusted his son's abilities, but continued. I won't pry too much, just make sure to work diligently. Now that you've sent money home, is it sufficient for your needs? It's enough. I've saved a bit. And it will do, Qin Li assured him. This time, Qin Li's father's tone lightened. All right then, I need to get back to work. Qin Li was taken aback by his father's mindset. Even with 15,000, he was still thinking of laboring in the fields. However, before he could hang up, the call was intercepted. Don't hang up. Pass the phone to me, old man. Go back to your work, a familiar woman's voice chimed in, causing Qin Li to smile. Hello, son, his mother greeted on the line. Hi, dear mother, Qin Li responded with a grin. Oh dear, have you lost weight lately? You mustn't skip meals. His mother advised cheerfully. Don't worry, I eat plenty. You and dad should indulge a bit as well. The money I sent is for you to spend. Qin Li insisted. Oh, we can't spend that much. Your sister's tuition and such, your father and I can manage. Save some for yourself. You'll need it for a future wife. By the way, are there any girls at your school who fancy you? His mother was far more talkative than his father. As you say, the girls who like me could line up from Xinjiang to our home, Qin Li joked, his confidence on full display. His mother laughed heartily at his banter. After chatting with his mother for nearly an hour, Qin Li finally hung up the phone. Just as he prepared to enter the house, his phone rang again. It was an unfamiliar number. Hello? Qin Li answered. Hello, may I speak to Qin Li? Came the voice of a young woman on the other end. Typically, such openings either led to serious matters or frivolous ones. This is I. Congratulations, QNL, on successfully passing the 3rd round of interviews with Xiang Ch Group. Please bring your documents to the Human Resources Department on the 16th floor of Xiang Ch building tomorrow to complete your onboarding procedures. As you are still a student, you are unable to sign a formal labor contract. Therefore, please bring the tripartite agreement issued by your school. Do you have any questions? QNL raised an eyebrow, surprised that he had actually passed the interview. Hadn't Tiang Shh eliminated herself? Women, why do you speak with such duplicity? A smile curved QNL's lips as he replied, No problem. Thank you. You're welcome. Goodbye. Goodbye. Chapter 8. Discovery of a beautiful streamer. Ding. Task. Pass the interview with Xiang Ch Group. Task completed. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill Intoxicated by 1,000 Cups. The skill QNL had long desired was finally in his grasp. The feeling of regaining what was lost was truly delightful. However, QNL's motivation for working was no longer merely the salary. After all, Even the highest salary at Jiang Hao Group would not exceed 3 million a month, right? He simply did not wish to deviate from his life path due to the presence of the perfect life system. A life spent idly lounging in bed was not what he sought. That was not a perfect life. That was a life of laziness. Q&L entered the dormitory from the balcony, having been on the phone for over an hour. The other roommates had already risen and eaten. Lao Qn, who were you on the phone with? Have you found a girlfriend? L. Jiang asked lewdly. My mother, Q&L replied, before adding, I have found a job. What job? L. Jiang inquired. Zhang Lfn from their dorm had been accepted into a graduate program, so he no longer needed to search for a job. Wang Yiming, being a rich second generation, was not worried about employment. Q&L had been postponing his job search until he finished his graduation project, which is why he had delayed until now. If Q&L had also found a job, L. Jiang would be the only one left in their dormitory without one, having neither completed his graduation project nor begun his job search. Secretary to the CEO of FIYN Live, Q&L stated. No way. Is it that FIYN Live from Jiang Hao Group? Zhang Lfn exclaimed, jumping down from the top bunk. Q&L nodded, saying, Is there another FIYN Live? Impressive. A top student gets a position at such a large company. From now on, you are my big brother, Zhang Lfn said with a flattering grin. Q&L shot him a disdainful glance, asking, What are you up to? Zhang Lfn's eyes sparkled at the thought of the enticing streamers at FIYN Live. I want to flirt with a streamer. Sure. Q&L readily agreed, but before Zhang Lfn could rejoice, he added, Tomorrow L. Jiang will host a live stream. You can flirt to your heart's content. L. Jiang. No way. I need to focus on completing my graduation project. L. Jiang finally felt the pressure and exited the game, opening his graduation project document. To all the single dogs, sorry, but I'm going out on a date. Wang Yiming said, tidying himself up and spraying on some perfume, applying a thick layer of hair gel. Come back early. Don't forget we have class in the afternoon, Q&L reminded him. Although they were in their senior year and had very few classes left, there were still some. The afternoon class was a newly offered course on career guidance for university students, the kind that, if failed, would prevent graduation. Wang Yiming gestured and then swaggered out the door. Hey, Lao Qin, I heard the teacher for our career guidance class is a newly hired female instructor. And she is supposed to be exceptionally beautiful, Wang Yiming remarked as he left. Q&L. This guy seems to have an insatiable curiosity about women. Really, if you don't believe me, you can see for yourself this afternoon. Zhang Lfn assumed Q&L was skeptical. Q&L nodded, hesitated for a moment, and then seriously said, Old Zhang, if you had even half of my looks, you would undoubtedly be a scoundrel. Zhang Lfn scoffed, saying, Pfft. People like you who rely on looks will not last long. Some men's strengths are not easily revealed. I haven't seen you grow much, L. Jiang interjected, still working on his graduation project without hesitation. What? Want to compare? L. Jiang stood up and declared, Let us compare. I'm not afraid of you. To the restroom, dare you? Let us go? Q&L watched the two as they bantered their way to the restroom, feeling utterly speechless. These two are such fools. He decided to ignore them and climbed onto his bed, casually opening the FIYN Live app on his phone. After all, it would be beneficial to understand it better since he would be working there soon. Lost in thought, his finger inadvertently pressed the beauty filter button. Oh no, wrong button. Well, since I'm here thus, Q&L began to watch with delight. However, it was still morning, and there were not many streamers broadcasting. Most were lesser-known streamers with low popularity, while there were some pretty ones. After having seen someone of T.Ing.Sh's caliber, Q&L's standards had been set exceedingly high. This one looks good. As Q&L scrolled, he suddenly discovered a new streamer who had just started broadcasting. This streamer was clearly inexperienced, having not even turned on the beauty filter. Yet, even without it, she captivated Q&L's attention instantly. The streamer appeared to be in her 20s, wearing light makeup, with long, jet black hair and a delicate oval face, exceptionally beautiful, exuding a gentle elegance reminiscent of a Jiangnan lady. Especially striking were her captivating, watery, peach blossom eyes, so enchanting that one felt irresistibly drawn in. Q&L glanced at the streamer's name. SU New York N, Level 1, clearly a brand new streamer. Hello everyone, is anyone there? The female streamer asked, her tone exceedingly gentle. Ding. The host successfully triggered a system task. Task: assist the streamer SU New York N in leveling up. Task completion reward. Each time the streamer levels up by 10 levels, trigger a random reward. Q&L initially intended to send a comment in response, but before he could, the system task appeared. Assist the streamer in leveling up? The highest level AFIYN Live streamer could reach was 120, which meant triggering rewards 12 times. Although Q&L was unsure of what the random rewards entailed, he was certain they would be valuable. However, Leveling up initially would be easier, but it would undoubtedly become more challenging as one progressed. In simple terms, it would require more gifts. Q&L silently calculated. He had signed in twice in the past 2 days, earning 200,000, of which he had given 15,000 to his family, leaving him with about 55,000 in his card. This amount would hardly suffice to reach maximum level, but reaching level 10 would make him quite content. At that moment, a few viewers had already entered SU New York In's live stream. Wow, this streamer is beautiful, a new one. I predict this streamer will become popular. Even without the beauty filter, she is stunning. Sorry, brothers, but I'll be residing here from now on. Streamer, can you sing? It was evident that SU New York In had noticed the comments, realizing that someone was supporting her on her very first broadcast. I can sing. What would you like to hear? Her voice was sweet and gentle. Wow, her voice must be beautiful when she sings. Let us skip the formalities, miss. I want to hear Itch. Upstairs, are you a beast? What a coincidence, so am I. Please sing Itch, streamer. The few people in the live stream were surprisingly lively, chatting enthusiastically with a flurry of comments, demonstrating the undeniable allure of the beautiful streamer. Q&L refrained from commenting, instead quietly recharging, transitioning from a freeloader to a paying player. Congratulations on the successful recharge. 5,000 was credited to his account, along with an additional 5,000 as a bonus. Chapter 9. Are you playing with me? In the realm of Fei-In, currency is represented by musical notes, where every gift, save for complimentary ones, necessitates the expenditure of notes. Qin Li recharged 50,000 yuan, resulting in a total of 55,000 notes, equating to 1 yuan per note. The most extravagant gift available on Fei-In is the Stargazing Journey, priced at 5,000 notes or 5,000 yuan. Meanwhile, the live chat continued to buzz. The anchor cannot sing Yang. Are there any other songs? Su Yuanin declined, fully aware of the audience's desire for that particular song. Qin Li chuckled softly, typing a brief message under his nickname, Chubu Keiji. Chubu Keiji. Anchor, I would like to hear Silence is Golden. This song was Qin Li's favorite, even serving as his ringtone. Upstairs, why so serious? Upon noticing a serious individual, the crowd suggested he be removed. Agreed. Agreed. All right, Silence is Golden. The anchor can sing it. Please wait while I prepare the accompaniment. Su Yuanin laughed heartily as she opened a music app, allowing the rhythm of Silence is Golden to gradually fill the air. The night breeze was chilling. Reflecting on past events, the former self was filled with wrath. Qin Li's eyes brightened as he recognized this as a Cantonese song by Leslie Chung. Su Yuanin sang it in Cantonese, and her voice resonated with a captivating magnetism. It is predetermined whether you are rich or poor. The wrong is never right, and truth is eternally true. As Su Yuanin reached the song's climax, Qin Li sensed a poignant sense of despair. After she completed the main verses, Qin Li gifted her a stargazing journey. Chubu Keiji has presented the anchor Su Yuanin with a stargazing journey. Wow, a 5,000 yuan stargazing journey. It turned out to be a big shot, spending the equivalent of my monthly salary with a single gesture. The new anchor's first gift is a stargazing journey? At that moment, the anchor noticed the gift she received, momentarily stunned before expressing her excitement. Thank you, Chubu Keiji, for the stargazing journey. This special effect is truly beautiful. Is the new anchor this gentle and flattering? Forgive her for not yet knowing how to flatter the big shot. The stargazing journey is visible across the entire platform, leading to an increase in the number of viewers in the live chat. Wow, I've discovered a new goddess. I have a premonition that the anchor will become the new queen of Fei-In, far more attractive than the current one, albeit lacking the support of a big shot. Qin Li observed that one stargazing journey elevated the anchor to level 5, which was impressive, yet more gifts would be required henceforth. Chubu Keiji has presented the anchor Su Yuanin with a stargazing journey. Chubu Keiji has presented the anchor Su Yuanin with a stargazing journey. Chubu Keiji has presented the anchor Su Yuanin with a stargazing journey. Chubu Keiji has presented the anchor Su Yuanin with a stargazing journey. He continued to gift 10 more, completely depleting his balance. Wow, forgive my earlier remarks. The big shot has arrived. Is this the new anchor? Within just 5 minutes of streaming, 11 stargazing journeys? Chubu Keiji is only at level 19. This big shot is also new. Congratulations to the new anchor for acquiring a new big shot. Su Yuanin, visibly astonished, expressed, thank you, Chubu Keiji, for the 11 stargazing journeys. I truly appreciate your support. I never expected such a grand welcome on my first stream. At this moment, Su Yuanin had ascended to level 13, surpassing level 10. Ding. The host has successfully helped anchor Su Yuanin reach level 10, triggering a random system reward. System reward, 1 million notes, which have been credited to the host account. Please check. 1 million notes? What use do I have for this? Qin Li was astonished to discover that reaching level 10 granted him 1 million notes, equivalent to 1 million yuan in cash. Wouldn't transferring a million to my bank account be delightful? Does this mean I should continue gifting? Qinli found himself both amused and perplexed. Well, let us continue gifting. Congratulations to Chubu Keiji for successfully activating the Super Tycoon in Su Yuanin's livestream. Wow, a Super Tycoon, 200,000? Impressive, my friend. I have witnessed the birth of a new tycoon. The number of viewers in the live chat soared. As spending 5,000 yuan on a stargazing journey is something most can muster, but 200,000 signifies the actions of a true big shot. Yet, the excitement did not cease there. Congratulations to Chubu Keiji for successfully renewing the Super Tycoon in Su Yuanin's livestream. Congratulations to Chubu Keiji for successfully renewing the Super Tycoon in Su Yuanin's livestream. Congratulations to Chubu Keiji for successfully renewing the Super Tycoon in Su Yuanin's livestream. Congratulations to Chubu Keiji for successfully renewing the Super Tycoon in Su Yuanin's livestream. After renewing 4 times consecutively, each time for 200,000, and including the initial activation, it totaled exactly 1 million. Wow, 1 million. Big shot, I beg for your support. Is 1 million enough to buy some ribs? I sense the anchor is in peril. At this moment, even Su Yuanin appeared bewildered, having not yet realized the magnitude of the situation. On her first day of streaming, she held modest expectations, merely wishing to sing and gather a few fans. Can someone tell me what just happened? Su Yuanin asked, somewhat lost. Anchor, you are about to be swept away by the big shot. Anchor, farewell, perhaps we may not see you again. The anchor's popularity surged to 500,000. It was astonishing. Were they here for the big shot or the anchor? The anchor's popularity is derived from a weighted calculation of real numbers. Typically, larger anchors have a higher weight, while new anchors like Su Yuanin have a lower weight. However, it is estimated that Qin Li's actions attracted at least several tens of thousands of viewers. Su Yuanin, actually, activating a Super Tycoon also grants a 15,000 note cashback on Feiyin live streaming. Thus, Qin Li now possessed 750,000 notes, which he promptly spent. Chubu Keiji has presented the anchor Su Yuanin with a stargazing journey. 150. Wow. Today I have witnessed the spectacle of 150 stargazing journeys. Calculating this, it seems the big shot has cleared his inventory, instantly spending 1 million. True love is nothing less than this. The anchor, now taken, has no more to offer. It is time to depart. I was among the first to arrive. Chubu Keiji merely requested a song, then gifted over 1 million. Incredible, despite observing a throng of sycophants. His focus remained on the anchor's level. Having spent a total of 1 million notes, anchor Su Yuanin finally reached level 34. At this moment, the system's reward was also upon him. Ding. The host has successfully assisted anchor Su Yuanin in reaching level 20, triggering a random system reward. System reward, 5 million notes, which have been credited to the host's account. Please check. 5 million notes. System, are you toying with me? Qinli felt as if he were a Russian nesting doll. Chapter 10. You are about to become a scoundrel. Fortunately, there remains a reward for reaching level 30. Let us hope it is not more notes. Ding. The host has successfully assisted anchor Su Yuanin in reaching level 30, triggering a random system reward. System reward, 5 million RMB, which has been transferred to the host's postal bank account ending in 6690. Please check. All funds are sourced legitimately, so feel free to spend. Upon hearing the system announce another 5 million, Qin Li's heart raced, but upon realizing it was an RMB and deposited into his bank account, he breathed a sigh of relief. He truly feared the system would gift him yet another 5 million notes. 55,000 yuan had transformed into 5 million in an instant. In less than 2 hours, Qin Li successfully became a millionaire. However, despite having 5 million notes remaining, he had no intention of spending them at this moment. He understood the virtue of moderation and was not one to be insatiable. Opportunities would arise in due time. Meanwhile, Su Yuanin in the live broadcast room had just discovered the conditions to become a super wealthy patron and realized what had transpired in her stream. A lavish spender had emerged in her midst, having generously donated 1 million. Is it too shallow to simply express my gratitude? Su Yuanin mused, somewhat bewildered. Are you joking with me, host? Quickly add me on WeChat. Securing the patron is the truth of the matter. It seemed the host might have to offer herself in return. Qin Li chuckled at the barrage of comments. One must admit, the feeling of being revered by thousands was quite delightful. At this point, the popularity of the live stream had soared to nearly 700,000 viewers. Unreachable. I'm logging off. We'll return another day. Qin Li's comments had turned golden, with the exclusive title of Super Rich Patron prominently displayed, making them exceptionally eye-catching. What is the host waiting for? Hurry, the big spender is about to leave. The host is about to lose the big spender. Stop spreading nonsense upstairs. Didn't you hear the big spender say he would return next time? Upon seeing Qin Li's comment, Su Yuanin seemed to awaken from her daze. Thank you, Unreachable. I truly appreciate it. Although I know such words may seem inadequate, I genuinely do not know how else to convey my gratitude. For the new host Su Yuanin, retaining a big spender was clearly an uncharted territory for her. Unreachable, no worries, just sing beautifully. Wow, is a single song truly worth $1 million? I'm utterly amazed. Other female hosts will likely sing silence is golden every day from now on. Upon reading Qin Li's comment, Su Yuanin's lips curled into a charming smile as she replied, all right, I will practice diligently. After witnessing this, Qin Li finally exited the live stream, but soon spotted a private message from Su Yuanin and casually opened it. Can I add you on WeChat? I heard in the comments that I should add you. Qin Li smiled and sent his WeChat ID. Su Yuanin quickly responded with a thumbs-up emoji. When Qin Li opened WeChat again, he discovered a friend request from the user named Su Yuanin. After approving it, he promptly received a message from her. Thank you so much today. I truly did not expect to receive so many gifts on my first day of streaming. It's nothing. I just find your singing delightful. Your name is Su Yuanin? Yes, and yours? Is it convenient to share? Qin Li. All right, Li Ge. Qin Li chuckled, glanced at the time, and decided to end the conversation. I'm heading out for a meal. You continue your stream. I've already logged off. I really need to calm down after today. You go ahead, Li Ge. Qin Li turned off his phone, only to find Zhang Lifan peeking over at the edge of his bed. Given that Qin Li's dormitory featured lofted beds and desks, Zhang Lifan's head was the only part visible. Startled, Qin Li exclaimed, "What are you doing, you rascal?" Zhang Lifan, wearing a mysterious expression, replied, "Come clean. Which girl are you chatting with? Your smile is too suggestive. There must be a reason. Although I may be flirtatious, I don't stoop to being a desperate flatterer like you." Zhang Lifan scoffed. Old Qin, I have a feeling you're about to become a scoundrel. Get lost. Qin Li retorted as he got out of bed, glancing at Li Jiang, who was quietly working on his graduation project. It seemed Zhang Lifan had lost a bet, or else he wouldn't be so subdued at this time. Let us go eat. I'll treat you all for lunch, Qin Li suggested. I want spicy hot pot. Li Jiang immediately declared, shutting his computer. You're addicted. Qin Li thought. Let us head to the third floor of the cafeteria. We'll order a few dishes. Old Zhang, call Yang Ming and see if he is coming back. Sure thing. Zhang Lifan made the call, and soon Yang Ming returned. The four of them ordered 4 dishes and a soup, and after a satisfying meal, they took a short nap. At 2 in the afternoon, at Jinjiang University, Mingji Building Room 301, the 4 of them arrived punctually for class. Remarkably, everyone was present, especially since this was a credit-earning course and the first class at that. The cunning students, uncertain of the instructor's temperament, had even taken leave from work to attend. Although this course was significant, it was unlikely to impart much substantive knowledge. Qin Li, Li Jiang, and Yang Ming found a trio of seats at the back of the classroom, with Qin Li sitting in the middle. Oddly, Zhang Lifan, who usually sat at the back, chose to sit in the front row today. Li Jiang, noticing this, questioned, what is this rascal up to? Qin Li glanced at Zhang Lifan's stiff posture and remarked, he must have heard that the instructor is particularly beautiful, hence his front row seat. Yang Ming spat. This guy even wants to flatter the teacher. As the bell rang, the classroom quieted down. The sound of high heels echoed in the corridor. And soon a tall woman appeared at the door, dressed in a black dress, her long hair elegantly tied up, with slightly plump red lips and a prominent nose. She walked with a graceful poise that captivated all. As she ascended to the podium, Qin Li could distinctly hear Li Jiang and Yang Ming swallowing hard. What a couple of hopeless cases, Qin Li thought to himself, secretly swallowing his own saliva. It was undeniable. This woman's beauty rivaled that of Tang Shuhan and Su Yuanin, leaving Qin Li momentarily entranced. While Tang Shuhan embodied a cold aloofness and Su Yuanin exuded gentle intellect. This teacher unmistakably represented sensuality. Hello, students. I am delighted to teach this class. Let me introduce myself. With that, the woman picked up a piece of chalk and elegantly wrote 3 large characters on the blackboard, Yang Yue. At this moment, Yang Ming, seated to Qin Li's right, nudged him and whispered excitedly, Hey, Li Ge, did you see that? She has the same surname as me. That could lead to a connection, Qin Li replied disdainfully. But marrying a close relative is not allowed. Yang Ming's expression turned sour. Chapter 11. He is merely a shameless flatterer. With a beautiful teacher leading the class, the boys were particularly enthusiastic, resulting in no one feeling drowsy. Zhang Lifan was especially notable, sitting straight in the front row. Whenever Yang Yue posed a question, he was quick to raise his hand, as if he were eager to secure a job. Qin Li, however, found the course content utterly uninteresting, as it was all formalities and devoid of substance. Even with a beautiful instructor, he couldn't stare at her indefinitely. That would contradict his pure persona. Hence, it was rare for Qin Li to play on his phone during class, all while observing Zhang Lifan's antics. In Qin Li's eyes, Zhang Lifan's behavior was that of an insufferable flatterer. As the first class drew to a close, Qin Li leaned toward Li Jiang and Yang Ming, whispering, "Let us go out and give this rascal a beating." Li Jiang quickly chimed in, "I've been wanting to do that for ages." Qin Li suspected this was residual resentment from their competition in the restroom. "Boss, are you trying to steal the teacher's heart?" Yang Ming teased. "Uff," disdainfully remarked. "Why would I compete with him? I merely find this comedic partner quite irksome." Upon hearing the comedic partner's line, Yang Ming nearly burst out laughing. Li Jiang, on the other hand, held up his textbook to obscure his face and erupted into laughter. "That student over there, please stand up." Yang Yue suddenly directed her gaze towards them, clearly having noticed Li Jiang's laughter. In a hurry, Qin Li kicked the foolish boy under the table and whispered, "You idiot. Stand up quickly and don't drag me down." Finally, Li Jiang managed to suppress his laughter, realizing the gravity of the situation, and stood up with a sheepish expression. "Is there something amusing about my lecture, classmate?" Yang Yue inquired, her tone relatively gentle. "No," Li Jiang replied. Yang Yue raised an eyebrow and asked, "Then what were you laughing at?" Seeing the entire class awaiting his answer, and unable to conjure a good excuse, he finally said, "Teacher, Qin Li told me a joke, and I couldn't help it." "Which one of you is Qin Li? Please stand up." Yang Yue directed her gaze towards Qin Li and Yang Ming, who stood beside Li Jiang. "You're quite the disloyal son," Qin Li thought to himself as he stood up, deciding to reduce Li Jiang's height by 3 centimeters later, assuming he actually had 3 centimeters to spare. As Qin Li stood, Yang Yue gradually approached their row. When she reached the front of Qin Li's desk, she remarked, "Qin Li, why don't you share your joke with the class?" Qin Li, captivated by the proximity of his beautiful teacher, momentarily lost focus. But he knew he had to navigate this situation first. After a moment's thought, he began, "Once upon a time, there was an elderly man who made a living weaving baskets. One day, he received a large order and had to toil day and night to fulfill it. Eventually, he became so exhausted that he fell asleep, and his son, seeing his father's plight, decided to help by weaving baskets himself." The class listened intently. Even Yang Yue found herself engrossed. Upon waking, the old man saw that his son had completed the baskets, and they were all perfectly crafted. At this point, Qin Li glanced at Li Jiang, who stood beside him, and said, "Son, you truly have a gift for weaving." With this, Yang Ming was the first to grasp the underlying insult directed at Li Jiang and burst into laughter. "That's our Qin Li, always settling scores on the spot." The rest of the class quickly caught on, and soon laughter filled the room. Yang Yue couldn't help but smile, impressed by this boy's humor and charm. "All right, you've passed this test. Please sit down and focus on the lesson," she gestured to Qin Li. "Sure thing," Qin Li replied with a grin. Just then, the bell rang. "Class is over. Take a break," Yang Yue announced as she set down her textbook. Most university classes consist of 2 consecutive periods, and this course was no exception, so there was still another session ahead. After a 5-minute break, Qin Li and his 3 dorm mates engaged in some playful banter. Soon, the bell rang again. And once the class quieted down, Yang Yue stood at the podium and asked, "Who in our class excels academically?" All eyes immediately turned towards Qin Li. Yang Yue was surprised to discover that this charming and humorous student was also an academic achiever. Smiling at the now standing Qin Li, she said, "Could you do me a favor?" What could Qin Li say but nod in agreement? After class, each student should write down any questions they have about employment and job searching and send them to Qin Li privately. He will compile and send them to me via WeChat. With a teasing tone, Yang Yue added, "Qin Li, here's your chance to add me on WeChat." At this, the other boys in the class looked at Qin Li with envious, jealous eyes, particularly Zhang Lifan, whose gaze was almost piercing. Yet Qin Li remained unfazed, thinking, "Opportunity? Do I lack opportunities?" Even the stunning Su Yuanyin proactively added me on WeChat, while Yang Xingyun begged to connect. "All right, take your seats," Yang Yue said with a smile. "Let's continue with the lesson." Another 45 minutes passed, and after class, Qin Li and Yang Yue exchanged WeChat contacts, while Zhang Lifan stared at Qin Li's phone, nearly drooling. On their way back to the dormitory, Qin Li disdainfully told Zhang Lifan, "Stop staring. Even if you managed to add her, you still wouldn't win her over." "You speak as if you're any different," Zhang Lifan retorted, rolling his eyes. Qin Li waved his phone and declared, "In my eyes, it's not about whether you can or cannot, it's about whether you want to." "Qin Li, you must treat my relative well," Yang Ming said earnestly. "No problem. Once we have a son, I'll have him call you brother," Qin Li chuckled. "Dude." They all began to playfully tussle again. University life is truly delightful. Chapter 12. Tang Shuhan is my cousin. The next morning, after signing in on the system, another 100,000 was credited to his account, which now totaled 5,100,000. After breakfast, Qin Li drove his McLaren 720 to Xiangqing building, as today marked his first day at work. After parking, he also applied for a monthly parking card from Xiangqing Group to avoid the hassle of paying for parking each time. The monthly fee was quite reasonable at 520 yuan. a rather auspicious number. Ascending to the 15th floor via elevator, Qin Li greeted the receptionist. When he learned from her that 2 individuals were starting work today, he was taken aback. Weren't they only hiring 1 secretary? He thought. Hello, Qin Li. Nice to see you again. He turned around to find Yang Xingyun had just exited the elevator and was standing right behind him. This woman was starting work alongside him. After all, he had played a trick on Yang Xingyun that day. Congratulations, your wish has come true. Qin Li smiled. I didn't expect you to be here too. You must have some connections, Yang Xingyun whispered at the end. Qin Li couldn't decipher whether she was teasing or being sincere, but that didn't hinder him from playing along. I didn't expect my words would actually carry weight, he replied, lowering his voice as well. Yang Xingyun paused for a moment and asked, What do you mean? I simply mentioned to my cousin that you are quite impressive, Qin Li said with an air of mystery. Your cousin? Yang Xingyun was even more perplexed. Qin Li pulled her into a corner and elaborated slowly. My cousin is Tang Xuhan. Tang Xuhan, the CEO? Yang Xingyun's gaze shifted to him, suddenly filled with complexity. Initially, she had believed that she had secured her position through her own merit and that Qin Li's earlier claims of having connections were mere fabrications. This had left her feeling vexed the entire previous day. However, upon seeing Qin Li also starting work today, her mind was thrown into disarray again. Now, hearing that her opportunity stemmed from Qin Li's recommendation to Tang Xuhan, her thoughts became even more convoluted. Indeed, if it weren't for Qin Li's endorsement, how could they possibly hire 2 secretaries simultaneously? Poor Yang Xingyun, once again falling for Qin Li's tall tale. Why did you recommend me? Yang Xingyun gazed at Qin Li, uncertain whether she should express her gratitude. Qin Li shook his phone, and Yang Xingyun immediately understood. He was still hoping to add her on WeChat, which implied he was still interested in pursuing her. This brought to mind Qin Li's luxurious sports car, which seemed quite expensive, and she recalled his connection with Tang Xuhan. Wasn't he just a substantial support? Without hesitation, Yang Xingyun took out her phone and opened her WeChat QR code. Thank you, Qin Li, she said after he added her as a friend. Oh, it's nothing. Who told you to be so attractive? Qin Li replied with a grin. Yang Xingyun felt flattered and playfully shot him a glance. In his heart, Qin Li silently mused, Little enchantress, encountering me, you can only accept your fate. The 2 completed their onboarding procedures in the morning and were then shown around the office area of Fein Live by an HR staff member to familiarize themselves with their future work responsibilities. Finally, they arrived at the office of Tang Xuhan, the president. Qin Li knocked on the door. Come in, Tang Xuhan's voice called out. Together, Qin Li and Yang Xingyun stepped inside. Tang Xuhan lifted her head, her gaze briefly resting on Qin Li before shifting to the somewhat awkward Yang Xingyun. Setting her work aside, Tang Xuhan asked, Do you both know each other now? Qin Li and Yang Xingyun nodded in agreement. The reason for hiring you 2 together is that you are both 4th-year students and have not yet graduated. I understand you may have other commitments at school, so I hope you can coordinate your schedules well and avoid being absent from work at the same time. Please request leave in advance if you have any matters to attend to, Tang Xuhan instructed. Rest assured, President Tang, Qin Li replied, feigning a slip of the tongue. Yang Xingyun, who was already suspicious that Tang Xuhan had merely recruited her because of her cousin, felt even more convinced by Qin Li's half-finished address. She resolved to hold on to this advantageous connection. Tang Xuhan noticed the oddity in his words and cast a curious glance at Qin Li, but assumed it was merely a slip of the tongue, not delving deeper. All right, you may go to lunch now, but remember to be on time for your afternoon shift, Tang Xuhan said, glancing at the clock, which was nearing noon. Yang Xingyun was about to leave when Qin Li cheerfully suggested, President Tang, let us go together. Tang Xuhan shot him a warning look, indicating he should not be too presumptuous, but Qin Li seemed unperturbed. No need. You 2 go ahead, Tang Xuhan said. Qin Li exchanged a knowing glance with Yang Xingyun, who obediently stepped out first. The familial relationship was understandable. I can hire you, but I can also dismiss you at any time, Tang Xuhan stated coldly once Yang Xingyun had exited. This was both a threat and a warning. Qin Li was not easily intimidated by her words and gently inquired, Are you feeling better now? Tang Xuhan merely stared at him with a neutral expression, not responding. In truth, she was uncertain of her own feelings. She recognized that Qin Li was dangerous and unruly, capable of unsettling her, yet she ultimately chose to hire him. She even recalled a famous saying by Zhang Ailing, The nearest path to a woman's heart is through her own understanding. When emotion surfaced in her heart, reason ultimately fell into disarray. As for Yang Xingyun, she indeed secured her position due to her impressive interview performance. Qin Li sat in the chair in front of her desk and spoke earnestly, The world is vast, and that morning I thought we would never cross paths again. Yet, I do not know which divine being has favored me, granting me opportunity after opportunity. Therefore, I now wish to understand you thoroughly, leaving no regrets. I see your strength and rationality, but I am more intrigued by the story behind your sorrowful drinking that day. Also, that day was my first time as well. Tang Shuhan regarded Qin Li, whose gaze was as clear as water, calm and untroubled, devoid of deceit. Her heart became disordered once more. She contemplated his words, realizing that her decision to hire Qin Li might also stem from a desire to leave no regrets. How about giving me a chance? Qin Li said, leaning on the desk, his gaze sincere. Tang Shuhan seemed unaccustomed to such close proximity and leaned back slightly, momentarily at a loss. What opportunity? She asked. Let us have a meal together, Qin Li replied, raising an eyebrow. A delightful afternoon begins with lunch alongside a handsome man. Tang Shuhan responded, let us go. I'm hungry. Qin Li stood up, beckoning her along. Chapter 13. Taking President Tang to eat spicy hot pot. Seeing Tang Shuhan rise, Qin Li's lips curled into a smile. As they exited the office, numerous colleagues greeted Tang Shuhan, to which she nodded in acknowledgement while introducing Qin Li's role. Qin Li greeted them with a smile, prompting whispers among the employees. This little secretary is quite handsome. It seems he and President Tang make quite the pair. Stop joking. I heard there's another one. Why hire two secretaries? Who knows? President Tang must have her own considerations. The company cafeteria was located on the second floor of Shanqing Building, so as soon as Tang Shuhan entered the elevator, she pressed the button for the second floor. However, Qin Li reached out to cancel that and pressed the button for the first floor instead. Where are we going? Tang Shuhan asked, puzzled. I'm taking you to eat something delicious, Qin Li replied mysteriously. Can you handle spicy food? Tang Shuhan nodded. All right then, just don't cry from the spice. Qin Li chuckled. With only an hour for lunch, Tang Shuhan reminded him not to stray too far. As the president maintained a strict demeanor, Qin Li assured her. Don't worry, we'll be fine. There's no need to be anxious. I'm not going to abduct you. Tang Shuhan felt a bit nervous, but it was not due to the fear of being taken away. Rather, her heart raced at the thought of being alone with Qin Li, recalling that night. Why are you so thick-skinned? She shot at him. Qin Li responded earnestly. Others laugh at me for being too lewd, while I laugh at others for being closed-minded. Upon hearing this, Tang Shuhan felt her face heat up, choosing to ignore him. They arrived at the first floor, where Qin Li led her to his sports car, opening the passenger door for her. McLaren 720? I didn't realize you were a rich second generation, Tang Shuhan remarked, surprised. That license plate must have cost a fortune, given its special significance. Actually, I'm a rich first generation, Qin Li laughed. Once Tang Shuhan was seated, Qin Li drove out of the parking lot. Stopping at a crosswalk, they encountered a red light. As he paused, he observed the pedestrians crossing the street. Pointing at those who cast curious glances at them, he said, You know what they're thinking when they look at us? Tang Shuhan frowned and asked, What are they thinking? They're thinking, You're so beautiful. Yet sitting in the passenger seat of a sports car, you must be a gold digger, Qin Li replied. Tang Shuhan glanced at those deliberately looking into the car as they crossed, and skeptically asked, How do you know? Because I used to think the same about others. Qin Li responded with a smile. What a guilty pleasure, Tang Shuhan retorted, rolling her eyes at him. Yet she instinctively opened the sun visor to shield part of her face. This action nearly made Qin Li laugh out loud. This woman was quite proud of her appearance. 10 minutes later, Qin Li finally arrived at his destination, a modest Maokai restaurant. Come on, Tang Zong, let's get out and dine, Qin Li said as he parked the car. Tang Shuhan stepped out, casting a skeptical glance at the inconspicuous Maokai restaurant by the roadside. Although the establishment was small, it appeared to be bustling with patrons. Most diners seemed to be local office workers, as indicated by the various uniforms they wore. Qin Li led her inside, where indeed, the place was nearly full. The environment was surprisingly clean, especially the decor, which evoked a rustic farmhouse ambience. Faux decorations of chili peppers and corn adorned the walls, instantly imparting a sense of relaxation upon entry. A man in his 40s with a bushy beard was busy at the counter, and upon seeing Qin Li, his eyes lit up. Qin Li, it's been a while, you rascal. What's up? Short on cash? Looking for a part-time job? He chuckled. Qin Li pointed to Tang Shuhan beside him and replied, Big beard, do I look like someone here for a part-time job? The big beard turned his attention to Tang Shuhan, his eyes brightening as he complimented. This girl is truly beautiful. Is she your girlfriend? Not yet. She's pursuing me. And I haven't given her an answer, Qin Li said, maintaining a composed demeanor. Tang Shuhan interjected, I wouldn't believe you even if you told me. Choose your dishes. I'll treat you today, considering the beauty here. The big beard handed him a menu. Qin Li laughed heartily, inquiring about Tang Shuhan's preferences while placing their order at the counter. Medium spicy, large portion, he stated. Although Tang Shuhan claimed to enjoy spicy food, he opted for medium spice, which was just right. No problem, just take a seat, the big beard said while continuing his work. Qin Li found a window-side table, and as Tang Shuhan sat down, she curiously observed the surroundings. What do you think? The decor is nice, isn't it? Qin Li asked, noticing her intrigue. Tang Shuhan nodded, responding, It's a tranquil oasis amidst the hustle. Yes, most diners here are white-collar workers from the nearby office building, accustomed to towering skyscrapers. Stepping in here offers a refreshing escape, Qin Li remarked, comfortably leaning back in his chair. Did you used to work here part-time? Tang Shuhan recalled the big beard's earlier comment. Qin Li nodded. In my sophomore year, I wanted to buy a computer but had no money. So I worked part-time here for a while. The big beard is the owner. The decor style was a suggestion I made back then. The Maokai here is quite authentic. A true representation of Sichuan cuisine, although the environment was a bit lacking at first. Now, after renovations, local white-collar workers especially enjoy coming here for lunch, particularly in winter. Tang Shuhan nodded, intrigued, but she found it puzzling that someone driving a luxury sports car would need to work part-time just to purchase a computer. However, she refrained from probing further, as it touched upon Qin Li's personal background, which she felt was still too soon to discuss. Here it comes. Hearing Qin Li's words, Tang Shuhan snapped back to reality. The big beard placed a sturdy ceramic bowl filled with fragrant maokai on their table, followed by a server carrying 2 bowls of rice. Let's see if my cooking has improved, the big beard said, patting Qin Li on the shoulder. No problem, Qin Li replied, tearing open a pair of disposable chopsticks and handing them to Tang Shuhan. Give it a try. Tang Shuhan accepted the chopsticks, and upon seeing the aromatic and slightly spicy maokai, her appetite surged. She picked up a meatball and took a small bite. The rich meat flavor, accompanied by a hint of spiciness, burst in her mouth. The spice was intense but not overwhelming. Rather, it melded beautifully with the savory aroma, leaving her pleasantly surprised. Observing her expression, Qin Li knew this meal was worth it. Yet he playfully asked, "So how is it?" "Not bad," Tang Shuhan replied. What a proud woman, Qin Li thought, recognizing her reluctance to admit how much she enjoyed the food. Nevertheless, he felt quite satisfied. To win a woman's heart, one must first capture her appetite, a principle that resonated with him, albeit with a hint of irony. Chapter 14, Qin Tang Security Company. Qin Li felt a bit full and set down his chopsticks, contentedly patting his stomach. Tang Shuhan had eaten less, perhaps out of modesty. As women's appetites often remain a mystery, they lingered for a while before settling the bill and preparing to leave, as they still had work in the afternoon. Surprisingly, the big beard didn't ask for any payment, and Qin Li didn't insist. Upon exiting, Qin Li opened the passenger door for Tang Shuhan. "You sit in the passenger seat." She insisted, then circled around to the driver's seat and climbed in. Qin Li was taken aback, recalling the light-hearted joke he made on their way here. Was she unwilling to be treated like a kept woman? This woman was intriguing. Qin Li nonchalantly took the passenger seat. Tang Shuhan expertly ignited the engine, reversed, and it was evident that her financial means allowed her regular access to sports cars. Ding. Achievement unlocked. Enjoy a meal with an exquisite beauty. System reward, 1 random lottery draw. Shall we proceed with the draw now? Qin Li was pleasantly surprised that even dining could trigger a system reward. Previously, when he assisted Su Yuanin with upgrades, he encountered a random reward, but he was uncertain if this lottery draw was similar. He hoped it wouldn't yield more musical notes. Glancing at the focused Tang Shuhan, he silently selected yes. The random lottery wheel activated, generating all rewards randomly. The rewards were now set. The lottery commenced. Qin Li watched as a vibrant, colorful wheel appeared in his mind, filled with enticing rewards. 10 million soft currency, 1 skill card, 1 attribute point, 1 functional card, a mansion, an invisible team. The array of rewards made Qin Li's heart race. The wheel began to spin, gradually accelerating. At such speed, he could barely read the inscriptions and randomly shouted stop. The wheel came to a halt, the pointer landing on a particular option, an invisible team. Although Qin Li was uncertain what this team entailed, it was undoubtedly a grand prize, far more valuable than 10 million soft currency. Congratulations. The host has drawn an invisible team. System reward, Qin Tang Security Company. Qin Tang Security Company comprises 28 security personnel, all of whom are utterly loyal to the host. The pertinent information has been relayed to the security company. Please connect accordingly. A vehicle, money, and now personnel. This perfect life system was indeed formidable. Most importantly, the security staff's unwavering loyalty to Qin Li was the system's most impressive feature, though he had no idea how the system achieved this. The name Qin Tang Security Company had a certain ring to it. Could it be that the reward for dining with Tang Shuhan inspired this name? Qin Li pulled out his phone and noticed a new friend request on WeChat. Qin Tang Security Company General Manager Qi Ruyu. The security company's general manager was a woman. After accepting the request, Qi Ruyu quickly sent a message. President Qin, all employees of the security group are on standby. What are your instructions? Qin Li chuckled. This security company's manager seemed quite serious. He clicked on her profile picture, revealing a woman in camouflage attire with short hair. Exuding a spirited aura, her appearance was striking, yet her gaze was sharp and serious. Qin Li playfully replied, "Count off." There was a brief silence on Qi Ruyu's end. A few minutes later, a short video was sent. Qin Li casually clicked on it. The scene of the video unfolded in a spacious office, where a row of people stood straight, both men and women, their posture impeccable and their gazes sharp. A powerful female voice resonated through the video. "Attention, stand straight. And count off. 1, 2, 3. The counting continued until 27, and then the initial girl added a 28. Once assembled, they awaited further instructions. Qin Li felt a wave of embarrassment. He had intended to tease the general manager, but was met with an actual roll call. Since Qin Li's phone volume was turned up, Tang Shuhan also heard it. It was impossible not to notice the loud voice, and the counting persisted for a full minute. Qin Li glanced at Tang Shuhan, who was driving and curiously looking over, and awkwardly chuckled. "I was just watching some military training. It's rather dull." Tang Shuhan merely uttered a dismissive boring, choosing not to engage further. Qin Li then picked up his phone to respond. "Qin Li, send 2 people to secretly safeguard my life. The others remain on standby." Qi Ryu, understood. Qin Li, lack of humor. Qin Li sighed, but then reconsidered. After all, having humor was of no use to bodyguards. As long as they possessed the necessary skills, that was sufficient. Qin Li felt quite satisfied with their work ethic and demeanor. Thus, he transferred 300,000 to Qi Ryu. "Qin Li, a welcome gift, 10,000 each. And 30,000 for you." Qi Ryu, "Thank you, President Qin. You are the most handsome." Qin Li, "It appears this serious female bodyguard also knows how to flatter. Truly, the power of money is invincible." "Shuhan, what work arrangements do we have for the afternoon?" Qin Li inquired, putting away his phone in an attempt to strike up a conversation. Tang Shuhan shot him a cold glance. Qin Li coughed awkwardly a couple of times, realizing he had failed to lighten the mood. "President Tang, a slip of the tongue, a slip of the tongue," Qin Li explained. "We have a meeting. You will meet Yang Xingyun and get acquainted with the heads of various departments, as well as familiarize yourself with the responsibilities of the secretarial position," Tang Shuhan stated seriously. "Oh," Qin Li yawned, the prospect sounding rather tedious. However, Tang Shuhan seemed puzzled. "Why do I feel like Yang Xingyun is somewhat inclined to listen to you?" She had sensed this during their midday office encounter. Yang Xingyun's gaze often drifted toward Qin Li, and after he signaled her, she obediently left. Of course, Tang Shuhan was unaware that in Yang Xingyun's eyes, Qin Li had become her cousin, a figure she vowed to cling to tightly. Listening to Qin Li was tantamount to listening to Tang Shuhan. Therefore, it was no wonder she obeyed. Moreover, Qin Li's fabrication was intended to ensure her compliance. However, he would never admit to this, setting aside emotional matters. In the workplace, when one individual holds sway over another in the same position, it undoubtedly arouses the employer's disdain. Perhaps she is still unfamiliar with the environment. It's quite normal to feel dependent on someone relatively familiar in an unfamiliar setting, Qin Li casually responded. Tang Shuhan nodded, considering the topic closed. At that moment, the sports car halted before a pedestrian crossing, and many passers-by cast curious glances at the vehicle. Unlike Tang Shuhan, who lowered her sun visor, Qin Li rolled down his side window, allowing even more people to see him. Observing Qin Li, who sat comfortably in the passenger seat, Tang Shuhan asked, "Aren't you afraid others will call you a kept man?" "What do I have to fear?" Qin Li retorted with a thick skin. "Being supported by a beauty like you, I willingly accept. A tree without bark will die, and a person without shame is invincible." Qin Li was undoubtedly the most thick-skinned individual Tang Shuhan had encountered in years, without exception. Thus, in the end, Tang Shuhan silently lowered her own sun visor. In the afternoon, a high-level meeting for Fein Live commenced punctually. The primary agenda was for Qin Li and Yang Xingyun to familiarize themselves with several department heads, facilitating future work endeavors. Naturally, although termed a high-level meeting, neither Qin Li nor Yang Xingyun could truly be classified as high-level. Their positions were merely special. At this moment, on the 15th floor of the Xiangqing building, within a conference room, Tang Shuhan occupied the head seat at the table, with Qin Li and Yang Xingyun flanking her sides, followed by 5 directors seated behind. Despite being a high-level meeting, the attending directors, including Tang Shuhan, were quite youthful. After all, as a live-streaming enterprise, it was easier for young people to keep pace with contemporary trends. Hence, the oldest financial director was just over 30, while the directors of marketing, operations, technology, and review departments ranged from 26 to 30 years old, exemplifying youthful prowess. The meeting commenced with Tang Shuhan addressing the attendees. Although Fein Live is under the Xiangqing Group, its independent structure is still not particularly refined. In order to facilitate better operational efficiency in the future, I have recruited 2 secretaries over the past few days. I believe everyone is already aware. Let us take a moment to get acquainted. With that, Tang Shuhan gestured toward Yang Xingyun. Although Yang Xingyun had been quite misled by Qin Li, It was undeniable that her ability to stand out from a pool of exceptional candidates was impressive. At this moment, Yang Xingyun grasped Tang Shuhan's attention and proactively stood up, saying, "Hello, directors. I am Yang Xingyun, and I look forward to working with all of you. I will strive to fulfill my duties, and if I falter in any way, please feel free to provide constructive feedback. Thank you." Applause erupted from the directors, acknowledging her presence. After all, Yang Xingyun was indeed a beauty, albeit slightly overshadowed by Tang Shuhan, who was a rarity in such regard. Once Yang Xingyun sat down, the spotlight shifted to Qinli. Clearing his throat, he stood up, unveiling his signature smile. Truth be told, to those unfamiliar with him, he might appear as a charming and innocent young man, easily leaving a favorable impression. Ironically, it was this very fade that had initially deceived Tang Shuhan, leading to a disastrous outcome. However, now, witnessing his smile, all Tang Shuhan felt was disdain. A conman. "Hello everyone, I am Qinli, and I am equally excited to work with you all. Please do not be misled by my handsome appearance. In truth, I harbor a sense of inferiority. Therefore, if you find anything I do commendable, I hope you will praise me. Thank you." At that moment, Chen Shuo, the operations director, a portly man, was in the midst of sipping water when Qin Li's words caused him to erupt, splattering half the conference table. The other directors couldn't stifle their laughter. What utter nonsense about inferiority. I've never seen someone so thick-skinned while claiming to be insecure. Tang Shuhan could only shake her head in disbelief, pondering how she had been so blind that night to have perceived Qin Li as innocent and sunny. "Handsome man, if you want us to praise you, what isn't it for us?" teased the only female director, smiling. Qin Li and Yang Xingyun had already reviewed the profiles of several individuals and were well acquainted. Thus, Qin Li recognized that this sole female director was Wang Yan, the marketing director. "Of course there is. After the meeting, I will treat everyone to bubble tea, delivered right to your desks," Qin Li replied with a grin. "Sounds great." Chen Shuo, wiping the table dry, cheerfully exclaimed in Xiangjiang dialect, "Handsome guy, I like you." Qin Li responded in the same accent, "No need, I only like beautiful women." Upon the utterance of this remark, the conference room erupted into peals of laughter. Never before had a high-level meeting, which had previously been rather solemn, been so filled with joviality. Tang Shuhan was equally surprised by Qin Li's ability to enliven the atmosphere. As a subtle smile graced her lips, the normally arrogant Yang Xingyun found herself surprisingly admiring Qin Li, who could engage in light-hearted banter even in the presence of the company's executives. This was true confidence. It turned out that beyond being a wealthy heir, he was remarkably exceptional. However, after a bout of merriment, the meeting needed to resume. Tang Shuhan motioned for silence and proceeded to discuss other work-related matters. Both Qin Li and Yang Xingyun dutifully opened their laptops to take minutes, fulfilling one of the secretary's responsibilities. Before the meeting concluded, Qin Li inquired about their preferred milk tea, and the directors eagerly provided their choices. After placing the order on his phone, once the milk tea arrived, Qin Li made his rounds through the offices, engaging in casual conversation with several directors. As they were mostly of the same age, there was little generational gap, allowing for a carefree exchange of banter. Yet, during the conversation, the portly Chen Shuo unexpectedly asked Qin Li which Japanese celebrity he favored. Upon hearing Takeshi Kitano in response, he quickly fell silent. Internally, Qin Li scoffed at the audacity of someone attempting to exploit his academic resources. Such behavior was utterly contemptible. After an afternoon of wandering, Qin Li successfully clocked out. He used the pretext of returning to school to urge his roommates to complete their assignments as a reason to decline Yang Xingyun's invitation to dinner. He refrained from pursuing Tang Shuhan further, believing that patience would yield finer results. Having shared a meal with her today was already a significant advancement. Excessive persistence might evoke her disdain. Moreover, Qin Li had no desire to pursue a woman without dignity. Although he had never experienced romance, he firmly resolved never to become an obsequious suitor. That which is too easily obtained is seldom cherished. Women, too, are no exception. Those like Zhang Lifan, who shamelessly fawn over others, are doomed to remain mere backups, a spare tire at best, merely serving as a jack when a real replacement is needed. Thus, after work, Qin Li drove straight back to school, opting to park outside the campus. Having spent 3 years in the student council, he was well known among the students. What if someone recognized him driving a luxury car upon entering the campus? What if he encountered numerous girls professing their affection for him? How could he refuse without breaking their hearts? And what if his acceptance hurt Tang Shuhan's feelings? Sighing, Qin Li parked the car and sat in the driver's seat, reflecting on the immense sacrifices he had made for Tang Shuhan. Ultimately, he bore the weight of it all alone. Chapter 16. I am madly in love with Qin Li. At Jinjiang University, in the male dormitory building 21, room 101, Qin Li entered to find all 3 of his roommates present. each intently hunched over their computer desks, engrossed in something. Curiously, he approached only to discover their furrowed brows. Each of their screens displayed nothing but blank documents. What on earth? Have you encountered some ghost? Qin quipped. It's tough. Zhang Lifan was the first to sigh. Li Jiang nodded, muttering, so difficult. Yang Ming appeared somewhat more composed, albeit not entirely normal. He simply turned to Qin Li and weakly remarked, Li Ge, you're back? Qin Li was taken aback. Are you three all right? Tonight, I'll treat you to dinner. And each of you is allowed to invite a girl. What do you say? Qin Li proposed. However, the response was not as enthusiastic as he had anticipated. Instead, Zhang Lifan glared at Qin Li indignantly, retorting, Old Qin, don't even think about humiliating me. If we bring girls along, they'll just end up with you. Qin Li felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief, akin to a dog biting El Dongbin. You three can go eat dung for all I care, he replied dismissively. Just then, Li Jiang sighed again, lamenting, it's tough. Qin Li couldn't contain his curiosity any longer and decided to approach the least affected, Yang Ming. Mingzi, tell me, what on earth has happened to you all? Qin Li asked, draping an arm around Yang Ming's shoulder. Yang Ming grimaced, Li Gu, we're trying to complete our assignments. Qin Li frowned, intrigued, what assignment? It's the college employment guidance assignment, Yang Ming replied helplessly. College employment guidance? ISNT that the assignment Yang Yue assigned for collection? Qin Li exclaimed. It's simply to write about the challenges faced in job hunting. Is that really so difficult? Even if you Haven-T looked for a job, you could just make something up, right? Yang Ming sensed Qin Li's confusion and continued. We're trying to figure out how to write it in a way that will grab teacher Yang's attention. Upon hearing Yang Ming's explanation, Qin Li nearly choked on his own saliva, wanting to exclaim just 2 words. Deserved it. You guys are ridiculous, Qin Li criticized. Li Gu, didn't you see the class group chat? Yang Ming asked. Someone in the group asked if those who successfully passed the entrance exam were exempt from this assignment. But teacher Yang said everyone must write it, and she would select a few outstanding submissions for special rewards in the next class. Everyone is putting in their utmost effort, especially the boys in our class. Li Gu, I know you're charming, but I still want to try, so please don't distract me. So Zhang Lifan's mention of flirting was referring to Yang Yue? Special rewards? I hope Yang Yue just slaps each of you awake. Qin Li looked at Yang Ming's forlorn expression and retorted, Aren't you supposed to have a girlfriend? Dude, women are like clothes. I want to buy a new outfit to switch things up, Yang Ming shamelessly replied. Qin Li was left speechless by his roommate's antics. He simply pulled out his phone and opened their group chat. Scrolling through the messages, he found that what Yang Ming said was indeed true. However, Yang Yue's intention was clearly for them to complete their assignments properly. Yet, due to her captivating charm, they had misinterpreted her encouragement. Had it been a balding middle-aged male instructor, they would have likely forgotten about the assignment altogether. Qin Li typed a message and sent it. Let me see how everyone's assignments are coming along. Fu Yanhai, blank. Luo Shuguang, blank. Li Xiaolong, blank. These hormone-driven miscreants. Yet, seeing their disheartened expressions brought Qin Li a sense of joy, prompting him to stoke the flames further. Everyone keep at it. The first 10 who send me their assignments will receive Yang's WeChat contact. She has some lovely life photos. Fu Yanhai, almost done. Luo Shuguang, nearly finished. Li Xiaolong, who can finish faster than me? Fu Yanhai, right, you're a speedster. Yang Yue. Yang Yue, Qin Li, please be kind. After sending the message, Qin Li looked up to find all 3 of his roommates gathered around him, their eyes filled with longing. Li Gu, have mercy on your brothers. I've never seen a teacher as beautiful as Yang before, Yang Ming shamelessly declared. Yes, boss, share it with me. Let me pay my respects first, Zhang Lifan added lewdly. However, it was Li Jiang who was the most straightforward. Dad, I'll treat you to spicy hot pot. Qin Li looked disdainfully at his 3 roommates, smirking. Look at how inexperienced you all are. He couldn't be bothered to engage with them further. Qin Li picked up his phone and edited a message to send to the group. Qin Li, since teacher Yang disagrees, I have no other choice. Qin Li, I hope all of you will privately message me your assignments as soon as possible. Female classmates, please maintain your dignity and refrain from confessing your feelings. Fu Yanhai, where's the face? Luo Shuguang, where's the face? Li Xiaolong, where's the face? Yang Yue, where's the face? Qin Li raised an eyebrow and then sent a large red envelope in the group, which required a password to open. Fu Yanhai, I really love Qin Li. Luo Shuguang, I really love Qin Li. Li Xiaolong, I really love Qin Li. Yang Yue, I really love Qin Li. Yang Yue retracted a message. The power of money is truly magnificent. Qin Li smugly turned off his phone, glancing at the several disgruntled individuals. He waved his hand and said, let's go eat. After a round of banter, the few of them were left with no choice but to obediently follow him. The dining location was still on the 3rd floor of the canteen. The 3rd floor was occupied by various hotel-style vendors, ensuring a clean environment, a diverse menu, and delicious food, albeit at slightly higher prices than the first and second floors. However, Qin did not mind. He was never one to be stingy, especially now as a successful individual earning 100,000 a day. This small amount of money was merely a drop in the ocean. Yet, during the meal, Qin did not remain idle. He opened his phone to check on Fei Yin's live broadcast. His account had a balance of 5 million notes. Su Yuanin was not currently live, but Qin noticed her follower count had already surpassed 200,000. This was nothing short of a miracle for a novice streamer without any backing or guild who had only just begun broadcasting. Checking Su Yuanin's level, he recalled that he had helped her reach level 34 the other day. Today, to his surprise, she had already ascended to level 35. It seemed others had also gifted her during her broadcasts. However, this was not advantageous for Qin, as the system's task was to assist Su Yuanin in leveling up. If others helped her, he would receive no rewards. Therefore, Qin decisively clicked on the broadcast reminder. Chapter 17. Love truly drives one mad. That evening, Qin and the 3 roommates battled in the heroic canyon until the late hours of the night. It had been quite a while since he had enjoyed gaming so thoroughly, and thus, after several hours, Qin felt particularly satisfied. The next day, he woke up, signed in as usual, had breakfast, and then departed for work on time. Today, he had a class, specifically a marketing course, but Qin did not intend to attend. Not only did he have a good relationship with the teacher, but given his own capabilities, he would not fail. Thus, he simply sent a text to the teacher to request leave. Qin then drove his McLaren, taking a detour to the gas station before finally arriving at the parking lot of Shangqing Tower. After parking, as he stepped out of the car, he noticed a white Porsche pulling in. He took a moment to admire it before striding over to the Porsche's parking space. "Good morning, General Manager Tang." Qin greeted with a smile. Indeed, the occupant of the Porsche was none other than Tang Shuhan. She stepped out of the car, casting a brief glance at him before saying, "Morning. On such a beautiful morning, why so serious?" Qin quipped, raising an eyebrow. "No mood." Tang Shuhan replied as she locked the car door. Curious, Qin inquired, "What troubles you?" Tang Shuhan met his gaze for a moment, hesitating before replying. "You'll know when you get upstairs." Playing coy? All right then. Qin followed her to the 15th floor. Upon arriving, he noticed a large bouquet of bright red roses displayed on the reception desk. The receptionist, seeing Tang Shuhan approach, hesitantly pointed to the roses and said, "General Manager Tang." This. Tang Shuhan merely glanced at it and decisively said, "As per usual, throw it away." "All right, understood," the receptionist nodded. Tang Shuhan entered her office without another word. It was then that Qin realized why Tang Shuhan was in a bad mood. It was due to his romantic rival's antics. "Hello there, miss." Qin approached the receptionist with a friendly smile. She returned his greeting, "Secretary Qin, hello." Qin pointed at the roses and asked, "Who sent these?" Quite bold to confess in the company. The receptionist, slightly puzzled, replied, "Secretary Qin, you didn't know? Oh right, you're new here. It happens almost every morning that someone sends roses to General Manager Tang, but I'm not at liberty to say who." "All right then. Enlighten me. I'm quite curious," Qin pressed. The receptionist shrank back slightly, saying, "Well, everyone knows, but I'm afraid to say. No harm done. Just remember to throw them away. They're an eyesore," Qin added as he finished signing in. Instead of heading to Tang Shuhan's office, he made his way directly to the director's office of the operations department. Upon reaching the office, he knocked on the door. "Come in," came Chen Shua's voice from within. Chen Shua was already at work quite early. Qin entered and said candidly, "Old Chen, I need to ask you something." "What is it?" "Come, sit down and talk." Chen Shua welcomed him warmly. Of course, aside from the minor annoyance of Qin's admiration for Kitano Takashi, he had a favorable impression of him. "I just saw a large bouquet of roses at the reception," Qin began, only to leave the statement hanging. Chen Shua assumed he was asking about something else. "Oh, that. Everyone on this floor knows about it, but you probably haven't heard since you came in late," Chen Shua replied nonchalantly. Qin was taken aback by his trivial remarks. "Get to the point. I'm quite curious," he retorted impatiently. Chen Shua chuckled but remained silent, merely gazing at him with an amused expression. "I'll treat you to lunch," Qin offered, his tone dripping with disdain. "Deal," Chen Shua praised him before continuing. "Do you know what the core business of Shangqing Tower is?" "That would be the film industry," Qin answered casually. Although Shangqing Group's ventures had spread far and wide, their initial and still most pivotal business remained in the film industry. Shangqing Film Culture Company, Limited, is one of the leading film companies in Huaxia. Yes, the roses were sent by a director from Shangqing Film, located on the 21st floor, Chen Shua explained. "Although we are both directors, I am nowhere near his level. He is a true big shot." Qin understood this, considering that Fei Yin's live streaming was just beginning, far from the stature of Shangqing Film. It was said that General Manager Tang had previously worked on the 21st floor, supposedly to avoid such situations, yet the morning roses had not been evaded. Moreover, since you're treating, I'll share another big secret with you. Qin Li, intrigued by Chen Shua's mysterious tone, asked, "What secret? Do you know what the surname of the chairman of Xiangqing Group is?" Chen Shua squinted as he asked. "Tang," Qin Li replied casually, only to realize the implications of his words. "Are you implying?" Chen Shua nodded, confirming Qin Li's suspicions. Qin Li was momentarily taken aback. The commercial giant steering Xiangqing Group, Tang Xiuhua, was actually Tang Shuhan's father? Had he inadvertently become involved with a super-rich heiress? But upon further reflection, Qin Li found himself bewildered again. If Tang Shuhan had such a background, why was she so elusive? Chen Shua seemed to comprehend his confusion, and in a hushed tone explained, "It is said that the suitor pursuing General Manager Tang is also of considerable standing. Now do you understand?" Qin Li suddenly grasped the situation. It was not that Tang Shuhan was timid, rather, her rival was formidable. Furthermore, this likely entailed a powerful commercial alliance through marriage. Tang Xiuhua was likely aware of this, and perhaps even supported such a union, allowing others to pursue his daughter within his own company. However, after piecing everything together, Qin Li was left feeling furious, because he recalled the first encounter with T-ing Shhn. At that time, he was unaware of what drove a woman to seek solace in intoxication, especially after understanding the remarkable strength of T-ing Shhn's character. His curiosity about the story behind her began to deepen. However, it seemed he was starting to grasp it now. With understanding came compassion, and with compassion arose anger. What of T-ing Qigu? What significance did immense power hold? No one would harm her again. Loqn. The familiarity in the way Ch and Shu addressed him suggested a camaraderie, perhaps stemming from the rapport he shared with Q and L. "I advise you not to act impulsively." "No." Q and L returned to his senses, feigning nonchalance. "Do not pretend. Your gaze moments ago was murderous." As Ch and Shu recalled Q and L's expression, he began to understand why Q and L had been inquiring so intently. It was, after all, for love. Love is liberating, yet ensnared within the cage of power, Ch and Shu philosophically remarked. Q and L smiled dismissively. "Then let us shatter that cage." Ch and Shu felt a jolt within. Despite thinking Q and L's words were grandiose, he was moved. This world lacks those who refuse to yield. Yet, precisely due to this scarcity, they command the respect of others. "Although I suspect you are boasting, I still admire you," Ch and Shu sighed. Q and L cast an amused glance at the rotund figure before him and inquired, "If I were to confront him one day, whom would you support?" This him naturally referred to Q and L's formidable rival. He is affluent, holds a prestigious position, and possesses a powerful background. Ch and Shu's voice grew fervent as he declared, "Thus, I would undoubtedly back you. Though you possess little, you are indeed handsome, and once a brother for life. Would I, Ch and Shu, be so treacherous?" Satisfied, Q and L nodded. He then lowered the pen he had been pressing against Ch and Shu's throat. "Let us meet for lunch at noon," he said, stepping out. Ch and Shu surveyed the empty office, chuckling softly to himself. Love truly drives one to madness. Chapter 18. The Obedient Secretarial Assistant Ying MSH. Q and L arrived outside T-ing Shhn's office and knocked on the door. "Please enter." Upon stepping inside, he saw T-ing Shn engaged in conversation with Ying Xen. "Where have you been? How did you vanish in the blink of an eye?" T-ing Shn glanced at him and inquired. "Oh, Sich and Ziangji requested my attention for a matter." Q and L lied without a hint of embarrassment. T-ing Shn nodded, stating, "From now on, the office next to mine will belong to you too. I just discussed the schedule for the coming days with Xen. You both should communicate about it." Thus, Q and L accompanied Ying Xen to the adjacent office. The office was quite spacious, furnished with 2 desks. Q and L chose the desk with the better position and sat down first. Ying Xen, now quite compliant in Q and L's presence, occasionally flirted with him. After witnessing Q and L's capable and assertive demeanor, she found herself confused about whether she genuinely had feelings for him or simply desired to marry into wealth. Consequently, after observing Q and L's choice, Ying Xen instinctively occupied the remaining desk. T-ing Ziying will be on a business trip next Monday, and we were both assigned to accompany her. Ying Xen informed Q and L, who was surveying his surroundings. Today is Friday, which means next Monday is the day after tomorrow. Q and L paused, then asked where to. MNGZHSH. Fei Yan Live has a large commercial event there, Ying Xen replied. However, the initial plan was for the marketing director to attend. I'm not sure why T-ing Ziying decided to go herself. What else could it be? Q and L understood all too well. This woman had once again chosen to evade reality, and this time, she was escaping to the distant MNGZHSH. Q and L felt a wave of sympathy. Is there anything else? He asked, slightly agitated. Yang Xingyin, unaware of his sudden impatience, replied politely. Just some documents that need handling, but I can manage those. Truth be told, while Yang Xingyin still retained her inherent arrogance and possessiveness, she no longer dared to exhibit any temper in front of QNL. Instead, she constantly sought ways to please him. QNL nodded, indifferent. He had no inclination to deal with paperwork. After a moment's thought, he took out his phone and opened a conversation with QRY. QNL, find out who sends flowers to TINGSHHN daily. QNL, I want all their information. QRY understood. It must be said that QNT Security possesses formidable operational capabilities. Within mere minutes, QRY sent a document to his WeChat. QNL opened the file and spent nearly half an hour reviewing it before he finally closed the document. After finishing, he composed another message. QNL, find a way to get close to him and gather leverage against him. QRY understood. As a subordinate, QRY was exceedingly competent. He neither questioned the reasons nor bargained with his superior. After reviewing the information, QNL recognized the distance that still lay between himself and the individual in question. Despite the assistance of the system, in terms of resources and background, he was not yet at a level to confront him directly. However, that did not mean QNL would remain silent or accept any harm done to TINGSHHN. The saying that a gentleman takes his revenge 10 years later is utter nonsense. Could TINGSHHN endure for 10 years? QNL was acutely aware of his own advantages, which lay in QNT security. Thus, he chose to utilize its power. Yang Ming's perspective on QNL in this regard was indeed astute. He held a grudge and sought immediate retribution. As the morning passed by in a haze, Yang Xingyin remained industrious. As noon approached, QNL said, "Let us go out for lunch." Yang Xingyin asked, "Just the two of us?" QNL, aware of her thoughts, merely replied, "And CH and Shu." In Yang Xingyin's mind, she always believed that TINGSHHN was QNL's cousin. Furthermore, QNL was unperturbed by the possibility of CH and Shu revealing his relationship with TINGSHHN. Firstly, CH and Shu, having reached his current position, was certainly not a loose-lipped individual. Secondly, even if CH and Shu were to expose it, what of it? He had plenty of ways to ensure Yang Xingyin remained compliant. Very well, Yang Xingyin wanted to say something, but ultimately just nodded obediently. For some reason, the more she interacted with QNL, the more diminutive she felt. Although her initial intention was to seduce him and marry into affluence, she did not wish to feel so subservient. Yet gradually, in front of QNL, her words became increasingly submissive. She still remembered when they first met. She thought QNL was a simple and easily manageable young man. But now, he was a puzzle she could no longer decipher. Lacking confidence in his presence, she had begun to find herself habitually seeking to appease him. QNL, of course, remained oblivious to her thoughts. He had no desire to speculate on Yang Xingyin's mindset. When lunchtime arrived, QNL initially intended to invite TINGSHHN to join them. However, she was not in the office, likely having already gone to the canteen at CHingDSH. QNL's invitation to lunch would certainly not take place in the company cafeteria. Adjacent to CHingDSH was BIHUSHNGSH, which housed numerous dining establishments on its 7th floor. Thus, they would not need to venture far. QNL treated the two to an extravagant Western meal. The cost was exorbitant, primarily due to CH and Shu, who devoured 4 sirloin steaks on his own. Indeed, there was a reason for his corpulence. QNL and Yang Xingyin were left utterly astounded. Resolved to only treat this portly fellow to buffet meals in the future, specifically the most economical steak buffet. However, naturally refrained from disclosing the intimate conversations shared between the two. Their dialogue revolved around amusing anecdotes from the office. Yet, once the meal concluded, observed a peculiar glint in S. gaze directed towards, particularly when he witnessed her pouring drinks and serving food for him. After finishing their meal, even folded S. napkin. Who exactly is S. secretary? Pondered, feeling somewhat perplexed. Upon returning to the office, he promptly pulled aside and inquired furtively, "How did you manage this, you rascal?" Somewhat bewildered, replied, "What are you talking about? In just a couple of days, how did you win her over? That S. remarkably swift," exclaimed, utterly baffled. It was at this moment that grasped S. meaning and casually remarked, "Perhaps it's my personal charm." Retorted with a scoff and insisted, "Stop with the nonsense. Teach me a few tricks." With a hint of annoyance, replied, "Why would you want to learn that?" Responded, "Do I not need it? I am a man too. You know, conquering women is part of my instinct, all right? Speak up, or I shall sever ties with you." Under pressure, patted his shoulder and said, "Is too complex for you to comprehend. Instead, let me teach you a simpler approach." Simple is fine, but it must yield quick results, replied, easily appeased. Very well. Lowered his voice and said, as long as you are sufficiently endowed, winning over a woman requires just one night. Instinctively asked, what if one is not sufficiently endowed? Fell silent, as if he had suddenly understood something. In Chapter 19, had matters to attend to that afternoon, as was live streaming. He could finally earn rewards once more. Of course, the secretary duties were still handled by, in truth, had not employed any tactics with. Nonetheless, he could surmise the evolution of her psychological state. Initially, in S eyes, was merely a naive and slightly foolish university student, easily manipulated at her whim. Subsequently, as feigned the persona of a wealthy heir, S ambition to marry into affluence was ignited, especially with pretending to be S cousin, further fueling her aspirations. However, later became indifferent towards her, even denying her the opportunity to dine together, which severely undermined her confidence. Gradually, her attempts at seduction transformed into submission and flattery, as she believed that only through obedience and charm would she have a chance. The greater the ambition, the more one must sacrifice in the end. S assumptions were not far from the truth. Yet, what he had not anticipated was his own exceptional qualities and unwavering confidence. This magnetic charisma had ensnared to an extent she found hard to escape. Love marks the true beginning of a woman's descent. However, was oblivious to this. As certain biases had already taken root from the outset, he retrieved his phone and opened S streaming session. Due to his status as a super tycoon, a distinct notification greeted him upon entering the live stream. The audience, recognizing him, flooded the chat with comments. The Big Brother has arrived. The Big Brother returns to the live stream. Is the Big Brother here to listen to songs? Noticed and joyfully exclaimed, welcome. Are you here to listen to songs? Isn't he untouchable? There's some insider information. Has the host already succumbed? Wow. The Tycoon's moves are swift since S online name was. S address instantly sparked fervent discussions among viewers. Type the comment and send it out. Let us listen to a song. The Big Brother wants to hear a song. Rumor has it a song is worth $1 million. Let me see if that's true. Before entered, the live stream had merely a few tens of thousands of viewers, but within 2 minutes of his arrival, it surged to 200,000. Were they here to see the host or the tycoon? Moreover, had yet to shower gifts. Naturally, noticed S comment and promptly played the accompaniment for. The melodious tune resonated as the night wind blew coldly. Reflecting on past grievances, he was filled with anger. Listened entranced. And since he wasn't wearing headphones, also heard it. Seems like she's singing better than last time, suddenly remarked. Indeed, concurred, a smile gracing his face. Upon receiving his affirmation, felt unexpectedly satisfied, only to suddenly realize, was she being too humble? As the song ended, prepared to attend to more serious matters. Beautiful. The host must have practiced in secret. Yes, it sounds much better than the first time. It's over for the other female hosts once again. Transformed into the Super Tycoon. Congratulations to for successfully renewing the Super Tycoon status in S live stream. He continued renewing the Super Tycoon status 10 times, with each costing 200,000, totaling 4 million. Wait, 2 million this time? Is this a real-life scenario of having a mine at home? I want to acknowledge him as my father. With each renewal, the system returned 15 million, resulting in a return of 150 million. Used this sum to gift a Starlight Journey to the host. Gifted the host a Starlight Journey. Whoa, 300 Starlight Journeys isn't, each one worth 5,000. Is this being given away like cabbage? Calculating, 2 million was cleared. One song cost 2 million. The host's value has skyrocketed. Thank you. You've given too much. Despite her previous experience, was once again astounded by the 2 million onslaught. This was a figure that an ordinary person might never earn in a lifetime, and she had received it simply for singing a song? Of course, she wouldn't actually receive the full 2 million. That would be subject to the live streaming platform's revenue sharing. May I treat you to a meal? Genuinely didn't know how to respond to such a generous gift. Do you think a meal is worth 2 million? The Big Brother prefers to dine under the covers. Which city are you in? Glanced at the comments and replied, I'm in, always welcoming. Upon hearing this, raised his eyebrows. He would be heading to on Monday since was going on a business trip. Sincerely stating, I'll be on a business trip to on Monday. The Big Brother is impressive. It seems a scandal is blossoming. Host. Make sure to clean up nicely. Really? Exclaimed excitedly. I'll wait for you to come over. Please contact me when you arrive. All right, please act like a decent human being. Online dating? Dating confirmed at this moment, stretched lazily and unexpectedly caught S gaze upon him. What are you looking at? Inquired. Are you going for a date? Stammered. Yang Xingyun was clearly listening intently the entire time. The host repeatedly referred to Qin Li as Li Gu, making it difficult for her not to ponder the implications. Observing her cautious demeanor, Qin Li felt an undeniable sense of satisfaction. His male vanity was thoroughly gratified. Yang Xingyun possessed both beauty and capability, and she was also a rather self-assured and cunning young woman. Only a man of superior merit like himself could tame such a spirited girl, Qin shamelessly mused. However, he had not donned headphones, thus he was untroubled by the thought of Yang Xingyun overhearing their conversation. Well, I'll just have a meal with the little host. Qin replied. What is it? He asked, looking at her. After work, could you possibly give me a ride back to school? Yang Xingyun inquired, her cheeks slightly flushed. No, Qin replied without hesitation. Oh, Yang Xingyun felt a wave of desolation wash over her, for she realized that she had genuinely developed feelings for Qin. Chapter 20. Can the small goals be achieved? Ding. The host successfully helped the streamer Su Yuanin reach level 40, triggering a random system reward. System reward, a luxury penthouse in Shuyu Huaqing, with purchase documentation temporarily stored at the Shuyu Huaqing sales office. Please collect it with your ID. Ding. The host successfully helped the streamer Su Yuanin reach level 50, triggering another random system reward. System reward, 5 shopping benefit cards, each worth 1 million, with a limited time of 1 hour. Using this card after spending will yield a multiple cash back, with a multiplier randomly chosen between 1 and 100. Qin spent 2 million, merely elevating Su Yuanin's level to 51. From level 35 to 51, he had only received 2 system rewards. His previous million spent had also yielded 2 rewards. Indeed, it became increasingly challenging as one progressed. Nevertheless, Qin was already quite content. Shuyu Huaqing was a renowned upscale community in Jinjiang City, adjacent to People's Park, boasting a beautiful environment. Moreover, it was a penthouse. Most importantly, it was not far from Shanqing Tower, just a short drive of 10 minutes. With less than 2 months until his graduation, this house came at a most opportune time. Furthermore, with the shopping benefit cards, if he were to spend 1 million within an hour and hit the jackpot with a multiplier of 100, that would mean a cash back of 100 million. Could he instantaneously achieve his small goal? Even if his luck faltered and he got a 1x return, it would still be akin to acquiring 1 million worth of goods for free. Moreover, the system generously granted him 5 such benefit cards, while others spent money. He would be profiting from his shopping. How extravagantly delightful. Qin's heart surged with excitement. He could hardly wait to embark on a shopping spree. Previously, the system rewarded him with 5 million in cash, and after giving 30,000 to Qintang security, he still had around 5 million on his card. More than sufficient for his expenditures. He would look at the house over the weekend, but he was already eager to use the shopping card. Glancing at his phone, he noticed Su Yuanin was chatting with other viewers. The conversation revolved around what Qin should be treated to when he visited Mingzhu City. Host, please buy the big brother some milk. I think he loves steamed buns. Nonsense, he clearly loves abalone. Qin was momentarily taken aback by the barrage of comments. This group was indeed quite exuberant, even making him feel a little excited. Untouchable, I'll come back to listen to music later. I'm off now. Untouchable, by the way, you all are too lively. Untouchable, bye. Haha, the big brother praised me. You upstairs, do you still have any shame? Lively means you're being complimented. All right, Li Gu, you go ahead. See you next time, Su Yuanin said sweetly. Qin chuckled and exited the live stream. As for the remaining 3 million musical notes, he would save them for future use. Moderation would ensure continuous surprises. Today, as surprises were already quite sufficient. Qin put away his phone and glanced at Yang Xingyun, who was busily working. A slight pang of guilt struck him, for Yang Xingyun was currently handling the workload of 2 people. Thus, he cleared his throat. Ahem, Xingyun. Huh. Yang Xingyun, momentarily caught off guard by his call, felt a warmth surge through her. Previously, Qin had always addressed her formally, either by her full name or as Secretary Yang, sometimes even as Old Yang. I'll give you a ride back to school tonight, Qin stated, looking at her. Upon hearing this, Yang Xingyun's face flushed instantly, and she felt a sudden shyness. Noticing her silence, Qin inquired with curiosity, what's wrong? Don't you want me to give you a ride? No, I do. Yang Xingyun quickly interjected, realizing she might have come off too forward, causing her face to redden even further. Observing her blushing countenance, Qin thought to himself that her acting was quite impressive. If she were to entice someone else, it would have surely worked. Yet, who could have foreseen encountering him? In his mind, Yang Xingyun's every action was merely a ploy to marry into wealth and cling to a powerful figure. He never entertained the notion of any emotional entanglement with her. It was simply a matter of mutual deception. You carry on, I'll go visit Chen Shua, Qin stated, noticing that there was still some time before work ended. Okay, I'll find you after work, Yang Xingyun replied, her excitement palpable. Qin found himself momentarily taken aback by her eager compliance to his command. Am I bullying you? How can you appear so content? Even if you wish to marry me or please me, please do not look so satisfied, he thought. Aren't you supposed to be possessive? Aren't you supposed to be self-assured? Your enjoyment truly gives me an overwhelming sense of conquest. before getting lost in Yang Xingyun's flattery. Qin Li hastily exited the office. Taking a deep breath, he muttered to himself, "Women are indeed devils. Luckily, I escaped swiftly." In Qinshua's office, Qin Li engaged in conversation for a while before successfully clocking out. He suddenly felt akin to a slacker, grappling with guilt over the salary provided by Xianqing Group. This job was hardly taxing. With Yang Xingyun attending to his work, he could chat with Qinshua or, in his absence, engage with other directors. Whenever he had a moment of idleness, he could even tease the proud CEO. Such a life felt rather hollow, yet he relished it. After work, a passenger joined Qin Li in the front seat, Yang Xingyun, of course. As he drove, he stole glances at her, noticing her cheerful demeanor. Yang Xingyun caught his gaze and immediately became demure. "What are you looking at?" she asked. "Nothing. By the way, Lao Yang, I have a question for you. Did you study acting in college?" Qin Li asked curiously. Hearing him call her Lao Yang again made Yang Xingyun want to punch him, though it was merely a fleeting thought. Ultimately, she responded honestly, "No, I studied economics." "Oh," Qin Li pondered, wondering if her acting skills were innate. Yang Xingyun and Qin Li attended different universities. She was from Jinjiang Financial University. This institution was renowned for its prowess in economics and management, ranking among the top in all of Huaxia. Many elite figures in the domestic financial sector were graduates of this university. Therefore, being able to study economics at Jinjiang Financial University indicated Yang Xingyun's formidable capabilities. Qin Li thought that if he did not lead her astray, even if she worked as a secretary in Feiying Live, she would undoubtedly achieve great success and might even ascend to a high-ranking position within Xianqing Group. Bah! How could that possibly be considered leading her astray? I am fully aware of her remarkable capabilities. Hence, I entrusted all the work to her. It was a trial of endurance. Qin Li silently justified his actions, and suddenly, the weight on his shoulders dissipated. Indeed, I am truly magnanimous. I sacrificed myself to elevate Yang Xingyun. Yes, I shall persist in this noble endeavor. Chapter 21. The Formidable Secretary Yang. Jinjiang Financial University is situated further away from Xiangqing Mansion than Jinjiang University. After a 40-minute journey, Qin Li successfully arrived at Jinjiang Financial University. However, this time he did not park his sports car outside. Instead, he drove straight to the dormitory building where Yang Xingyun resided. "Qin Li, thank you for bringing me back," Yang Xingyun said cheerfully. "No problem. Just go home and rest," Qin Li replied. Hum. Yang Xingyun nodded and then pushed open the car door to exit. The sight of such an expensive luxury car parked in front of the girls' dormitory had already attracted considerable attention. Now that Yang Xingyun had alighted, whispers of speculation ensued. Nevertheless, Qin Li remained unfazed by the gossip. Moreover, Yang Xingyun was indifferent as well, behaving like a charming little rabbit in front of Qin Li. In school, she embodied the essence of a proud peacock. Would a peacock care about the opinions of a wild hen? Certainly not. However, some wild hens were particularly audacious. At that moment, a girl, just emerging from the dormitory, witnessed Yang Xingyun stepping out of the car. "So it's you, Xingyun. I knew it. Only you could befriend a wealthy man in our dormitory. The rest of us are simply unworthy," the girl sarcastically remarked. It was evident that there was animosity between them. Qin Li, who had intended to leave, found himself intrigued and decided to stay. A delightful spectacle was unfolding. Yang Xingyun regarded the girl with a disdainful expression and retorted, "Li Jiayu, with your capabilities, you are indeed unworthy." The girl named Li Jiayu was instantly incensed. "Yang Xingyun, shamelessly flaunting your wealthy companion in broad daylight. You take pride in what should be a source of shame. You truly lack decency." Yang Xingyun remained unperturbed. She was not one to back down easily, a fact Qin Li had recognized the first time they met. "Your jealousy is rather unbecoming," she said, casting a haughty glance at Li Jiayu. As if she had never considered her arrival, Qin Li stifled a laugh at the sight. Hearing Yang Xingyun call her ugly only fueled Li Jiayu's fury. "No matter how beautiful you think you are, you're nothing but a harlot." She had begun to act like a shrew. Qin Li grimaced. The insults being hurled lacked any finesse. A touch of eloquence would have made their exchange more palatable. Nevertheless, the confrontation was undeniably captivating. "Oh, I forgot to buy some sunflower seeds," Yang Xingyun said with narrowed eyes, her anger also rising. Even a clay figure possesses a modicum of temper, let alone someone as self-assured as she. "Li Jiayu, do you know why I have tolerated you for so long? Because I felt pity for you. However, I now want to tell you this. You are inferior to me in looks, physique, and academics, in every aspect. Even your boyfriend, Dong Peng, secretly pursues me behind your back. But rest assured, I have no interest in him." What a bold claim, Qin Li thought, exhilarated by Yang Xingyun's fierce retort. Witnessing her unwavering strength, he couldn't help but cheer for her internally. Li Jiayu was left speechless by her words. She had no idea that her boyfriend was secretly chasing after Yang Xingyun. while boyfriends could be easily replaced. She felt compelled to reclaim her dignity after such embarrassment was revealed. Overwhelmed by anger, she shouted, You would do anything for money, even undress for someone to sleep with you. I may not be as low as you, but I know what it means to have self-respect. A chuckle erupted from the onlookers, not from Qin Li, but from the surrounding crowd. The spectacle of two girls arguing naturally attracted a throng of spectators, especially at a bustling dormitory entrance. However, the audience was inclined to believe that Yang Xingyun would emerge victorious. After all, Li Jieyu had devolved into a shrew, her words becoming increasingly reckless. Huh? Yang Xingyun snickered, striding over to Qin Li's car. Before Qin Li could comprehend the situation, Yang Xingyun continued. This car is worth over 4 million. Even if you sold it, you wouldn't fetch that price, would you? And look closely, this is the wealthy man I associate with. She pointed to Qin Li in the driver's seat. He is taller, more handsome, and wealthier than your boyfriend. At this point, Yang Xingyun's cheeks flushed slightly. Yet she pressed on. So, do you really think I care if I undress for him? Boom. The crowd erupted in excitement. Such a scene was undeniably crass and thrilling. Some boys even speculated whether the next step would involve a physical altercation. The thought alone was quite embarrassing. As for Qin Li, he was taken aback. However, the onlookers had clearly overestimated Li Jiayu's resilience. Each of Yang Xingyun's words struck deep within her, shattering her composure. Consequently, she turned and fled back to the dormitory. Seeking a place to cry, Yang Xingyun emerged victorious. Some spectators even cheered for her. Qin Li was momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Once the argument concluded, Yang Xingyun seemed to revert to her earlier innocent demeanor in front of Qin Li. Qin Li, did I frighten you? Qin Li swallowed hard and honestly replied, You did. Yang Xingyun felt a pang of regret. She had indeed let her emotions get the better of her. What if Qin Li found her distasteful because of it? She felt a twinge of anxiety. But you performed admirably. I truly admire you, Qin Li added. That was impressive, especially the final remark, which nearly made Qin Li's heart flutter. Although he had always known Yang Xingyun was not to be trifled with, witnessing her in action revealed that he had underestimated her. Now, he found himself pondering how he had managed to transform Yang Xingyun into such a compliant companion. Hearing Qin Li's praise, Yang Xingyun let out a sigh of relief, but quickly clarified, I'm not usually like this. I know, Qin Li nodded. Thus, I wish to reward you. Reward me with what? Yang Xingyun asked, bemused. Just not being deemed unpleasant by Qin Li was already a blessing, and now there was a reward? Go change your clothes and join me for a shopping trip, Qin Li suggested. After witnessing such a dramatic display, his spirits were lifted, and he was eager to try out a shopping cart. Given that she was at work, Yang Xingyun was dressed in professional attire, a tailored suit, a business skirt, and black stockings. This was not particularly suitable for shopping. All right, I'll change right away, Yang Xingyun replied without hesitation and hurried into the dormitory. Within a mere 10 minutes, she emerged, perhaps concerned about making Qin Li wait too long. She had only changed out of her professional outfit into a light blue sweatshirt and a denim skirt, leaving the stockings on. Excitedly clutching her small handbag, she got into the car. Where are we headed? Qin Li, who had previously overlooked her, now noticed how appealing her figure was, particularly her long, slender legs. First, we'll grab a bite, then to Jinjiang Guimao Shopping Mall, Qin Li said as he started the engine. Jinjiang Guimao Shopping Mall is renowned for being a high-end department store in Jinjiang, where numerous luxury brands can be found. Since he intended to utilize the extravagant shopping cart, it was only sensible to spend $1 million in one go within an hour to maximize the cashback. Otherwise, strolling through a food street wouldn't even come close to exhausting $1 million. Chapter 22, Buddhist-inspired double pepper fish. Qin Li drove out from Jinjiang Financial University and glanced around the surroundings. Are there any good places to eat nearby? He inquired. Yang Xingyun pondered for a moment and replied, Do you enjoy fish? If so, there is a place nearby that serves delicious double pepper fish. Then let us go for double pepper fish. Please direct me, Qin Li replied decisively. All right, Yang Xingyun agreed. The restaurant she mentioned was not far from the side entrance of Jinjiang Financial University, so it took them just a few minutes to arrive. Fo Yuan double pepper fish. Qin Li looked at the name of the establishment and nearly chuckled. Noticing his peculiar expression, Yang Xingyun asked curiously, What's wrong? Qin Li pointed at the sign and remarked, This place has a unique charm. They kill fish daily, yet believe in Buddhism? Yang Xingyun couldn't help but giggle at his observation. She had eaten there many times and had never considered that aspect. Your thoughts are always so peculiar. She teased playfully. Thank you for the compliment, Qin Li laughed. Do you really think that was a compliment? You have quite the thick skin, she said softly. Having grown accustomed to being humble in front of him, even when joking. Yet, she felt a sweet warmth in her heart. A sense of happiness in becoming a little woman. Let us go inside and savor the fish with a spiritual essence, Qin Li quipped again. Yang Xingyun nodded, smiling sweetly. Upon entering the restaurant, they found it to be quite busy. A young girl holding a menu approached them. "Do you wish to order double pepper fish, brother and sister?" she asked. "Of course, what types of fish do you have?" Qin Li inquired. "We have Hualien and Bailien. Hualien is 38 per gene, and Bailien is 28 per gene. Which one would you like?" Although both fish are referred to as Lien fish, there are significant differences in their appearance and taste. Hualien has a more exquisite flavor, so Qin Li promptly ordered Hualien. "Let us start with 3 gene of Hualien, medium spicy, along with a fruit platter and a bottle of green tea, served at room temperature." After placing the order, he turned to Yang Xingyun and asked, "Old Yang, what would you like to drink?" Hearing him call her Old Yang, Yang Xingyun felt a mix of affection and annoyance. After a moment, she replied, "I'll have orange juice." Qin Li added a few vegetables to the order. The girl nodded and took the menu to the kitchen. As the name suggests, double pepper fish primarily utilizes chili and Sichuan pepper as its main seasonings. The method of preparation is similar to hot pot, except the fish is pre-prepared and added to the pot. When the dish arrived, it was adorned with a layer of green Sichuan pepper and red chili, creating a vibrant contrast and emanating a rich aroma. Qin Li's appetite surged instantly. Yang Xingyun was the first to pick a tender piece of fish and placed it on Qin Li's plate. He glanced at her and praised, "You're becoming increasingly well-behaved." Yang Xingyun blushed slightly and urged, "Quick, try it and see how it tastes." Qin Li picked it up and placed it in his mouth. The flavors of fragrance, spice, and numbness intertwined beautifully. In summary, it was simply delightful. The taste is quite good," Qin Li remarked, raising an eyebrow. Yang Xingyun felt relieved. She had feared that Qin Li might not adapt to the spiciness. In April at Jinjiang, the weather had not fully warmed up yet. Evenings still carried a slight chill. However, after enjoying the meal of double pepper fish, both were sweating slightly, feeling warm all over. Ding! You have completed a culinary experience with a stunning beauty. System reward, 1 random lottery draw. Would you like to draw now? Just as he placed his chopsticks down, an electronic voice echoed in his mind, catching Qin Li by surprise. Is there a reward for this? This double pepper fish is indeed delicious. Yet, he was intrigued that the system considered Yang Xingyun to be a stunning beauty as well. This was merely a reflection of his subjective bias. For Yang Xingyun was indeed a campus beauty, albeit slightly less than Tang Shuhan. He silently selected yes. The grand will appeared in his mind once more. 10 million soft sister coins. 1 skill card. Host attribute value 1. 1 function card. Shares in Xiangqing Group. 1 piece of business information. This time, the grand will bore some differences from the last, yet it did not diminish Qin Li's eagerness. As the wheel began to spin, he shouted, "Stop. Congratulations, host. You have received 30 shares in Xiangqing Group. Relevant documents have been sent to the host's dormitory. You are now the 2nd largest shareholder." Gulp. Qin Li stared in astonishment, swallowing hard. This reward was far too significant. Currently, Xiangqing Group was valued at approximately 30 billion, meaning 30 shares represented nearly 10 billion in assets. Just as he was contemplating using shopping cards to achieve small goals, the system had delivered him 100 small goals all at once. The system prompted, "All shares have been acquired through legitimate channels. The host may hold them with peace of mind. However, the host currently does not possess the right to sell these shares. This reward serves as capital for the host's strategic layout. The opening of selling rights will be notified separately." Reading the peculiar notification, Qin Li felt a tinge of confusion. Lacking selling rights meant that although the shares were indeed his, he could not liquidate them. Strategic layout? Perhaps it was funds for courting women. This was likely the system's way of providing him with capital to pursue Tang Shuhan. Yet, fearing he might liquidate prematurely, it had set such restrictions. The system was indeed considerate. This maneuver was flawless. Originally, Qin Li's capabilities paled in comparison to Tang Xiugua, the chairman of Xiangqing Group. However, this system operation had instantly elevated him to a position where he could converse with Tang Xiugua as an equal. The inability to sell was inconsequential, as Qin Li was not currently short on funds. "What's wrong? Why are you in a daze?" Yang Xingyun noticed Qin Li's distraction and asked. Hearing her voice brought him back to reality, but he could not conceal the joy on his face. The woman he had always perceived as materialistic was, in fact, his lucky star. 10 billion. Even if he could never sell the shares, his net worth was still at least 10 billion. Thus, Qin Li beamed at Yang Xingyun and declared, "Tonight, don't hold back. Buy whatever you want." Huh. Yang Xingyun was puzzled by his statement. "That's an order," Qin Li asserted with a hint of authority. "Oh," she replied obediently, adding, "I don't really have anything I want to buy. I'll see if anything catches my eye." Qin Li chuckled and affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, "Good girl, listen to your father." Yang Xingyun was taken aback by his sudden gesture, her face flushing. After hearing his words, she shot him a playful glare but nodded obediently. However, she thought to herself, Does his willingness to spend on me mean he has started to like me? After their meal, they settled the bill. The total was 150 yuan, which was quite reasonable. And Qin Li paid without hesitation. He then drove Yang Xingyun directly to Guomao Tower. Chapter 23. Shopping can also be profitable. At that moment, Tang Xiuhua was having dinner at home when his phone suddenly rang. Hello? What? Someone is aggressively acquiring shares. Are you sure? Find out who is maliciously acquiring shares. After hanging up, he glanced at his daughter, Tang Shuhan, who was quietly eating at the table. He held 41 of Xiangqing Group, while Tang Shuhan possessed 10. Together, their shares held controlling power, so he was not concerned about losing his position as chairman. However, he worried that changes in the board of directors might impact the company's development. After casting a glance at his silent daughter, he could only sigh quietly. Since he forced her into blind dates, the relationship between the father and daughter has deteriorated significantly. Meanwhile, Qin Li successfully arrived at the Guomao building with Yang Xingyun. The Guomao building closes at 9 o'clock in the evening, and there is still plenty of time for them to roam freely. Qin Li first took Yang Xingyun to the Louis Vuitton boutique. In the past, he could not afford to visit such high-end stores. Just a few days ago, he was an ordinary rural university student, relying on scholarships to pay for his tuition. However, everything has changed now. Not only is he here to browse, but he also needs to spend 1 million within an hour. Fate is indeed a wondrous thing. The two first arrived at the jewelry section of Louis Vuitton. Take a look, is there anything you fancy? Qin Li smiled at Yang Xingyun. Standing in front of the counter, Yang Xingyun glanced at a bracelet. Hello, ma'am. This is our series of bracelets made from 18K white gold, adorned with 208-carat diamonds. The iconic letters combined with floral designs embody the free-spirited essence of a Louis Vuitton woman. The sales assistant eagerly introduced, noticing Yang Xingyun's interest in the bracelet. If you like, you can try it on. Go ahead and try it, Qin Li encouraged with a smile. All right, sir. The sales assistant, not prejudiced by appearances, retrieved the bracelet as instructed. Actually, I think I'll pass. It's too expensive, Yang Xingyun whispered to Qin Li. Although she had visited the Guomao building with friends before, her financial situation had never allowed her to purchase such luxury items, making her hesitant to try it on. Initially, her goal was to marry into a wealthy family, but now she didn't want Qin Li to think she liked him solely for his money. Women are indeed complex creatures. Just behave a bit better next time, Qin Li said softly to her. Yang Xingyun, Qin Li is such a jerk. Am I not good enough? I've never even been this obedient in front of my parents. Watching the sales assistant retrieve the bracelet, Yang Xingyun reluctantly put it on. With her fair complexion, the white gold bracelet indeed looked stunning on her. She felt beautiful wearing it. However, due to her slender wrists, the bracelet was somewhat loose. Ma'am, the bracelet's length is adjustable, the sales assistant noted. Qin Li glanced at the price tag, 55,000. He then pulled out his bank card. Adjust it and wrap it up. We need to speed up. It took almost 10 minutes just to buy one bracelet. Huh, that's it? Yang Xingyun asked, bewildered, considering the hefty price. What else would you expect? Qin Li countered, then added, let us look at something else. The sales assistant, surprised by Qin Li's willingness to spend, became even more enthusiastic. Certainly, sir, please let me know if you find anything else you like. Qin Li, still browsing the jewelry section, pointed to a bracelet. This one looks nice too, come. Try it on. The bracelet he selected was indeed exquisite, also made of white gold, with larger and more beautiful diamonds than the previous one. However, primarily, Qin Li was attracted to its price, 182,000, while Yang Xingyun was still pondering the bracelet. She was caught off guard when he asked her to try on the new bracelet. Complying, she found it equally beautiful, exuding a sense of luxury when worn. Sir, ma'am, this is our bracelet, the sales assistant began to introduce. Qin Li shushed her playfully and said, if it looks good, wrap it up. I'm in a hurry. The sales assistant, Yang Xingyun, I think the bracelet is enough. This one is too expensive. You can wear both, Qin Li replied, as if it were the most natural thing. Next, Yang Xingyun browsed the necklaces and chose a beautiful one. Qin Li decisively swiped his card. She truly loved these accessories, especially the 180,000 bracelet, not merely for its price, but because it was chosen by Qin Li, adding sentimental value. However, when she calculated the total, she realized these jewelry pieces amounted to 350,000. That's quite a lot. That should suffice. Let us check out the bags, Qin Li suggested. Certainly, sir, please follow me. The sales assistant eagerly led the way, taken aback by the unexpected big spender. Yang Xingyun secretly tugged at Qin Li's sleeve and whispered, Qin Li, let us look at something else. We've already spent a lot. Are you planning to support me? Is this enough to support you? Qin Li teased. Yang Xingyun nodded, adding, and it's quite generous. Qin Li nearly burst into laughter, pleasantly surprised by this charming side of her. This significantly improved his impression of her. At least Yang Xingyun understood the value of contentment, unlike those money-hungry women. Despite Yang Xingyun's protests, Qin Li was determined to continue. While it appeared he was spending money, he was, in fact, earning it. Thus, he took Yang Xingyun to browse the leather goods section of Louis Vuitton, purchasing a handbag and a shoulder bag for her, while he himself acquired a messenger bag. In total, they spent over 600,000 at Louis Vuitton, and Qin Li happily swiped his card. They then strolled through Dior's men's section, where Qin Li bought several long-sleeved hoodies and casual pants. Finally, they visited Les Bonnies. With 6 minutes remaining, they wrapped up their shopping. The final expenditure amounted to 1,084,500, successfully completing the task. Qin Li's hands were filled with bags as they placed them in the trunk before getting into the car. Yang Xingyun fell silent, calculating the value of the items Qin Li had bought for her, including jewelry, bags, and cosmetics, totaling over 900,000. Meanwhile, Qin Li felt elated. When the system inquired whether he wanted to use the shopping spree card, he decisively chose yes. Ding! The host spent 1,084,500 within an hour, using the shopping spree card to double the cashback on 1,000,000. A random multiplier has been generated, 64. The system has deposited 64,000,000 into the host's postal bank account ending in 6690. Please check your balance. System notification: all funds are sourced legitimately. Feel free to spend. Wow, a staggering 64 million has been credited. Although he didn't achieve his minor goal, it was enough to excite Qin Li. Shopping and making money simultaneously. When did earning money become so effortless? Chapter 24. Thank you, Li Jiayu. Yang Xingyun pondered for a moment, immersed in the joy of earning. Qin Li turned to her with a smile. What is it? I promise I will be good from now on, Yang Xingyun said, a hint of blush on her cheeks. Although she had once dreamed of marrying into wealth, witnessing Qin Li spend so much on her made her feel a bit anxious. After all, compared to money, she now favored Qin Li more. Really? Qin Li replied with a playful grin. In truth, he would willingly spend all of that money on Yang Xingyun, as he was genuinely pleased with her behavior over the past few days. Her obedience made him feel somewhat guilty. Moreover, he certainly needed to express his gratitude to her today. First, they enjoyed a meal that earned him shares worth billions, and then shopping brought him a cashback of over 64 million. Yang Xingyun could truly be considered his lucky star. Really, she insisted, nodding earnestly as Qin Li ruffled her hair and started the car. However, she playfully remarked, I never expected that the proud and argumentative Secretary Yang would have a day of such obedience. Displeased, she pouted, I don't treat others like this. Yang Xingyun's demeanor tonight was somewhat unusual. Even the proactive Qin Li found it challenging to keep up with her. Yet, as she pondered, Yang Xingyun suddenly burst into laughter. Qin Li glanced at her and inquired, What are you laughing at? Didn't you say accompanying me for shopping tonight is a reward? Yang Xingyun replied with a smile. I suddenly feel like stirring up trouble with Li Jiayu again. Qin Li silently mourned for Li Jiayu. Next time, how about I take you to the snack street near our school? Yang Xingyun proposed. We won't go to Guemao anymore. Your shopping is akin to hoarding. My little heart simply cannot bear it. I'll see how I feel, Qin Li replied with a hint of arrogance. Conceited brat. Big bad wolf. Yang Xingyun maintained a sweet smile while secretly cursing him in her heart. Qin Li drove them back to the dormitory building. Yang Xingyun felt a pang of reluctance. For with Qin Li's haughty nature, she wondered when she would have the chance to shop with him again. Tomorrow was Saturday, a day off from work. The thought of not seeing Qin Li the next day filled her with an unexpected lack of joy at the prospect of a weekend. Give me your bank card number, Qin Li stated as he halted the car. Yang Xingyun paused, bewildered, and asked why. I don't want any money. Don't be ridiculous. I have a task for you. Qin Li replied, somewhat annoyed. Oh, the compliant Yang Xingyun relented and provided her bank card number. Qin Li took out his phone, performed a few operations, and transferred 10 million yuan to her. Yang Xingyun stared at the notification from her mobile banking app, utterly stunned. Why are you transferring me so much money? You are studying economics, right? This 10 million is for you to manage, whether for investment or financial planning, Qin Li explained. He had just conceived this idea during their drive. In truth, Yang Xingyun's capabilities were far from mediocre. As a student at a prestigious financial university, she was undoubtedly a top scholar. By entrusting her with 10 million, Qin Li aimed to test her professional competence. Should she prove herself, he would later entrust her with even more assets, aiding her ascent to greatness. Although Yang Xingyun had yet to earn Qin Li's affection, she had undoubtedly secured his trust. Her exceptional performance today had impressed him. Even if the 10 million were to be lost, it would not be a significant loss for Qin Li. I feel pressured. Yang Xingyun hesitantly confessed upon hearing Qin Li's words. Stop whining like a girl. Go on, and do your job well, Qin Li chuckled. Ugh, Yang Xingyun exclaimed in exasperation. Go on, Qin Li waved his hand and instructed, take the things from the trunk. Oh, Yang Xingyun was still immersed in the pressure of the 10 million as she exited the car and headed into the dormitory. Upon returning, her 3 roommates immediately surrounded her. Xingyun, we heard you had a spat with Li Jiayu. You weren't bullied, were you? A chubby girl asked with concern. Warmed by her roommate's attention, Yang Xingyun assured them. I'm fine, don't worry. That's good. Oh, did you go shopping? Another short-haired girl noticed the numerous bags she carried. Wow, is that a handbag? And Les Boni Cosmetics? Let me see. Wow, this bracelet I saw in the boutique costs 18,000. Xingyun, did you rob someone? No, Yang Xingyun clarified. I went shopping with someone, and all of this was a gift. Wait, gifted? This must be worth tens of thousands, right? I estimate at least 900,000. Xingyun, have you got a boyfriend? Feeling somewhat shy under their scrutiny, Yang Xingyun honestly replied, he is not my boyfriend. I'm pursuing him. But it seems he only enjoys teasing me. Is that even logical? Teasing you while gifting you 100,000 worth of luxury items? I wish I were bullied like that. Go for it, Xingyun. You are so beautiful and well endowed. We support you in winning him over. Yang Xingyun remained speechless. Do you have a photo? Show us what the rich boy looks like. Yeah. To her surprise, Yang Xingyun actually had a photo of Qin Li. Taken when he was unaware. She pulled out her phone, opened the album, and involuntarily smiled at the picture of Qin Li, saying, look, ISNT my idol handsome? Wow. The short-haired girl exclaimed after seeing the photo. Where did you find such a rare gem, so handsome and wealthy? I'm so envious. I wish I could take her place. Yang Xingyun felt a surge of happiness at their words. Hey, Xingyun, let us become sworn sisters. The chubby girl suddenly suggested, holding out Yang Xingyun's phone. What is going on? The short-haired girl asked. The chubby girl handed the phone back to Yang Xingyun, saying, you should see for yourself. Oh my goodness, 10 million. It turned out the chubby girl had accidentally pressed the lock screen button and caught the bank notification. Yang Xingyun retrieved her phone and said, oh, that's just what he entrusted to me for management. I feel quite pressured. 10 million? If I had that, I would also feel pressured about how to spend it all. I initially wanted to comfort Xingyun, but now I feel we 3 are the ones who need comforting. Indeed. Yang Xingyun helplessly replied, all right, tomorrow is Saturday. I'll treat you all to dinner. It's a deal. I want Western food. I want seafood. After managing to appease her roommates, Yang Xingyun lay on her bed, thinking of Qin Li, her lips curling into a smile. He truly was generous with his spending. He even entrusted 10 million to me for management. I must ensure to earn him even more. Suddenly recalling something, Yang Xingyun's smile widened even further. She quietly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Li Jiayu. Indeed, had it not been for her quarrel with Li Jiayu today, Qin Li would merely have driven her back to school. At that moment, Li Jiayu, still weeping in the dormitory, sneezed. Chapter 25. I have no research on gender. Saturday. After rising, Qin Li organized the assignments his classmates had sent him over the past couple of days. This was a task assigned to him by Yang Yue. After organizing, he sent it off to her. Yang Yue might not have had time to check WeChat, so she hadn't replied. Qin Li didn't pay it much mind. Upon leaving the school, he drove his McLaren straight to Shuiyu Huaqing. With no plans for the day, he intended to check on the house that the system had rewarded him. The keys to the house were kept at the sales office, so he drove directly there. After parking, just as he was about to enter, he spotted a familiar figure inside the sales office. It was Yang Yue, who had not responded to his message earlier. However, beside her stood a bespectacled man, accompanied by an elderly couple, presumably her parents. Qin Li speculated that his teacher was looking to buy a marital home. Was that man her fiancé? Were the older couple her parents? The goddess of a teacher was getting married? As Qin Li entered, he overheard the voice of the bespectacled man. Yue, I think this 2-bedroom apartment is quite decent. My career is just beginning, and I can't afford anything too extravagant. But the location of this apartment is terrible. It hardly receives any sunlight. Yang Yue expressed her dissatisfaction. Then which one do you prefer? The man asked, somewhat helpless. Yang Yue pointed towards another building, saying, I believe the apartments on the 15th floor and above are quite appealing, especially since they feature 3 bedrooms. We could even convert one of the secondary bedrooms into a study, making it a comfortable living space. Just as she finished speaking, a woman in her 50s behind the man interjected, Young lady, we cannot afford such a splendid property. The down payment alone would require 70 to 80,000. Upon hearing her words, Yang Yue replied helplessly, Auntie, I'm not suggesting that Hui bear the cost alone. I will certainly contribute to the down payment as well. If our 2 families combine resources, it should suffice. The woman, with a somewhat peculiar tone, questioned, whose name will be on the property deed? Naturally, it will be in both our names. Yang Yue responded, somewhat taken aback. Shouldn't a marital home bear both names? Especially considering she would be assisting with the down payment and loan repayments. That won't do. We would prefer to buy a smaller apartment that we can afford. The woman stated, crossing her arms. Yang Yue was nearly amused by her response and retorted, "What about the loan repayments? If we purchase this property, we will both reside there and, of course, we will both share the repayment responsibilities." The woman insisted, as if it were a matter of course. Yang Yue found herself at a loss for words. The implication was that she would be responsible for the loan, yet her name would not appear on the title. How was that different from renting? Was this the attitude one should expect when contemplating marriage? Yang Yue fell silent, her gaze shifting to her fiancé. Witnessing the discord between his mother and fiancé, the man appeared quite troubled. After a moment of hesitation, he turned to Yang Yue and suggested, "Yue, perhaps we should consider that smaller two-bedroom apartment. Once our careers are more established, we can purchase a larger one." Yang Yue discerned his meaning. He, too, did not wish for her name to be on the title. "A larger property? Even if we buy a bigger one, will my name still be omitted?" she said, disappointment evident in her eyes. "What do you mean? We are providing you with a home for your marriage. Isn't it enough that you will have a place to stay?" The woman appeared exasperated, directing her displeasure at Yang Yue. "Let us refrain from unnecessary comments." A man in his 50s interjected, looking at Yang Yue. "Young lady, initially we won't be able to raise that much money. Let us purchase a small two-bedroom for now, and when you both advance in your careers, we will consider a larger property. At that point, it won't matter whose name is on the title. How does that sound?" Yang Yue understood. This family shared a unified perspective. Fundamentally, this property had little connection to her. Oh, but there was a connection. She would be responsible for the loan repayments. Qin Li had been quietly listening to their conversation, feeling equally bemused by the family's attitudes. At that moment, a sales representative from the property center finally noticed Qin Li standing at the door and called out, "Sir, I apologize for the delay. Were you interested in viewing some properties?" The sales representative's voice, somewhat loud, captured the attention of Yang Yue and the others, who were caught in a stalemate. Upon turning around, Yang Yue was surprised to see her student. "Hello, Teacher Yang," Qin Li greeted with a smile. Yang Yue managed a strained smile and asked, "Qin Li, are you here to buy a house?" "No, I'm here to pick something up," Qin Li replied. Yang Yue nodded, not believing her student had the financial means to purchase property at this time. "Sir, what are you here to collect?" the sales representative inquired. "Oh, just some paperwork and keys," Qin Li said, retrieving his ID from his wallet and handing it to her. The sales representative took it, examined it, and exclaimed, "You are Mr. Qin Li?" Qin Li nodded, humorously replying, "Yes, I suppose I am even more handsome than my ID suggests." The saleswoman chuckled, nodding in agreement. "You're quite handsome, though you appear even more spirited in person." Qin Li laughed heartily, remarking, "Truly, the more beautiful the salesperson, the more charming their words." The sales representative was delighted by his humor, and her mood brightened significantly upon encountering such a witty client. "Please wait a moment. I will fetch your purchase documents and keys," she said cheerfully. "Sure," Qin Li acknowledged. Once she departed, he turned his attention back to the still awkward situation among Yang Yue and the others, feigning ignorance as he said, "Teacher Yang, you're here to buy a house? No wonder you haven't replied to my messages." Yang Yue nodded, about to respond when the man beside her asked, "Yue, who is this?" Qin Li, sensing the hostility directed at him, remained unfazed and extended his hand, saying, "Oh, hello, I am a student of Teacher Yang." "Humph," the man scoffed, showing no intention of shaking Qin Li's hand, evidently displeased with the remark about the unanswered messages. Qin Li, undeterred, withdrew his hand naturally. "I haven't checked my phone. I will respond when I get back," Yang Yue said, her mood somewhat low as she addressed Qin Li. "Young lady, it's not that I am criticizing you, but as a teacher, you should maintain appropriate boundaries with your students, especially the male ones," the woman interjected with a sarcastic tone. Was she insinuating that Yang Yue lacked propriety? Yang Yue felt an urge to retort, but, considering her studentess' presence, ultimately held her tongue. However, Qin Li spoke up. "Madam, please don't misunderstand. My relationship with Teacher Yang is purely that of student and teacher. She is so beautiful that I feel unworthy." The woman, touched by the sensitive issue of age, retorted angrily, "Who are you calling madam?" Qin Li feigned surprise, asking, "Should I call you grandfather then?" He then scrutinized her and awkwardly added, "My apologies, I didn't notice earlier. I'm not well versed in matters of gender." Yang Yue nearly burst into laughter at his response. The woman glared at Qin Li as though she wished to strangle him, then shifted her gaze to Yang Yue, angrily exclaiming, "Young lady, look at the kind of student you are teaching." Yang Yue, finding herself unable to counter Qin Li's wit, felt her frustration mount as the woman directed her ire towards her. With a mere dismissive "oh," she chose to ignore her. Chapter 26. Qin Li, you are quite wicked. "Sir, madam, are you still interested in viewing properties?" The sales representative who had previously shown Yang Yue around pressed, eager to attend to other clients. Initially, She had little expectation of this group purchasing a home, and now they were wasting her time, further dampening her mood. Let us just go for that small two-bedroom, the woman stated unhappily. I refuse. Yang Yue's frustration erupted, disregarding Qin Li's presence. You have no say. If I say we're buying it, then we will. The woman retorted imperiously. Yang Yue was both exasperated and amused. I haven't even married into your family yet, and already this is your attitude? Here are your documents. Handsome. At that moment, the sales representative returned with Qin Li's paperwork. He accepted the file, and the saleswoman, clearly fond of the humorous young man, continued. This property is over 80 million. I'm surprised that someone so young is interested. As he perused the documents, Qin Li grinned and replied, well, I'm quite accomplished for my age. Accomplished, but not insecure? The saleswoman recalled a popular internet phrase. No, I'm quite insecure, Qin Li replied. Which is why I need you to compliment me more. The saleswoman laughed heartily, while Yang Yue and the others watched in astonishment as the two joked. A property worth over 80 million? What kind of wealth does one need to afford such a home? At that moment, Yang Yue's fiancé appeared somewhat pale. He had just shaken Qin Li's hand, only to have rejected him. Would he take offense? Wealthy individuals typically wield considerable influence. Therefore, he tugged at Yang Yue's sleeve, whispering, Yue, perhaps you should clarify with him that the earlier incident should not be taken to heart. We cannot afford to offend someone like him. Yang Yue felt utterly disillusioned by her fiancé's words. He was weak, incompetent, petty, and a mama's boy. It was only in moments like this that he would use the term we, wasn't it? Why didn't he say we when it came to matters like property registration? With a heart as cold as ash, she had no desire to engage with him. After reviewing the information, Qin Li turned to the sales representative and said, Thank you, beautiful lady, for the comprehensive details. You're welcome, wealthy gentleman. You're one of our esteemed clients. Remember to seek me out next time you wish to purchase a property. The saleswoman replied with a smile before departing. Qin Li then glanced at Yang Yue and inquired, Teacher Yang, do you have some free time? Still absorbed in her own melancholic thoughts, Yang Yue was momentarily caught off guard by Qin Li's call, gazing at him with a hint of confusion. Would you accompany me to view some properties? I have a poor sense of direction, Qin Li continued. Shouldn't you seek the sales representative for that? I am unfamiliar with the area. However, after a moment's contemplation, Yang Yue realized she had already given up on her current situation. It was a perfect opportunity to leave this place behind, so she stepped forward and followed him out. Yang Yue's fiancé watched this scene unfold, his expression darkening. Yet, he lacked the courage to pursue and stop her. An older woman seemed inclined to speak, but was silenced by her son. As Qin Li turned to close the door, he took in the entire tableau. This man was weak to the core, beyond redemption. Consequently, the group could only watch as the McLaren's taillights faded into the distance. Seated in the passenger seat of the McLaren, Yang Yue remained despondent. Qin Li glanced at her and reassured, Teacher Yang, not everyone is worthy of lifelong commitment. Yang Yue turned to him, asking, then what kind of person is worthy? At the very least, they should possess capability, responsibility, wisdom, a sense of humor, and perhaps a bit more physical strength, Qin Li enumerated. Allow me to share a story, Teacher Yang. Yang Yue remained silent as Qin Li began narrating. Once, there was a small boy, frail and diminutive, often bullied by other children during play. One day, his father gifted him a remote-controlled toy car, but it was soon discovered by some mischievous kids. One of them snatched the car away, and when he returned home, he was too afraid to tell his father, opting instead to lie about losing it. Consequently, he faced his father's wrath. The bully took the toy car home, and when his father inquired about it, he lied again, claiming he found it among scrap. His father praised him for his resourcefulness. At first, Yang Yue listened simply, but soon, she discerned the deeper implications of the tale and began to ponder its moral. After some reflection, she asked, Are you suggesting that the boy should not have been cowardly? No, Qin Li countered. I wish to convey that taking something beloved from another can indeed bring joy. Yang Yue, with a knowing look, replied, Qin Li, you are quite wicked. It is you who are too innocent, Qin Li replied. If you were that toy car, you should not choose the cowardly boy, for he cannot protect you. Yang Yue found his reasoning compelling, yet retorted, Does that mean cowardly individuals cannot attain happiness? They can, Qin Li affirmed. Thus, I refer to him as a small boy. As he matures, he will grow stronger, learning to protect what he cherishes. Qin Li spoke earnestly, however. Your boyfriend is no longer a small boy. Yang Yue grasped his implication. Her boyfriend was indeed no child and lacked awareness of the need for personal growth. Deeply moved, she exhaled a long sigh. Thank you, Qin Li. Your story is quite enlightening. You're welcome, Qin Li chuckled, stopping the car. We've arrived, please exit. Yang Yue shot him a glance, remarking, You are not a poor navigator at all. Throughout the journey, Qin Li had not made a single wrong turn. Yet he had claimed to be directionally challenged, requesting her company to view properties. Qin Li laughed heartily, then said, "Does it matter if I am directionally challenged? What is important is that I achieved my goal. I invited you, and you came. That is sufficient." Yang Yue found herself unable to counter his point. Indeed, she had followed him here. Had she not been utterly disappointed, would she have agreed to accompany him in front of her boyfriend? As for Qin Li's reasoning, did it truly matter? He had accurately predicted her choice to go with him. "You are the most intelligent student I have encountered," Yang Yue remarked, filled with emotion. "Thank you for the compliment. You are also the most devious student I have met," she added. Qin Li flashed a pure, sunny smile, once again. "Thank you for the praise." Chapter 27. The Cautious Yang Yue. After swiping the access card, Qin Li led Yang Yue into the building. Upon entering, she saw 2 elevators, but only one household on the floor, leading her to exclaim in astonishment. "This is a 2-elevator, 1-residence layout?" A big flat or flat villa is a novel and upscale residential format. Naturally, a property of such caliber comes with a hefty price tag, one that Yang Yue could scarcely afford. Qin Li smiled, acknowledging the opulence of the system. They took the elevator to the 32nd floor, the top level, which housed only a single residence. The door was secured with a password lock, capable of recording the homeowner's fingerprint for future access. Qin Li had already acquired the initial password. After entering the code, the door swung open. Upon stepping inside, Yang Yue was instantly captivated by the expansive view. The spacious living room featured enormous floor-to-ceiling windows, offering a breathtaking panorama. Adjacent to the community was Renmin Gonyuan, adding to the picturesque scenery. "Is this the abode of the affluent?" Yang Yue gazed out the window, envy evident in her tone. However, her envy was only heightened by what lay ahead. As they explored the residence, they discovered a 5-bedroom, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, and 1 bathroom layout. For bedrooms, a study, a kitchen, and a shared bathroom, with each bedroom boasting its own ensuite. The master bedroom and a secondary room even featured walk-in closets. "I'm envious. This must be over 400 square meters." Yang Yue inquired after their tour. 450 square meters, Qin Li confirmed, equally pleased with the property. The home was fully furnished and decorated in an elegant European style. "Come, let us check out the rooftop," Qin Li suggested with a smile. "What could be so interesting about the rooftop?" Yang Yue questioned, her curiosity piqued. Qin Li teased, "You'll see once you go up." Yang Yue rolled her eyes. Today had certainly exposed her to the extravagant lifestyle of the affluent. The staircase leading to the rooftop was not external, but rather within the confines of the apartment, indicating that the rooftop was a private domain belonging to the top-floor resident. Upon reaching the rooftop, Yang Yue gasped in astonishment. "You can't be telling me this rooftop belongs to you." Qin Li nodded with a grin. Yang Yue's surprise was well-founded. The rooftop was undeniably extravagant. It was divided into 3 sections. One was a garden bursting with vibrant flowers, another a leisure area furnished with tables and chairs, perfect for enjoying the night view while barbecuing, and the largest area was designed as an infinity pool. The azure waters of the pool blend seamlessly with the boundless scenery, evoking a profound sense of joy, not to mention the allure of swimming within it. The pool is governed by an intelligent system, remotely controlled for tasks such as water replacement, disinfection, and heating. Furthermore, it can even be linked to a mobile phone for direct remote operation. "Qin Li, I feel inclined to kidnap you," Yang Yue remarked, gazing longingly at the expansive infinity pool before her, having truly grasped the extent of her studentess wealth. Of course, the notion of kidnapping was merely a jest. Yet, it subtly highlighted the profound impact this house had on Yang Yue. "I can transfer the property into your name," Qin Li replied with a smile. Yang Yue trembled at his words, casting him a complex glance before retorting, "Do not jest." She was well aware of the cunning nature of her student and would not be easily fooled. However, the fact that he could offer an 80 million yuan property for her sake prompted her to reflect on her own boyfriend. With a silent sigh, she thought that if her boyfriend displayed even a hint of the qualities she admired, she would not have come to view a house with Qin Li. The wind on the rooftop was strong, and as Yang Yue swept her wind-tousled hair aside, Qin Li caught a faint yet alluring fragrance. This woman, it was no exaggeration to say she exuded sensuality. Every movement she made radiated an enchanting charm. "Shall we descend and converse?" Qin Li suggested as he approached her. "About what?" she inquired. "Perhaps we could discuss employment matters," he mused. Yang Yue, a lecturer in university career guidance, found this topic rather ordinary. However, upon hearing Qin Li's words, she shot him a disapproving look. How could someone capable of residing in an 80 million yuan penthouse have employment concerns? Nevertheless, the two eventually returned to the living room. "There is no alcohol here, so I can only offer you water," Qin Li said, glancing at the empty wine cabinet. He poured a cup of hot water and placed it on the coffee table before Yang Yue. "Even if there were alcohol, I would not dare to drink," she replied pointedly, implying her fear of losing control. Qin Li chuckled softly, settling on the sofa opposite her. That remark might jeopardize our teacher-student relationship. Yang Yue fixed her gaze on him, asking earnestly, "Qinli, do you truly regard me as your teacher?" He nodded affirmatively, stating, "Of course, for you are indeed my teacher." Yang Yue lifted her cup and gazed out the window, asserting, "Then let us remain as teacher and student, shall we?" This was her delineation of their relationship, a necessary declaration. She understood the perilous allure her student posed, a temptation that could lead her astray, and the consequences of such a descent would be grave. After a moment of contemplation, Qinli nodded, "Very well." Yang Yue was taken aback by his prompt acquiescence, her eyes narrowing with skepticism. "You need not regard me with such scrutiny, teacher. If you are unwilling, no one can compel you," Qinli reassured her. He took the remote and pressed the sound system S button, filling the room with melodious music. Yang Yue, feeling at ease, sipped her hot water and expressed, "Nonetheless, I appreciate your assistance today. The story you shared was quite meaningful." The tale of the timid boy and the mischievous child resonated deeply with her. The sound system in the living room was quite impressive, the surround sound enveloping them without disturbing their conversation. Qinli smiled, revealing a set of bright white teeth. "No need for thanks. I take great pleasure in helping others," he replied. Yang Yue smiled in return and glanced at her watch. "Qinli, it is getting late. I must take my leave." Qinli stood, offering, "Allow me to escort you." Yang Yue set down her cup and declined, "No need. I can simply call a taxi downstairs. Farewell, Qinli." Qinli raised an eyebrow but did not press further. However, just as Yang Yue was about to open the door, he suddenly called out, "Teacher Yang." A jolt of trepidation coursed through her, yet she maintained her composure and turned to inquire, "What is it?" "I will be on a business trip this Monday and wanted to request a leave of absence," Qinli stated, as he had a university career guidance session that day. Yang Yue appeared to breathe a sigh of relief, fearing he might say something else. "Very well." As she closed the door behind her, Qinli returned to the sofa, recognizing Yang Yue's wariness. Chapter 28, My Boss is a Scoundrel. Yang Yue had departed, leaving Qinli alone in the vast living room. He took out his phone and opened the chat window with Qi Ruyu. "Come see me." Received. The brevity of Qinli's command was matched by Qi Ruyu's succinct response. In terms of execution, Qi Ruyu, the manager of Qintang Security, was indeed well suited for her role. Previously, Qinli had instructed her to ensure his protection, and she had chosen to personally fulfill the task. Thus, Qi Ruyu arrived swiftly. 3 minutes later, the doorbell rang. Qinli stood to open the door, revealing a poised woman with a chic bob haircut. "Mr. Qin, Qi Ruyu reporting for duty," she announced with a commanding presence. Qi Ruyu was already well acquainted with Qinli, yet it was his first time seeing her. He assessed his subordinate with a smile. "You look impressive." The term impressive is not exclusively reserved for men, and it was perfectly fitting to describe Qi Ruyu at that moment, sleek and striking. Hearing her boss's compliment, Qi Ruyu's lips moved slightly, but perhaps due to her usual seriousness, she found herself at a loss for words. Recognizing her discomfort, Qinli broke the silence. "Please, come in." He resumed his seat on the sofa while Qi Ruyu stood attentively before him, eyes fixed ahead. "There are several matters I need you to arrange. First, ensure the protection of Yang Yue. You are aware of who she is, correct? As a diligent student, it was his responsibility to safeguard his alluring teacher. Qi Ruyu, as Qinli's covert bodyguard, was well versed in his every move. Therefore, she naturally knew Yang Yue's identity. In fact, she had already deployed personnel to discreetly protect Tang Shuhan and Yang Xingyun, and even conducted investigations into Su Yuanyin. Even without Qinli's orders, she would have stationed guards around Yang Yue. Everything Qintang Security did was to better serve Qinli. While Qi Ruyu found her boss's flirtations somewhat exasperating, her professionalism as a bodyguard was beyond reproach. "Understood," she affirmed without hesitation. Qinli nodded in satisfaction. "Now, regarding the investigation I tasked you with, have you made any progress?" He was referring to her efforts to get close to the individual who had sent flowers to Tang Shuhan, intent on uncovering his weaknesses. There was no reason for him to spare someone who had caused Tang Shuhan distress repeatedly. Qi Ruyu responded decisively. "I have successfully made contact with the target." "Accelerate the pace," Qinli urged. "Understood." Lastly, for the third matter, Qinli sighed. Reclining on the sofa with a hint of playful mockery in his gaze as he observed his earnest female subordinate, "I was just rejected by a beautiful teacher, and my mood is rather poor. Please tell me a joke." Qi Ruyu. The request for the typically stoic Qi Ruyu to tell a joke was more challenging than asking her to face death. Though the loyalty of Qi Ruyu and her team was unquestionable, humor was simply not within her repertoire. "I cannot," Qi Ruyu admitted candidly. Qinli, with a serious expression yet an intention to tease, said, "Go back and learn one. I will check next time." Qi Ruyu, his humorless female subordinate, was already aware of this prediction. Therefore, he decided to challenge her in another manner. My shoulders are a bit sore. Come over and help me massage. Upon hearing his peculiar request, Qi Ryu's forehead was adorned with dark lines of frustration. If it came to employing any grappling techniques or shoulder throws on Qinli, she would undoubtedly excel. However, she had never learned massage techniques. She was a bodyguard, not a maid. Qi Ryu contemplated saying she couldn't do it. But as her gaze fell upon Qinli's increasingly gloomy face, she felt a twinge of apprehension. After a moment of silence, she reluctantly moved behind him. Her slender yet strong hands hesitantly pressed against his shoulders. However, it wasn't long before Qinli winced in discomfort. Qi Ryu, are you attempting to murder your boss? Qi Ryu froze, her expression reflecting even more grievance. This boss of hers was not only a philanderer, but also a tormentor. She would rather face a killer than deal with her own boss. At least a killer wouldn't expect her to tell jokes or give shoulder massages. Yet, her long-standing training had instilled in her a nature of obedience. Thus, she made a conscious effort to soften her movements, repeatedly reminding herself that this rogue was her boss, not an enemy. After a while, her grip finally lightened. Qinli began to experience a semblance of comfort from the massage. Having an obedient female subordinate was indeed delightful. The frustration from Yang Yue's rejection began to dissipate. To be honest, had Yang Yue capitulated for money today, Qinli would have felt disappointed. But her resolute refusal left him somewhat dissatisfied. Why did she remain blind to my immense masculine charm? Am I not handsome? Am I not tall? Am I not striking? It became evident that while Qinli had not turned bad with wealth, he was gradually becoming eccentric. After enduring more than half an hour of massage, even Qi Ryu, who possessed considerable stamina, began to feel weary. Of course, the primary exhaustion was mental. All right. Qinli realized that the massage was likely the utmost limit of Qi Ryu's capabilities at the moment. He merely wished to amuse his serious female subordinate and had no intention of making her feel distressed. However, to Qi Ryu, this was already a significant grievance. Thus, upon hearing Qinli's command, she finally sighed in relief and lowered her now somewhat sore hands. Satisfied with her loyalty, Qinli took out his phone and promptly transferred her 100,000. The Qintang Security Company was rewarded by the system, and all normal expenses within the company did not require Qinli's oversight. Yet, Qi Ryu and her colleagues were not robots that neither ate nor drank. Necessary rewards were still warranted. This reward is for you, despite your lackluster massage skills, Qinli remarked with a smile. Upon hearing of the reward, Qi Ryu felt a surge of joy within. Although her boss was both wicked and unfaithful, he was indeed generous. However, when she heard him disparaging her massage skills, her gratitude swiftly diminished. This was akin to a full meal followed by criticism of the chef. My boss is a rogue. There is no doubt about that. Go ahead and arrange the tasks I assigned to you. Qinli waved his hand. Yes. Qi Ryu responded loudly, then hurriedly walked away. She feared that if she moved slowly, Qinli would have some other peculiar request. Observing this scene, Qinli smirked, thinking how it seemed as if he were a terrifying figure. Chapter 29. Xiao Han Han loves skiing. The weekend slipped by in the blink of an eye. During these 2 days, Qinli chose not to stay in his own residence, but returned to the dormitory at school. After all, as graduation approached, the time he could spend with his dog sons was dwindling. Thus, he cherished his remaining days at university. As for the comfortable and spacious new house, there would be ample time to reside there after graduation. On Monday, he set off from the school and drove to the airport. This day marked his business trip with Tang Shuhan and Yang Xingyun. He parked his McLaren in the airport parking lot, and, upon entering, first spotted Tang Shuhan seated on a sofa in the airport. Today, Tang Shuhan was dressed in a casual style, white leisure pants, a white hoodie, and her light brown hair adorned with a pale blue baseball cap. The brim was pulled low but still could not conceal her beauty. Xiao Han Han. It has been 2 days. I have missed you greatly, Qinli said with a smile as he approached her. Upon hearing his voice, Tang Shuhan lifted her head and glanced at him with exasperation. Admittedly, her heart felt somewhat empty after not seeing him for 2 days. Yet, upon seeing Qinli's playful demeanor, she felt an urge to hit him. Could he not speak properly? Xiao Han Han, please. Let us go. We need to collect our tickets and go through security, Qinli said as he hurriedly grabbed her suitcase. Xingyun hasn't he arrived yet? Tang Shuhan replied with a sidelong glance. Oh, right. I almost thought this was a honeymoon trip for just the two of us. Qinli feigned surprise. Tang Shuhan sighed in frustration. Can you be serious for once? Qinli sat down beside her and changed the topic. I heard there is a large indoor ski resort in Mingzhu City. How about we check it out? At his words, Tang Shuhan looked at him in astonishment. How did you know I love skiing? How Qinli knew was, of course, due to the investigations conducted by Qintang Security. Reports indicated that whenever Tang Shuhan visited a city with a ski resort, she would invariably go skiing. However, since Xinjiang lacked a ski resort, This trip to Mingzhu presented a perfect opportunity. Yet, Qinli would not reveal this and instead feigned surprise. What? You like skiing too? What a coincidence. Let us go together. Tang Shuhan nodded, a hint of longing finally gracing her face. I've loved skiing since I was little, and I particularly enjoy the snow. Whenever it snowed while I stayed at my grandfather's house, I would call him to accompany me to play in the snow. Eventually, skiing became my favorite sport. Speaking about her beloved pastime, Tang Shuhan's words became more animated. Qinli felt a surge of joy. It was quite challenging to elicit more words from this proud and often self-closed beauty. Although I love skiing, my skills are quite poor. Aren't you also lacking? Qinli remarked. His skills were indeed lacking as he had never actually skied. The few times he had been on the snow were merely childhood moments spent sliding on the road with friends after a snowfall. Such skills were far beyond being described as poor. Qinli downplayed his abilities merely to set a precaution so he wouldn't be exposed later. I am very skilled, all right? Tang Shuhan replied, a hint of pride evident in her tone. I will teach you then. This statement pleased Qinli, causing a smile to curve his lips. Just don't find me foolish when the time comes. Tang Shuhan playfully wrinkled her adorable nose. That's uncertain. This proud demeanor truly epitomized Tang Shuhan. The current Tang Shuhan was entirely different from the one at the company. In the workplace, she was composed, serious, and meticulous. However, now Qinli finally witnessed another side of her, playful, charming, innocent, reminiscent of a little girl. Qinli truly wishes for her to remain in this state forever. For the enchanting goddess Yang Yuwei, his feelings are predominantly driven by possessiveness. However, for Tang Shuhan, the more he learns, the deeper his affection grows. And the more he feels a pang of sympathy. She merely seeks her own happiness. What wrong has she committed? Apologies for my tardiness. At this moment, Yang Xingyan finally arrived, hurriedly pulling her suitcase. Perhaps the earlier topic had piqued Tang Shuhan's interest, so she smiled gently and said, It's all right. We just got here as well. Let's go. Yang Xingyan nodded and discreetly glanced at Qinli, who stood nearby. Indeed, her idol looked quite dashing today. As Tang Shuhan walked ahead, Qinli naturally took charge of her suitcase, following closely behind with Yang Xingyan. In a low voice, he asked her, Why were you late? Yang Xingyan, feeling a mix of joy and mild reproach, replied softly, It's rush hour. It's quite difficult to get a taxi. Qinli nodded and whispered, When we return, I will buy you a car. Is there a more direct expression of affection than this? Yang Xingyan felt a surge of emotion, her gaze towards Qinli filled with adoration. Seizing the opportunity while passing through security, she leaned against Qinli's shoulder. Whispering sweetly, Thank you, Dad. A tingling sensation brushed against Qinli's ear, igniting a flutter in his heart. He nearly lost his composure at the airport, casting her a playful glare before hastily catching up to Tang Shuhan with their luggage. Yang Xingyun chuckled to herself, her spirits lifted as she followed behind. As the esteemed President Tang led the business trip, the tickets were naturally booked in first class. After waiting for half an hour in the lounge, the three successfully boarded the plane. With a powerful thrust, the aircraft took off smoothly. Once they settled their belongings, Qinli and Tang Shuhan occupied adjacent seats, while Yang Xingyan sat across the aisle. Hello, beautiful, I am Fan Bingchun. May I introduce myself? The young man seated next to Yang Xingyan wore a zhongshan suit, an unusual attire for someone his age. Spotting a stunning girl beside him, he smiled as he extended his right hand. Yang Xingyan chuckled, pointing across the aisle at Qinli. I can't, my boyfriend would be displeased. Fan Bingchun glanced over and remarked, But your boyfriend is sitting with another beauty. That is my boyfriend's cousin, Yang Xingyan replied. All right, your boyfriend is quite lucky. Fan Bingchun nodded politely, then closed his eyes, choosing to remain silent. There was no entanglement as she had imagined. Yang Xingyan found him rather charming. She turned her gaze back to Qinli. Yet, her idol was undoubtedly the most handsome. His smile radiated warmth. His mischief was endearing, and his affection was possessive. She glanced down at her chest, recalling her roommate's teasing about her ample figure, and smirked coyly. Yes, it was time to pursue her own happiness. Unbeknownst to Qinli, she was contemplating how to win him over. After exchanging a few light-hearted words with Tang Shuhan, he closed his eyes to rest. Being young, the early hour made them all a bit drowsy, so they chose to take a short nap. 2 hours later, the plane landed successfully at Mingzhu Airport. Upon exiting, a 5-seater Rolls-Royce Cullinan awaited them. Tang Shuhan and Yang Xingyun settled into the back seats, while Qinli placed their luggage in the trunk. Just as he prepared to get into the car, Fan Bingchun, the young man who had flirted with Yang Xingyun on the plane, approached. Hey, buddy, I'm Fan Bingchun, he said, extending his hand with a smile. Qinli was somewhat perplexed, but shook his hand nonetheless. I'm Qinli. After their handshake, Fan Bingchun complimented. Bro, I admire you. Your girlfriend is truly beautiful. Qinli felt puzzled. He hadn't noticed any interaction between Fan Bingchun and Yang Xingyun on the plane, so he asked, "Which one are you referring to?" Fan Bingchun looked bewildered. "The one in the car." "Oh, right." Qinli nodded, then added, "Which one in the car?" He genuinely did not understand whom he was talking about. Fan Bingchun, now at a loss for words, asked with a strange expression, "Isn't the other one your cousin?" It then dawned on Qinli that he must be referring to Yang Xingyun, for only she, in her innocence, would think that Tang Shuhan was his cousin. "Oh," Qinli replied nonchalantly, "What do you want?" Fan Bingchun's face flushed slightly at the question. "Does your cousin have a boyfriend?" "Qinli, are you trying to flirt with Yang Xingyun and now have your sights set on Tang Shuhan? You want to be my cousin-in-law?" "Sorry, dude, but she is also my girlfriend. The cousin story was just a ruse," Qinli said disdainfully. "With your looks? How dare you try to steal my girl? Are you more handsome than me?" Fan Bingchun's expression darkened. "Is that true?" Qinli nodded, more genuine than a pearl. Fan Bingchun scoffed. "What a scoundrel." Qinli, unfazed, replied with a hint of pride, "Are you envious? I can teach you a few tricks." Upon hearing this, Fan Bingchun, who had intended to walk away, swallowed his pride. It was hard not to envy. Both Tang Shuhan and Yang Xingyun were breathtakingly beautiful, with figures to match. If he could have both, he would be over the moon. "Really?" Fan Bingchun asked, his eyes gleaming with interest. "Absolutely," Qinli affirmed with conviction, then pointed to the Maserati parked behind the Rolls-Royce. "Consider that Maserati your tuition fee." Qinli had already noticed the white Maserati parked behind the Cullinan, and its driver had been watching Fan Bingchun intently. If all went as planned, that car was there to pick him up. Moreover, if it weren't for the intent to trick him, Qinli wouldn't have wasted so much breath. "Are you robbing me?" Fan Bingchun exclaimed, startled. "That Maserati 20 is the top model. I spent nearly 3 million to get it. I'm just borrowing it." Qinli said honestly, "I can see you're not short on cash. If you want to learn the ropes, don't be so stingy." Fan Bingchun seemed to recall something and asked, "Can you really help me win over a woman?" "I can," Qinli boasted. "All right, I have a tricky situation. Let us add each other on WeChat, and if you help me win her over, I'll transfer the car to you immediately," Fan Bingchun said earnestly. "Deal," Qinli replied, pulling out his phone for them to exchange contacts. "Goodbye, dude," Qinli waved as he climbed into the Cullinan. Upon entering the car, he was surprised to find a female driver at the wheel. Before he could greet her, Tang Shuhan, seated in the back, spoke up. "Why are you so slow? What did you and that guy discuss?" This stunning beauty had quite the curiosity. Qinli chuckled. He thought my girlfriend was beautiful, so he sought my advice. Tang Shuhan assumed he was referring to her, glancing out the window and muttering, "Boring." Yet Yang Xingyun, who recognized Fan Bingchun, knew he was referring to herself. She playfully winked at Qinli, earning a mischievous glance in return. 30 minutes later, the Rolls-Royce Cullinan came to a halt in front of the Ming Zhu Shangri-La Hotel. The female driver was an employee of the Xiang Chung group responsible for hosting the group, having already arranged accommodations for Tang Shuhan and her companions. Leading a few individuals to the luxurious 55th floor VIP lounge, they proceeded to check in. Tang Shuhan was assigned the Ho-Hot suite, while Qinli and Yang Xingyun were given the Zunya King room. At this moment, the distinction in social status was strikingly apparent. After all, could two mere secretaries aspire to reside in accommodations equal to that of the president? Qinli produced his card and, handing it to the female driver, said, "I apologize for the inconvenience, but could you assist me in upgrading Secretary Yang to a suite on par with President Tang's, preferably adjacent to it? I will cover the expenses myself." Yang Xingyun gazed at him sweetly, although she believed that the Zunya King room was already quite satisfactory. She valued her idol's arrangements above all else. The female driver, taken aback by Qinli's request, glanced at Tang Shuhan. Observing Qinli's boldness, Tang Shuhan merely smiled. Recognizing his audacity, this rascal never hesitated to indulge himself. Tang Shuhan nodded to the driver in agreement, but added, "Please process this as a regular business travel expense." Upon hearing this, Qinli chuckled, unbothered, as he tucked away his card. Leaning closer, he whispered to Tang Shuhan, "I just want to be a little closer to you." The warmth of his breath made Tang Shuhan feel a ticklish sensation, and her cheeks flushed. Despite being in different cities and hotels, memories of an unforgettable night resurfaced. Enough of this. Tang Shuhan found the intimacy overwhelming and instinctively stepped aside. Yet, her tone betrayed a hint of shyness. Satisfied by the rosy hue on Tang Shuhan's face, Qinli reveled in his success. He had learned this tactic from Yang Xingyun and was pleasantly surprised by its effectiveness. "Indeed, I am a diligent student." Unbeknownst to him, Yang Xingyun had been observing him closely, witnessing their interaction firsthand. After completing the check-in process, the three successfully settled into their adjacent Ho-Hot suites. The accommodations were well appointed, with ample space of approximately 120 square meters and expansive floor-to-ceiling windows offering a breathtaking view of the vibrant cityscape. while Qin Li busied himself exploring his room. Yang Xingyun unexpectedly entered and closed the door behind her. Qin Li's gaze was drawn to her long legs, clad in black stockings, and he swallowed hard. What are you planning to do? I will scream. Chapter 31. I love you, but I wish to withdraw. In response to Qin Li's teasing, Yang Xingyun remained silent. She simply approached him and embraced him tightly. Qin Li found himself momentarily bewildered by her enchanting presence. However, he sensed an unusual tension in Yang Xingyun's demeanor. Qin Li, she murmured, resting her head on his shoulder. Yes? What is it? He inquired. Hold me, she urged, tightening her grip around his arm. The two drew closer. And Qin Li inhaled sharply, struggling to contain his emotions. Yet, sensing her unease, he refrained from further teasing and instead held her gently. They remained entwined for over 10 minutes before Yang Xingyun gradually released her hold, yet did not entirely withdraw from his embrace. Feeling the warmth between them, she blushed and remarked, "You naughty boy." Qin Li understood the implication behind her words. However, he felt powerless to control his desires. Noticing her reddened eyes, he asked, "What's wrong? You seemed fine just moments ago." Yang Xingyun met his gaze, hesitating before asking, "You and President Tang are not relatives, correct?" At her question, Qin Li's body stiffened. After a moment of reflection, he grasped her meaning. She must have witnessed his earlier flirtation with Tang Shuhan and suspected him of deceit. He had long anticipated that this truth would not remain concealed for long, and he had never intentionally hidden it. He had even been honest with Fan Bingchen that morning. He believed that even if Yang Xingyun discovered the truth, he would still have a firm grasp on her affections. Yet, seeing the glimmer of hurt in her eyes, his heart softened. Regret washed over him for his earlier bravado. Lowering his gaze, he asked, "Do you love me?" "Yes," Yang Xingyun replied without hesitation. She brushed a strand of hair from her forehead and continued, "Throughout my life, I have always believed myself to be the most beautiful and the most accomplished, consistently achieving top marks in school. Many pursued me during my academic years, yet I never accepted any of their advances, believing them unworthy. Then I met you. Initially, I found you charming and radiant, albeit a bit foolish." She chuckled at this memory, prompting a smile from Qin Li as he recalled his intentional naivety during their encounters. "To be honest, after seeing your sports car, I contemplated marrying you, for I too possess a sense of vanity. Although I excel academically, I have always envied the affluent girls at school who don the finest attire and adorned themselves with exquisite jewelry. I envied their ability to purchase whatever they desired. Thus, I treated you well, enduring any grievances. However, I genuinely fell for you. I admire your confidence, how you can effortlessly engage with high-ranking executives. I even began to appreciate your domineering side when you would tease me. Qin Li, I love you." As she spoke, Yang Xingyun rose on her toes and leaned closer to Qin Li. He made no attempt to retreat. Her heartfelt confession stirred something deep within him. Yet, she pulled away almost immediately, tears streaming down her cheeks. "I love you, but I wish to withdraw, for I know you have feelings for President Tang, who surpasses me in every way. You still wish to see that female broadcaster. I should have known. You are a charming rogue." With that, Yang Xingyun gently pushed him away and stepped out of his embrace. The emptiness he felt was palpable. Without hesitation, Qin Li wrapped his arms around her once more. This time with greater resolve. "I will not allow this," he asserted with a hint of possessiveness. Ding. System task triggered. Win back a girl who loves you. Task reward. Xingyun Investment and Financial Consulting Company. Hearing the voice in his mind, Qin Li was taken aback by the unexpected system task. At that moment, he realized that losing this obedient girl meant he might never see her again. "Please listen to me," he pleaded, holding her tightly. However, this time, Yang Xingyun did not comply as she had before. She resisted, shaking her head. She could endure Qin Li's playful teasing, but she could not bear to share her boyfriend with another. She had always been a strong-willed girl. Now, she simply wished to convey her true feelings to Qin Li before it was too late, leaving no regrets. Observing her resolute demeanor, Qin Li steeled himself and scooped her up in a princess carry, striding toward the bedroom. Yang Xingyun initially contemplated resisting, but ultimately surrendered, thinking, if this is what he desires, so be it. But this will be the first and last time. Upon reaching the bed, Qin Li gently placed her down before pouncing on her. Yang Xingyun lay on the bed, eyes closed. However, after a prolonged silence, she turned back, only to feel a sharp slap on a sensitive area, causing her considerable discomfort. Then Qin Li's voice resonated. "Are you listening?" Yang Xingyun turned her head and cast a pitiful glance in his direction. Noticing her silence, Qin Li struck again. "Are you listening?" Yang Xingyun felt a sharp pain, even going numb. As Qin Li raised his hand once more, she hurriedly nodded. If she didn't tee, that rascal might actually hurt her. Only then did Qin Li lower his hand. "You are truly wicked," Yang Xingyun exclaimed, feeling wronged. Qin Li cradled her small head and earnestly replied, "I can't bear to hurt you. This was the first time Yang Xingyun had heard such affectionate words from him, and she wrapped her arms around him, saying, "I can't bear to part with you either. I will help you take leave this afternoon." Qinli gazed at her and said, "But you must not run away. You big bad guy." After saying this, Yang Xingyun bestowed another sweet kiss upon him. Qinli reciprocated eagerly. Yet he understood that the lingering doubts in Yang Xingyun's heart had not dissipated. He still needed to make further efforts. The two remained close until noon, after which Qinli carried Yang Xingyun back to her room. He even requested some ointment from the hotel and, under Yang Xingyun's shy and annoyed gaze, applied it for her. During lunch with Tang Shuhan, Qinli requested leave for Yang Xingyun, citing her discomfort and slight acclimatization issues. Tang Shuhan even visited Yang Xingyun's room. Finding it somewhat odd as Yang Xingyun lay on the bed, her face flushed. Whenever questioned, she stammered in response. Chapter 32. I am not a scumman. In the afternoon, Qinli accompanied Tang Shuhan to the Xiangqing Group's branch in Mingzhu City. The primary agenda for the afternoon was to discuss advertising collaborations with various enterprises in Mingzhu City. Although Fein Live had the backing of the Xiangqing Group, it still had a considerable way to go before achieving true prominence. In addition to gifts and rewards, fostering advertising partnerships was another avenue for Fein Live's profitability. These matters typically fell within the purview of the marketing department, and the director, Wang Yin, was more than capable of handling them. However, the fact that the president of Fein Live personally attended astonished the representatives from various enterprises. Furthermore, Tang Shuhan's remarkable beauty facilitated a harmonious negotiation atmosphere. With Yang Xingyun absent, Qinli performed exceptionally well as a secretary, managing interactions and document handling flawlessly. The discussions continued until evening, and the preliminary framework for cooperation began to take shape. Although further deliberations on contract details would be required, this was not a task that could be completed in a single afternoon. Once everything concluded, the city lights began to twinkle. Tang Shuhan declined invitations from the collaborators for dinner and settled into the luxurious Rolls-Royce Cullinan. "I am so tired." Tang Shuhan stretched, having had a demanding afternoon. With Yang Xingyun absent, Qinli sat in the back seat. Upon hearing her words, he proposed, "Come, let me give you a massage." Tang Shuhan shot him a wary glance. "Don't give me that look. I am a professional," Qinli said, rubbing his hands together. Although Tang Shuhan genuinely felt discomfort in her shoulders, she still harbored reservations about Qinli. That rascal was quite audacious. "It's just a massage. Otherwise, I will throw you out," she warned. Qinli scoffed. "Can you even throw me out? Rest assured, I guarantee my character. Just enjoy it." After hearing this, Tang Shuhan turned slightly, presenting her back to him, as Qinli's hands settled on her shoulders. The female driver in the front seat dutifully raised the partition between the front and rear compartments, creating a private space in the back. What a considerate subordinate. Unlike skiing, Qinli's massage was genuinely effective. Having honed his skills since childhood, he had coaxed countless red envelopes from his mother. Thus, his technique was undoubtedly proficient. Initially tense, Tang Shuhan gradually relaxed as she discovered the massage was indeed pleasurable. Gazing out at the night scenery, she felt her shoulders surrendering to Qinli's touch. With her lips slightly pursed, Tang Shuhan contentedly remarked, "This is precisely what a secretary should do." Qinli retorted, "So you think you're clever?" He intentionally increased the pressure, causing Tang Shuhan to emit a soft hum. Yet, she found it even more soothing, prompting her to say, "Little secretary, maintain this pressure." Qinli felt insulted by the beautiful woman. After approximately 30 minutes, the vehicle returned to the Shangri-La Hotel. Following Qinli's massage, Tang Shuhan felt utterly relaxed, not wanting to move at all. Just as she was about to ask him to stop, she realized his hands had ventured past her shoulders, fingertips brushing against her softness. Hastily, Tang Shuhan pulled his hands away, glaring at him. "I knew you wouldn't behave." Qinli chuckled, recalling that delightful and smooth sensation, sheepishly responding, "Everyone makes mistakes. Even horses stumble." "Humph." Tang Shuhan rose to exit the vehicle, with Qinli trailing behind. Tang Shuhan ordered dinner, instructing the waiter to deliver it to her room. Feeling completely at ease, she merely wished to enjoy her meal and rest afterward. As for Qinli, she was resolute in not allowing him into her room. That rascal was far too adept at taking advantage of situations. The little streamer, Su Yuanin, was aware of Qinli's presence in Mingzhu today and sent a WeChat message inquiring about dinner together. However, Qinli declined, suggesting they could discuss it another day. He had something significant to attend to today. After taking a shower and changing clothes in his own room, he made his way directly to Yang Xingyun's room. Upon opening the door, Yang Xingyun smiled and asked, "Is your bottom feeling better?" Yang Xingyun pulled him inside, once again enveloping him in her embrace. She adored the sensation of being held by Qinli. "You big bad guy, next time, don't hit me so hard," she said, feeling wronged. "It took quite a while for me to recover. I understand. Next time, I will be gentler, Qinli replied, grinning as he held her. Yang Xingyun playfully shot him a light glare before bursting into laughter. I truly enjoy this moment. Inhaling his scent deeply, she added, it's a pity that this big bad guy belongs to someone else. All right. Qinli wished to change the subject, suggesting, change your clothes. Daddy will take you out for dinner. Where to? Yang Xingyun inquired curiously. Qinli patted her back, grinning, you'll find out when you get there. Oh. Yang Xingyun obediently went to change, pretending to be fierce as she closed the bedroom door behind her. Qinli sat on the sofa in the living room, grinning mischievously, recalling how he had seen her earlier while applying the ointment. Just thinking about it stirred his blood. Yang Xingyun, remembering that moment, snorted and promptly shut the door. A few minutes later, Yang Xingyun emerged from her room, dressed differently than before. Instead of a dress and stockings, she wore pants. As the April nights could still be chilly, she donned a pink sweatshirt adorned with cartoon patterns. So adorable, Qinli praised. Hee. Yang Xingyun beamed, sitting on his lap and asking, big bad guy, do you prefer this style or the professional attire? I like you in this outfit outside the bed and in that one inside, Qinli replied shamelessly. You truly are the worst, she said. Realizing that Qinli liked her even more made her more proactive and playful with him. She relished this dynamic. Let us go, it's time to eat, Qinli said, taking her hand. Sure. The two descended the stairs hand in hand. When traveling, Qinli naturally would not choose the Rolls-Royce Cullinan from Xianqing Group. Otherwise, how could he pursue Tang Shuhan if she found out? This realization made him decide that he should separate Yang Xingyun from Tang Shuhan sooner rather than later. Continuing down this path would inevitably lead to trouble. Even though Yang Xingyun was obedient and docile, she had almost left him, and the issue had yet to be resolved. Not to mention the strong-willed and proud Tang Shuhan. As for abandoning one for the other, apologies, but Qinli had never entertained such thoughts. Zhang Lifan had foresight, sensing early on that Qinli was destined to become a cad. However, Qinli dismissed this notion. A cad? A cad toys with others' feelings. While I desire to have them all, it is distinctly different, is it not? I am an unparalleled gentleman. Chapter 33, A Unique Romance. As dusk deepened, Mingzhu remained brilliantly illuminated. In this vibrant city known as the Magic Capital, the nightlife was ceaseless. Although Jinjiang City had made commendable progress in recent years, it still paled in comparison to the top-tier metropolis of Mingzhu. Qinli sat in the back seat of a Rolls-Royce Phantom with Yang Xingyun. En route to their dining destination, he would never use the Cullinan, nor did he opt for the rental service provided by Shangri-La. This Phantom had been rented by Qinli in the afternoon at the behest of Qi Ryu, who had come to Mingzhu to ensure Qinli's safety. Inside the car was the unique starlit ceiling of Rolls-Royce, while the enchanting nightscape of Mingzhu rushed by outside. Yang Xingyun nestled in Qinli's embrace, feeling a sense of intoxication. Her reservations about Qinli's flirtatious nature had inexplicably faded, as she relished his company, fearing the loss of it even more. She gazed up at his profile, her idol as handsome as ever. Without hesitation, Yang Xingyun pressed a kiss to his cheek. Qinli smiled, affectionately ruffling her hair. Since realizing he could not bear to let her go, his thoughts revolved around how to keep her by his side. Yang Xingyun's heartfelt confession had profoundly touched him. He could not allow his life to harbor regrets. Even if he were to allow it, the system would not permit such a thing. For he was destined for a perfect life. After nearly 40 minutes, they finally arrived at their destination. Let us get out, Qinli said, taking Yang Xingyun's hand. Qi Ryu, playing the role of chauffeur, promptly opened the rear door. Upon exiting, Yang Xingyun gasped in surprise, for their vehicle had parked directly beneath the Pearl Tower of Mingzhu City. The Pearl Tower, a landmark of the city, was even more beautiful at night, its lights twinkling like stars reaching into the sky. Let us go, Qinli urged, leading her toward the tower. Yang Xingyun hesitated. Are we dining at the Pearl Tower? Of course, Qinli replied as they walked. I want to give you something truly unique. Filled with joy, Yang Xingyun hurried to keep pace with him. And they took the elevator to the Oriental Pearl revolving restaurant at the tower's apex. Situated within the pink orb of the tower, 273 meters high, the restaurant rotated, offering breathtaking views of the nightscape as they dined, creating an enchanting atmosphere. Yang Xingyun rushed to the edge of the orb, gazing at the distant, dazzling lights, exclaiming, "It's so beautiful." After taking in the view, she looked around, surprised. Why are there no other guests? It's just us. The entire restaurant was exclusively theirs. I reserved the entire place. It belongs to just the two of us, Qinli replied. He had spent over 800,000 to secure the restaurant, a task he had arranged for Qi Ryu earlier that day, all to keep the girl who loved him close. Hearing this, Yang Xingyun's eyes glistened with tears. She had never experienced such romance. Compared to Qinli, the so-called romantic gestures from other boys who pursued her paled in comparison, especially since this was from the boy she adored. But I can't cry. The carpet is very expensive, Qinli teased. You're terrible, Yang Xingyun exclaimed, burying her face in his chest. Then I'll just wipe my tears on you. Enough of that, let us eat. I'm hungry, Qinli said, rather disruptively. Yang Xingyun shot him a playful glare. You naughty boy, can't you let me enjoy this moment a little longer? Despite her words, she took a step back from his embrace. They moved to a better vantage point at the edge of the orb. Qinli snapped his fingers, and a server approached with a tablet. Many restaurants now utilize tablets for ordering. Qinli handed the tablet to Yang Xingyun, who waved her hand, saying, I don't know what's good, you order. Qinli was unsure as well, but he had done his research that afternoon, all to ensure the evening was perfect. Picking up the tablet, he confidently ordered special drunken crab, Shanghai-style braised fish face, wasabi shrimp, grilled South American prawns, French snails, matcha cake, 2 sirloin steaks, and a rich Russian soup. All were specialties, and of course, they would have some wine tonight. Qinli handed the tablet to the server, adding, We'd like a bottle of 1982 Lafite. It requires at least 2 hours to aerate, so please bring us a bottle that is ready to drink. Certainly, sir. Please hold on. The server nodded and retreated. Noticing his adeptness in ordering, Yang Xingyun pouted. Have you been here with other girls? Shoo. Qinli placed a finger to his lips, winking and whispering, I researched this online. Keep it down. We don't want anyone to know we are novices. Yang Xingyun stifled a laugh, playfully rolling her eyes at him. Qinli even showed her his search history, which was impressively detailed. What to order when taking a girlfriend to the Pearl Tower. What are the specialties at the Pearl Tower? How to create a romantic atmosphere at the Pearl Tower for my girlfriend. What should I do if she wants to sleep with me? Should I use Durex or Okamoto? Upon reading the last 2 queries, Yang Xingyun's cheeks flushed. You naughty boy. However, seeing him regard her as his girlfriend and going to such lengths for her left her genuinely touched. Soon, the dishes began to arrive one after another. Accompanied by the enchanting night view outside and the presence of the boy she adored, Yang Xingyun found immense satisfaction in the meal. Even before the Lafite had fully aerated, her heart was already intoxicated. They shared sweet moments over dinner, with Qinli always finding ways to make her laugh. Yet, just as they were fully immersed in their meal, the lights in the restaurant suddenly went out. The soft strains of a violin began to play. Yang Xingyun felt no fear, only anticipation and emotion, for she knew this was a surprise prepared by her idol. 10 seconds later, the lights returned, and the restaurant floor was blanketed with red roses. Accompanied by the soothing music, Qinli knelt on one knee, holding a ring aloft, its diamonds sparkling brilliantly. Xingyun, I like you. Please stay with me. I am quite clear about this. I can manage a materialistic girl, but I cannot control a girl who loves me. What I can offer you is love and emotion, now and forever. Will you stay? Otherwise, I want to know who to tease in the future. Listening to his heartfelt yet playful confession, Yang Xingyun could no longer hold back her tears. Everything that night had exceeded her expectations, filling her heart with joy. She had never dared to dream of such a scene. Thus, when it unfolded, she found herself overwhelmed with emotion, almost breathless. As for the rest, Yang Xingyun no longer wished to ponder. She had become enamored with Qinli's affection, and that was sufficient for her. Please help me put this on, Yang Xingyun said, extending her delicate fingers in a somewhat spoiled manner. Witnessing this scene, Qinli felt a surge of joy as he smiled and slipped the ring onto her middle finger. Although it was not an engagement ring, it served as a token of their bond. Seeing him adorn her finger with the ring, Yang Xingyun immediately leapt into his embrace and whispered, tinged with a hint of tears, I wish to use Gangbin. Chapter 34. Thank the system for saving my life. Listening to her words, Qinli nearly transformed into a beast. How had he never noticed that this little enchantress possessed such an alluring charm? He held her close, saying, Our Lafite hasn't arrived yet. Then let us take it back and drink, Yang Xingyun replied, playfully wriggling in his arms. I'm already full, unable to endure any longer. Qinli took her hand and headed toward the elevator. They drove back to the Shangri-La Hotel in haste, their footsteps quickening as they entered Yang Xingyun's room. I'm going to take a shower, Yang Xingyun said, her eyes glazed as she kissed him. Qinli nodded, and once she entered the bathroom, he hurried to inspect the items on the bedside table. Being a 5-star hotel, it naturally provided what he desired. However, after searching for a while, he discovered that there was no Gangbin. Sitting on the bed, he pondered for a moment before pulling out his phone. Buy a box of Gangbin and send it over. Chi Ryu responded with confusion. I want to kill you. Initially unaware of what Gangbin was, she searched it and was instantly filled with disbelief. This rogue boss actually expected her to fetch such items for him. Transfer 100,000. Qinli insisted. 10 minutes, it will be delivered. Chi Ryu relented, recognizing that she could not truly harm her boss. Indeed, Chi Ryu's efficiency was commendable. 10 minutes later, while Yang Xingyun was still in the shower, Chi Ryu arrived. She expressionlessly handed over the Gangbin, securely wrapped in a black plastic bag, and hurriedly left. Everything was in place, but they still awaited the right moment. Half an hour later, Yang Xingyun emerged from the shower, wrapped in a towel, her face flushed. "I'll wash up," Qinli said, finishing his shower in a mere 6 or 7 minutes. Then came the moment to worship heaven and earth, entering the bridal chamber. Ding. System task. Win back a girl who loves you. Task reward. Xingyun Investment and Financial Consulting Company. Task completed. And relevant documents have been deposited at the front desk of the Shangri-La Hotel in Mingzhu City for the host to collect. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully engaging in amicable interaction with an exquisite beauty. Reward. Hostess physical ability increased to 5 and acquired a unique skill in bed. Qinli was astonished to find that there were 2 rewards, the first being an investment company named after Yang Xingyun, which he had already known about. However, he was genuinely surprised by the second reward. Was his physical ability so low that he had to rely on this method to improve? System, you are quite mischievous. Furthermore, there was an odd unique skill. Nevertheless, this was something Qinli indeed needed. He felt invigorated once more and prepared to sound the battle horn again. The next morning, Qinli awoke first, signed in, and checked his attributes. Host, Qinli, appearance, 85. Physical ability, 79. Intelligence, 92. Emotional intelligence, 94. Skills, master-level combat skills, professional driving skills. Skill of drinking 1,000 cups without inebriation, and unique skill in bed. Indeed, his physical ability had increased from 74 to 79. However, after so many encounters last night, he had only gained once. Did he need to become someone else to continue improving? System, are you truly that wicked? At this moment, Yang Xingyun also awakened and, seeing Qinli lost in thought, tightly embraced him. Feeling the smoothness of her skin against his, Qinli found himself stirred again. Sensing his intentions, Yang Xingyun quickly begged for mercy. Qinli chuckled, not insisting further, as it was her first time, and she had already performed exceptionally the previous night. "Hubby," Yang Xingyun sweetly called out, then fell silent for a moment before saying, "I want to resign." "Why?" Qinli inquired. "Isn't it because you're a heartless rogue?" Yang Xingyun playfully pinched him. Although she had accepted Qinli's flirtatious nature, the thought of him flirting with Tang Shuhan in her presence made her uneasy. "But rest assured, I will not leave you. You are my most beloved husband," Yang Xingyun said, her voice soft and tender. Qinli felt a surge of emotion. This girl had given him everything she could offer. He held her tightly and said, "I have a gift for you. Go get dressed." Yang Xingyun was surprised at the prospect of receiving a gift. "Hurry, dress quickly. The hotel staff will be delivering it shortly." Oh. Yang Xingyun obediently went to get dressed. The gift Qinli mentioned was, of course, the Xingyun Investment and Financial Consulting Company, a joint venture between them. He called the front desk using the room's landline, requesting them to bring the stored documents up. Soon, there was a knock at the door. Qinli opened it, and the staff handed him an envelope. "What is it? Let me see," Yang Xingyun exclaimed, filled with anticipation. Despite her awkward gait, she rushed forward as the items arrived. Okay, slow down," Qinli said, quickly supporting her as he handed her the envelope. "Are you really that curious?" he asked with a hint of exasperation. Yang Xingyun took the envelope, pouting adorably. "It's from my male god. It must be something good." She eagerly opened it, revealing the registration materials for the Xingyun Investment and Financial Consulting Company along with some ownership documents. When she saw the name of the company, she was rendered speechless. Upon discovering that the company was jointly owned by them, tears streamed down her face once more. "Why are you so good to me?" Yang Xingyun felt that she had never been so touched in her life as she had been over these 2 days. "Because I am your husband," Qinli said with a grin. Yang Xingyun smiled through her tears and set the envelope aside. "Are you still okay, my male god?" Qinli sensed something and, while swallowing hard, nodded. Yang Xingyun became exuberant, showcasing a remarkable vigor that belied her stature. Had it not been for the system's unique skill reward, Qinli might have faced grave consequences. "Thank the system for saving my life." Chapter 35. Your mouth is too caustic. In the end, Yang Xingyun resigned, and it was she who brought it up with Tang Shuhan. Tang Shuhan found it peculiar. Ever since arriving in Mingzhu City, Yang Xingyun had first fallen ill and then decided to resign outright. However, after questioning Yang Xingyun for quite some time and getting no satisfactory answers, she had no choice but to acquiesce. Seeing Yang Xingyun's resolute attitude, she eventually agreed. Subsequently, Yang Xingyun booked an early flight back to Jinjiang City. Qinli personally saw her off at the airport, and they indulged in affectionate farewells until she boarded the plane. Only then did Qinli take the Cullinan directly to the Mingzhu City branch of the Xiangqing Group. He had come to escort Yang Xingyun, but Tang Shuhan had already arrived at the company ahead of him. Upon reaching the office and entering yesterday's conference room, Qinli immediately sensed that the atmosphere today was markedly different, tense, and awkward. The number of people in the room was the same as yesterday, Yet Tang Shuhan's expression was frigid, akin to ice. Qin Li scanned the office curiously, and then he spotted someone sitting across from Tang Shuhan. Opposite her sat a rotund man in a tailored suit, not a business partner, but the director of marketing for Xiangqing Film and Television Company, Limited, Wei Shirquan. He was the pampered heir who had a significant background and sent roses to Tang Shuhan daily. Qin Li had studied his profile thoroughly, allowing him to recognize him quickly. He was astonished that this persistent man had actually pursued her to Mingzhu. Qin Li's gaze turned icy as well. Over the past few days, he had observed a noticeable relaxation in Tang Shuhan since her arrival in Mingzhu City. She had become more innocent and charming. Her expressions of shyness and annoyance more frequent than before. However, with the arrival of this rotund man, she reverted to her cold demeanor. Her back was straight, revealing her unease. Wei Shirquan remained silent, merely smiling at Tang Shuhan. He had declared upon his arrival that he was there solely for her, ignoring everyone else. Nonetheless, Wei Shirquan was well known in the film industry, and many present were aware of his reputation. His presence was clearly an attempt to woo her, leaving others hesitant to discuss contracts. Even if they had the inclination to negotiate, Tang Shuhan was not in the mood. Thus, Qin Li clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention. Esteemed colleagues, we at Xiangqing Group have some internal matters to address today. As for the contract, let us discuss it in detail tomorrow. Rest assured, we at Fein Live are quite sincere in our desire to collaborate with you. My apologies. No problem. We will reconvene tomorrow. Mr. Tang, see you then. The heads of various enterprises, relieved to have an exit, hurriedly departed. This way, no one was offended, which was the best outcome for them. In business, all actions are motivated by profit. No one wishes to offend others without reason. Once everyone had exited, only Tang Shuhan, Qin Li, Wei Shirquan, and a bodyguard standing behind him remained in the conference room. Wei Shirquan, with his ample face and squinty eyes, gazed at Qin Li. You are quite impressive, he remarked. Qin Li smiled and pulled a chair to sit very close to Tang Shuhan, providing her with a measure of comfort. At least she was not alone in this confrontation. After sitting down, Qin Li raised an eyebrow, saying, I also believe I am quite impressive. Observing him seated next to Tang Shuhan, Wei Shirquan tapped the table with his finger and commented, however, it is crucial to possess self-awareness. Do not let some misguided fantasies ruin your life. This was Wei Shirquan's blatant threat to Qin Li. Both Qin Li and Tang Shuhan understood the underlying meaning. Tang Shuhan shot him a cold glance, retorting, Wei Shirquan, do not overstep your bounds. Really? Mr. Tang, I am only looking out for this young man. To spare him from future hardships in society, Wei Shirquan feigned concern. There is no need for your worry, Wei Xiao, Qin Li countered sharply. To be honest, it seems that self-awareness is not exclusive to me. I have often wondered why Xiao Henin would not agree to you. I imagine that if a woman were to bring me a bouquet every morning, as long as she was not too unattractive, I would surely be moved. However, upon meeting you, I realized that some individuals are indeed less appealing than one might envision. Wei Xiao, may I inquire where you found the courage to pursue such a beautiful girl as Xiao Henin? Is it Liang Jingru? With each word Qin Li spoke, the smile on Wei Shirquan's face faded. By the time Qin Li finished, his expression was dark and stormy. He despised being called fat and loathed being told he was unattractive, even if it was the truth. Tang Shuhan felt a sense of relief. Qin Li's words were indeed sharp. Yet, she also worried for him, knowing that Wei Shirquan was not one to be trifled with. I have encountered a few with a mouth as sharp as yours, but they are now disabled, Wei Shirquan said ominously. Qin Li responded with surprise. Wei Xiao, you are surprisingly kind. Wei Shirquan. Tang Shuhan. Qin Li pretended to mentor his junior. If I were to meet someone like myself, I would certainly dismantle him, especially the mouth. I would chop it into filling, extract his tongue to feed the dogs, and mix the remaining flesh into cement. Once it's solidified, I would find a fake registered van to sink him into the Huangpu River without a trace. Wei Shirquan, I am threatening you. Can you show a little respect? How are you even more ruthless than I am? Are you insane? Wei Shirquan gasped, feeling unprecedentedly insulted. He waved at the bodyguard behind him. Go, let the young man experience what cruelty truly means. Tang Shuhan slammed her palm on the table, standing up. Wei Shirquan, you are going too far. Do you think our Tang family is a soft target for you to manipulate? Before Wei Shirquan could respond, Qin Li grasped her arm, saying, let the men handle this. Keep your mouth shut. Wei Shirquan, seeing him speak to Tang Shuhan this way, trembled with anger. Go now. I can't take it anymore. He urged his bodyguard, glaring fiercely at Qin Li. This audacious young man had truly crossed the line. Seeing his boss's command, the bodyguard, a towering figure at nearly 2 meters tall, with bronzed skin and bulging muscles, exuded an intimidating presence. Chapter 36. Qin Li truly knows how to make friends. This iron tower of a bodyguard, merely standing there, instilled fear in those who beheld him. However, Wei Shirquan knew that his new bodyguard possessed more than just an intimidating physique. Recently, he had dominated the underground boxing scene with his exceptional skills, proving himself as an indomitable force, a veritable human tank. Wei Shirquan had been so impressed by his prowess that he spared no expense to secure his services. Wei Shirquan was overweight and notably uncoordinated, thus he relied on such external strength for a sense of security. Although Qin Li was also around 1.8 meters tall, he was no match for this titan in stature. Moreover, Qin Li was seated. As this giant approached him, Qin Li maintained a relaxed demeanor. But Wei Shirquan imagined the moment when Qin Li would be begging for mercy. That would be his moment of triumph. Qin Li amiably looked up at the giant and inquired, "Hello, what is your name?" Wei Shirquan was nearly amused, thinking, "Come on, are you making friends like a child?" Tang Shuhan felt speechless yet anxious for him and reached for her phone to call for help. However, before she could dial, a deep voice resonated. "My name is Wang Taizhu." The giant unexpectedly engaged in conversation with him. Tang Shuhan was stunned, and Wei Shirquan was bewildered. "Brother, what are you doing?" "Making friends." "Clean him up, what are you doing?" Wei Shirquan urged impatiently. However, Qin Li paid him no heed and instead asked, "Wang Taizhu, how old are you this year?" The sturdy Wang Taizhu replied earnestly, 31. Qin Li responded with an "O," and continued, "You're not young anymore. Do you have a girl you fancy?" At that moment, Qin Li spoke as if he were a senior imparting wisdom. Yet, Wang Taizhu seemed compelled to listen. A faint flush appeared on Wang Taizhu's bronze face as he spoke in a deep voice. "Yes, there is someone. Tell me about her." Qin Li inquired with interest. After a moment, he added, "Lower your stance. It's uncomfortable for me to look up." "All right," Wang Taizhu replied, and to the astonishment of and Wei Shirquan, he knelt on one knee before Qin Li. Wei Shirquan felt as if he were witnessing a ghost. Finally, seeing Wang Taizhu lower than himself, Qin Li nodded in satisfaction. "Now, tell me, who do you like? I must inform you, with your complexion, you shouldn't pursue someone too beautiful." Qin Li's words had an underlying message, subtly criticizing a certain overweight individual. Wei Shirquan felt insulted once more. Upon hearing this, Wang Taizhu quickly waved his hands and said, I don't, I like Xiao Cui. We grew up together, and I work hard just to return home and marry her." Qin Li nodded, expressing concern. "How is your work progressing?" At his words, a glimmer of light flickered in Wang Taizhu's somewhat dazed eyes, though his voice remained flat. "It's basically completed." "All right, I understand. Stand aside." Qin Li waved his hand, and Wang Taizhu obediently stood behind him. Qin Li then looked at the bewildered and the astonished Wei Shirquan. "What are you doing? What on earth are you doing?" Wei Shirquan's flesh quivered in disbelief. "Making friends," Qin Li stated matter-of-factly. "Wang Taizhu is now my good friend." Inside, Wei Shirquan felt utterly defeated. "Did I employ this bodyguard with hefty sums just for you to make friends?" He glared at Wang Taizhu, who remained unmoving, was also bewildered but lowered her phone. Despite the bizarre situation, it seemed Qin Li was no longer in danger. Qin Li cast a disdainful glance at Wei Shirquan and crossed his legs. "Taizhu, as a friend, could you do me a favor?" Wang Taizhu stepped forward, responding in a deep voice, "Sure." Qin Li's gaze shifted back to Wei Shirquan. The latter felt a wave of despair wash over him. "Can someone please explain why this is happening? I feel so wronged, having played around long enough." Qin Li lost interest, his expression returning to its usual indifference. "Taizhu, take him away." "Understood." Without hesitation, Wang Taizhu complied, grabbing Wei Shirquan and effortlessly escorting him out of the meeting room. The room fell silent, leaving only and Qin Li. "How did you manage that?" After a moment, curiously asked. Qin Li chuckled and stood opposite her, saying, "Making friends, didn't you see? Only a fool would believe you." Rolled her eyes and pressed, "Now tell me." "Actually, Wang Taizhu has always been my man. I simply assigned him to guard Wei Shirquan." Qin Li confessed candidly. Wang Taizhu was indeed his, more accurately, a member of Qin Tang security. When Qi Ryu sent that peculiar video to Qin Li, Wang Taizhu appeared in it. Today, upon seeing him, Qin Li recognized him instantly. When he asked how Wang Taizhu's work was progressing, the latter's response indicated he had already grasped some leverage over Wei Shirquan, allowing Qin Li to feel confident in instructing him to take Wei Shirquan away. As for Wang Taizhu's familiarity with Qin Li, it was straightforward. Everyone at Qin Tang Security had reviewed Qin Li's files numerous times. How could they not recognize their own boss? He wasn't foolish. Upon hearing this, was astonished. "When did you arrange this?" Qin Li gently stroked her hair and replied, "When I decided to protect you." Hearing this, felt a pang of emotion. It dawned on her that he had always been looking out for her. From now on, no one will bully you. No one will make you sad. No one will make you drown your sorrows at night. They simply cannot. Qin Li assured her, caressing her hair like a promise. "Thank you," said, leaning wearily against the table, on the verge of tears. Today, someone finally saw through her facade of strength and was willing to protect her from harm. "With my future husband, There's no need for formality, Qin Li replied with a smile. Give him a bit of sunshine, and he will shine brightly, teased, playfully wrinkling her nose. You performed splendidly today. Let us continue this, Qin Li said, saluting her. Yes, I promise to complete the task. Couldn't help but laugh at his serious demeanor. In that moment, the sun shone brightly, and flowers bloomed all around. Chapter 37. Wei Shirquan truly deserves his fate. Qin Li stood on the street, the midday sun bearing down rather intensely. What do you want to eat? He asked, somewhat helplessly. I'm almost getting sunburned. A man's tin makes him look healthy, replied with a smile, glancing back at him. Ever since resolving the matter in the meeting room that morning, seemed unusually cheerful. At first, Qin Li was delighted for her and readily agreed when she suggested a shopping trip. However, he soon discovered that her idea of shopping was merely strolling down the street without entering any stores. It was already noon, and they hadn't eaten yet. Qin Li's stomach growled in protest. Furthermore, the sun was genuinely blazing. Did you secretly apply sunscreen? Qin Li inquired suspiciously. Why aren't you afraid of the sun like other women? Waved her hand dismissively. No, I'm naturally beautiful and can't get tanned. Why are you, a grown man, so afraid of the sun? Qin Li chuckled. I isn't it because I fear you might not like me? How could that be? Teased. Pinching his nose playfully, her eyes filled with mirth. Feeling triumphant for having successfully teased Qin Li, she laughed before he could respond. Qin Li thought to himself, this woman has truly lost her mind. Yet it was evident how suppressed she had felt before. However, now his stomach was more distressed than her previous demeanor. I want meat, he protested. This time didn't he refuse, tugging at his arm and indicating a nearby shop with eager anticipation. Let us eat there, shall we? Following her gaze, Qin Li saw a red sign hanging outside a restaurant emblazoned with a huge logo. A wave of exasperation washed over him. Sister, are you this excited about McDonald's? I want to go. You have to accompany me, pouted. Previously, Qin Li thought her demeanor was aloof, strong, and somewhat proud. Yet now, he felt as if he were nurturing a perpetually youthful daughter. Do you have a dual personality? Let us go. I want fried chicken, Qin Li declared, pulling her toward McDonald's. For now, regardless of what they ate, filling their stomachs took precedence. Two individuals entered a McDonald's establishment, where Qin Li initially intended to order some chicken wings and drumsticks. However, his plans were swiftly rendered unnecessary. Tang Shuhan produced a card from her pocket and, with a decisive motion, placed it on the counter. She pointed at the illuminated menu and declared, I would like one of each item. Qin Li was taken aback. The server, slightly incredulous and having never encountered such an ordering style, hesitated and inquired once more, all of them, one each? Yes, Tang Shuhan affirmed with a nod, adding, including drinks, one of each. Would you like that to go? The server asked, assuming that perhaps she had a large family to feed. To eat here? Tang Shuhan replied without hesitation. At this moment, other patrons were left speechless by Tang Shuhan's commanding presence, silently speculating on how such an attractive girl could behave so foolishly. Is there anything else you would like to order? Tang Shuhan nudged Qin Li with her elbow. You've ordered everything. What else is there for me to add? Qin Li felt the gaze of the onlookers shift toward him. Slowly, he raised a hand to shield his face, mumbling through his fingers, this is more than enough. Oh, then I shall find a seat and wait for you to bring everything over, Tang Shuhan said before departing. Qin Li glanced around, noticing the stares of those in line. Even his thick skin felt a twinge of discomfort at that moment. He chuckled awkwardly, my girlfriend has quite the appetite. Yet internally, he lamented. How could someone as image-conscious as Tang Shuhan engage in such behavior? It was always Shirquan's fault. He vowed silently to confront him. Eventually, Qin Li bore the weight of the peculiar stares and made several trips to the counter to collect the massive order. The table was laden with an array of items Tang Shuhan had ordered, including over a dozen types of hamburgers, various fries, fried chicken, soda, desserts, salads, and fruits. It was implausible for just the two of them to finish it all. Perhaps if Wei Shirquan, the hefty glutton, were present, it might have been a different story. However, Tang Shuhan appeared unfazed, gazing at the spread with a satisfied smile. She picked up a cheeseburger and took a bite, then set it down to pick up a spicy McChicken, taking a single bite as well. Qin Li found himself unable to eat. It wasn't until he grabbed a fry, dipped it in ketchup, and placed it in his mouth that he noticed Tang Shuhan's eyes glistening. My father never allowed me to eat these things. But now I want to indulge in everything, she expressed. Qin Li sighed internally, pondering how repressed she had been. He reached out to pat her head, soothingly saying, don't worry, what your father forbids, Uncle Qin permits. Upon hearing this, Tang Shuhan shot him a sharp glance. Qin Li felt a chill run down his spine as he realized that this seemingly foolish girl was, in fact, his boss, the proud and aloof president. Qin Li had become too engrossed in the role he was playing. Nonetheless, he quickly encouraged her, please, enjoy your meal, Miss Tang. He handed her an untouched fish burger. prompting her to huff in acknowledgement as she continued to relish her feast. Qin Li assumed the role of a devoted servant, catering to Ms. Tang's dining experience while sneakily sampling some of his favorite items, swallowing them down with tears. He silently cursed Wei Shirquan for his misdeeds. Ultimately, Tang Shihan did not manage to try every single item, as the quantity was overwhelming. Adhering to the principle of minimizing waste, Qin Li took it upon himself to pack up the leftovers. Wei Shirquan had already been subdued by Wang Taizhu, allowing Qin Li to discreetly pass the packaged food to Qi Ruyu, instructing her to ensure that Wei Shirquan left no morsel uneaten. Let him enjoy a hearty meal as well. After finishing lunch, it seemed that Tang Shuhan's pent-up emotions had finally found release, and she gradually returned to her usual self. Qin Li summoned the Rolls-Royce Cullinan, and the two of them embarked on their journey back to the Shangri-La Hotel. As they settled into the back seat, Tang Shuhan remarked, "Let us rest for 2 hours at the hotel, and then we shall go skiing this afternoon." Qin Li remained silent, receiving no response. Tang Shuhan glanced at him quizzically and asked, "Why are you so quiet?" "What should I say? I do not want to risk saying the wrong thing." "Unsure if you are currently the foolish girl or the domineering CEO," he replied, feeling akin to the character Zizunbo from A Chinese Odyssey, entangled with a woman exhibiting signs of split personality. Thus, Qin Li merely nodded in silence, conceding to her authority. "You are the boss. I shall follow your lead." He lamented internally. Wei Shirquan truly deserves his fate. Chapter 38. Skiing, a professional endeavor. At 3 in the afternoon, the two arrived at the Hokkaido Indoor Ski Resort in Mingzhu City. Tang Shihan appeared quite enthused, her passion for skiing rivaling Qin Li's admiration for beautiful women. As her devoted secretary, it fell upon him to procure the tickets. The ski resort offered several options: 1 hour, 2 hour, and unlimited time passes. Qin Li decisively opted for 2 unlimited adult passes. After all, he had no need to worry about finances. The total for both tickets was under 400 yuan, and after scanning the payment, they proceeded to register and exchange their tickets for access cards, filling out personal information such as name, height, and shoe size. As he filled out the information, Qin Li glanced at Tang Shuhan, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Why was there no request for measurements? This ski resort seemed rather unprofessional. The head of the Hokkaido ski resort would surely choke on his blood upon hearing such a claim. Their resort spanned a staggering 800 square meters, making it the largest in Asia. Unprofessional indeed. Once they completed the paperwork, they exchanged their cards for keys and ski attire on the second floor, then returned to the first floor to retrieve their ski boots and boards. After donning their gear, they successfully entered the ski area. Upon witnessing the snowy expanse, Qin Li felt a touch dizzy, while Tang Shuhan brimmed with excitement. "Let's go," she exclaimed, promptly gliding away with her ski pole. Qin Li attempted to mimic her, but found himself immobile, feeling utterly humiliated. He stumbled forward on his skis like an oversized duck, while nearby children laughed at his clumsiness. "Hey, you chubby kid," he called out to a portly boy. The boy skated over, asking, "What do you want?" "I have 100 yuan. Would you help me ski for a bit?" Qin Li struggled to pull out his only bill. The boy's eyes lit up as he took the money, inquiring, "How do I help you ski?" "Simple. You stand in front of me, and I will hold on to your clothes as you push off," Qin Li instructed. "Okay." The boy readily agreed, pocketing the cash. Qin Li positioned himself behind the boy, grasping his clothing and adding, "If we can't move, I won't pay you. And you mustn't fart." The boy nodded confidently, boasting of his strength, and they were off, gliding smoothly together. Qin Li crouched behind, noticing the curious gazes of passers-by, and scoffed inwardly. "You mere mortals think skiing makes you exceptional? Though I lack the finesse for skiing, I possess an abundance of financial means. Ah, the joy of skiing is simply unparalleled. This little chubby fellow demonstrates remarkable strength." Tang Shuhan glided for a while before turning back to search for Qin Li, only to find him missing. Upon scanning the vicinity, she failed to locate him. However, she did notice a group of people nearby, merrily sliding and laughing. Curiosity piqued, she skated closer. To her surprise, she spotted Qin Li, who was blissfully crouched behind the little chubby boy. With a child in tow, the boy could not ski too swiftly, yet Qin Li seemed thoroughly content with the pace, having already savored the delights of skiing. With a burst of laughter, Tang Shuhan exclaimed upon realizing the situation, "Qin Li, can you be any more shameless? You're letting a child pull you along." After laughing until tears nearly streamed from her eyes, she called out, "Qin Li, do you have no shame?" Hearing his name, Qin Li hastily patted the little boy's backside, prompting him to stop. The chubby boy, now fatigued from bearing Qin Li's weight, complied. "All right, go buy some candy with the money." Qin Li dismissed his temporary driver before striding over to Tang Shuhan with enthusiasm. "Tang Zong, skiing is truly exhilarating. It's like flying." The little boy had unwittingly allowed Qin Li to experience the thrill akin to driving a McLaren. Tang Shuhan, still chuckling, remarked, "Qin Li, you are utterly shameless. Qin Li feigned innocence. How can this be considered shameless? This is merely my financial capability. Each person finds joy in skiing in their own way. And mine is through this chubby boy. Enough of that, Tang Shuhan retorted, casting him a sidelong glance. Allow me to teach you. Instantly, Qin Li's face brightened. Great. I want to learn hands-on. Be serious, Tang Shuhan admonished, though her smile betrayed her amusement. Skiing with Qin Li brought her more joy than skiing alone. Now, on a flat slope, stand tall with your chest out, gaze forward, lean your weight slightly forward, and then crouch slightly, she instructed while demonstrating the stance. Qin Li mimicked her, albeit awkwardly, resembling a waddling duck. Yes, lean forward a bit more, she guided. After several minutes of practice, Qin Li finally began to resemble a skier. Now, slowly push off with your ski poles and glide using the reaction force, Tang Shuhan advised. Qin Li nodded and, with a thrust of his ski pole, surprisingly began to move. However, not far into his glide, he lost balance and fell into the snow, failing to maintain his center of gravity. Just as he hit the ground, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Detection of real external danger. Activating low-level defense mechanism and granting the host professional skiing skills. System, you are my angel. The last time the system detected danger was when Qin Li defended Yang Ming in a fight. He never anticipated that skiing would trigger a similar response. This proved that skiing indeed harbors risks. Thus, young ones, always ski under the watchful eye of a girlfriend. What? No girlfriend? How unfortunate for you. Qin Li's spirits soared, filling him with immense satisfaction. With the system by his side, what was there to fear? Rising to his feet, he embraced the newfound skiing prowess coursing through him. Thrusting his ski pole and gliding smoothly away, Tang Shuhan, initially intending to assist him up, was taken aback to see Qin Li skiing skillfully. His movements fluid and devoid of any awkwardness. Goodness, he can even turn? She thought, momentarily stunned. Had that fall opened his meridians? Chasing after Qin Li, Tang Shuhan exclaimed. So you can ski. Just now, you pretended to know nothing. With a stylish turn, Qin Li came to a halt beside her. I truly am a novice. It's all thanks to teacher Tang's guidance. Tang Shuhan shot him a look, realizing she had only taught him the basics. Yet his current fluidity hardly resembled that of a beginner. Shall we try the steep slope? She proposed, having only skied on flat ground thus far. The steep slope would indeed test their skills and heighten the thrill. Let us go, Qin Li readily agreed, confident in his abilities. Upon reaching a steep incline and adjusting their ski equipment, Tang Shuhan eagerly inquired, shall you go first, or shall I? Together, of course, Qin Li replied, and without hesitation. He grasped her hand. In a moment of surprise from Tang Shuhan, they both soared down the slope. The steepness posed a greater challenge than the flat terrain, and holding hands made balancing even trickier. The cold wind whipped against them, and as they descended, their speed increased. Qin Li managed to maintain his balance while helping Tang Shuhan stay steady. With the snow rushing beneath them, he suddenly shouted into the wind, Shuhan. She turned her gaze to him, shouting back, what? As their velocity heightened, the wind roared in their ears, making it difficult to hear one another without raising their voices. Qin Li, captivated by her windswept hair and her cheeks flushed from the cold, called out, Tang Shuhan, you are so beautiful. At his words, Tang Shuhan's lips curled into a smile. Qin Li, she replied loudly. Qin Li grinned widely, quickly responding, what? Fearing he might not hear her. She raised her other hand to her mouth and shouted, you are so ugly. Qin Li was momentarily speechless. Tang Shuhan, delighted by his flustered expression, beamed with joy. Her laughter bright and mischievous as she playfully winked at him. It was rare for her to indulge in such carefree happiness. Qin Li gazed at her with adoring eyes. She was his first love, flawless like an angel. Once more, he shouted, Awei Shirquan is a fat pig. This time, he put extra effort into his voice, making sure it traveled far. After his proclamation, he gently shook Tang Shuhan's arm, encouraging her to join in, inspired by his enthusiasm and his gaze. She too shouted at the top of her lungs, Wei Shirquan is a fat pig. Qin Li burst into laughter, asking, how does that feel? Isn't it exhilarating? Very exhilarating, Tang Shuhan replied, her eyes sparkling like crescent moons. Then let us continue, Qin Li declared, summoning all his strength to shout. Tang Shuhua is an old scoundrel. Tang Shuhan shot him a glare. How dare this rascal attempt to drag her into disparaging her father? Although she harbored grievances towards him, she couldn't let loose in the same manner as with Wei Shirquan. Thus, she released Qin Li's hand, resolutely deciding that this rascal should remain single forever. Seeing her let go, Qin Li chuckled heartily, gaining speed as he overtook her. Don't blink, watch your husband perform, he shouted, and Tang Shuhan beheld as he accelerated, suddenly shifting his board's direction and beginning to drift. For a stretch, he drifted effortlessly, then, harnessing the inertia from the descent, executed moves reminiscent of figure skating. displaying a variety of intricate steps, spins, and jumps. The entire set of movements flowed like a graceful stream, exuding an unmistakable charm. Tang Shuhan watched in awe. Surely, no professional athlete could perform these maneuvers better than him. She found herself captivated, for although she adored skiing, she clearly lacked the time to indulge frequently, let alone master such complex techniques. Thus, as they glided from the steep slope to the flat ground, Tang Shuhan turned to Qin Li and asked, "Qin Li, could you teach me these moves?" Qin Li, slightly panting from the exertion, contemplated the toll these movements exacted on him. Despite possessing the skill, his stamina fell short. However, the thought of the system's method to enhance his physical strength left him somewhat overwhelmed. It truly was a mischievous system. Upon hearing Tang Shuhan's request, Qin Li chuckled, "Sure, but I'll need to charge tuition." Without hesitation, Tang Shuhan replied, "I'll give you a raise." Qin Li shook his head. "Am I a man in need of money? Can we negotiate something more romantic?" "Romantic?" Tang Shuhan pondered before suggesting, "How about I treat you to dinner?" The mere mention of dinner sent a shiver down Qin Li's spine. He certainly did not wish to relive the earlier awkward encounter. "Kiss me, and I'll teach you," Qin Li boldly proposed, pouting playfully. Faced with his shamelessness, Tang Shuhan's expression hardened. "Will you teach me or not? If not, I'll fire you tomorrow." Resorting to coercion? Very well. Qin Li was not one to resist such tactics. With a resigned glance at Tang Shuhan, he raised his hands in surrender. Tang Shuhan, suppressing a smile, urged, "Hurry, teach me." "All right, let us go." Qin Li feigned disappointment before unexpectedly planting a quick kiss on her cheek while she was distracted. Tang Shuhan's cheeks flushed an even deeper shade of red. "You scoundrel! I'll make you pay for this," she exclaimed, chasing after him. Qin Li laughed heartily as he ran, their playful banter echoing across the snowy landscape. Ultimately, Qin Li did teach Tang Shuhan, and he felt quite satisfied since he was able to guide her personally. As dusk fell, they settled into the luxurious Rolls-Royce Cullinan, both a bit weary. Observing Tang Shuhan slumped in her seat, Qin Li inquired, "Did you enjoy yourself?" She nodded, genuinely happy, having shed the weight of her previous burdens. "I noticed a change in you today. You seem different from before," Qin Li remarked with a smile. Tang Shuhan turned to glance at him and asked, "What was I like before?" After a moment's thought, Qin Li replied, "It was as if the entire world had let you down." Tang Shuhan shot him a helpless look, then asked, "And how about today?" "Today," Qin Li said leisurely, basking in his own charm, "you finally realized that I am your entire world." "You shameless man." Tang Shuhan propped her chin on her hand, gazing out the window while muttering, "All that sweet talk. I wonder how many girls you've deceived." Uffed. Qin Li feigned indifference. "I don't need to say a word. My looks alone can entice girls to share a room with me." At his words, Tang Shuhan whirled around. Her face instantly flushed. Was he not referring to her? Wasn't she the girl he had lured? "I'll kill you, you scoundrel." With that, she lunged at him. Her tiny fist clenched in mock fury. "Ah, spare me." Qin Li's exaggerated cries filled the Rolls-Royce Cullinan. The female driver, startled by the commotion from the back seat, nearly lost control of the vehicle before silently raising the partition. Chapter 40. Don't judge a book by its cover. Their playful quarrel continued throughout the journey. Although Qin Li wore a pitiful expression, he felt a sense of joy within. He understood that while Tang Shuhan had grown closer to him, she still harbored a reluctance regarding that fateful night. After all, a girl losing her most cherished possession unexpectedly would naturally feel an aversion to such memories. Yet this time, when he broached the subject again, Tang Shuhan exhibited more embarrassment than anger, indicating a softening of her resistance. Their relationship had indeed progressed significantly, promising a hopeful future. Later that evening, Tang Shuhan ordered dinner to be delivered to her hotel room. She was undeniably happy, but also quite fatigued. She rarely skied for over 4 or 5 hours at a stretch. As for Qin Li, he was not her concern. That scoundrel would not starve. Qin Li, however, was not destined for starvation. He possessed hands, feet, a mouth, and most importantly, money. Yet, his most pressing matter was not a meal. Wei Shirquan was still in the clutches of Wang Taizhu and Qi Ruyu. After sending a WeChat message to Qi Ruyu for the address, Qin Li promptly hailed a taxi. 20 minutes later, he arrived at a somewhat dilapidated neighborhood, likely on the verge of demolition. The residents were noticeably sparse, and the streetlights barely illuminated the path. After some effort, he located a modest dwelling. Upon entering, Qin Li immediately began to complain to Qi Ruyu and Wang Taizhu. "This place is impossible to find. Why did you rent such a rundown spot?" "Rent it?" Qi Ruyu blinked in surprise. "We just found an unoccupied house and broke in." Qin Li was left speechless. They had trespassed. Glancing around the shabby living room, he asked, "Where's Wei Shirquan?" Wang Taizhu replied in a deep voice, "Boss, he's in the bathroom, throwing up." "Throwing up? Did he eat something bad?" Qin Li inquired, puzzled. Wang Taizhu shrugged. "Qi Ruyu, unable to contain herself any longer, rolled her eyes and said, "Didn't you make him eat everything from lunch? After consuming that much, it would be strange if he didn't throw up." Realization hit Qin Li as he slapped his forehead. He really ate everything? That's quite the appetite. The leftovers could easily feed a cow. He is not that much of an eater, Wang Taizhu explained, scratching his head. Whenever he couldn't eat anymore, I'd poke him with a toothpick under his nail, and he'd be able to eat again. Qin Li was left in disbelief, staring at the seemingly naive Wang Taizhu. Truly, one should not judge a book by its cover. Inquiring about the bathroom's location, Qin Li made his way over and opened the door. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of Wei Shirquan slumped against the toilet, utterly spent. He had been vomiting for 3 full hours, desperately attempting to relieve himself even to the point of gagging, fearing his stomach might burst. Wei Xiao, I'm here to rescue you. Are you all right?" Qin Li crouched down, expressing his concern. Hearing someone call his name, Wei Shirquan weakly opened his eyes, but upon seeing Qin Li's worried face, he quickly shut them again. "Big brother, I believe you now. I truly believe you." "Believe what?" Qin Li asked, intrigued. "I believe you chop me into pieces and sink me in the Huangpu River." Tears streamed down Wei Shirquan's face. He was terrified, yet too exhausted to feel fear, so he could only cry. Qin Li pondered the extent of the psychological trauma inflicted by Wang Taizhu. How could a 200-pound boy be so frightened? Crouching down, Qin Li continued, "Wei Xiao, my demands aren't high. Just treat me as you did before." But one day you said similar words and embraced someone else. Upon hearing this, Wei Shirquan was suddenly reminded of the lyrics from Perfume is Poison. However, Qin Li was clearly not about to sing and certainly did not require him to join in. He pondered briefly and then readily stated, "I promise I will no longer pursue Tang Shuhan." Qin Li scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Wei Xiao, could you display a bit of backbone? I still have leverage over you that I haven't revealed yet. Just hold on a little longer, otherwise, Taizhu's efforts over the past few days would have been in vain." Upon hearing this, Wei Shirquan nearly spat blood. Was there such blatant bullying? He had already capitulated, and he was terrified beyond measure. His objective had already been achieved. Sighing, Qin Li called out, "Taizhu, bring forth his leverage." "Okay." Wang Taizhu retrieved a phone, opened a video file, and handed it to him. Upon viewing it, Qin Li's interest was piqued, for it was a high-quality imitation of a Japanese romantic film. The male lead was none other than Wei Shirquan, while the female lead was quite beautiful, albeit with a somewhat artificial look, her features rather sharp and acerbic. The faces of both individuals were captured clearly in the video. Qi Ruyu, hearing the commotion, silently cursed under her breath and turned back to the living room. Qin Li watched the 3-minute performance with great delight, as Wei Xiao's duration was indeed limited. "Is this it?" Qin Li remarked, somewhat unsatisfied. He did not hold high hopes for Wei Shirquan's endurance. His main disappointment was that such a private video, once exposed, would merely cause Wei Shirquan a little embarrassment. Yet it was evident that he was not particularly concerned about his reputation. What sort of leverage was this? At this moment, Wei Shirquan, feeling somewhat anxious, asked, "Could I see it?" Having heard the audio from the video, he was filled with a foreboding sense. "Here, take a look." Qin Li generously replayed it for him. However, to Qin Li's astonishment, after watching, Wei Shirquan's eyes widened in rage. He glared at Wang Taizhu and bellowed, "So it was you, you bastard. May you rot in hell." Witnessing Wei Shirquan's furious reaction, Qin Li was perplexed. Could it be that Wei Shirquan actually cared about his reputation? Was that even possible? He turned to Wang Taizhu and inquired, "What is going on?" Wang Taizhu dismissed Wei Shirquan's threats with ease and replied to Qin Li with utmost honesty, "Boss, that woman is his sister-in-law." "Hiss." Qin Li gasped in shock. So this was an ethical drama. Curiously, he asked, "Are they having an affair? Did you discover it?" Thinking he had unraveled the truth, he was taken aback when Wang Taizhu shook his head and replied with sincerity, "No, I drugged them both and put them together." Qin Li gasped once more. He vowed never to regard Wang Taizhu as an honest man again. He would rather believe Wei Shirquan could climb a tree than entertain the notion that Wang Taizhu was virtuous. Aware that he had crossed a line, Wang Taizhu explained, "Boss, it was primarily because you were too eager. I hadn't had the chance to gather other leverage yet, which is why I resorted to this. So this is my fault." Qin Li could only gesture helplessly. Regardless of the process, this leverage was indeed substantial. A scandalous video from a prestigious family would not only ruin Wei Shirquan, but likely tarnish the entire Wei family's reputation. Little did he know that Wei Shirquan's older brother was the most outstanding and ruthless member of their generation. If he were to see this video, not only would Wei Shirquan face dire consequences, but he would also find a way to make his own wife disappear. Thus, although Wei Shirquan and this woman were oblivious to the reasons behind their encounter, upon regaining their senses, they mutually chose to remain silent. Little did they know, All of this had been orchestrated by the seemingly honest Wang Taizhu, who even recorded the encounter for posterity. Chapter 41. I want you to pursue her. Qin Li felt a twinge of sympathy for Wei Shiquan, who had been thoroughly ensnared by the very bodyguard he had hired with great expense. Brother Qin, I promise I will obey. Please delete the video. Otherwise, I will truly be finished, I swear. Wei Shiquan placed his hope in Qin Li. Wei Xiao, to be honest, I do feel a bit sorry for you. But when I think of the harm you inflicted upon my wife, I feel this is far from sufficient, Qin Li said, patting his shoulder. Ever since learning the truth about Tang Shuhan's plight, he had never ceased to feel heartache, especially in recent days. Witnessing Tang Shuhan's innocent and carefree demeanor contrasted sharply with the cold, strong, and somewhat reclusive girl she had been previously. He could not allow himself to feel pity for the architect of all this. No matter how pitiable Wei Shiquan was, he remained an adversary. To sympathize with an enemy would be to harm Tang Shuhan. He was determined to eliminate any threat she faced, as long as you remain obedient. This video will never see the light of day, understood? Qin Li stated calmly. Wei Shiquan had no choice. If Qin Li truly deleted the video, he would undoubtedly seek revenge against everyone involved today. But Qin Li was not foolish. I will be obedient, Wei Shiquan conceded, nodding in resignation. This is splendid, everyone wins. Come, let us exchange WeChat. You know how much I enjoy making friends. As Qin Li took out his phone, Wang Taizhu returned Wei Shiquan's phone, which had been powered off. The two exchanged WeChat contacts, after which Qin Li waved his hand, instructing, Taizhu, see Wei Xiao home. Yes. Once Wang Taizhu and Wei Shiquan had exited, Qin Li turned to Qi Ryu, who was standing nearby. Little bodyguard, have you missed your boss during our time apart? Qin Li said with a smile. Qi Ryu remained silent, leaving Qin Li feeling somewhat rebuffed. Thus, he retorted playfully. Next time, if I don't tell a joke, I'll spank you. Qi Ryu expressed her exasperation. Why must there be such a despicable boss in this world? Come on, I have a date to attend, Qin Li said, leading the way out. They both entered the rented Rolls-Royce Phantom. Qi Ryu, at the wheel, asked where to. Mingzhu University, Qin Li replied. Mingzhu University? Qi Ryu pondered for a moment and quickly understood. Su Yuanin was studying there, and she had long since researched this and shared the information with her boss. Silently, Qi Ryu mourned for Su Yuanin, as yet another blossoming flower was about to be subjected to her unscrupulous boss's whims. Qin Li opened the chat with Su Yuanin. Qin Li, where are you? Su Yuanin, I'm at Mingzhu University. Qin Li, specific location. Su Yuanin, location shared. Su Yuanin, Li Gu, are you coming over? Qin Li, yes, just visiting your school for fun. Su Yuanin, okay. After checking the location, Qin Li noted that Su Yuanin was currently in the girls' dormitory. He informed Qi Ryu and then settled back in his seat to rest. Today, skiing had been exhausting, and he had yet to eat. As Qi Ryu drove, she occasionally glanced at the resting Qin Li in the rearview mirror. A slight smirk crept onto her lips. Despite his flaws, her despicable boss was rather pleasing to the eye when silent. Yet, why did he become so infuriating when he spoke? Nearly an hour later, Qi Ryu finally drove the Rolls-Royce to Mingzhu University. Vehicles were allowed entry, provided the parking fee was paid upon exit. Thus, Qi Ryu drove straight to the building where Su Yuanin's dormitory was located. A Rolls-Royce Phantom parked beneath the girls' dormitory was nothing short of astonishing. Even if the female students did not recognize the brand, the iconic emblem of the Flying Lady was universally known. The scene immediately attracted a crowd. Boss, we have arrived. Qi Ryu gently roused Qin Li. Only then did he open his eyes, stretch lazily, and feel a significant alleviation of his fatigue. I've arrived, let's get down. Qin Li said. Coming right up, Su Yuanin replied. After sending the message, Qin Li opened the car door and stepped out. After such a prolonged journey, he needed to stretch his limbs. A few girls, who had been secretly observing the luxurious car, couldn't help but have hearts in their eyes upon seeing Qin Li emerge. He was so handsome and young, yet he owned a Rolls-Royce. He was undoubtedly the ideal candidate for a boyfriend. Handsome, may I add you on WeChat? While Qin Li was still stretching, a fairly attractive girl approached him. Qi Ryu, from the driver's seat, noticed someone approaching Qin Li and promptly exited the car. Her task was to protect him. Qin Li smiled at the girl and replied, I rented this car. The girl's expression stiffened, and she shot him a scornful look, retorting, What are you pretending for if you have no money? How realistic she was. Before Qin Li could respond, a white Maserati suddenly appeared behind the Rolls-Royce and honked its horn upon encountering the blockage. Qin Li glanced back, and just as the Maserati honked, its door swung open. A young man clad in a Zhongshan suit stepped out. What the heck, it's you. I was wondering who was blocking my way with a Rolls-Royce, the newcomer exclaimed upon recognizing Qin Li. Qin Li also recognized him as Fan Bingchen, who had previously expressed interest in being his cousin's husband. What are you doing here? Qin Li asked with genuine curiosity. I'm here to pick up a girl. How about you? Fan Bingchen replied, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. Me too, Qin Li chuckled. Upon hearing this, Fan Bingchen glanced at the girl standing not too far from Qin Li and inquired, this one? While the girl had some charm, Fan Bingchen had seen both of his ex-girlfriends, each more beautiful than the last. She's quite lacking, he thought. Understanding his implication, Qin Li casually remarked. She's only interested in the Rolls-Royce. You can take her. Fan Bingchen burst into laughter, quickly grasping the meaning behind Qin Li's words. I can't afford that. My Maserati is too cheap, he quipped. The girl, realizing she was the subject of their teasing, hurriedly left, her pride thoroughly wounded. Hey, Fan Bingchen nudged Qin Li's arm. Lowering his voice, does our earlier agreement still stand? Qin Li looked puzzled. What do you mean? Fan Bingchen shot him an irritated glance and clarified. If you help me win over a girl, I will give you the Maserati. Oh, Qin Li responded. You mean the one you're picking up today? Don't worry. I'm a professional when it comes to pursuing girls. No. Fan Bingchen quickly waved his hands, insisting, I don't want you to pursue her for me. I need you to seduce her. Upon hearing this, Qin Li's eyes widened in disbelief, taking a step back. What? I didn't expect you to have such peculiar tastes. I can't do that. He hastily declined, feeling an involuntary shiver at the thought of encountering such a peculiar situation. Chapter 42. Is my rival a woman? The overwhelming majority of men would go to great lengths to avoid the notion of infidelity. Yet, there are always a few who find a thrill in it, believing that it adds a certain spice to life. Such individuals, in Qin Li's eyes, are the epitome of perversion. He never anticipated that Fan Bingchen, so young, would delve deeper into such abnormality. Observing Qin Li's reaction, Fan Bingchen quickly realized that Qin Li had misjudged him. What are you thinking? I'm telling you. This girl was introduced to me by my family, but I simply cannot win her over, Fan Bingchen confessed, looking troubled. Qin Li furrowed his brow and replied, Then let me help you resolve this. No, I don't want you to, Fan Bingchen adamantly refused, hesitating before vaguely adding. This girl is a bit special. I can't handle it. What? Qin Li, losing patience, urged, Can you please be clear? Thus, Fan Bingchen looked at him, hesitated, and whispered, This girl likes women. What? Qin Li was taken aback. She is a lesbian? Fan Bingchen nodded helplessly, clearly distressed by the situation. Then why not just tell your family? Qin Li suggested. Fan Bingchen sighed deeply. It's a family arrangement. It won't make a difference. Even if she is a lesbian, I still have to endure it. How unfortunate for this man. Qin Li couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for him, though he couldn't stifle a laugh. However, he finally grasped Fan Bingchen's predicament. This girl was someone he couldn't refuse. Since he couldn't reject her, he sought a shortcut. If this girl had a boyfriend, it would appease his family, allowing him to frolic freely among the flowers. Yet, Fan Bingchen must have overestimated himself, believing that Qin Li could turn her straight. Come on. Can you not revel in my misfortune? Fan Bingchen looked at Qin Li, exasperated. Qin Li laughed even harder, saying, I truly sympathize with you. But are you not placing too much faith in my abilities? Fan Bingchen rolled his eyes. Do you think a Maserati is so easy to earn? I'm simply grasping at straws here. I refuse. People have the freedom to choose their orientation, and I won't engage in that sort of thing. Qin Li firmly rejected. He preferred to pursue Su Yuanin instead. He had no interest in such unrealistic scenarios. Moreover, engaging in such antics could involve the pressures of both families. Qin Li was clever enough not to take on such a mess. If he could secure a Maserati, that would be splendid. If not, he wouldn't mind. Do I lack money? Can I not afford a Maserati? Seeing Qin Li's decisive refusal, Fan Bingchen abandoned the thought, yet his expression returned to one of despair. His family constantly urged him to date that girl, but it was destined to be a tragic tale without resolution. The two fell silent, just as two girls emerged from the dormitory corridor. One wore a pale moon-white dress, her long black hair elegantly styled, tall, and exquisitely made up. Most captivating were her enchanting, almond-shaped eyes, glistening with allure. Qin Li instantly recognized her as Su Yuanin. However, alongside her was another girl dressed in black casual attire. Her short hair framing her face beautifully, devoid of makeup, yet strikingly attractive. The girl I'm here to pick up has arrived, Qin Li informed Fan Bingchen. Fan Bingchen glanced at the dorm entrance and replied, The girl I'm picking up has also arrived. Suddenly, both men felt a jolt of excitement. Qin Li promptly inquired, Which one are you picking? Fan Bingchen immediately responded, The one on the right. I'm here for the one on the left, Qin Li declared. Relieved to discover that the girl Fan Bingchen mentioned was not Su Yuanin. It turned out to be the girl in casual attire with short hair. Of course, how could Su Yuanin be a lesbian? However, the girl next to her was indeed beautiful, yet unfortunate for her, she was attracted to the same sex. Fan Bingchen, however, wore a peculiar expression as he looked at Qin Li. Have you relaxed too soon? What do you mean? Qin Li asked, puzzled. Have you forgotten? Now it was Fan Bingchen who relished in Qin Li's predicament. She is a lesbian, and the girl next to her is stunning. Do you think she will let you off easy? The impact of Fan Bingchen's words struck Qin Li like a thunderclap. What? My girl has been taken by another woman? Is there any justice in this? At this moment, Fan Bingchen took the initiative to greet the short-haired girl who was walking over. Hi, AI Lin. The short-haired girl was Jiang AI Lin, the female companion Fan Bingchen had mentioned. Just a second ago, Jiang AI Lin was laughing and chatting with Su Yuanin. But upon hearing Fan Bingchen's voice, her smile vanished entirely. Oh, Jiang AI Lin merely responded to him with indifference. Fan Bingchen had grown accustomed to Jiang AI Lin's aloof demeanor. She treated all men this way. Qin Li ignored the two of them and turned to Su Yuanin. Smiling as he said, "Hello, beautiful Su. I am Qin Li." This was the first time Su Yuanin had seen Qin Li, and she was somewhat surprised. Not expecting him to be so handsome. Blushing slightly, she said, "Li Gu. Hello, it's nice to finally meet you." Qin Li grinned widely, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. "So, are you disappointed to see me?" Su Yuanin shook her head and playfully stuck out her tongue, saying, "I didn't expect you to be this handsome." After all, they had met in a live stream, and she had little confidence in his appearance before meeting him. She only wanted to invite Qin Li to dinner because he had given her so many gifts, which made her feel a bit embarrassed. Fan Bingchen, on the other hand, was somewhat speechless. What is going on? So this is your first meeting? Is it an online romance coming to reality? Damn, such a brazen move. And he still has the nerve to call himself a flirt? At this moment, Jiang AI Lin snorted coldly and looked at Qin Li, saying, "So you are Qin Li. I've heard you're quite wealthy." Jiang AI Lin was aware of Qin Li's gifts to Su Yuanin, having heard her mention it several times. They were indeed very close friends. Of course, Su Yuanin considered Jiang AI Lin a good friend, while it remained unclear what Jiang AI Lin thought of Su Yuanin. Qin Li sensed the hostility in her words and felt somewhat exasperated. Perhaps this lesbian actually harbored feelings for Su Yuanin. "Yes, it's not that much. Just a little more than you," Qin Li replied, looking at her with annoyance. "You are simply ignorant," Jiang AI Lin retorted, crossing her arms dismissively. How can Qin Li's wealth compare to that of the Jiang family? Oh dear, why are you two arguing as soon as you meet? AI Lin, why don't you go on a date? Su Yuanin, noticing the tension between them, quickly intervened. "No way. If I go, this guy will whisk you away," Jiang AI Lin warned, gripping Su Yuanin's arm protectively. Qin Li, seeing the confrontation between Qin Li and Jiang AI Lin, only one person felt exhilarated, Fan Bingchen. Initially, he thought he had no chance of getting Qin Li's help, but unexpectedly, Jiang AI Lin had stolen Qin Li's girl. Now, Qin Li could not avoid Jiang AI Lin, and he was no longer fighting alone. Thus, he eagerly proposed, "How about the four of us go out for a meal together? We're all friends here." Qin Li shot him a glance, cursing this useless guy, who couldn't even handle his own girl and was dragging him down. What a hassle. Chapter 43, I would rather be enemies with a ghost. Ultimately, the four of them set off together. There was no avoiding it. Jiang AI Lin was too annoying, clinging to Su Yuanin without letting go. In the end, Qin Li sent Qi Ryu to rest first, as he was not in any immediate danger. And even if there was, he possessed master-level combat skills. He could handle ordinary female ruffians with ease. As for more attractive female ruffians, please, how could he refuse someone so beautiful? Qi Ryu had no objections to his command, understanding that her presence would affect this scoundrel boss's attempts at wooing. Therefore, she left without hesitation. However, she did not go to rest. Instead, she lurked in the shadows to provide protection. The loyalty of Qin Tang's security was beyond doubt. In the end, Qin Li drove the Rolls-Royce Phantom, while the back seat of the Maserati was not as comfortable as the Rolls-Royce. So Su Yuanin and Jiang AI Lin opted for the Phantom. As for Fan Bingchen, he could only obediently follow behind in the Maserati. Where shall we eat? Qin Li glanced in the rearview mirror and felt a bit uncomfortable seeing Jiang AI Lin touching Su Yuanin. After all, she was a lesbian. Although her body was very feminine, her mentality was that of a man. Tan's restaurant, Jiang AI Lin declared without hesitation. Tan's restaurant? What kind of place is that? Qin Li asked, puzzled. Country bumpkin, Jiang AI Lin disdainfully retorted. Tan's restaurant is a century-old establishment in Mingzhou. Their Chinese cuisine uses recipes from the imperial kitchen, but the prices might just scare you to death. Qin Li glanced at her and said, "You Haven tea scared me. Do you really think I would be intimidated by a few dishes? What do you mean by that?" Jiang AI Lin shot him a sharp look. "Just what you think it means," Qin Li replied. "Scoundrel," Jiang AI Lin bit her silver teeth and cursed. Su Yuanin, witnessing the brewing argument, helplessly remarked, "Have you two been enemies in your past lives? Why do you love to bicker so much? I'd rather be enemies with a ghost than with him." Jiang AI Lin retorted indignantly. Qin Li smirked, equally unyielding. "I would prefer to be enemies with a ghost." Upon hearing this, Jiang AI Lin nearly exploded with rage. Qin Li had such a sharp tongue. He would rather be enemies with a ghost than with her. Was that a taunt implying she was worse than a ghost? Jiang Lin's chest heaved with frustration. She had never encountered a man so infuriating. Scoundrel Qin Li, catching sight of her flustered expression in the rearview mirror, felt a sense of smug satisfaction. Little one, you think you can challenge me? You're no match for me. However, his gaze inadvertently wandered over Jiang Lin's figure. TSK. Although Jiang Lin was a lesbian, her physique was indeed remarkable. A true waste of a good body. Su Yuanin also had a beautiful figure, perfectly proportioned. Jiang Lin, on the other hand, stood out distinctly. What are you staring at? Do you believe I would poke your eyes out? Jiang Lin, already upset, could not help but curse when she noticed Qin Li's gaze scanning their bodies through the rearview mirror. Let us see how long you can hold on to your anger. Qin Li calmly replied. Jiang Lin, Su Yuanin was speechless. Why was it that on their first meeting, these two were at each other's throats? Throughout the journey, Qin Li and Jiang Lin exchanged barbs, filling the Rolls-Royce cabin with an intense atmosphere. Nevertheless, Qin Li followed the navigation to reach Tan's restaurant. Upon arriving, Qin Li felt that Jiang Lin's words were not exaggerated. This Tan's restaurant truly had something special. In the heart of Mingzhu, where every inch of land was precious, Tan's restaurant boasted a quaint and elegant courtyard. Here, even a square meter of property was worth a fortune, let alone this courtyard, which spanned thousands of square meters. The cost was undoubtedly in the billions. After parking, the group got out of the car, and Fan Bingchen followed suit. He discreetly tugged at Qin Li and asked, "Why did we come here? The expenses at Tan's restaurant are exorbitant. Even I, from a prominent family, have rarely visited and only accompanied my elders before. Don't ask me. Ask your blind date." Qin Li replied irritably. "I wouldn't dare. Her temper is volatile." Fan Bingchen admitted, fully aware of his position. If Jiang Lin weren't a lesbian and had a bad temper towards men, would he have sought Qin Li's help to win her over? After all, Jiang Lin was a stunning beauty. Wasn't it more appealing to pursue her directly? Qin Li felt annoyed seeing him act so cowardly, like a repressed individual. "Hey, what are you two whispering about? Are you scared to go in?" Jiang Lin seized every opportunity to mock Qin Li. "Oh, Lao Fan mentioned that he would handle the bill later and requested me not to intervene. Wanting to impress you." Qin Li shrugged nonchalantly, his gaze unwavering. Fan Bingchen immediately gasped, feeling a pang in his teeth. Qin Li is ruthless. TCH. Just putting on a false front. Jiang Lin, well aware of Fan Bingchen's capabilities, did not hold back her mockery. As for trying to win her favor, what use would that be? She favored delicate girls like Su Yuanin. After all, let us go. I'm hungry, Qin Li beckoned. Having played a prank on Fan Bingchen, Qin Li felt considerably more at ease. After all, it was this scoundrel who had ruined his date. Fan Bingchen cast a resentful glance in his direction. The group entered, and Qin Li generously requested a private room. A waitress clad in a qipao escorted them to their designated area. "Gentlemen, ladies, please take a look at the menu." She placed it on the table. "Of course, ladies first," Qin Li smiled. Hearing this, Jiang Lin shot him a glance. This rogue still exhibited some gentlemanly demeanor. She reached for the menu, but Qin Li swiftly grabbed it and handed it to Su Yuanin, who sat beside him. Jiang Lin. Su Yuanin glanced at Jiang Lin, who looked ready to murder, and hurriedly passed the menu to her, saying, "All right, Eileen, you go ahead and order." Upon receiving the menu from Su Yuanin, Jiang Lin's face brightened, and she provocatively glanced at Qin Li before planting a playful kiss on Su Yuanin's delicate face. Yuanin is the best, Jiang Lin thought to herself. Feeling quite pleased, Su Yuanin remained loyal to her. Did this man wish to steal her Yuanin? Bah! Su Yuanin wiped the saliva mark off her face, looking somewhat helplessly at her friend, unaware of Jiang Lin's unusual orientation. She merely assumed the overly affectionate gestures were a result of her friend's personality. Upon witnessing Jiang Lin's kiss to Su Yuanin and her taunting gaze, Qin Li's brow twitched, and his expression soured. This woman was going to get what was coming to her. Fan Bingchen silently observed the subtle dynamics among the group, sensing the atmosphere was becoming increasingly delicate. One misstep could lead to chaos. He chose to remain a quiet spectator. Ahem, Fan Bingchen coughed, nearly choking on his drink. Chapter 44. Forgive her for 5 minutes. Jiang Lin took the menu and unceremoniously ordered fake fish liver, braised Crucian carp tongue with bear paw, oven-roasted chicken, and turtle meat soup. Jiang Lin ordered over a dozen dishes in one go. Had Su Yuanin not intervened, she might have continued indefinitely. "Eileen, we have enough food. We can't eat that much." Su Yuanin pulled her back. "All right." Jiang Lin finally set the menu down, and Fan Bingchen breathed a sigh of relief. The speed at which Jiang Lin ordered had him on edge. If all went as expected, this meal would be on him. "Do you all want a drink?" Qin Li inquired. contemplating how to incapacitate the troublesome Jiang Eileen. However, Jiang Eileen waved her hand dismissively. No, no, you all drove here. No drinking and driving. I have a driver. Lao Fan can call a chauffeur. Besides, it wouldn't he do to meet and not have a drink? Qinli persisted. Jiang Eileen shot him a knowing glance, seemingly aware of his ulterior motives. You can drink if you want, Yuan and I want tea. As long as we don't get drunk, that scoundrel will never have a chance, Jiang Eileen stated. Qinli, do I want your chance? What are you worth? However, since Jiang Eileen refused to drink, he couldn't force her. Nevertheless, his desire to deal with her intensified. How dare she oppose him? Yet, Jiang Eileen had indeed ordered enough food, so Qinli refrained from adding more. Fan Bingchen, too, wouldn't he dare order? That would be financial suicide. Thus, the waitress departed with the menu. Qinli turned to Su Yuanin, who was quiet and gentle, in absolute contrast to Jiang Eileen. How have your recent live streams been? He asked. Pretty good. Whenever I have some free time, I go live to sing and chat. It's quite enjoyable, Su Yuanin replied with contentment. Oh, by the way, what level are you at now? Qinli suddenly remembered he still had 300,000 notes to gather. Level 53, Su Yuanin responded. I've been busy with school and internships, so I've had less time to stream. The last time Qinli helped her level up to 51. She hadn't yet reached 60, so helping her get to 60 would still allow her to earn the system rewards. Where are you interning? Qinli followed up. Su Yuanin smiled and said, at a cosmetics company. The pay is good, but it's quite far from school. I've been considering renting a place lately. Qinli nodded. Both he and Su Yuanin were seniors nearing graduation, making internships quite normal. He himself was also in the role of an intern. Firstly, he couldn't sign a labor contract without graduating, thus not qualifying as a formal employee. Secondly, the internship period for non-music live streamers lasted 6 months. So he was far from becoming a regular employee. Hey, why are you asking so many questions? Jiang Eileen interjected, noticing their conversation had veered into the topic of renting. Qinli shot her an irritated glance and said, Jiang Eileen, are you interested in me? Is that why you're always targeting me? He was well aware that Jiang Eileen was only antagonizing him because of Su Yuanin, but he relished in provoking her. Why are you everywhere? Can't I escape you? Meanwhile, Fan Bingchen, quietly sipping his drink yet attentively monitoring the situation, felt a surge of excitement. Here it comes, it's starting. Qinli is teasing Jiang Eileen. Freedom is within reach. TCH, you should take a look at yourself. Why would I be interested in you? Jiang Eileen scoffed. What do you mean by my appearance? I'm taller than Lao Fan, more handsome, wealthier, and far more charming. Qinli counted on his fingers as he spoke. Thus, I can understand why you might fancy me, but a forced attraction is sour. You're not my type, so spare yourself. Fan Bingchen never anticipated he would be caught in the crossfire. He endured it. Dignity is precious, love costly. If it's for freedom, both can be forsaken. Jiang Eileen was infuriated by his narcissism. She had never endured such humiliation in her life. Just then, the dishes were served. Su Yuanin quickly reached out, grabbing the fuming Jiang Eileen's hand, saying, Li Gu, you should say less. The food is here, let us eat. Humph. Jiang Eileen shot a fierce glare at Qinli. Qinli stuck out his tongue in response. Jiang Eileen nearly lost her temper again. This scoundrel was simply infuriating. Let us eat. Unable to win an argument or a fight, Jiang Eileen had no choice but to channel her anger into her appetite. The dishes from Tan's restaurant were indeed exquisite, a feast for the eyes and palate. Qinli savored every bite, his hunger palpable, yet he occasionally remembered to serve Su Yuanin some food. Each time he did, her cheeks flushed a rosy hue, while Jiang Eileen gritted her teeth in irritation. Did Qinli care about her feelings? However, midway through the meal, a peculiar act from Jiang Eileen and Fan Bingchen left Qinli and Su Yuanin utterly speechless. The two, who had previously said nary a word, seamlessly sat together, pulled out their phones, and feigned happiness as they snapped a picture together while dining. Afterward, they returned to sitting at a distance like strangers. What was this maneuver? Qinli, Su Yuanin. Upon noticing their puzzled expressions, Fan Bingchen sheepishly waved his phone and explained, just taking a photo to appease the folks at home. Qinli promptly gave him a thumbs up. The operation is rather audacious. A few individuals successfully finished their meal, and Su Yuanin intended to settle the bill. Having mentioned her desire to treat Qinli, although she had previously jested about Fan Bingchen paying, she regarded it merely as a playful comment. However, Qinli intercepted her. Recognizing that this young lady did not possess the same financial means as the likes of Fan Bingchen and Jiang Eileen, there was simply no justification for her to pay. Even if he were to cover the expenses, he would never allow her to do so. Yet, in truth, Qinli need not pay either. A mere glance at Fan Bingchen was sufficient to render him defeated. With a pained expression, he settled the bill, which had cost him nearly 100,000 yuan. Qinli cast a disdainful glance at the receipt, bemused by the notion of being distressed over such an amount. He mused that he would sign in for him upon awakening the following day. Just then, an electronic voice echoed in his mind. Ding! You have completed a delightful meal with 2 exquisite beauties. System reward, 2 random lottery draws. Would you like to draw now? What? 2 exquisite beauties? One was undoubtedly Su Yuanin, but who was the other? Fan Bingchen. A mischievous thought flickered in Qin Li's mind, as he was well aware that the other beauty referred to Jiang Eileen. However, to acknowledge Jiang Eileen as an exquisite beauty? Spare him. She was merely a mechanical tyrannosaurus. Nonetheless, her presence granted him an additional opportunity for a lottery draw, so Qin Li decided to pardon her for 5 minutes. Ultimately, he silently chose to proceed with the draw in his mind. Chapter 45, Shopping Again. The grand wheel commenced spinning. 10 million soft sister coins. 1 skill card. Host attribute value 1. 1 function card. A luxurious mansion. A sports car. This time, the rewards differed slightly from the previous 2, yet were still exceedingly generous. The first lottery commenced. As Qin Li observed the grand wheel spinning, he randomly called for it to stop. Congratulations, host, you have obtained host attribute value 1. Would you like to allocate it to which attribute? Without hesitation, Qin Li chose appearance. He was determined to make a living based on his looks. He resolved to be more handsome today than yesterday, and even more so the following day. Congratulations, host, your appearance attribute has increased by 1. Qin Li glanced at his attributes, and indeed, his appearance had risen from 85 to 86. The exhilaration of such a lottery, with guaranteed prizes, was truly delightful. The second lottery began. The grand wheel spun again, and Qin Li once more called for it to stop. Congratulations, host, you have received 1 function card. Function card attributes are being generated. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the appearance function card, which enables the user's appearance to reach its pinnacle. System prompt. This function card can only be used on individuals other than the host. An appearance function card? Qin Li had never drawn a function card before. This appearance function card was quite something, capable of elevating one's appearance to its utmost, comparable to a cosmetic miracle, yet without any trace. However, what did it mean that it could only be used on others? Wasn't he that a scam? Qin Li too wished to dominate the world with his looks. Nevertheless, after some contemplation, he decided to bestow this card upon Yang Xingyun. Although she was also a campus beauty, she paled in comparison to the likes of Tang Shuhan, an unrivaled beauty. This girl had already entrusted both her heart and body to him. Thus, Qin Li would not hesitate to offer her a function card. However, that could wait until he returned to Jinjiang City. With a plan in mind, Qin Li turned his attention to the others. What are your plans? Shall we gather again? Or return to our respective homes? Qin Li inquired. Jiang Eileen responded, I'm heading back to school. Without hesitation, Qin Li replied, goodbye, and safe travels. Jiang Eileen. Su Yuanin asked, what about you, Li Ge? Qin Li shamelessly stated, I wish to spend some time alone with you. Consequently, Su Yuanin's cheeks flushed slightly. I disallow it. Naturally, it was Jiang Eileen who interrupted at such a moment. Ridiculous, Su Yuanin was her little sister. Spending time alone with you? What would be left of her? Qin Li knew this woman would stir up trouble. He merely made a casual remark, not intending to press the issue. After all, it was only their first meeting, and there would be ample opportunities in the future. Moreover, he truly felt exhausted today, having sent Yang Xingyun in the morning, accompanied Tang Shuhan in the afternoon, and arranged to meet Su Yuanin in the evening. Qin Li couldn't help but think of his own greatness. In one day, he had managed to rescue 3 single ladies. Such a life was exceedingly fulfilling. Thus, Qin Li refrained from engaging further with Jiang Eileen. Let us go? I'll take you back to school, Qin Li said. Jiang Eileen finally appeared satisfied and triumphantly remarked, that's more like it. Qin Li couldn't be bothered to respond to her. This woman, give her a bit of sunshine, and she would bloom. Fan Bingchen, seeing no ladies approaching his car, felt not disheartened but rather elated. His dream of freedom was fast approaching. Therefore, he quickly departed. Qin Li drove the 2 back to school and then returned to the Shangri-La Hotel. After a quick shower, he sent a WeChat message to Yang Xingyun, exchanging a few sweet words before collapsing into bed. The following day, as per their agreement, all the business partners returned. Tang Shuhan and Qin Li's task was merely to finalize some details of the contract with them. During lunch, the 2 settled for a meal in the company cafeteria. They did not encounter Wei Shirquan that day, making it yet another fulfilling and joyful day for Tang Shuhan. She remained unaware that Qin Li had already dealt with Wei Shirquan. Without Qin Li's orders, Wei Shirquan would never dare to show his face before her. As evening approached, after bidding farewell to all the business partners, Tang Shuhan contentedly remarked, there are still some concluding tasks. Let us reconvene tomorrow, and we shall return the day after. Today was significantly easier than yesterday, prompting Qin Li to seek something to occupy himself. Let us go shopping. We haven't properly explored Mingzhu yet, Qin Li suggested. However, to prevent Tang Shuhan from dragging him into the streets again, He added, "This time, we'll go to the mall." Shopping was, of course, to accompany Tang Shuhan, but it also provided an opportunity to earn. He still had 4 shopping cards left unutilized. "Do you wish to go?" Tang Shuhan inquired, looking at him. Qinli nodded. Observing his assent, Tang Shuhan haughtily declared, "Very well. Considering your commendable performance these past few days, I shall reluctantly accompany you shopping." Qinli. Noticing Qinli's speechlessness, Tang Shuhan couldn't help but chuckle. In recent days, her smiles had increased significantly, and she gradually began to relish her time with Qinli. He always found a way to amuse her, even when he didn't tea. She started teasing him to cheer herself up, lighthearted and joyful. The only downside was that this rascal always took advantage of her. After finalizing their plans, the two of them boarded a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, heading straight for the Honglong Plaza in Mingzhou. Honglong Plaza could be deemed the largest luxury shopping haven in Mingzhou City. As Tang Shuhan, the only daughter of the Tang Qiugua and a senior executive of the group, indulging in luxury goods felt entirely appropriate. As for Qinli, he had no qualms. He needed to spend money. After all, spending money would enable him to earn back double. Such was the extravagance of the hang-by. Thus, the two naturally stepped into this den of opulence. Of course, Tang Shuhan declined Qinli's shameless request to hold hands. This scoundrel was constantly seeking to take advantage. Upon entering, they first visited a counter, as Tang Shuhan wished to purchase some perfume. She had always used Chanel, adhering to her habitual preferences. Tang Shuhan selected a classic set of Chanel No. 5. The fragrance was quite pleasant. Shuhan inhaled the scents around her, presenting a small bottle to Qinli with the words, "Take a whiff." Qinli accepted it, inhaling the delicate floral fragrance that was light and refreshing. "This is Chanel No. 19. It smells quite pleasant," he remarked. "One should occasionally change fragrances, just as one changes moods." Shuhan nodded and directed the attendant nearby. "Please wrap them all up." Being a young, affluent woman, her words carried weight. She turned to Qinli and suggested, "Let us explore the men's fragrances." "Why should I look at men's perfumes? I have my own natural scent," Qinli shamelessly replied. "Your so-called scent is laughable. I've only detected sweat and alcohol from you that night." Shuhan thought, but refrained from saying it aloud, merely shooting him a glare before heading straight to the men's fragrance counter. The selection of men's fragrances from Chanel was equally extensive. Shuhan bypassed the Chanel Allure and Gentleman series, as their names clearly did not suit Qinli. She aimed to find a fragrance that embodied a certain roguish charm, which made her chuckle to herself. Qinli, perplexed, questioned, "Is it really that amusing to choose a fragrance?" In the end, Shuhan selected a self-assured men's fragrance and another designed for extreme sports, one suitable for daily wear and the other for travel or exercise. Both scents were quite agreeable. Qinli had no objections to her choices. "After all, I wear perfume for you all. What could I possibly say?" When it came time to pay, Qinli produced his card, but Shuhan insisted otherwise. "Do I need someone else to pay for my purchases? Am I lacking funds?" Ultimately, they reached a compromise. Qinli would pay for the women's fragrances while Shuhan would cover the men's, viewing it as a mutual gift. This somewhat ambiguous arrangement caused a subtle flush on Shuhan's cheeks, as she had never received or given perfume to another man before. After completing their purchases, they wandered to another counter. With no specific items in mind, they indulged in spontaneous shopping, true leisure without the burden of strong intentions, characterized by impulsive buying. A privilege of those with time and means. "Ah, this fisherman hat is rather nice," Qinli called out, holding up a black one. "Come, try it on." Shuhan walked over, donned it, and after checking herself in the mirror, remarked, "What is this? It looks dreadful. Let me try the white one instead." She picked up a white fisherman hat, put it on, and with satisfaction declared, "This one is quite nice. Dear assistant, your taste leaves much to be desired." "Indeed. Which is why I am fond of you," Qinli muttered. Shuhan caught his words and felt her cheeks warm in response. She shot him a glare before snatching a white baseball cap and placing it on his head. "This one is good. I'll take it. Hey, you really want us to wear matching hats?" They opted not to wrap their purchases, leaving the store adorned in their new hats. This time, Qinli covered the bill, and Shuhan did not contest it. They resumed their shopping spree at a boutique. Versace's clothing was impressive. Shuhan tried on several shirt dresses and sleeveless dresses, her wealth enabling her to avoid the dilemma of choice. She purchased all items that pleased her or Qinli. Truthfully, this extravagant woman would be beyond the means of most. Yet, Qinli was more than capable, seemingly eager to indulge. With a more straightforward approach, Qinli tried on a shirt, found it satisfactory, and selected 7 or 8 more in the same size. The same applied to short sleeves and trousers. While others might focus on style, he was concerned solely with fit. "Why do I feel like you are even more extravagant than I am?" Shuhan remarked, somewhat astonished by his purchasing behavior. "I indulge in extravagance for my own happiness," Qinli grinned. Ultimately, he hastily settled the bill, the total amount exceeding 400,000. The thrill of spending was exhilarating, and the prospect of receiving cash back was even more enticing. Upon exiting Versace, Xu Huan curiously inquired, "Qinli, whose child are you? You spend so liberally." She believed herself to be a substantial spender, yet in comparison to Qinli, she felt somewhat lacking. She knew a few affluent individuals with the surname Qin from Xinjiang, but had never heard of a son so lavish. Qinli rolled his eyes. "I told you. I'm from a rural background. I am a first-generation wealthy individual. This wealth is all self-earned." Earned? Xu Huan pondered, perplexed. "Is my salary that substantial? Come on. Let us continue shopping," Qinli urged, pulling her along. Time was precious, and they could not afford to waste it on idle chatter. They went on to explore cosmetics, acquiring an abundance of products, and subsequently visited Louis Vuitton to purchase several bags. An hour had passed when the system notification appeared promptly, inquiring if he wished to use the shopping cart. Without hesitation, Qinli selected yes. Ding. The host has spent 1,230,000 within an hour. Utilizing the shopping card will double 1,000,000 of that amount as cash back. A random multiplier has been generated, 91. The system has deposited 91,000,000 into the host's postal bank card ending in 6690. Please check your balance. All funds are verified as legitimate. Feel free to spend without worry. Wow. A staggering 91 million. Although the remaining 230,000 did not qualify for cash back, it was hardly a concern. In just 1 hour, Qinli had earned nearly 100 million. With the previous cash back, his bank balance surpassed 140 million. Both were in high spirits. Xu Huan reveled in the joy of shopping, while Qinli basked in the thrill of profit. Finally, he stowed all the shopping bags in the trunk of the Cullinan as they prepared to head for dinner. Their destination was Tan's restaurant. Known for its exquisite Chinese cuisine, a place one could dine at for 2 consecutive days without growing weary. Moreover, Xu Huan had only dined on hotel meals or fast food since arriving in Mingzhu, so it was Qinli's duty to treat her to an exceptional feast, complete with royal recipes. In the car, he opened a chat with Yang Xingyun. "Daughter, provide me with a company account. 65786-786. He promptly transferred 100 million to Xingyun Investment and Financial Consulting Limited's account, wanting to support his own enterprise as its first customer. He then sent another 10 million to Yang Xingyun's personal account. Yang Xingyun quickly responded, "Wow, 100 million. Our company will rise. Let us not get ahead of ourselves. It's just 100 million. Wait, what is this 10 million for? Your pocket money. By the way, I transferred another 10 million last time." Previously, Qinli had transferred her 10 million to test her financial acumen, which he had now assessed. Yang Xingyun replied, "Dad, I'm so moved. Who gives their child 20 million as pocket money? I'm so fortunate. I'll be back in 2 days. Got it. I'll go buy some supplies tomorrow." "Qinli, your way of expressing gratitude resonates deeply with me." Yang Xingyun, "That is precisely why I am Dad's most beloved little darling." With a smile, Qinli realized that Yang Xingyun truly knew how to cater to his masculine pride. Being with her brought him joy both mentally and physically. Half an hour later, the Cullinan arrived at Tan's restaurant. As Tang Shuhan stepped out of the car, she immediately sensed the establishment's caliber. The antique-style courtyard was nestled in the heart of Mingzhu City, its value immeasurable, not merely achievable through wealth. Chapter 47. I fear I miss my mother. This place appears quite exceptional, Tang Shuhan remarked with a nod. The flavors are exquisite as well. It is said to be based on imperial recipes, Qinli explained. I dined here with friends last night. Tang Shuhan, perplexed, inquired, "Do you have friends in Mingzhu?" Qinli chuckled, replying, "Just that flamboyant fellow who sought my advice right after I exited the airport." He only mentioned Fan Bingchen, choosing to omit Jiang Eileen and Su Yuanin. Birds of a feather flocked together. Tang Shuhan shot him a glance. Upon entering the courtyard, Qinli requested a private room, albeit a small one. Since today only involved the two of them. A waitress in a qipao presented the menu, though she was not the same one from yesterday. "Sir, madam, please take a look at our offerings," she said. Qinli handed the menu to Tang Shuhan, who waved her hand and said, "You order first. Repeat the delightful dishes you have enjoyed for this CEO to savor." This proud little enchantress, Qinli thought, I will eventually claim you. Taking the menu back, Qinli announced the dishes: almond Buddha's hand, roasted chicken, turtle meat soup, fish maw with ham, scallops, stir-fried beef with white mushrooms, and silky tofu soup. He chose several of the tastiest dishes from the previous night, deliberately selecting the almond Buddha's hand as a pre-meal dessert, a dish his mother also prepared, which was quite delicious. With the addition of this pre-meal delicacy, the Chinese dining experience would be even more perfect. Handing the menu back to Tang Shuhan, she opted for a shisher milk, considering that Qinli had already ordered enough, perhaps too much for the two of them to consume. The incident at McDonald's had been merely a fluke. Tang Shuhan typically did not waste food. The waitress recorded their selections and then asked, "Sir, madam, would you like to order any beverages?" When alcohol was mentioned, Tang Shuhan and Qin Li exchanged knowing glances, recalling their past drunken escapades. Ultimately, Qin Li, with his thicker skin, cleared his throat and asked, "What beverages do you have?" "We only serve Wulianya and Maotai, but we also have our homemade plum wine, apricot blossom wine, and peach blossom wine," the waitress replied. Qin Li turned to Tang Shuhan and suggested, "Shall we have a little? We'll drink sparingly." In truth, it mattered little to him whether he consumed a lot or a little. With his ability to withstand countless cups, he had little to fear. He made this suggestion merely to alleviate Tang Shuhan's concerns. After a moment's hesitation, Tang Shuhan finally said, "Then let us have a bit. I would like the peach blossom wine." However, as she finished speaking, her ears flushed with color. Qin Li, heartened by her willingness to drink with him, felt that her reservations were gradually dissipating. "Then let us have a pound of peach blossom wine," he said to the waitress with a smile. "Certainly, sir, madam. Please wait a moment," she responded before exiting. The private room fell silent, the atmosphere somewhat delicate and intimate following their discussion about wine. "Shuhan," Qin Li suddenly spoke. "What is it?" she replied. Qin Li teasingly asked, "Why is your face red when you haven't even had a drink yet?" Tang Shuhan. She wished to pummel this annoying fellow. How could he not know the reason for her blush? Qin Li teased her further before adopting a more serious tone. "Tonight." Before he could finish, Tang Shuhan interrupted, flustered. "Tonight, I need to review the contract." Qin Li, initially taken aback, soon realized the reason for her flushed cheeks and the tight grip on her water glass, her knuckles turning white. He comprehended that his female CEO had misunderstood. However, he had no intention of clarifying. Instead, he provocatively stated, "You may certainly review the contract afterward." "No," Tang Shuhan replied decisively, yet anxiously. "No, you cannot." "Oh." Qin Li feigned disappointment and fell silent. Observing his silence and the disheartened expression on his face, Tang Shuhan felt a mix of helplessness and confusion. This rascal. He was truly skilled at tormenting her. Even before he had won her over, he sought to tease her. Yet, seeing him genuinely downcast, Tang Shuhan lifted her water glass, averting her gaze, and quietly confessed, I'm not ready yet." "Not ready?" What did that mean? It implied, "You, dear comrade, are quite remarkable and handsome. My reluctance to share a bed with you stems from my own inadequacies. I fear I am not worthy of you." This was, of course, Qin Li's own fanciful interpretation. Nevertheless, he found great satisfaction in this conclusion, as it was an unexpected delight. After all, what he intended to discuss was not this matter. Yet, to maintain the pretense, Qin Li never abandoned a performance midway. Pursuing romance required persistence, patience, and determination, all harmonized. With his charm, wealth, and good looks, one could indeed win over a partner. Thus, Qin Li smiled understandingly and said, "Shuhan, I truly comprehend. The hurt I have caused you, I shall mend." Just as he was becoming increasingly sentimental, a knock on the door interrupted. "Sir, madam, the dishes are ready." The waitress arrived to serve the food. Knocking before entering was indeed a polite custom. However, Qin Li was deeply frustrated. Was it so easy for him to express his feelings? He had yet to share his heartfelt sentiments. Tang Shuhan couldn't help but chuckle at his predicament. "All right, let's eat," she suggested, noticing his lingering displeasure. "You have already done exceedingly well. This CEO is very satisfied." "Really?" Qin Li asked skeptically. Tang Shuhan nodded, as if soothing a child. Immediately, Qin Li's face broke into a wide grin. He straightened his posture, smiling as he adjusted his collar, and bellowed, "Serve the food." What nonsense about sweet nothings. Did this young master really need to utter such nauseating words? Even if he were mute, he could still win over a partner. Tang Shuhan observed him with a mix of amusement and regret for having said those words. This rascal. Give him a ray of sunshine, and he believes he can photosynthesize. "Here, try this almond Buddha's hand," Qin Li said, placing a piece on her plate. "My mother also makes this dish, and it is exceptionally delicious." Tang Shuhan took a bite, finding it sweet and tender, and praised, "Your mother must be a fantastic cook." "You will be quite fortunate from now on," Qin Li replied with a grin, aware of his knack for taking advantage of compliments. Tang Shuhan chose to ignore him and continued eating. After finishing an entire piece, she noticed he was merely watching her. "Why aren't you eating? Have a taste. It's truly delectable." "I won't eat. I fear I will miss my mother," Qin Li replied with utmost seriousness. "Tang Shuhan, you are truly filial." After a moment of silence, she was at a loss for words. Qin Li feigned a sigh, saying, "In truth, I am not sufficiently filial. My mother's greatest wish is for me to bring home a wife, and I have yet to fulfill that." "Be quiet." Tang Shuhan truly found herself exasperated with this rascal. His flirtatious antics were far too numerous. Thus, she sternly declared, "Time to eat." Qin Li obediently picked up his chopsticks. Chapter 48. The touching moment of the female CEO. In the end, Qin Li savored a piece of almond Buddha's hand and remarked, "This dish's name is accompanied by a remarkably beautiful acrostic poem. England Chunman Chu Poluo, Rinxin Biu Shan Tian Zhugua, Foeg Shi Chu Bing Huan. Shouzhang He Shi Nian Amichuo Fo." The first character of each line perfectly spells out the name of the dish. Tang Shuhan nodded in understanding, surprised that such a dessert could possess so much depth. She then inquired, "Did your aunt teach you this?" "Come on," Qin Li chuckled. "My mother only has an elementary school education, but it is true that she wishes to find a daughter-in-law." Stop, Tang Shuhan pleaded. "Let me enjoy my meal." "Very well," Qin Li temporarily relented. As the dishes were served, the peach blossom wine was also presented. Qin Li filled their cups and proclaimed, "Cheers, beautiful lady." Tang Shuhan raised her glass, but with a teasing tone, she asked, "Is that it? No toast?" After pondering, Qin Li responded, "To our fateful reunion. Cheers." To our fateful reunion. Naturally, he referred to the possibility of encountering each other again amidst the vast sea of humanity after parting ways at the hotel. Such a connection indeed warranted a toast. Tang Shuhan felt a sense of gratitude for the chance to meet Qin Li again. His presence brought her much ease and joy, transforming her once monochrome life into vibrant hues. Thus, Tang Shuhan readily clinked her glass with his. The peach blossom wine was rich and fragrant, enveloping her senses with floral notes that lingered delightfully on her palate. This exclusive brew from the Tan family restaurant was truly extraordinary. Qin Li poured more wine for them. But this time, Tang Shuhan lifted her glass first. "Cheers to our first business trip together," she declared. "Is that worth a toast?" "Very well. If the boss says it is, then it is." Qin Li complied, clinking glasses with her, and they both drank heartily. Once again, Qin Li refilled their cups. Tang Shuhan raised her glass again, saying, "Cheers to our first skiing adventure." "Do we toast for skiing too?" Fine. You have the final say," Qin Li acquiesced, clinking glasses with her once more. After refilling, Qin Li eagerly raised his glass first. Tang Shuhan chose not to compete with him, instead looking forward to what he would say. "Let us toast to the firsts we have lost together," Qin Li proclaimed with vigor. Tang Shuhan was instantly taken aback. "Never mind. Let's just eat. The food is getting cold." As the wine flowed and the dishes were savored, the culinary offerings from Tan's restaurant proved to be quite delectable. While uncertain if they were indeed imperial cuisine, both Qin Li and Tang Shuhan were thoroughly satisfied. Tang Shuhan indulged herself at this meal. Although the hotel's fare was delightful, it paled in comparison to this feast. The recipes honed over a century at Tan's restaurant truly exemplified the local culinary culture. The entire bottle of peach blossom wine was emptied between the two of them. Qin Li possessed an uncanny ability to remain sober, while Tang Shuhan was merely pleasantly tipsy, far from intoxication, given that it was not high-proof liquor. Ultimately, they settled the bill with great contentment. Upon exiting Tan's restaurant, night had fallen. The weather was lovely, with myriad stars adorning the night sky. Tang Shuhan stretched lazily and said, "Let us head back to the hotel. We need to wrap up our work tomorrow." Qin Li removed his coat and draped it over her shoulders, mindful of her catching a chill after drinking. Tang Shuhan felt a sweet warmth in her heart as he adorned her with his coat. "Actually, there is still an event tonight," Qin Li suddenly announced, having intended to mention it before dinner, but Tang Shuhan had misunderstood. "Huh, what event?" Tang Shuhan asked in confusion. Without directly revealing it, Qin Li replied, "Come on. You'll find out when we get there." "How mysterious." Tang Shuhan shot him a playful glare, yet her body obediently followed him into the car, curiosity piqued. They had strolled the streets and dined. What more could there be? Under Qin Li's guidance, the Rolls-Royce Cullinan did not head towards the Shangri-La Hotel, but instead towards the Huangpu River. After a brief journey, they arrived at Qin Li's designated spot, which was indeed by the riverside. The view was splendid. Across the water stood magnificent skyscrapers. The stars twinkled above, the river shimmered, and the opposite bank was ablaze with lights. "What a beautiful night view," Tang Shuhan exclaimed, still wearing Qin Li's coat as she gazed, captivated by the enchanting scenery. Standing beside her, Qin Li observed the flowing waters. The beauty was overwhelming, as if one were wandering within a painting. With a smile, Tang Shuhan tilted her head and remarked, "I didn't expect you to possess such romantic flair." Qin Li smiled back. "I have always been quite romantic." "This place truly lifts one's spirits," Tang Shuhan reflected. Witnessing such beauty, even her previously tense demeanor relaxed. Feeling joyous, she added, "Thank you, Qin Li." Qin Li's lips curved into a knowing smile as he replied, "You're thanking me too soon." "Huh?" Tang Shuhan looked at him in confusion. "What do you mean by thanking me too soon? Did you think I brought you here just to admire the night view?" Qin Li asked enigmatically. Tang Shuhan's mind was filled with questions. Wasn't it simply to enjoy the scenery? Did he mean to imply something more dramatic? Qin Li pulled out his phone and sent a message before instructing, "Don't look at me. Look across the river." At his words, Tang Shuhan felt a mix of curiosity and puzzlement, but she directed her gaze to the opposite bank. It remained filled with tall buildings and vibrant lights, identical to moments before. However, within seconds, she noticed something unusual. Near the riverbank, tiny flickers of light suddenly ignited, followed by countless small fire dragons soaring into the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of explosions echoed continuously. Countless small fire dragons erupted into vibrant blooms across the night sky. "Is that fireworks?" Tang Shuhan gasped, her small hands instinctively gripping the railing before her. At this moment, the night view was captivating, and the fireworks painted the sky in a poetic spectacle. Tang Shuhan watched in awe, feeling a wave of excitement wash over her, as if electrified. Qin Li had prepared a magnificent fireworks display for her. She had never witnessed such stunning fireworks in her life, nor had she ever encountered a man who would go to such lengths for her. This scene would undoubtedly be etched in her memory forever. The fireworks continued to bloom. Tang Shuhan turned to Qin Li, her eyes glistening with emotion. Then, she leapt into his embrace, overwhelmed with gratitude. This proud and resilient girl was filled with profound sentiment. At just the right moment, the female driver of the Rolls-Royce Cullinan captured this beautiful scene on her phone. Fireworks illuminated the sky, the scenery was delightful, and lovers embraced. The photo was breathtaking. The driver, satisfied with the shot, mused whether it was her perception of romance that prompted her to take the picture. No, this was also part of Qin Li's instructions. Chapter 49. Woman, your name is greed. Women find it difficult to resist romance. Even the headstrong and proud Tang Shuhan was no exception. Nestled in Qin Li's embrace, she gazed at the fireworks that continued to blossom in the sky, her heart brimming with awe and emotion. She spoke with a hint of tears in her voice. "Isn't it forbidden to set off fireworks in Minju City?" Qin Li embraced her and replied, "That is why I asked someone else to do it." Tang Shuhan couldn't help but chuckle and asked, "So who set them off?" "Someone you would never expect," Qin Li teased. Tang Shuhan's curiosity was piqued. But this time she refrained from pressing him further, for she wanted to fully enjoy the fireworks display that was dedicated to her. The fireworks dazzled for over 10 minutes before gradually fading into the night sky, which once again succumbed to darkness. Only then did Tang Shuhan take a deep breath and turn her gaze toward Qin Li. At that moment, she finally comprehended the meaning behind his earlier words of gratitude. This spectacle was infinitely more beautiful than the mere river view. Yet what touched her more was the thoughtfulness Qin Li had invested for her. Qin Li said, noticing her sparkling eyes fixed on him. "Isn't it time for a kiss?" Tang Shuhan shot him a playful glare, thinking, was there really a need to ask? Why didn't he show such foolishness when teasing her? Thus, she closed her eyes. Qin Li, understanding that this was a blatant invitation, curved his lips into a smile and leaned in. This was their first kiss, at least according to Qin Li's belief. As for any previous instances, he had no memory of them due to his drunken state. The fireworks across the river had attracted the police, with flashing lights and blaring sirens. Yet neither Qin Li nor Tang Shuhan were aware, completely absorbed in their own world. The kiss lingered for 10 minutes before they slowly parted. Tang Shuhan felt her heart racing, a sensation entirely distinct from the drunken escapades she had experienced. It was sweet and intoxicating. "This kiss is a reward for you. You performed splendidly today." Tang Shuhan playfully pinched his nose. Qin Li smirked. "Just one kiss? Isn't that a tad insufficient?" Tang Shuhan playfully swatted him. "Could you please be a bit more content? How many secretaries get to kiss their CEO?" "True," Qin Li chuckled. His little secretary was indeed remarkable. He felt quite satisfied. Their relationship had progressed rapidly. After all, Tang Shuhan had harbored reservations before, and to reach this stage was nothing short of miraculous. Moreover, Tang Shuhan possessed a naturally independent character, making it quite challenging to reach her bed. Did he think that every domineering female CEO was easily won over? By the way, who set off the fireworks? "The police are here. Is everything all right?" Only now, having been so engrossed, did Tang Shuhan notice the numerous police cars on the other side. Qin Li smiled nonchalantly. "No worries, he can handle it." "Who exactly is he?" Tang Shuhan's curiosity was reignited. Who could this unexpected person be? Qin Li decided to reveal the answer, as he intended to alleviate her worries. He took out his phone and opened a chat interface. When Tang Shuhan glanced at the contact name, her eyes widened in disbelief. It's him. The person who astonished her was none other than Wei Shirquan, the man Qin Li had just subdued. This revelation was indeed unexpected. Wei Shirquan had endured quite a bit recently, first being tricked by her bodyguard, only to be coerced by Qin Li into setting off fireworks. However, Tang Shuhan was oblivious to these details, and the chat logs left her utterly stunned. "How could he follow your orders?" Tang Shuhan asked, her astonishment evident. She was well aware of Wei Shirquan's family background, which had troubled her for quite some time. The more she understood, the more incredulous she became. Qin Li smiled. This is your final surprise for today. I hold a significant leverage over him, so he will no longer harass you. As for setting off fireworks, that's a trivial matter he will comply with. Although Mingzhu City prohibited fireworks, with Wei Shirquan's influence, it was a mere trifle for him. Even if he could not manage it, Qin Li would not fret, as it was a debt owed to him. At this moment, Tang Shuhuan was momentarily stunned. Was the issue that had plagued her for so long finally resolved? How many things had Qin Li done for her in secret? She had initially thought that their dinner would mark the end of the evening, but then Qin Li had taken her to see the river view. Just when she thought that was the conclusion, a grand fireworks display commenced. And following that, he had another surprise. This revelation was clearly the pièce d'arrestance of the day. Tang Shuhuan was at a loss for words, tears streaming down her cheeks. A mix of gratitude towards Qin Li and the release of past pains. At that moment, she felt as if she were dreaming. Don't cry. Aren't these all good things? Qin Li said, hastily wiping her tears. He had never imagined that Tang Shuhuan would cry. To him, she had always been so strong. Indeed, they are all good things. Tang Shuhuan replied, wiping her tears and looking at Qin Li. Thank you for bringing me so many blessings. Indeed, all these fortuitous events were orchestrated by Qin Li. He smiled. You're welcome. I am more than happy to serve my CEO. Upon hearing the phrase my CEO, Tang Shuhuan finally broke into a smile, her heart brimming with sweetness. Yet she playfully smacked Qin Li again. You rascal, you are too wicked. Qin Li, puzzled, replied, what have I done wrong? Just a moment ago, everything was fine. Why the sudden reprimand? Why do emotional women lack logic? Tang Shuhuan shot him a playful glare, her cheeks flushed. With one surprise after another. Do you plan to keep going until you have me in bed? She had already given him a kiss. What more could she offer? Certainly not her body. Qin Li chuckled mischievously, dream on. As she spoke, Tang Shuhuan joyfully made her way to the Rolls-Royce Cullinan. I haven't had my fill of surprises yet. Keep up the good work. Qin Li watched her retreating figure with a hint of helplessness and called out, Woman, your name is Greed. Upon hearing his words, Tang Shuhuan turned around by the car, a playful sparkle in her eyes as she shouted back, And what is your choice? Qin Li replied loudly, I choose to satisfy your greed. Tang Shuhuan instantly beamed with joy. The female driver sighed in the darkness, feeling overwhelmed by the abundance of dog food she had consumed that evening. Chapter 50. Not a good person, Fan Bingchen. Upon returning to the hotel, Tang Shuhuan indeed did not allow Qin Li into her room. She feared that he might not be able to resist, and even more so, that she herself might falter. She was genuinely not prepared yet, feeling that their relationship was developing too swiftly. Moreover, this would serve as a test of Qin Li's patience, ensuring that he would cherish her once he attained his desires. In her room, Tang Shuhuan shed her clothing, revealing her perfectly sculpted figure. A subtle smile graced her lips. This rascal had already taken her first kiss. Did he think he could easily have a second? Humph. She was determined to extract every last surprise from him. Reflecting on the earlier scene, her heart raced with excitement. Meanwhile, Qin Li lay on the bed, casually propped up with one leg crossed over the other, engrossed in his phone. The screen displayed the photos taken by the female driver that evening. He mused aloud, my profile looks dashing. Little Shuhuan is lovely too. But why do I feel she doesn't quite match my greatness? No, she is perfect. It's just that I am too exceptional. Ha ha ha, how shameless am I? I must have been infected by Zhang Li Fan, that relentless sycophant. At this moment, Zhang Li Fan, who was lying on his bed in the boys' dormitory of Jinjiang University, suddenly sneezed. After sneezing, he tore off a piece of tissue to wipe his nose and casually tossed it onto the floor. He then picked up his phone and continued messaging a girl. Zhang Li Fan, Goddess, why are you taking a shower again? Zhang Li Fan, your period has arrived. Make sure to wash with hot water. Zhang Li Fan, do you have enough sanitary pads? Zhang Li Fan, if not, I can buy some for you. The next day, Tang Shuhuan and Qin Li arrived once more at the Mingzhu branch of Xiangqing Group. The work for today was quite simple, merely a matter of wrapping things up. They finalized the contract and then signed it. After signing dozens of contracts, the business trip was nearing its conclusion. Having completed all these tasks, it was only 3 in the afternoon. The work had gone smoothly, far more so than anticipated. If they were in a hurry to return to Jinjiang, Tang Shuhuan could indeed head back with Qin Li this afternoon. However, a collaborating merchant suddenly handed Tang Shuhuan an invitation. It was an invitation to a charity gala. Many well-known entrepreneurs from Mingzhu would attend, along with other prominent figures from the area. Tang Shuhuan placed the invitation on the conference table and looked at Qin Li, asking, Shall we go? Of course, since we have nothing else to do. Qin Li replied as he picked up the exquisite invitation. Meeting more people will certainly benefit Xiangqing Group's future development in Mingzhu. Besides, if Xiangqing Group grows stronger, it will also be profitable for me, as I am the second largest shareholder. But I didn't bring an evening gown, he added. Tang Shuhan understood that attending would indeed be beneficial for Xianqing Group. But she only had formal and casual attire. How could one attend such a gala without an evening gown? Qin Li pondered for a moment and said, I'll make a call. He then dialed Fan Bingqian, as he only knew Fan Bingqian, Su Yuanin, and Zhang Ailin in Mingzhou. Su Yuanin was still a university student and likely had no access to such matters. However, Fan Bingqian was a possibility, being from a prominent family. As for Zhang Ailin, he thought she would be the most suitable to ask, but he declined. For no reason other than that she wasn't a good person. The call connected quickly. Hello? Qin Li asked, do you know where to get an evening gown? Of course, we have a dedicated tailor at home. Are you looking to customize a suit? Fan Bingqian replied from the other end. He assumed Qin Li wanted to order a couple of suits. Qin Li was taken aback. Such affluent individuals even had tailors. He thought to himself that he too should hire a couple of female tailors to serve him, helping him with dressing and undressing. Wait, that doesn't seem like a tailor's job, he realized, shaking his head. He continued, I'm looking for a suit for my girlfriend who needs an evening gown for tonight's gala. It's probably too late to make one, but we can rent a set. Hearing Qin Li refer to himself as her boyfriend, Tang Shuhan blushed slightly. Fan Bingqian then inquired, is it the gala at Platinum Manor tonight? That was indeed the address on the invitation. Qin Li raised an eyebrow and asked, oh, are you going too? The invitation was sent to our family as well, but I have something else to attend to tonight. Please send me the address, and I'll have my tailor come by to take measurements, Fan Bingqian said. Thanks, Qin Li replied. I'll treat you to spicy hot pot another day. Fan Bingqian quickly interjected, no need for hot pot. Just help me get Jiang Ailin sorted. Qin Li grimaced and said, goodbye. Get Jiang Ailin sorted? That Mechagodzilla? I fear she might bite. Qin Li hung up and sent Fan Bingqian the location. Only then did Tang Shuhan ask, is it settled? With this secretary on the job, what else could you possibly worry about? Someone will come to take your measurements shortly, Qin Li said, putting away his phone with a chuckle. Come on, dear. Let us share a kiss. Tang Shuhan shot him a glare, replying, we're in the conference room. Are you asking for a beating? Hearing this, Qin Li suddenly recalled something and asked, isn't office romance prohibited in our company? What if we get caught? Tang Shuhan replied succinctly, then you'll be dismissed. Qin Li feigned innocence, why me? Because you hold a lower position. Tang Shuhan retorted proudly. Meanwhile, on the other side, after notifying his family's tailor, Fan Bingqian suddenly came up with a bold idea. He dialed Jiang Ailin's number. Hello, Ailin. What is up? Jiang Ailin replied with an air of confidence. Are you attending the gala at Platinum Manor tonight? Fan Bingqian inquired, knowing that Jiang's family had also received an invitation. No, why would I go? It's not fun at all, Jiang Ailin replied casually. I heard that the celebrity Zhou Yuaning is attending tonight, and I thought you might go. Fan Bingqian fabricated the lie, knowing that Zhou Yuaning was Jiang Ailin's favorite star. As for whether Zhou Yuaning would actually attend, he had no idea. He was only focused on bringing Qin Li and Jiang Ailin together. Really? Then I must go? But you should skip it to avoid our families running into each other and causing a stir, Jiang Ailin said eagerly. I can't go. I have other plans. Fan Bingqian replied. All right, I wish you success tonight. After hanging up, he sighed with relief. He was risking it all for love. No, wait. He was doing it for the sake of romantic freedom. Qin Li, I'm sorry. It's your fault for being so charming. He thought. Good luck, brother. If you succeed, I'll serve you tea. If you fail, I'll burn incense and pray for you. Amen. Chapter 51. I just love eating soft rice. After over half an hour, someone indeed came to take Tang Shuhan's measurements. A woman in her 30s accompanied by a 17 or 18-year-old apprentice arrived. They worked in perfect harmony, one measuring while the other recorded the data. Once finished, the female tailor produced a tablet and input Tang Shuhan's measurements. She then placed the tablet before Tang Shuhan and said, Madam, these are our existing ready-to-wear dresses matched to your measurements. Please take a look, and we will deliver the chosen outfit. Knowing that Tang Shuhan was renting rather than customizing, she only introduced the available dresses. Tang Shuhan smiled and nodded at her, then examined the selections on the tablet. Qin Li leaned in close, peering at the screen. This one won't do. It reveals too much leg. Reaching up to the thigh, this blue one is unappealing and doesn't suit your temperament. This white one has a decent style, but it's backless. Absolutely not. Qin Li's incessant murmuring prompted a chuckle from Tang Shuhan. Are you choosing, or am I? She teased. Qin Li grinned and replied, I'm merely offering suggestions. Tang Shuhan nodded, then deliberately pointed to a deep-colored gown, saying, I'll choose this one. No. Qin Li hastily interjected. This one reveals too much chest. You might catch a cold. Tang Shuhan nearly burst into laughter at his absurdity, yet felt a sweet warmth inside. Was he truly worried about her being seen? His jealous demeanor was rather amusing. All right then, I'll select this black gown, she said, indicating a long black dress. Qin Li felt relieved at her choice and quickly praised. This one is perfect. A long black gown adorned with diamonds at the chest, neither ostentatious nor lacking in elegance. Certainly, the primary reason is that this dress envelopes her most securely. The seamstress, who observed her choice, remarked, "Madam, this gown is actually one we have just designed and produced. It is entirely new and has not been rented out yet." Tang Shuhan pressed her lips together, feeling quite satisfied, for she did not wish to don attire previously worn by others. "Then I shall trouble you," she replied politely. "Not at all. I will deliver the dress to you shortly," said the seamstress. Tang Shuhan nodded and added, "Please send it to room 5508 at the Shangri-La Hotel. Changing clothes at the office is rather inconvenient. It is better to return to the hotel, especially since she needs to shower and apply makeup." The seamstress had no objections. At this moment, Qin Li inquired, "What will the associated costs be?" "I will transfer the funds to you." Upon hearing him mention costs, the seamstress quickly interjected, "There is no need, sir. Our young master has already instructed that there will be no charge for you this time." Qin Li nodded, appreciating Fan Bingchen's attentiveness. He considered treating him to a meal of spicy hot pot when he had the chance. Unbeknownst to him, Fan Bingchen had already planned to pay his respects. Had he known, he would have certainly turned Fan Bingchen into a hot pot dish. With the gown arrangement settled, both felt a sense of relief. The evening banquet was scheduled for 7:30, and it was still not yet 6. They hurried back to the hotel to change into the gown, ensuring they would have ample time to reach the Platinum Manor. Thus, they departed the company and rode in a Rolls-Royce Cullinan back to the Shangri-La Hotel. During the ride, Qin Li booked their tickets for an early flight back to Jinjiang the following morning. The tickets for their arrival had been arranged by Yang Xingyun, and now it was his responsibility. After 2 days apart, he found himself missing that obedient and diligent little secretary. He also longed to boast to his 3 dog sons in the dormitory, and he thought of the alluring teacher, Yang Yue. He had initially instructed Qi Ruyu to ensure her safety, and in recent days, she had conveyed some messages to him. It seemed his teacher had not been faring well lately. His thoughts wandered, and he truly yearned to return. Upon arriving at the Shangri-La, the gown was promptly delivered. The two of them took turns showering and changing clothes, albeit simultaneously in terms of timing, not location. Otherwise, they would likely have missed the evening banquet altogether. After his shower, Qin Li donned a black suit to complement Tang Shuhan's black evening gown. He also had the hotel's stylist groom his hair, rendering him looking spirited and handsome. Standing before the mirror, he couldn't help but praise himself. As the clock approached 7, Tang Shuhan emerged. She was adorned in a flowing black gown, her long hair elegantly styled, her exquisite features framed by slightly plump red lips, and her flawless arms were as pale as jade. Her tall figure was perfectly accentuated by the evening gown, showcasing an enchanting silhouette. With an air of nobility, she captivated all around her. Wearing black high heels, her toes glistened like jade as she approached Qin Li, a smile gracing her lips as she twirled gracefully. "What do you think, little secretary? Do I look beautiful?" she asked. Qin Li swallowed hard, his gaze fixated on her as he replied, "I am truly at a loss." Tang Shuhan questioned, puzzled by his reaction. "I have slept with you before, yet I felt nothing," Qin Li brazenly stated. "If heaven grants me another chance, I shall cherish it dearly. If fate insists on granting this love multiple times, I hope it to be 1,000 times." Tang Shuhan shot him a glare, exasperated. "This scoundrel, can't you be sincere for just 5 minutes? Let's go, you little lecher." She took the lead towards the elevator. "I am not so insignificant. As you well know," Qin Li explained innocently as he followed her. "I know you, big-headed fool. Be careful not to step on my gown," Tang Shuhan cautioned. "I am not that foolish," he replied. Once inside the elevator, a few seconds later, Qin Li's voice echoed, "Tang Shuhan, why did you place the gown under my feet?" Tang Shuhan retorted indignantly, "You scoundrel, accusing me first." The Platinum Manor belonged to a renowned antique collector. This charity gala was jointly initiated by this collector and a charitable foundation, aiming to raise funds through the auction of various antiques. Consequently, prominent entrepreneurs and distinguished personalities from Mingzhu were among the invitees. The common trait among these individuals was their wealth. When Qin Li and Tang Shuhan arrived, the timing was impeccable. They presented their invitation at the manor's entrance, and their Rolls-Royce Cullinan smoothly drove into the estate. The manor was extensive, and it took 4 to 5 minutes for the Cullinan to reach its destination, which resembled a hotel. The parking lot was already filled with a myriad of luxury vehicles. Once parked, Qin Li stepped out and assisted Tang Shuhan out of the car. "Is this the estate of a landlord?" Qin Li marveled. "While others stay in hotels, this landlord builds one at home. Isn't that excessive?" Tang Shuhan chuckled and replied, "It's not so bad. It's quite similar to my home." Qin Li could not help but feel a tinge of envy. Is this the confidence of a wealthy woman? He thought. Thus, he became even more careful as he supported her. "Xiao Han Han, When we discuss marriage in the future, make sure your father prepares a substantial dowry, he jested. Tang Shuhan pinched his arm and whispered, as long as you win me over, all of that will be yours. All right. Qin Li grinned broadly, his teeth gleaming. Though I am wealthy, I do enjoy indulging in a comfortable life. As they entered the grand hall on the first floor, Tang Shuhan linked her arm with Qin Li's. They were a striking pair, one exuding a cool elegance, the other radiating charisma. Upon entering the hall, Qin Li was greeted by the soothing strains of classical music. Its volume low enough not to disturb conversation, merely enhancing the ambience. Numerous entrepreneurs and ladies in various evening gowns were engaged in animated discussions. The arrival of Tang Shuhan and Qin Li drew many gazes, particularly from the gentlemen present, with most attention focused on Tang Shuhan. This woman was simply stunning, graceful, and noble. Among the crowd, a young man in a white suit, in his 20s, was captivated by Tang Shuhan's beauty. He turned to inquire of his companion. This girl is breathtaking. Chengzi, do you know who she is? This was Fan Bingjun, the older brother of Fan Bingchen. The young man referred to as Chengzi replied, I haven't seen her before. We haven't encountered anyone this beautiful in the Mingzhu circle. A young man nearby, holding a wine glass and sporting a stylish haircut, chimed in with a smile. How can you say that? Jiang Eileen is quite beautiful, isn't she? Chengzi rolled his eyes in response. Please, Lao Zhu, are you serious? Jiang Eileen's situation is well known in our circle. Fan Bingjun playfully hit Chengzi, admonishing, watch your words. That is my brother's wife. How can she not be a woman? Chengzi chuckled and replied, Fan Xiao, we know each other well enough. Do you think Fan Bingchen can win Jiang Eileen over? In truth, Fan Bingjun shared Chengzi's doubts. Yet this matter had been arranged by their families, leaving him with little say. He felt fortunate that he had secured a marriage pact earlier, sparing him from this predicament. Given Jiang Eileen's temperament, she was not someone easily won over, especially since she had no interest in men. One cannot possibly venture to Thailand merely to pursue her, can they? Thus, Fan Bingjun silently mourned for his younger brother once more before inquiring, what about that man? Do you know him? Chengzi and Lao Zhu both shook their heads in response. Fan Bingjun lifted a glass of red wine and beckoned, come, let us go over and extend our greetings. Make a new acquaintance. Chengzi and Lao Zhu, upon hearing this, also raised their glasses and followed suit. At that moment, Qin Li and Tang Shuhan were occupied with a few individuals who had approached them to make introductions. No one seemed to harbor any disdain for the two due to their unfamiliarity. If anything, there were merely some who envied Tang Shuhan's beauty and Qin Li's handsomeness. However, the majority of the entrepreneurs present were primarily here to cultivate connections, preferring to engage in conversation with strangers. After all, they were all businessmen, well aware that having more friends opens more avenues. Upon learning that Tang Shuhan and Qin Li represented Xiangqing Group, the attendees' demeanor became even more amiable. For Xiangqing Group is a formidable corporation valued at over 30 billion. Although it was Qin Li's first experience at such a soiree, he exhibited no signs of trepidation. Rather, he conversed with greater enthusiasm than Tang Shuhan. One should not underestimate Qin Li merely because he is a university student, youthful and less experienced. He is not an ordinary student. His emotional and intellectual intelligence surpasses 90. He possesses a profound understanding of interpersonal dynamics. When conversing with men, regardless of status, discussions often devolve into light-hearted banter about current events or boasting. In more formal settings, such exchanges tend to be more subtle, yet the essence remains unchanged. Engaging with women is even simpler. Compliments suffice. Praise her attire, her jewelry, her figure. Ideally, one should commend whatever she wishes to showcase. Tang Shuhan, being somewhat reserved, maintained a semblance of decorum. In contrast, Qin Li thrived amidst the crowd. Observing Qin Li animatedly engaging in conversation, Tang Shuhan's lips curled into a smile. She had recognized his qualities during the interview. This young man is contemplative and confident. If given a platform, he would undoubtedly treat it as a stage. Hence, she felt immensely pleased with him, truly satisfied. However, his sole flaw was his overt flirtation. At that moment, an entrepreneur, engrossed in conversation with Qin Li, noticed Fan Bingjun and his companions approaching and promptly greeted them. Good evening, Fan Xiao, Cheng Xiao, Zhu Xiao. Fan Bingjun smiled and clinked his glass with his, saying, Old Chun, no need for such formality, we are old friends. Upon hearing this, Old Chen's face flushed with joy. Though his business had grown significant, with over a dozen hotels in Mingzhu City, it paled in comparison to the Fan family's stature. Thus, he felt elated that Fan Bingjun treated him so cordially. When shall you three grace my establishment? Just let me know, and I will arrange for some company, Old Chen cheerfully suggested. The implication of seeking companionship was well understood by Fan Bingjun and his associates. That will suffice. We shan't be too polite, Fan Bingjun replied with a smile. I would like to converse with this brother for a moment. Noticing Fan Bingjuan's gaze shift to Qin Li, old Chun, understanding the cue, said, "I shall go over there and catch up with an old friend." Fan Bingjuan nodded, and old Chun departed with a spring in his step. Many hold biases against the wealthy second generation. However, not all embody the stereotype of arrogance and troublemaking. Many, like Fan Bingjuan, have been refined by their upbringing, learning the nuances of social conduct from a young age. His brother, Fan Bingchen, demonstrated similar decorum, having gracefully ceased his pursuit of Yang Xingyun upon discovering her disinterest. Such polite habits are cultivated from an early age. Fan Bingjun, holding his glass in his left hand, extended his right to Qin Li while smiling. "Hello. Let us make each other's acquaintance. I am Fan Bingjun." Qin Li reciprocated the handshake, responding, "Hello, I am Qin Li." After their handshake, Fan Bingjun gestured towards Qingzi, saying, "This is Cheng Chuwen, whom everyone calls Qingzi." He then pointed to Lao Zhu, stating, "This is Zhu Ming, known as Lao Zhu." Qin Li politely shook hands with both and exchanged pleasantries. He then introduced Tang Shuhan to the group. Rather than shaking hands, Fan Bingjun and his companions simply nodded amicably at Tang Shuhan, which garnered Qin Li a degree of goodwill. Those who approach a stranger's girlfriend or engage in inappropriate advances without prior acquaintance are merely seeking trouble. Meaningful interactions leave a positive impression. After their introductions, Qin Li turned to Fan Bingjun and remarked, "Your name reminds me of a friend. I wonder if you know Fan Bingchen?" This caught Fan Bingjun by surprise. "He is my brother, you know Bingchen?" The mutual address of brother transcends age, serving as a form of respectful acknowledgement. Qin Li referred to him as Jun Go, while Fan Bingjun called him Li Go. This reflects their mutual respect. Qin Li nodded, smiling. "We share some connections. We get along quite well." Indeed, they had formed a bond strong enough that Fan Bingchen even considered introducing his blind date to Qin Li. "Ha, Bingchen's friends are my friends. Li Go, let us toast," Fan Bingjun declared, raising his glass. Qin Li lifted his glass to gently clink with his before both drank heartily. Chapter 53, The Crisis Brought by Jiang Eileen. After they finished their drinks, Fan Bingjun inquired, "Li Gu, are you interested in antiques as well?" The use of as well revealed much. Unlike Qin Li and Tang Shuhan, Fan Bingjun and his companions had come to the charity gala primarily for the antiques. "I have heard of Master Han's extensive collection in Xinjiang, and with this opportunity, I thought I would broaden my horizons," Qin Li replied calmly. Master Han refers to the organizer of this gala, Han Shizhong, as stated in the invitation. Of course, Qin Li had no expertise in antiques. He was merely engaging in casual conversation. "Ah, so you are from Xinjiang. That explains it. Bingchen just returned from there," Fan Bingjun noted, lowering his voice. "I've heard Master Han will be exhibiting quite a few fine pieces. We are here to expand our knowledge and perhaps find something to honor our elders at home." "Heh," Qin Li nodded, smiling, "I understand. If I encounter anything I do not comprehend, I shall trouble you for guidance." "Not at all," Fan Bingjun replied with a smile. "When it comes to antiques, Qingzi has a bit of an eye for them." Qin Li then raised his glass again, clinking it with Qingzi's, and both took a sip. There is no need to toast at every instance when drinking red wine. Often, a mere taste suffices. Firstly, drinking to excess is unbecoming, and secondly, there are surely more significant events yet to unfold. It is best to remain clear-headed for now. The earlier toast between Qin Li and Fan Bingjun was a rarity, prompted by their newfound connection through Fan Bingchen. Fan Bingjun regarded Qin Li with admiration. His brother's friend was indeed well-rounded and articulate, displaying neither subservience nor arrogance. "What brings you here?" At that moment, a voice filled with surprise echoed through the air. Qin Li felt a jolt upon hearing it. What on earth is Mechatyrannosaurus doing here? Turning his head, he found Jiang Eileen approaching him. Today, Jiang Eileen donned a stunning teal strapless evening gown that accentuated her alluring figure, particularly her ample bosom, which was quite striking. A gown of this nature would be difficult to carry off for anyone lacking her attributes. "Eileen, you are here as well," Fan Bingjun greeted her. Cheng Chuwen and Zhu Ming also greeted her, both being part of the Mingzhu circle, where encounters were frequent. Upon seeing their salutation, Jiang Eileen merely nodded lightly. She harbored disdain for these men, and thus felt no inclination for idle chatter. However, her animosity towards Qin Li was particularly intense, as he was not only an insufferable man, but also her rival in love. "What are you doing here?" Jiang Eileen asked Qin Li once more, her eyes glinting with coldness. Qin Li feigned confusion, responding, "Madam, you must be mistaken. Have we met before?" The audacity of this scoundrel to pretend not to recognize her nearly provoked Jiang Eileen to spill her red wine on his face. She had anticipated a confrontational exchange with Qin Li, but she had not expected him to go so far as to act oblivious. "Qin Li, is it amusing to play the fool?" Jiang Eileen retorted icily. Fan Bingjun and the others were baffled, wondering what this meant. It felt as if they had stumbled upon the scene of a betrayal. Yet, Jiang Eileen was not particularly fond of men, rendering the situation rather dull. Qin Li raised an eyebrow, smiling as he said, "Indeed, it seems that a clever person like myself is ill-suited to play the fool." At that moment, Tang Shuhan sensed the unusual atmosphere and approached Jiang Eileen, inquiring, "Qin Li, who is this lady?" "Oh, this is Miss Jiang Eileen from the Jiang family of Mingzhu." Qin Li introduced her calmly, unflustered. He had no real connection to Jiang Eileen, so there was no need for alarm. As for Su Yuanin, their relationship was still in its infancy. However, if Jiang Eileen were to expose anything, he was prepared to face it head-on. Jiang Eileen's eyes brightened upon seeing Tang Shuhan. She had a penchant for women, and encountering such a rare beauty as Tang Shuhan stirred her desire to connect. This was a stunning woman who could rival her friend Su Yuanin. However, her curiosity now lay with the relationship between Qin Li and Tang Shuhan. So, she softened her tone and asked, "Qin Li, aren't you going to introduce this lady?" Qin Li composedly replied, "This is my girlfriend, Tang Shuhan." Upon hearing this introduction, Tang Shuhan exhaled in relief and smiled as she shook hands with Jiang Eileen. After all, Jiang Eileen was also a striking beauty, and Tang Shuhan felt a twinge of insecurity. However, Qin Li's introduction suggested that their connection was merely that of friends at most. Yet at this moment, Jiang Eileen's eyes sparkled with a sharp light. This scoundrel had such a beautiful girlfriend while still trying to pursue her friend. Was he not afraid of drowning while sailing multiple boats? Little did she know, Qin Li was not merely navigating 2 boats. He was at the helm of an entire fleet. Seizing upon this perceived leverage over Qin Li, Jiang Eileen regained her composure, her gaze filled with mockery. Seeing her eyes, Qin Li's heart raced. This woman was indeed no simple adversary. Fan Bingjun and the others remained utterly perplexed, questioning the situation. However, Jiang Eileen did not expose Qin Li on the spot. Instead, she appeared somewhat pleased as she suggested, "May we speak privately?" Jiang Eileen's primary objective was to compel him to abandon Su Yuanin, rather than to reveal his duplicity. If she were to expose him, and he relinquished Tang Shuhan to pursue Su Yuanin, it would be a loss for her. She was also aware that Su Yuanin's sexual orientation was quite normal. In a confrontation, she was uncertain if she could best this scoundrel. Upon hearing her proposal, Qin Li sighed in relief and nodded. A brief conversation would suffice. "Jungu, Wengu, Minggu, please excuse me for a moment." Qin Li courteously excused himself from Fan Bingjun and the others. After they nodded, he turned to Tang Shuhan, smiling. "Wife, I need to speak with Miss Jiang for a moment." Qin Li's prior apology to Fan Bingjun and the others subtly indicated to Tang Shuhan that his reason for speaking with Jiang Eileen was more due to their presence than hers. Moreover, Tang Shuhan felt a sense of shyness at being referred to as his wife before others. Thus, he followed Jiang Eileen to a secluded corner. Fan Bingjun and the others nodded in amusement at Tang Shuhan before stepping aside. Zhu Ming, perplexed, asked, "Jungu, what is going on? When did Jiang Eileen become proactive with men?" Not only he, but Fan Bingjun was also bewildered. Cheng Chuan remarked, "Fan Xiao, has your sister-in-law turned into a woman?" Fan Bingjun playfully hit him again, saying, "Eileen has always been a woman, but if Qin Li truly manages to reform her, I would be genuinely impressed. After all, Bingchen has failed to win her over, which would be a relief." He was unaware that Bingchen had already devised such a plan, and it was Bingchen who had lured Jiang Eileen here today. However, they all knew Jiang Eileen's attitude towards men over the years. Reforming her? That was quite a challenge. "I would also be impressed," Cheng Chuan admitted sincerely. Zhu Ming took a sip of his drink, adding, "If Qin Li manages to reform her, I would gladly become his disciple." Chapter 54, The Fearful Jiang Eileen. Qin Li followed Jiang Eileen to a secluded corner. Once she halted, a smirk involuntarily tugged at her lips. With a playful glint in her eyes, she said, "Qin Dasha, do you not plan to explain yourself?" Qin Li, maintaining his composure, inquired, "What would Miss Jiang like me to clarify?" Upon witnessing this scoundrel's continued pretense, Jiang Eileen scoffed, "Are you truly not afraid of drowning? Many have perished while sailing multiple boats. Should Qin Li refuse to yield, she would not hesitate to push him into the depths herself." Qin Li glanced at her and remarked, "Miss Jiang, perhaps it would be best for you to speak plainly." "Abandon Su Yuanin," Jiang Eileen stated firmly, no longer willing to dance around the issue. "Huh?" Qin Li laughed derisively. "Can you truly consider yourself a good friend if you obstruct another's happiness?" Jiang Eileen's anger flared at his insolence. "Who says I cannot grant her happiness?" Hearing this, Qin Li's gaze drifted to her lower half, raising an eyebrow as he remarked, "It seems you lack the necessary equipment." Jiang Eileen felt uncomfortable under his scrutiny, her anger intensifying. "You believe you can provide her with happiness? Just because you are juggling multiple relationships?" Today, Qin Li had not worn a tie, so he casually loosened the first button of his shirt. "Miss Jiang, it seems you harbor some misconceptions about me." Jiang Eileen was nearly amused to the point of laughter by this scoundrel. Misconceptions? Do you dare to claim before Tang Shuhan that she is not your girlfriend? You fantasize about juggling multiple affairs while refusing to admit it. Qinli, you are utterly hypocritical. No, no, no. Qinli corrected her. The misconceptions I refer to do not pertain to this. Jiang Eileen regarded him coldly, curious as to what he intended to say. However, regardless of his words, they could not alter the fact that he was a scoundrel. Qinli stepped closer to her, his demeanor shifting from amiable to menacing, his gaze fierce. In truth, I am juggling more than just 2 boats. At least 3 or 4. Each of them is as beautiful as you, possessing exquisite figures. Because I am audacious and greedy, I desire all that I like, at any cost. Miss Jiang, do you understand now? The impact of each of Qin Li's words struck Jiang Eileen's heart like a hammer, causing it to race uncontrollably. She had not anticipated that Qin Li was indeed playing the field. Even more shocking was that he would divulge such information to her, utterly reckless. Yet, what was more terrifying was the predatory intensity of Qin Li's gaze upon her, fierce and invasive. Jiang Eileen felt her hands and feet grow cold, as if she were being stalked by a wild beast. Striving to maintain her composure, she stammered, "What if I tell Yuan Yin about this? Do you dare?" Qin Li retorted coldly. At this moment, Qin Li bore no resemblance to the refined and amiable young man he had been moments earlier. Instead, he appeared as a ruthless brigand, capable of committing unspeakable acts. Jiang Ai-Lin had never encountered a man like him in her life. She had intended to assertively question his lack of courage, but upon meeting Qin Li's gaze, the words caught in her throat. "I do not wish to provoke you, yet I will not tolerate others challenging me." Qin Li stepped forward, prompting Jiang Ai-Lin to instinctively retreat, her back pressed against the wall. Without hesitation, Qin Li closed the distance, pinning her against the wall, their bodies pressed tightly together. Jiang Ai-Lin felt a surge of panic. This was an intimacy she had never experienced with a man before. "No, please, no." She pushed against Qin Li, yet he remained immobile, overwhelmed by discomfort. She found herself in a state of unease. "Now tell me," Qin Li demanded, his eyes locked onto hers, his tone menacing. "Do you dare?" Jiang Ai-Lin stammered, confronted by his aggressive demeanor and piercing gaze. In that moment, her usual bravado evaporated, leaving her utterly flustered. So much so that she could scarcely summon the courage to scream for help. Qin Li's demeanor was that of a fearless thug, leaving her uncertain of the wild actions he might take next. Fear gripped Jiang Ai-Lin. Despite her usual arrogance, she was, after all, a girl raised in a sheltered environment. Qin Li's right hand rose, brushing lightly over her flat abdomen, sending shivers across her skin. Soon, his hand ventured to an inappropriate location, applying increasing pressure. Jiang Ai-Lin gasped, "It hurts." Qin Li pressed on, "Tell me, do you dare?" Her eyes brimmed with tears, the threat of his presence overwhelming her resolve. "No, I don't dare," she ultimately conceded. "Remember, do not act foolishly." With that, Qin Li released her and stepped back. Jiang Ai-Lin felt as though all her strength had been drained, collapsing weakly to the floor. Only by instilling a sense of fear in her could she grasp the gravity of the warning not to provoke certain individuals nor threaten them. Qin Li cast one last glance at her, adjusted his suit, and then turned to stride back into the hall. Jiang Ai-Lin's tears fell onto the hem of her evening gown, her body trembling slightly. After what felt like an eternity, she mustered the strength to rise and make her way to the ladies' restroom. Standing before the mirror, she pulled down a section of her strapless gown, revealing a patch of pale skin, marred only by a purple handprint. The gala continued, still in its early stages, as the antique auction had yet to commence. Feeling a pang of hunger, Qin Li approached the buffet table and selected a piece of cake. Tang Shuhan approached him, inquiring, "Are you hungry?" Qin Li smiled and replied, "How about you?" Though she too was hungry, she whispered, "I fear smudging my lipstick." "You can always touch it up later," he assured, spearing a small piece of cake with his fork. "Open your mouth, I'll feed you." Tang Shuhan smiled back and obediently parted her lips. He fed her the cake, wiping the cream from her mouth before indulging in a piece himself. The cake tastes even sweeter when eaten with a fork previously used by Tang Zong, Qin Li remarked with a grin. Tang Shuhan shot him a playful glare, realizing he seized every opportunity to tease her. Yet, seeing him enjoy the cake so much, she said, "I want more." "All right, open up," Qin Li said, as if coaxing a child. With a sweet smile, she complied. Just then, Fan Bingjun and his companions approached, witnessing the scene of Qin Li feeding Tang Shuhan. Qin Li laughed, while Tang Shuhan felt a mix of embarrassment and delight, realizing the charm of having a boyfriend. She no longer had to endure others' displays of affection, but could also participate in them. Chapter 55. Can Qin Li appraise antiques? Li Gu. The antique auction is about to begin. Shall we join the festivities? Fan Bingjun and his friends had come to invite Qin Li to the auction. The auction was set to take place on the second floor of the building in a large hall. Qin Li nodded in agreement, taking Tang Shuhan's hand as he asked, "Shall we take a look?" She nodded in affirmation. The evening's event was a charity gala centered around the antique auction, making it a must-see. As the group ascended the staircase, they encountered Jiang Ai Lin exiting the restroom. Fan Bingjun called out, "Ai Lin, would you like to join us for the antique auction?" However, Jiang Ai Lin ignored him, casting a complicated glance at Qin Li before heading towards the exit. Leaving the charity gala prematurely, Fan Bingjun, perplexed by the situation, remarked, "Let us go. Ai Lin may not be feeling well. We should enjoy the evening ourselves." His composure reflected his character, as he showed no signs of irritation. Qin Li maintained a gentle smile, yet within his mind, he heard the electronic voice of the system. Ding! The host has successfully resolved a crisis of infidelity. System reward, top-tier antique appraisal skills. This too comes with a reward? Yet, since the system deemed the crisis resolved, it indicated that Jiang Ai Lin would no longer stir trouble. This was precisely what Qin Li desired. As a wealth of knowledge regarding antique appraisal flooded his mind, he calmly guided Tang Shuhan up the stairs. Upon reaching the second floor, they found many guests already seated. However, upon their arrival, numerous individuals stood to greet them, highlighting the prominence of the Fan, Cheng, and Zhu families in Mingzhou. The group of 5 chose seats in the front row, with Qin Li flanked by Fan Bingjun and Tang Shuhan. At 8:30, the auction commenced. A man in his 40s took the stage with a microphone. "Dear guests, thank you for taking the time to attend this charity gala. The antiques for auction were provided by my father, and all proceeds will be donated to the Yongkong Foundation to purchase medical facilities for the residents of mountainous regions, thereby improving their healthcare and addressing their medical needs." The audience erupted into applause, honoring the kindness of Elder Han, who generously offered the antiques. Fan Bingjun, clapping, leaned toward Qin Li to explain. "This is Elder Han's eldest son, Han Ming Xian." Qin Li nodded in acknowledgement. As the applause subsided, Han Ming Xian continued, "Without further ado, let us invite our attendant to present the first antique." The curtain on the side of the stage parted, and an attendant emerged, carrying a tray covered by a glass dome. The attendant showcased the item before placing it on the central display stand. Qin Li, seated in the front row, immediately recognized it as an inkstone, one of the 4 treasures of the study used for grinding ink. This first antique is an inkstone, a collection from my father's early years. According to his appraisal, it dates back to the early Sui dynasty. Interested guests may come up to admire it. "Let us go take a look," Fan Bingjun exclaimed, eager to observe. Cheng Chu-wan, unable to contain his curiosity due to his extensive knowledge of antiques, also stood up alongside Qin Li, who was keen to test his newfound appraisal skills. Tang Shuhan had little expertise in this matter, especially considering she was adorned in a flowing gown, which rendered her unsuitable for wandering about. Thus, she refrained from following Qin Li onto the stage. As several individuals ascended, a few other guests, intrigued or knowledgeable, joined them. The primary method for identifying an inkstone lies in examining its craftsmanship, texture, appearance, and inscriptions. This inkstone, though ancient, was remarkably well preserved and exhibited exceptional artistry, undoubtedly a product of the Sui dynasty or later. The craftsmanship prior to the Han and Jin dynasties simply did not match such refinement. Cheng Chuan observed attentively as he spoke. Qin Li nodded, acknowledging Cheng Chuan's evident professionalism. Having acquired top-notch knowledge in treasure appraisal, Cheng could derive only this much information from merely observing through the glass cover. "Uncle Han, may we remove this glass cover?" Cheng Chuan inquired of Han Mingxin, who stood nearby. Aware of Cheng Chuan's capabilities, Han Mingxin smiled and nodded. Observing the inkstone in such a manner was insufficient. It was essential to handle it directly. Once the glass cover was lifted, Cheng Chuan cradled the inkstone and was immediately struck with astonishment. "How is this possible?" Fan Bingjun, noticing his surprise, hastily asked, "What is it?" "This inkstone, with such intricate craftsmanship, lacks any inscriptions." Cheng Chuan held the inkstone, perplexed. Typically, inkstones supplied to nobility during the Sui dynasty bore inscriptions, yet this one did not. However, common households could not afford such an inkstone. This posed a contradiction. The origins of this inkstone were rather peculiar. No wonder Han Lao prioritized this antique. It seemed he harbored intentions of testing others. Cheng Chuan had not extensively studied inkstones, as they were not as mainstream as porcelain antiques. At that moment, he found himself genuinely at a loss. Observing his dilemma, Qin Li remarked, "Brother Wen, allow me to take a look." Cheng Chuan, hearing Qin Li's request, nodded and handed over the inkstone, as he could not discern its value. The crowd's attention shifted back to Qin Li alongside the inkstone. Although nobody voiced their skepticism, many regarded him with doubt due to his youth and lack of fame compared to Cheng Chuan. What could he possibly discern? Yet, Qin Li was destined to astonish them all. The intricacies of his life were beyond their comprehension. Holding the inkstone delicately, Qin Li scrutinized it closely and declared, "This is undoubtedly an inkstone from the early Sui dynasty, as evidenced by its craftsmanship and the prevailing artistic trends. Early Sui inkstones exhibited a broad aesthetic approach, featuring smooth edges and a shift towards beauty in design. However, they lacked the refinement and intricate textures characteristic of late Sui or Tang inkstones." Cheng Chuan nodded. As he was aware of this knowledge, his curiosity now centered on the absence of inscriptions on the inkstone. Yet others were taken aback by Qin Li's insights. They had not anticipated that he possessed such understanding, at least exceeding their own. Below, Tang Shuhan was equally astonished. Qin Li can appraise treasures? Surely he is not merely guessing? Ironically, the greatest skepticism came from Tang Shuhan herself. While she had confidence in his ability to identify colors, the realm of treasure appraisal was a different matter entirely. Chapter 56. Qin Li truly can appraise treasures. Knowing the approximate age of the inkstone was not significant, as Cheng Chuan had also deduced this, and Han Mingxin had initially stated it was an artifact from the early Sui dynasty. Qin Li continued to examine the inkstone, raising it to his ear while gently tapping the bottom with his other hand, producing a deep wooden sound. Gaining confidence, Qin Li proceeded, "This is a Dun inkstone. The Dun and Shi inkstones are renowned across the world. Dun inkstones are famed for their solid, smooth, delicate, and tender stone quality. Grinding ink on a Dun inkstone does not hinder its flow. The resulting ink is smooth, allowing for effortless writing without damaging the brush. And the ink remains vibrant over time. A fine Dun inkstone retains its moisture, remaining vibrant regardless of the season. Thus the ancients spoke of breathing on it while grinding ink. My determination of it as a Dun inkstone is based on its sound. If the sound resembles metal, it is an inferior Dun inkstone. If it resembles tiles, it is of average quality. However, this Dun inkstone produces a rich wooden sound, indicative of superior quality." Cheng Chuan merely nodded silently, as this information was new to him. The others also appeared to be enlightened, their gazes shifting from skepticism to admiration for Qin Li. Tang Shuhan was left speechless. Was Qin Li truly a treasure boy? No, he was a master of appraising treasures. Meanwhile, in a room on the third floor, an elderly man in a wheelchair was watching this unfold on a screen. He was Han Shizhong, the organizer of this charity gala. Behind him stood a woman in her 30s, dressed in a stunning light blue qipao, exuding elegance and grace. "Haha, this young man has something special," Han Shizhong remarked, unable to contain his appreciation as he observed Qin Li's eloquence. He then added, "Minjia, the waves of the Yangtze River push the waves ahead. One must never underestimate the youth." "Understood, father," replied Han Minjia, his second daughter. After acknowledging him, Han Minjia continued, "I just wonder if he can discern the origins of this inkstone. You and your arrogance. This is why you remain unmarried." Han Shizhong replied with a hint of exasperation. "Father, how can you say such things about your own daughter?" Han Minjia retorted, exasperated. Han Shizhong huffed like a child and then fell silent, equally curious as to whether this young man could accurately determine the inkstone's origins. On stage, Qin Li pondered for a moment before stating, "The sole difficulty lies in the fact that this superior Dun inkstone from the early Sui dynasty is quite valuable and certainly not something an ordinary household could possess. Yet, as Brother Wen mentioned earlier, this Dun inkstone bears no inscriptions. It was not erased by later generations, but rather was never inscribed during its creation. In the early Sui period, such an expensive Dun inkstone did not belong to nobles or common folk. So, to whom could it possibly belong?" Qin Li's mind raced as he contemplated the inkstone's provenance. Antiques are typically intertwined with history. The system had endowed him with treasure appraisal skills, naturally accompanied by vast historical knowledge. The audience, too, was drawn into reflection by Qin Li's words, particularly Cheng Chuan, who found himself grappling with this very conundrum. During the early Sui dynasty, under Emperor Wan, the state revered frugality, far removed from the extravagance of Emperor Yang's reign. Therefore, this inkstone would not have been utilized by ordinary people, yet if it belonged to nobles, it would certainly have inscriptions. His thoughts became ensnared in contradiction. As Qin Li mused, his thoughts surged, searching for relevant historical knowledge. Such a person, accustomed to using expensive items yet deliberately avoiding inscriptions, would appear understated and not wish to attract attention. Suddenly, clarity dawned upon him. He recalled a unique individual from the early Sui dynasty. Most likely, only he would engage in such behavior. The audience sensed that he had arrived at a realization, their gazes returning to him with anticipation. His previous discourse had already captivated them, sparking myriad reflections. Now, witnessing his newfound answer, they eagerly awaited his revelation. Cheng Chuan's excitement peaked. He was nearly driven mad by this question. The more curious he became, the more he yearned for the answer. Qin Li's expression displayed a hint of exhilaration. This individual was none other than Qin Shubao. Upon hearing his answer, Cheng Chuan's eyes widened, as if he had just grasped a profound insight. The individuals present exhibited varying degrees of understanding. Some had begun to grasp the situation, while many remained perplexed, lacking knowledge of history. Qin Li elaborated further, stating that Chen Shubao was indeed a remarkable figure during the early Sui dynasty, as well as a unique character in history. Chen Shubao was the last emperor of the southern Qin dynasty, and following the Sui army's conquest of the Qin dynasty, he was taken captive to Chang'an. He is one of the few deposed monarchs in history who met a dignified end. Even after the fall of his kingdom, he continued to enjoy immense wealth and luxury in Chang'an. If I am not mistaken, this Feng Duan indeed belonged to Chen Shubao. After his kingdom's demise, he indulged in opulent artifacts while remaining vigilant against Emperor one of Sui's suspicions, proceeding with utmost caution. It can be asserted that during the early Sui period, I can think of no other individual who would have acted in such a manner. The revelation concluded, and the crowd experienced a moment of enlightenment. Applause erupted, led by Han Mingxin, who was aware of the correct answer. The answer was indeed Chen Shubao. However, he was taken aback by how this young man had skillfully deduced the identity of the ancient artifact's owner. It was nothing short of spectacular. The audience did not hesitate to express their admiration, including Cheng Chuan. Even he could not help but admire Qin Li's reasoning. In the monitoring room, Han Shizhong, seated in his wheelchair, laughed heartily. This young man had not disappointed him. By presenting this item and specifying its historical context, he had posed a challenge to everyone. The reasoning and conclusion provided by this young man were nearly flawless. Truly a young hero. Han Minjia's gaze towards Qin Li also became more formal. For even if she were to guess, she would likely not match Qin Li's prowess. On stage, Qin Li nodded to the others, and they returned to their seats. Li Gu, amazing, Fang Bingjun whispered, raising his thumb. He had genuinely not anticipated Qin Li's strength. Qin Li smiled and waved his hand dismissively, downplaying his accomplishment. Tang Shihan playfully pinched him. Qin Li winced and glanced at her, inquiring, why did you pinch me? Why didn't you tell me you could appraise treasures? Come on. What else can you do? Tang Shihan gazed at him intently. This rascal was indeed a treasure boy. She needed to dig deeper. Qin Li mischievously leaned closer to her ear and whispered, I can also make you a little baby. Predictably, Tang Shihan pinched him again. In truth, Qin Li felt wronged. How could he have informed her? Just 10 minutes prior, he had been unaware of his own ability to appraise treasures. It was all Chen Shubao's fault. Could he not have carved a name? Perhaps if he had, he might have truly incurred Emperor One of Sui's wrath. Chapter 57. The Arrival of Han Minjia. Once all the participants on stage had taken their seats, Han Mingxin continued, all right, following our young brother's brilliant appraisal, I trust everyone now understands the true historical origins of this artifact. We shall now commence the bidding for our first treasure, starting at 1.5 million, with a minimum incremental bid of 50,000. Let the bidding begin. 1.6 million, someone called out. 1.7 million. 1.8 million. The bids echoed through the room. And Fang Bingjun leaned in to quietly ask Qin Li, Li Gu, could you please give a bid? What is the break-even point for this item? Are you interested? Jun Gu? Qin Li inquired. Just thinking of buying it for my father, Fang Bingjun replied with a smile. After contemplating, Qin Li stated, anything below 2.5 million will yield a profit. Great. Fang Bingjun nodded with satisfaction upon receiving the answer. As the bidding reached 2.05 million, the number of bidders dwindled. Fang Bingjun raised his hand. 2 million. The 2 million bid exceeded the budget of several participants, leading to a hush in the room. Others felt constrained, particularly seeing the eldest son of the Fang family making the bid. Therefore, a palpable silence enveloped the room. 2 million. Any further bids? Han Mingxin inquired. 2 million once. 2 million twice. 2 million thrice. Congratulations to young Master Fang. Fang Bingjun was elated, acquiring an item worth 2.5 million for 2 million was indeed a cause for celebration. He slightly stood from his seat, bowing his head in acknowledgement towards Han Mingxin on stage. Han Mingxin, regarded as an elder, was affording him due respect by addressing him as young Master Fang. He could not remain seated nonchalantly. Qin Li genuinely admired Fang Bingjun. His mannerisms were courteous, making interactions pleasant. This individual was indeed worthy of friendship. Li Gu, no need to say more. This bond is noted. Shall we have a drink tonight after the event? Fang Bingjun suggested. Cheng Chuan chimed in. Yes, Li Gu, let us go for a drink together. Sister-in-law should join too. After the earlier events, Cheng Chuan held a newfound respect for Qin Li and was eager to forge a friendship. Nearby, Zhu Ming was also enthusiastic. Tang Shuhan observed from the side, appreciating Qin Li's rapid establishment of connections with several prominent figures. If given more opportunities, how far could he progress? However, upon hearing Cheng Chuan refer to herself as sister-in-law, A slight flush crept into her cheeks. I shall pass. It would be too much for you all. Qinli can go, Tang Shuhan said with a smile. Fang Bingjun gave her a thumbs up, stating, sister-in-law is generous. Rest assured, we shall only drink. Tang Shuhan nodded in agreement with a smile. Naturally, Qinli would not decline. And plans were swiftly made. For the subsequent treasures, Qinli assisted several individuals in appraising their items. Zhu Ming successfully acquired a fist-sized piece of top-quality chicken bloodstone. And Cheng Chuwen obtained a jade ring. It could be said that everyone had returned with ample rewards. Qinli had intended to buy a jade bracelet for Tang Shuhan, but regrettably discovered it was a burial artifact, leaving him empty-handed. However, as they were leaving, Han Mingxin pursued them. Uncle Han, Fang Bingjun greeted him. Han Mingxin nodded towards them and turned to Qinli, saying, Mr. Qin, please wait. My father wishes to speak with you for a moment. I hope you have the time. Qinli replied politely, Mr. Han is too kind. It is an honor for me that Elder Han wishes to converse with me. I would be grateful if you could lead the way. Han Mingxin, appreciating his courteous demeanor, replied, then I shall not impose further. Please follow me. Qinli nodded, briefly informing Fang Bingjun and the others, and they agreed to meet outside the estate later. He then followed Han Mingxin to the third floor. On the third floor, in a tea room, Han Shizhong sat in his wheelchair with a tea table of moderate height before him, while Han Mingjia was preparing tea. Han Mingxin knocked on the door and announced, Dad, Mr. Qin has arrived. Han Shizhong, in good spirits, laughed heartily. Come in, come in. Upon hearing this, Qinli stepped inside. Addressing the elder in the wheelchair, he said, I have long heard of Elder Han's esteemed name. May I ask what guidance you seek from me? Have some tea. Han Shizhong chuckled, gesturing towards the seat opposite him. You have truly opened my eyes today. Come, sit. Qinli naturally seated himself, but was momentarily captivated by Han Mingjia, standing nearby. However, he quickly averted his gaze, as staring at others is considered impolite. Qinli disingenuously replied, Elder Han, you flatter me. It was merely a fortunate coincidence. At that moment, Han Mingjia poured a cup of tea and placed it before Qinli, saying, Mr. Qin, please. Qinli graciously expressed his thanks. I can discern capability from a glance. You need not feign humility, Han Shizhong stated candidly. His straightforward nature was evident, as he spoke with unvarnished honesty. Dad, playfully chided, unable to overlook her father's bluntness. However, Qinli merely chuckled, asserting that there was no need for modesty, as it was indeed quite comfortable. With unabashed audacity, he proclaimed, Han Lao, you speak with genuine candor. I must admit, I do possess some capabilities. Feel free to praise me freely. Han Shizhong burst into hearty laughter. Han Mingjia, observing the two, found herself at a loss for words. Such audacity. My dear lad, I appreciate your boldness. Come, let us enjoy some tea, Han Shizhong jested. Lifting his cup for a sip, Qinli, partaking of the tea brewed by the lovely young lady, found it truly refreshing. After he finished, Han Shizhong gestured towards Han Mingjia, stating, the reason for today's gathering is primarily concerning my daughter, Mingjia. Qinli turned his gaze towards the stunning woman. Han Mingjia nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Yet, Qinli felt somewhat bewildered. Was he to interpret this as an implication that he possessed the capability to win her over? Such courtesy on their first meeting seemed rather excessive. Han Shizhong, noticing Qinli's confusion, playfully inquired, what are you pondering? Qinli candidly replied, I was contemplating matters that are somewhat embarrassing to articulate. This statement amused Han Shizhong greatly, while Han Mingjia's cheeks flushed. As long as you can win her over. I shall certainly agree, Han Shizhong said, unreservedly. Qinli promptly complimented, Han Lao, you are truly open-minded. This only caused Han Mingjia's face to redden further. The two were indeed equally shameless. Feeling increasingly uncomfortable, Han Mingjia wished to excuse herself. Observing his daughter's shyness, Han Shizhong shifted to the main subject, saying, ahem. To the matter at hand, I have inquired and learned that you hail from Jinjiang. Mingjia has recently opened an antique shop there, and I would appreciate your assistance in looking after her. No problem at all, Qinli readily agreed. Han Shizhong pressed, are you truly fine with this? Qinli nodded affirmatively, stating, absolutely. You are sending a beautiful woman my way. How could I possibly have an issue with that? Chapter 58, Destination, Jinjiang. After some casual conversation, it became evident that Han Shizhong's forthright nature belied his esteemed status as an elder, resembling more a spirited young man in his 20s. As their conversation progressed, the old man began to boast, recounting tales of his past glory. Qinli was well aware that men often resorted to boasting when conversing. Yet he had not anticipated Han Shizhong to be such a master of this art. In fact, the old man became so animated that he divulged how he had courted Han Mingjia's mother, leaving Han Mingjia feeling utterly mortified. Eventually, Qinli exchanged contact information with Han Mingjia and bid farewell to Han Shizhong. Han Mingxin arranged for someone to drive Qinli out, given the vastness of the estate. It would be impractical for Qin Li to walk out alone. Tang Shuhan had already returned to the hotel, but Fan Bingjun and his companions awaited at the estate's entrance. After regrouping, they drove straight to the nightlife venue, with Qin Li riding in Zhu Ming's Lamborghini. As Zhu Ming drove, he excitedly exclaimed, "Li Gu, I assure you, I have never encountered anyone in Mingzhu who can drink as well as I can. Alcohol is merely for rinsing one's mouth." When someone prefaces their statement with "I assure you," it often signals the onset of exaggeration. Qin Li was well aware of this principle. "Li Gu, are you aware that there is a Huifeng Baijiu processing plant in Mingzhu? I once drank with their boss, and he boasted that there are 3 or 4 employees in his factory who are like gods of wine, each capable of taking on an entire table. I told him that if he could gather them, I would take on the lot of them. And what was the outcome? Haha, they all fell." Zhu Ming drove enthusiastically, boasting as he went. Qin Li felt that Zhu Ming was already tipsy before having consumed much alcohol. "Li Gu, do you know what my nickname is in drinking circles?" "Zhu Dawei, I am aware that it sounds unappealing, but it is a compliment, indicating our capacity for drinking. Is it not?" Listening to Zhu Ming's incessant boasting made Qin Li feel slightly drowsy. After half an hour, they finally arrived at their destination, the Jizun Inli Bar. Upon entering, a young man in his 20s approached them with a respectful smile. "Fan Xiao, Cheng Xiao, Zhu Xiao, how shall we arrange the evening?" "Table number 1. We have esteemed guests tonight," Fan Bingjun replied, clearly familiar with the establishment. He gestured towards Qin Li, saying, "Achong, this is Qin Li Gu. Be sure to come over for a toast later." "Understood, Fan Xiao." Achong nodded eagerly, then greeted Qin Li, "Hello, Qin Xiao." It was acceptable for Fan Bingjun to refer to Qin Li as Gu, but Achong, lacking the qualification, respectfully called him Xiao. Qin Li acknowledged him with a nod. Achong led the group to table number 1. After they were seated, Fan Bingjun instructed, "Achong, please bring 10 bottles of Black Label champagne and summon a few members of the Atmosphere group, ensuring they are of high quality." The Black Label was renowned champagne, each bottle priced at 800, thus considered the pinnacle of bar offerings. The Atmosphere group consisted of young women hired to enliven the ambience. "Certainly, please wait a moment," Achong affirmed before departing. Fan Bingjun turned to Qin Li, saying, "This fellow is Achong, the head waiter here. He is quite astute and speaks appropriately." Qin Li smiled knowingly, responding, "If he weren't astute, he wouldn't hold the position of head waiter." Fan Bingjun chuckled. As they chatted, Achong soon returned with a cart of drinks, accompanied by several attractive young women. Achong placed the drinks on the table, grinning as he asked, "Fan Xiao, what do you think of the Atmosphere group?" The girls lined up before the table. "Achong, with 4 of us, you've brought 5 young ladies. Isn't this a bit excessive?" Cheng Chuan joked. Fan Bingjun waved his hand, saying, "All right, let them all stay. Li Gu, you may choose first." Qin Li casually selected one, as he was not particularly picky about companionship for drinks, no matter how beautiful they were. They could not compare to Yang Xingyun and Tang Shuhan. Achong first raised a toast to Qin Li and then, observing the decorum, withdrew. The young ladies settled in, gradually lifting the atmosphere. They also established a WeChat group for the 4 of them. Zhu Ming indeed proved to be quite the drinker. However, Qin Li was surprised to find that Fan Bingjun and Cheng Chuan also held their own with alcohol. Having frequented such venues, they had built their tolerance over time. As the 10 bottles of Black Label were consumed, Fan Bingjun ordered 5 more. As the night progressed, Cheng Chuan was the first to succumb, followed by Fan Bingjun. Ultimately, Zhu Ming also fell prey to intoxication. It was amusing. Could they possibly outdrink Qin Li? Qin Li patted Zhu Ming on the shoulder, inquiring, "Dawei, can you still hold your drink?" Zhu Ming lay sprawled on the sofa, already in a deep slumber. Qin Li sighed, thinking about how he had been the one to boast about their drinking prowess. "You all should leave now and summon Achong." Qin Li waved, dismissing the Atmosphere group. Shortly thereafter, Achong approached, astonished to find the others sprawled on the sofa. He was well aware of Fan Bingjun and Cheng Chuan's impressive drinking capabilities, and Zhu Ming's even more so. Yet here was Qin Li, managing to take on all 3 without a hint of trouble. "Qin Xiao, I am truly impressed," Achong remarked sincerely. Qin Li smiled, producing his card to hand over, arranged for a few people to carry them to the hotel, securing some decent rooms. "As for tonight's expenses, simply charge it to this card. Additionally, add 5,000 for your tip." Upon hearing that Qin Li was offering a 5,000 yuan tip, Achong cheerfully responded, "Thank you, Qin Xiao. Rest assured, I will ensure everything is handled meticulously." Qin Li nodded. Once Achong completed the transaction, he handed the card back to him. Qin Li exited the bar and hailed a cab, making his way directly to Zyangalila. The following morning, he and Tang Shuhan boarded a Rolls-Royce Cullinan and headed to the airport. After spending several days in Mingzhu, Qin Li had garnered numerous rewards. He had solidified his relationship with Yang Xingyun, dealt with Wei Shirquan, and met Su Yuanin. Even his rapport with Tang Shuhan advanced remarkably. He even found time to befriend Fan Bingjun and others. This did not include the rewards bestowed by the system. In summary, Qinli was quite content. In truth, Tang Shuhan shared his satisfaction. Initially, she had sought to escape reality by taking the business trip, but she was pleasantly surprised that Qinli resolved her issues. Furthermore, she experienced a profound sense of gratitude and joy. As they boarded the plane, seated in the first-class cabin, they occupied adjacent seats. Qinli playfully called out, "Xiao Henin." Noticing the mischief in his eyes, Tang Shuhan cautiously asked, "What do you want?" Qinli grinned and suggested, "Before the plane takes off, shall we steal a kiss?" "Are you serious?" "We're on a plane," Tang Shuhan retorted, slightly annoyed. "It's just the two of us in first class. What is there to fear?" Qinli shamelessly countered, "I'm toxic, and you are my antidote." Tang Shuhan slapped him playfully, scolding, "You are incorrigible. Keep your distance." The plane ascended into the blue sky, destination, Zhejiang. After a flight lasting over 2 hours, they successfully arrived at Zhejiang International Airport. Qinli and Tang Shuhan made their way to the underground parking lot, where their vehicle awaited. Qinli's was, of course, a McLaren 720. But Tang Shuhan had arrived in a silver Bentley Mulsanne, not the white Porsche he had seen previously. What is the Bentley Mulsanne? To put it simply, it is on par with the Maybach and Rolls-Royce Phantom. These three brands are deemed the flagship models of the world's top 3 luxury handmade automobile brands. Qinli touched the Bentley emblem, a letter accompanied by tiny wings, exuding a charm of its own. Tang Shuhan inquired, "Do you like it?" Qinli nodded. She handed him the Bentley key and said, "Give me your key. I'll drive your McLaren home." Qinli chuckled, "Wife, you spoil me. And I might grow accustomed to it." Tang Shuhan shot him a glance and replied, "You are already beyond redemption." They exchanged keys, with Tang Shuhan driving the McLaren home while Qinli took the Bentley Mulsanne out of the parking lot. Today, he didn't need to return to the office. And with Saturday and Sunday following, he had 3 days off. Qinli drove the Bentley straight back to the university, intending first to check on his friends and then visit his advisor, Xiejin. This business trip had been facilitated entirely by Xiejin, so it was only right to catch up. As the Bentley Mulsanne cruised down the road, other vehicles kept their distance. While many might not recognize the McLaren emblem, the Bentley emblem, akin to the small golden figure of Rolls-Royce, symbolizes luxury and opulence. Arriving at Zhejiang University, Qinli did not park outside but drove directly onto the campus, as he had luggage that would be cumbersome to carry over a long distance. He parked near his dormitory and got out to retrieve his belongings, heading straight to his room. Upon unlocking the door, he cheerfully announced, "Puppies, your father has returned." "Wow, Lao Qin," Zhang Lifan exclaimed, springing up from the upper bunk like a corpse revived. Qinli was momentarily taken aback. "Li Guo, I missed you." Yang Ming, halfway through putting on a shirt, rushed over, exposing his chest. Li Jiang, seated at his desk with his computer, also beamed upon seeing Qinli. "Lao Qin, shall we go for spicy hot pot later? I still have not recovered from the hot pot addiction." Qinli chuckled, "Puppies, I have brought you gifts." "Wait, there are gifts? Lao Qin, you are too kind. Is it an inflatable doll?" Zhang Lifan quipped, leaping from his bed. With a flourish, Qinli produced 3 Super Mario plush toys, each adorning a small green hat. Zhang Lifan toyed with the plush, stating, "I have no desire for an inflatable doll." Yang Ming, eyeing the green hats, teased, "Li Gu, are you harboring feelings for my girlfriend?" Li Jiang took a turn with the plush, shaking it and bluntly asking, "What is this rubbish?" Qinli erupted in laughter. These plush toys were merely a jest for his friends. He had already arranged for more meaningful gifts through Qi Ryu. To Zhang Lifan, he presented a complete set of beautiful photo albums and some anime posters. "Wow, Lao Qin, you truly understand me. I love you," Zhang Lifan exclaimed, clutching the albums tightly. For Yang Ming, he gifted a bottle of Chanel perfume, distinct from the 2 bottles Tang Shuhan had given him, specifically procured through Qi Ryu. "Wow, Chanel gentleman, Li Gu, you are generous." Yang Ming, though capable of purchasing it himself, cherished the significance of a brotherly gift, making him genuinely happy. For Li Jiang, he offered an expensive set of peripherals, a mouse and keyboard, which together surpassed the value of his laptop. Li Jiang beamed, "Lao Qin, no words can express my gratitude. Lunch is on me for spicy hot pot." With gifts distributed and his friends brimming with joy, Qinli felt a deep sense of satisfaction. "How have you all been? Any exciting tales to share?" he inquired. Yang Ming responded first, "Not much going on. Same old, sleeping in class and dating after." Qinli rolled his eyes, "Careful, or you might overexert yourself." Yang Ming shook his head, grinning, "I think Fan Gu is more reckless. With those photo albums, his bed will be shaking again tonight." Zhang Lifan, feeling targeted, retorted, "Shut it. I have serious business. I've been courting many girls lately." Qinli gave him a thumbs up, appreciating his efforts. He turned to Li Jiang, "What about you? With graduation approaching, you ought to find a partner. What partner? You all just eat and pursue girls, Li Jiang replied. Shaking his head. I'm struggling to get by, he added, laughing heartily. The dormitory resonated with laughter. After chatting with his friends for a while, Qin Li proceeded to Xie Jin's office. His office was spacious, accommodating all the advisors from the School of Economic Management. Having mingled in the student council for 3 years, Qin Li had shared countless drinks and built strong relationships with these advisors. After half an hour of casual conversation, he finally left. Moreover, Qin Li had brought gifts from the trunk of the Bentley Mulsanne, 7 or 8 boxes of pastries from Tan's restaurant, also purchased by Qi Ryu. Each advisor received a box, leaving one extra, which Qin Li presented to Xie Jin. Originally, he intended to express his gratitude to Xie Jin, but gifting in the office felt inappropriate, so he opted for a box for each advisor, giving Xie Jin 2. As Qin Li departed, a young female advisor remarked, Xie Gu, we really benefited from you this time. Xie Jin replied with a smile. Indeed, it's all thanks to Qin Li. He knows how to handle matters. Over the years, as a counselor, I have encountered many individuals, yet Qin Li stands out as one of the most impressive. He is not only intelligent, but also adept at handling various matters, remarked the counselor of the accounting department. Isn't that the truth? A slightly older female counselor chimed in. Glancing at Xie Jin, hey, Xiao Xia, do you know if Qin Li is seeing anyone? I have a niece who is quite attractive. Teacher Zhu, are you really trying to play matchmaker for your students? Xie Jin chuckled. The female counselor laughed in response. So what? With such an outstanding young man, I must secure him for my niece. Xie Jin could only reply, I can't say for sure. I believe he wasn't seeing anyone before, but I can't be certain now. The female counselor continued her work while adding, I must find a moment to ask him. Unbeknownst to Qin Li, he was already on someone else's mind. At that moment, he was on his way to the third-floor cafeteria with his roommate to enjoy some spicy hot pot. There was no escaping it. Li Jiang was quite a character. Chapter 60, The Persistence of Yang Xingyun. At Jinjiang University, on the third floor of the cafeteria, while Qin Li was having lunch with his roommate, his phone suddenly buzzed with a message. He picked it up to find a notification from the WeChat group with Fan Bingjun, Cheng Chuwen, and Zhu Mingjian from the previous night. Cheng Chuwen wrote, Did I embarrass myself last night? Fan Bingjun replied, Yes, it was quite embarrassing. Zhu Ming added, Indeed, embarrassing. Cheng Chuwen. Fan Bingjun. Brother Li is magnificent, taking on 3 at once. I'm in awe. Zhu Ming. I apologize, Brother Li. Cheng Chuwen. Fan Bingjun. Zhu Ming. I bragged about Brother Li all the way last night. Zhu Ming. I told Brother Li I go by Zhu Dawei. Zhu Ming. I feel so ashamed now. Fan Bingjun. You compared yourself to Guangong's sword? Cheng Chuwen. You compared yourself to Su Xian's snake? Fan Bingjun. You compared yourself to Ning Caichen's ghost? Cheng Chuwen. You compared yourself to King Zhou's fox? Fan Bingjun. You compared yourself to Liang Shamba's butterfly? Zhu Ming. I was wrong. Qin Li. Awake, my little brothers. Qin Li. I am now at Jinjiang. No need to worry. Fan Bingjun. Little brother number 1 awaits Brother Li's return to Mingzhu. Cheng Chuwen. Little brother number 2 awaits Brother Li's return to Mingzhu. Zhu Ming. Little brother number 3 awaits Brother Li's return to Mingzhu. Qin Li. Proud, proud, proud. With a chuckle, Qin Li turned off his phone, amused by this group of jokers. After finishing their meal, Qin Li returned to his dormitory to change clothes. He then drove his Bentley Mulsanne straight to the Dongfang Financial International Building, a prominent financial office center in Jinjiang, home to many internet and financial enterprises. His purpose this time was to visit the Xingyun Investment and Financial Consulting Company. 40 minutes later, Qin Li arrived at Dongfang Financial International and parked his Bentley Mulsanne in the underground garage. He then took the elevator to the 17th floor. Upon seeing a visitor, the receptionist promptly inquired, Sir, how may I assist you? I came to check on my own company, Qin Li replied with a smile. The receptionist scrutinized him for a moment, recalling the large photo of him displayed in the office, and was suddenly taken aback. You are President Qin? Qin Li nodded. Indeed, I am surnamed Qin. I apologize, President Qin, it was my oversight, the receptionist said nervously. Failing to recognize the boss could lead to serious repercussions, including losing her job. To ensure everyone knew who their leader was, General Manager Yang had even put up Qin Li's photo on the company culture wall. However, she had never met Qin Li in person, which is why it took her a moment to connect the dots. Qin Li, understanding this was his first visit, found no reason to hold it against her. No worries, please open the door, he said with a smile. The receptionist, relieved by his understanding, quickly used her employee card to unlock the door and usher him inside. Upon entering the office area, Qin Li immediately spotted his large photo on the culture wall. It was quite prominent, and interestingly, only his photo adorned the wall, with no sign of Yang Xingyun. At that moment, Qin Li grasped Yang Xingyun's intentions. Everything she had was granted by him. Although she was also a shareholder of the company, She had never sought to overstep her bounds. She wanted to ensure that everyone recognized Qin Li as the true leader, fearing that he might perceive her as ambitious. This woman was indeed very cautious. While Qin Li felt that Yang Xingyun need not go to such lengths, he was still deeply moved. Every action she took was considerate of his feelings. After a moment's contemplation, he made his way to the general manager's office, pushing the door open. Inside the office, Yang Xingyun was engaged in conversation with two employees. Upon seeing Qin Li enter, her face lit up with joy. However, mindful of the employee's presence, she restrained her excitement, standing up to say, "President Qin, you've arrived." The two employees quickly recognized their boss and greeted him. "Hello, President Qin." Qin Li nodded. "You may leave. I need to discuss a few matters with Yang." The two employees promptly exited. Once they were alone, Yang Xingyun bit her lip, her eyes glistening as she rushed into his embrace. "My idol, I missed you." Qin Li gently caressed her head, feeling his heart soften instantly. It had been a few days, and he too had missed this thoughtful and understanding girl. "How has work been?" Qin Li inquired with concern. Yang Xingyun sighed softly. "It's okay, but I have so much more to learn. There is still much to grasp in every aspect. It's quite challenging to excel as a general manager. The knowledge a university student acquires is merely foundational. Moreover, theory does not equate to practice, making it difficult to apply knowledge directly. On top of that, as the general manager, I need to strengthen both my professional and managerial knowledge." Qin Li embraced her, offering comfort. "Take your time. Even if you lose everything, I won't blame you." "That is unacceptable." Yang Xingyun pouted. "I will certainly make a profit. In fact, there are many capable individuals in the company who can teach me a lot." It was evident that the system had rewarded Qin Li with this company, which undoubtedly housed talented individuals. Qin Li said this merely to alleviate some of the pressure on the girl. Kissing her forehead, he added, "Please take down that photo outside." Yang Xingyun looked up at him, shaking her head. She understood that Qin Li was aware of her thoughts. However, she held her own convictions. She never wished to be seen in a negative light by him. Perhaps she had once been overly ambitious, but now she realized how much she relied on Qin Li. Qin Li chuckled, pinching her delicate cheek. "Are you disregarding your husband's words? Have you underestimated my generosity?" He didn't want the girl to live in constant caution, even though that would make him feel comfortable. Yet, it would wear her out. Yang Xingyun giggled. "No, I haven't. Don't say such things." Her repeated denials were, in fact, affirmations. How dare she think of him as stingy? Qin Li decided to tease her a bit. Conveniently, there was a lounge behind the manager's office. He swept Yang Xingyun up in a princess carry and strode towards the lounge. Yang Xingyun offered no resistance, merely biting her red lips and gazing at him with liquid eyes. Chapter 61. Encountering a scandalous woman. Upon entering the lounge, an inevitable battle between a fairy and a Taoist ensued. After a few days of recuperation, the fairy's powers had significantly enhanced. However, she never anticipated that the Taoist priest was remarkably skilled. The two engaged in a fierce battle that lasted over 40 minutes. Ultimately, the Taoist priest proved to be the superior fighter, leaving the little fairy with no choice but to plead for mercy. Yang Xingyun lay in Qin Li's embrace, her face flushed and glistening with perspiration. After a moment of recovery, she pouted and said, "Mr. Qin, could you possibly refrain from being so formidable?" Qin Li toyed with her delicate hand, adorned with the diamond ring he had gifted her at Mingzhu Tower. Upon hearing her words, Qin Li grinned and replied, "Mr. Qin can be even more formidable." "I don't want that," Yang Xingyun retorted, falling silent for a moment before inquiring, "What is your relationship with Mr. Tang?" Upon hearing this, Qin Li hesitated, responding somewhat ambiguously, "It's just like that." Yang Xingyun murmured, "I don't believe you. You're such a flirt, you definitely won't let Mr. Tang go." Qin Li found himself at a loss for words, for he truly was a flirt and would not let Tang Shuhan slip away. Yang Xingyun traced circles on his chest, asking, "If one day Mr. Tang discovers our affair, will you abandon me?" Qin Li gently caressed her head, smoothing her hair as he reassured. "From the moment I chose to keep you, I shall never abandon you." Yang Xingyun beamed at him sweetly, extending a hand and saying, "Then let's make a pinky promise." Qin Li also extended his pinky, sealing their promise. This girl was deserving of his eternal kindness. After their promise, Qin Li cradled her face, saying, "Xingyun, have you noticed that after being with me, you've become even more beautiful?" Yang Xingyun, nestled in his palm, adorably asked, "Really?" Of course, there was no miraculous transformation. Qin Li was not a deity. Yet, he did possess a unique ability. He had a card that enhanced beauty, one he had intended to use on Yang Xingyun from the very beginning. In his mind, he summoned the system. "Ding. The perfect life system is at your service." Qin Li commanded, "Activate the beauty enhancement card." Ding. The beauty enhancement card has been activated. Please select the target. Qin Li silently selected Yang Xingyun. Her features were already exquisite, and the effect of the card was instantaneous. In that fleeting moment, while her appearance did not drastically change, it subtly eliminated minor imperfections, elevating her overall aura. At that moment, Yang Xingyun appeared utterly enchanting, rivaling even the stunning Tang Shuhan. With her face still cradled in Qin Li's hands, she reveled in the affection he bestowed upon her. "Why are you staring at me in silence?" Qin Li chuckled, reaching for the mirror on the bedside. "Here, take a look and see if you've become more beautiful." Yang Xingyun obediently took the mirror, initially thinking Qin Li was merely flattering her. Yet, upon glancing at her reflection, she was taken aback. Is that really me? Though she had always considered herself beautiful, standing next to the breathtaking Tang Shuhan had instilled a sense of insecurity within her. However, seeing her reflection now, even she felt a flutter of admiration. Am I this beautiful? Yang Xingyun adorably examined herself from different angles, then skeptically pondered, could it be true that such actions really make one more beautiful? Qin Li nearly burst into laughter, but to avoid ruining the moment, he restrained himself and said, "Of course. Isn't that an obvious fact? With beauty like yours, how could I possibly let you go?" Yang Xingyun regarded him with suspicion, yet Qin Li's expression was sincere, and indeed, she had become more beautiful. She planted a kiss on Qin Li's cheek and declared, "I want to become even prettier," tossing the mirror aside and burrowing into the blanket. As Qin Li pondered the situation, an unexpected wave of delightful sensations washed over him, causing him to gasp. This enchanting fairy. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, as Qin Li exited the company, he was still filled with trepidation. Thankfully, his extraordinary talents had aided him. Yang Xingyun's fervor was overwhelming. He had severely underestimated the allure of beauty for women. Could this be considered a side effect of the beauty enhancement card? He felt grateful to the system for saving him once more. Since Yang Xingyun insisted on waiting until after work to leave, Qin Li had no choice but to drive back to the school alone. However, upon his arrival at the school gate, he spotted Zhang Lifan arguing with a girl. Curiosity piqued, he stopped the car, but did not exit. The soundproofing of his Bentley Mulsanne was exceptional, making it difficult to hear their conversation. He discreetly lowered the window slightly, enough to catch snippets of their exchange. "Zhang Lifan, how many times must I tell you that I like Yin Hong, not you? Do you understand?" The girl's voice was sharp, thankfully, as there were no other students around to witness the scene. "What makes Yin Hong better than me? He is fat, short, and unattractive. At least I'm better looking, and I treat you well. He doesn't tea. How do you know he treats me poorly? Sure, he doesn't dote on me like you do, but he can offer me things you can't." The girl shoved Zhang Lifan and continued. "Do you have Yin Heng's wealth? Do you have a car? Can you afford the bags I desire? Do you understand how important these things are to a girl?" Qin Li felt a wave of nausea as he heard her words. It was his first encounter with a woman who spoke of vanity so eloquently. Zhang Lifan sighed, saying, "So it all comes down to money, huh? When I treated you well from the start, why didn't you refuse? You even admitted to having a slight liking for me." The girl scoffed. "Zhang Lifan, don't be foolish. That was just for fun." Zhang Lifan laughed hollowly, replying, "Just for fun? Damn it. Am I just here for you to play with? I treated you well because I wanted a relationship, not to be your plaything." Qin Li sighed, understanding Zhang Lifan's plight. After so many encounters with women, he was too eager for love. Yet, his approach to pursuing women was flawed. Simply trying to please would only lead to increased subservience, and most of the women he encountered were like this girl, selfish and uncommitted, maintaining a perpetual state of ambiguity. Though Qin Li grasped the essence of the situation, he chose not to exit the vehicle. No one wished to be seen by their friends while being discarded by a woman. Exiting the car would only serve to heighten Zhang Lifan's embarrassment. Yet, as he remained inside, the flames of their argument began to engulf him. "Can you not linger any longer?" The girl pointed at the Bentley Mulsanne beside them, saying, "Zhang Lifan, if you had a car like this, I'd happily leave with you, but you were born without it, and you'll never have one. We're simply not compatible. Just go." Zhang Lifan glanced back at the imposing Bentley Mulsanne. The side windows were tinted, rendering the interior invisible, but the front windshield was clear. Qin Li exchanged a bemused glance with Zhang Lifan. Reluctantly, Qin Li opened the door and stepped out. Chapter 62. Can I pursue someone with a Bentley? Zhang Lifan was taken aback upon seeing Qin Li. "Old Qin, what are you doing here?" Approached and gently patted Zhang Lifan's shoulder, saying, "I just happened to pass by." The girl who had previously seen Qin Li alight from the Bentley and recognized Zhang Lifan's acquaintance with him suddenly felt a surge of curiosity. She walked over, stood beside Zhang Lifan, and inquired, "Lifan, is this your friend?" Caught off guard by his good friend witnessing the earlier scene, Zhang Lifan felt a twinge of embarrassment. Upon hearing the girl's question, he merely replied awkwardly, "This is my roommate and brother, Qin Li." The girl smiled and, seemingly a bit shy, looked at Qin Li and asked, "Since we are all friends, can we exchange contact information?" Zhang Lifan was momentarily taken aback. They had just argued. If she disliked him, What was the point of adding his brother's contact? It must be said that Zhang Lifan's emotional intelligence was indeed lacking, particularly in matters of romance. He was at a loss for anything beyond mere flattery. However, Qin Li understood the situation perfectly, smiled at her, and directly asked, "Are you interested in pursuing me?" The girl was momentarily stunned. Although she indeed harbored such thoughts, she had never encountered someone so forthright. Nevertheless, since Qin Li had asked, she could only nod in acquiescence. Perhaps wealthy individuals preferred such straightforwardness? Seeing her nod, Qin Li smiled while appraising her, saying, "Actually, I quite like you. You are attractive, have dimples, and your figure is commendable. Turn around. Let me see if your backside is as appealing." Zhang Lifan was incredulous upon hearing Qin Li's words. "Old Qin." Qin Li shot him a glance, signaling him to be silent. Zhang Lifan fell mute, unable to articulate a response. Although the girl felt that Qin Li's directness was a bit excessive, particularly with Zhang Lifan present, she nonetheless turned around, making her backside appear more pronounced. What was dignity to her? A handsome man capable of affording a Bentley was worth setting aside all pretensions. Qin Li took a glance and remarked, "Quite appealing, indeed." The girl turned back, a hint of expectation in her voice as she said, "So?" Qin Li interrupted, stating, "Although I find you quite appealing. The ambiguity regarding my brother makes me uncomfortable." The girl quickly replied, "I have no relationship with him. We have never even held hands. I told him I do not like him at all." Zhang Lifan's expression darkened further. Qin Li nodded and asked, "By the way, is your family wealthy?" The girl, feeling perplexed, shook her head. If her family were affluent, would she need to compromise her dignity to flaunt her figure for Qin Li? "Then what do I need you for?" Qin Li continued, shifting to point at the Bentley Mulsanne. "Do you see that? That Bentley was gifted to me by my current girlfriend. While I might be tempted to have some fun with you, should my girlfriend discover it, I would lose everything. Your family lacks wealth. How could you support me in the future? Do you understand how significant a Bentley is to a young man?" Qin Li had essentially reiterated the girl's earlier words. Upon hearing that the Bentley belonged to his girlfriend and that he expected her to support him, the girl, seething with anger, retorted, "Then why did you let me pursue you and ask me to show you my backside?" Qin Li, with an air of nonchalance, replied, "I must verify the product first, but who knew you were so impoverished that you could not even afford a Bentley and still wish to pursue me?" The girl's face flushed with anger as she gritted her teeth, exclaiming, "You jerk." She then turned on her heel and walked away without looking back. Qin Li spat disdainfully. "What a scheming girl. You think you can challenge me? I find great amusement in your folly." Zhang Lifan, though somewhat slow, began to grasp the situation. "Old Qin, you don't get caught up in this, did you see? A woman like her is not worth it, willing to abandon all principles for money. Even if you were wealthy, she would merely be a leech." Qin Li dismissed her with disdain. Zhang Lifan nodded bitterly, having gained clarity on the matter. He also recognized that Qin Li had just defended him. Yet, he still felt a pang of sadness. He yearned for love, but all he encountered was heartache. Qin Li sighed and patted his shoulder again. "Come on, let's find a place to talk." Although Qin Li had initially intended to avoid entanglement in this affair, he now deemed it necessary to have a conversation with Zhang Lifan. Zhang Lifan nodded and accompanied him to the Bentley, sitting in the passenger seat. He could not help but ask, "Old Qin, is this Bentley truly your girlfriend's?" Qin Li nodded. Indeed, this Bentley belonged to Tang Shuhan. Zhang Lifan, seeing him affirm, remarked with a hint of admiration, "I'm impressed. You truly know how to charm." Qin Li. Zhang Lifan's comment made Qin Li feel a sense of hopelessness. Was there any point in continuing this conversation? Qin Li drove to a nearby CAF. They ordered 2 cups of milk tea and found a quiet spot. Zhang Lifan stared blankly, sipping his milk tea. Noticing his demeanor, Qin Li asked, "Didn't you say you had charmed many girls? Surely you wouldn't be hung up on just this one?" Zhang Lifan glanced at him and replied, "I have charmed many, but I genuinely like this one. As you said, she is beautiful and well endowed." Qin Li, this foolish individual, believing himself to be a treasure, yet acting like a mere fool, casting a wide net to catch fish, yet all he caught were scheming women. Yet Qin Li understood that had this girl actually dated Zhang Lifan, he would undoubtedly have deleted all others from his life. Zhang Lifan simply craved love. He was not actually the type to flatter. "Old Qin, I actually envy you," Zhang Lifan suddenly said. "You are handsome, academically accomplished, and intelligent. Although you have never been in a relationship, I know it is simply because you have not desired one. Meanwhile, I am poor and a loser, with an average appearance, and can only get by watching adult films." Qin Li nodded. There was truth in his words. "I, too, wish to experience love, but I feel inadequate." After saying this, Zhang Lifan sighed and continued sipping his milk tea. "Your attributes are not lacking. You are at least more attractive than the big-headed Li Jiang. You have also been accepted into graduate school. Those are not issues." Qin Li comforted Zhang Lifan while also taking a jab at Li Jiang. The problem lies in your perspective and your approach to pursuing women. It is crucial to find a girl who is suitable for you. Someone like the girl today is simply not a match. Moreover, how you pursue her matters greatly. If you regard her as a goddess, she will view you as a mere flatterer. When you genuinely treat her as a potential partner, she will reciprocate. Love is not about sacrificing dignity for unreciprocated affection. Zhang Lifan was deeply moved, recognizing that he had indeed been sacrificing his dignity for nothing. He had believed his efforts would touch the world, only to realize he was the only one affected. Look at Yang Ming. While he is a rich second-generation individual, his girlfriend is not with him for his wealth. Qin Li advised, do not pursue love merely for the sake of it. Delete your so-called goddesses and instead focus on discovering genuine girls in your life, earnestly pursuing someone you truly like. Zhang Lifan nodded and asked, can I also pursue someone with a Bentley? Qin Li looked at him and smiled, you can go eat dirt. Zhang Lifan's intentions were misguided. He still wished for love? Qin Li did not pursue Tang Shuhan because of her wealth. Zhang Lifan chuckled, acknowledging he was merely joking. Tomorrow is Saturday. Shall we head to the internet CAF to play games together in the evening? Sure, Qin Li replied, having no plans that night and looking forward to some relaxation. Chapter 63. Qin Li is about to meet the future mother-in-law. He provided Zhang Lifan with a lesson on love. That night, Qin Li played games with them until the early hours. The following day, Saturday, Qin Li had just finished breakfast in the school cafeteria when a call from Yang Xingyun came through. Bad boy, can you accompany me home? Qin Li raised an eyebrow, questioning whether she intended to meet her parents. Sure, do you have something to attend to? My mother called me, asking me to return home. I still don't know what it's about. Yang Xingyun continued, but I want her to meet you. She has been asking me if I have a boyfriend. All right, just wait for me in the dormitory, Qin Li replied. Okay, she responded. After hanging up, Qin Li changed his clothes in the dormitory and then drove directly to Jinjiang Financial University. After more than half an hour, he parked his Bentley Mulsanne beneath Yang Xingyun's dormitory and sent her a WeChat message. She quickly made her way down. Today, she was dressed rather maturely in a black bodycon dress, nude stockings, and high heels, carrying a handbag. Coupled with the recent enhancement from a beauty feature card, she appeared utterly flawless, nearly causing Qin Li to drool. Yang Xingyun noticed Qin Li's arrival in the Bentley and, upon entering the passenger seat, asked, bad boy, why did you change cars? The term bad boy seemed to have become her exclusive nickname for him, although she occasionally called him by other names as well. Qin Li nodded, naturally refraining from mentioning that it was Tang Shuhan's car, and shifted the topic. You seem overly mature today. Do you need to dress like this when going home? Yes, I want to show my mother that I've grown up and am ready for a boyfriend. Yang Xingyun replied with a smile. You have no idea. My mother used to guard me like a hawk, always afraid I'd get a boyfriend. And now she asks me about it every day. This time, I can take you back for her to see. What do you think? Am I pretty today? Qin Li swallowed hard, responding, what are you saying? When have you not been pretty? Hearing this, Yang Xingyun giggled, bad boy, I knew you'd like it. Just between us, I bought a lot of outfits like this. Qin Li quickly started the car, anxious to leave. He feared he might lose control if he stayed any longer. Yang Xingyun felt delighted. Seeing him this way made her content. Today, Qin Li did not encounter Li Jiayu and smoothly exited the campus of Jinjiang Financial University. Qin Li drove first to the Guomao Tower. Yang Xingyun curiously asked, what are we doing here? Last time, Qin Li had spent nearly $1 million there. How can one visit the mother-in-law without buying something? Qin Li replied, parking the car. Yang Xingyun smiled sweetly. The term mother-in-law brought her joy. They both exited the vehicle and entered the Guomao Tower. Qin Li intended to purchase fine cigarettes and liquor, as these items were ideal for gifts. No. Yang Xingyun quickly interjected, what do you need cigarettes and alcohol for? My mother neither smokes nor drinks. Qin Li inquired, what about your father? Does he not smoke or drink either? Yang Xingyun, surprised, replied, didn't I tell you? My father passed away in a car accident when I was in elementary school. I come from a single-parent family. Qin Li felt somewhat awkward upon hearing this, putting down the Maotai and gently patting her head. I'm sorry, I didn't know. Yang Xingyun shook her head, saying, it's all right, I forgot to tell you. Qin Li recalled how he had been teasing her to call him dad, which made him feel even more awkward. So when I ask you to call me dad, you still? Yang Xingyun shot him a glare, saying, who told you to be so naughty? My heart is all yours, and that was merely playful. Do you really want to be my dad? Qin Li shook his head, diverting the uncomfortable topic. Let us buy something else. What are your mother's hobbies? Yang Xingyun pondered for a moment before answering. My mother loves dancing, fitness, traveling, and reading. Qin Li thought. How could he purchase a gift with those interests? Surely he couldn't buy her a book. He took her hand. Forget it. Let us get cosmetics. Every woman needs cosmetics. That should be a safe choice, right? However, Yang Xingyun stopped him again. My mother rarely wears makeup. She is a doctor and doesn't need it. She is a beauty. You'll see. A beauty? You're already enough of a beauty yourself. And calling your mother a beauty? Qin Li playfully flicked her forehead, but then sighed. What should I buy for your mother? If I can't think of anything, perhaps we should skip it. Yang Xingyun laughed, gently rubbing Qin Li's face. Look at how troubled my handsome man is. Not buying anything would be inappropriate. Let us go for jewelry. I want to buy something lavish, Qin Li stated resolutely. Yang Xingyun tugged at his arm, exclaiming, Oh, that is unnecessary. Qin Li firmly replied, Listen to your dad. Humph. Yang Xingyun pouted, calling him a bad boy, yet ultimately still referring to him as dad. In the end, Qin Li purchased jewelry, a diamond bracelet. Though not as expensive as the one he had gifted Yang Xingyun previously, it still cost nearly 100,000. After wrapping it up, he spotted a platinum necklace and bought that as well. They then went downstairs, where he selected some premium nutritional gifts, opting only for the most expensive items. Additionally, his Bentley's trunk was filled with several boxes of delicacies from Tan's restaurant. For his first meeting with the mother-in-law, he felt it essential to present a substantial gift. This should suffice. Upon leaving the Guamao Tower, Qin Li had spent nearly 300,000. But he hadn't used a shopping cart. Such an amount was inconsequential to him. He could spend freely. After all, using a shopping cart for 30,000 would be a loss. They got into the car again, this time heading straight to Yang Xingyun's home. Her residence was not far from the city center of Jinjiang, located near the Second People's Hospital, and the drive took only about an hour. During their casual conversation, Qin Li learned that Yang Xingyun's mother was a doctor at the oncology center of the Second People's Hospital. Over the years, she had raised Yang Xingyun solely on her income. Yang Xingyun's mother was named Zheng Ro, a strong and independent woman who had maintained a strict educational approach, ensuring that Yang Xingyun could attend a top financial university in the country. Such a woman is undoubtedly deserving of respect. After more than an hour, the Bentley Mulsanne smoothly entered Yang Xingyun's residential community, Fuanjiyuan. This community had a maximum of 6 floors, with all stair access, making it relatively old-fashioned. However, the area remained quite clean. Parking spaces were free, and Qin Li found a spot to park the car, retrieving the gifts from the trunk. He was about to meet his mother-in-law. Carrying an assortment of items, Qin Li followed Yang Xingyun up to the 5th floor, where her home was located, number 501. One needed decent stamina for this climb. Yang Xingyun took out her keys, intending to open the door, but to their surprise, the door swung open from the inside. Standing at the entrance was a girl in her 20s, with flowing black hair and dressed in white casual attire, her figure elegant. She wore no makeup, yet bore a striking resemblance to Yang Xingyun, captivating even in her natural state. Another stunning beauty. However, this girl moved with a more mature grace. Qin Li estimated she was slightly older than Yang Xingyun. Could it be that Yang Xingyun had such a beautiful sister? The girl greeted Yang Xingyun with a smile. Xingyun, you're back. Yang Xingyun nodded, but her next words nearly startled Qin Li. Mother, do you miss me? Mother? Qin Li nearly faltered and fell to his knees. Is this really your mother? Your mother is in her 20s? Yang Xingyun's mother, Zheng Ro, frowned at her daughter's attire, but said nothing upon noticing the boy standing beside her. Instead, she turned to Qin Li and inquired, Is this your classmate? Observing the natural interaction between the two, Qin Li had to force himself to believe that this young woman, who appeared to be in her 20s, was indeed Yang Xingyun's mother. Yang Xingyun grasped Qin Li's hand and said, No, Mom, this is my boyfriend. Qin Li felt it was his turn to speak, but he was uncertain how to address the woman before him. Should he call her auntie? She looked far too youthful for that. Should he address her as sister? Was he being presumptuous? In the end, Qin Li decided to call her auntie. After all, she was Yang Xingyun's mother. Hello, auntie, I am Qin Li, he said, forcing himself to continue. Auntie, you are truly very young. In the past, when Qin Li complimented others on their youthfulness, it felt insincere. However, this time, it was entirely genuine. Zheng Ro seemed accustomed to receiving such compliments, so Qin Li's praise did not bring her any joy. Instead, her frown deepened upon hearing about Yang Xingyun's boyfriend. She glanced at Qin Li and, with a demeanor that was neither warm nor cold, said, Please, come in. Afterward, she stepped aside. Qin Li entered, placed the gifts in the living room, and said, Auntie, it's our first meeting, and I wasn't sure what you would like, so I bought a few things at random. Zheng Ro acknowledged him with a slight nod. Qin Li thought to himself that this future mother-in-law seemed somewhat displeased. Was she dissatisfied with him? As Qin Li entered with Yang Xingyun, Zheng Ro invited him to sit on the living room sofa, then took Yang Xingyun into a bedroom. Once the door to the bedroom closed, Qin Li was left bewildered. What was happening? Was he to be left alone on the proverbial cold bench on his first meeting with his future mother-in-law? Inside the bedroom, Zheng Ro frowned as she looked at Yang Xingyun and finally voiced her concerns. Look at what you are wearing. Is this appropriate for a university student? Yang Xingyun pouted, somewhat displeased, and replied, Mom, I am grown up now, and I have a job. What's wrong with how I dress? Hearing this, Zheng Ro continued, All right, Let's set aside your attire for now. How come you are in a relationship? And you brought him home? Yang Xingyun firmly replied, Mom, I am an adult. Why shouldn't I be able to date? Zeng Ro, slightly angry, retorted, You are still young, lacking the ability to discern right from wrong. Can you tell if he cares for you as a person or just for your body? Yang Xingyun took her hand and said, All I know is that I like him, I want to be with him, and I want to introduce him to you. I wish to have your blessing. Seeing Yang Xingyun in this state, Zeng Ro initially wanted to scold her, but ultimately sighed and said, You have grown up and formed your own opinions. Oh, Mom, Yang Xingyun said, wrapping her arms around her mother's. You can rest assured, he treats me very well. Zeng Ro replied, You are unaware of how treacherous people's hearts can be. No, Mom, he genuinely cares for me. Yang Xingyun pondered for a moment and asked, Do you know where I am working now? Zeng Ro, unsure of the relevance of her daughter's sudden mention of work, replied, Did you not say last time that you were the president's secretary at Xiangqing Group? Yang Xingyun shook her head and said, No, I have resigned. Afterward, she took out her phone, searched for the registration information of Xingyun Investment and Financial Management, and handed it to Zeng Ro, saying, Mom, look. Zeng Ro took the phone and, upon seeing the registration details of Xingyun Investment and Financial Management Consulting Company, Limited, with a registered capital of 100 million and the legal representatives being Qin Li and Yang Xingyun, was incredulous. This, Yang Xingyun stated, This is what he gave me. I am now the general manager of Xingyun Investment and Financial Management. As you can see, the company is named after me. Zeng Ro was momentarily taken aback and asked, Is this real? Is he really that wealthy? Is he so generous with you? Of course. Yang Xingyun raised a hand adorned with a diamond platinum bracelet and the ring he had given her at Mingzhu Tower. Mom, look, these are all gifts from him. This bracelet costs 180,000, and although I don't know the price of the ring, it's surely isn't cheap. Zeng Ro gazed at the jewelry on her daughter's hand, the large diamond glaring in the sunlight. Is this bracelet real or fake? Yang Xingyun nearly laughed at her mother's question. Of course, it's real. We bought it together at Guanmao Mall, but I didn't bring the receipt. At this point, Yang Xingyun seemed to remember something and exclaimed, Mom, if you don't believe me, check the gifts he sent you. Those amount to over 300,000, including bracelets and necklaces, all with receipts and appraisal certificates. Zeng Ro gasped. Those things are worth over 300,000? She had initially thought they were merely ordinary nutritional supplements. Yang Xingyun nodded affirmatively, then shook her mother's arm, saying, Mom, now you understand he is not merely speaking empty words, right? He is also very responsible. This morning, I called him to come meet you, and he came without hesitation. Zeng Ro was wary of men, but she had never encountered one so willing to spend on a woman. Thus, she felt a bit disoriented. Oh dear, Mom, you left him all alone in the living room. What if he gets upset? Let's go, come on. Yang Xingyun urged Zeng Ro as they headed outside. Zeng Ro had initially intended to scold her daughter, but instead, she was met with a display of wealth. Now, she was at a loss, uncertain of her own stance. She could only follow Yang Xingyun back to the living room. Chapter 65, Zeng Ro's Fear. Qin Li sat in the living room, feeling as if he were sitting on pins and needles. Although he had a thick skin, it was still his first time meeting his future mother-in-law. He found himself all alone in the living room, not even a glass of water in sight. Wasn't this a tad bit pitiful? In his boredom, Qin Li absent-mindedly grabbed a small yellow duck plush toy from the sofa and twisted its legs around. Initially, he sought to alleviate his boredom, but to his surprise, the seams of the small duck were not secure at all. Soon, he was left holding only the duck's leg. The plush toy was filled with a material similar to willow fluff, likely a special type of fiber. It was light and elastic, causing the living room to resemble a snowstorm. Upon witnessing this chaotic scene, Qin Li was rendered speechless. What kind of quality is this? Which company produced this? I should go smash their factory, sleep with their wives, beat up their sons. Qin Li felt on the verge of tears. However, those were matters for the future. For now, he needed to clean up this mess. He had already observed that although Zeng Ro's home was small, consisting of 2 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom, it was exceptionally clean and orderly, indicating that Zeng Ro was a meticulous and tidy person. If she were to see this cloud of fluff, how embarrassing would it be for him? Oh heavens! Did the universe really intend for him to face such humiliation on his first meeting with his future mother-in-law? Qin Li hurriedly dropped the duck leg and grabbed a broom from beside the living room to start sweeping. However, the broom was incredibly light, and any slight breeze sent the fluff soaring again. With a single sweep of the broom, some debris was indeed gathered, yet many particles remained afloat, causing Qin Li to break into a sweat, though the results were far from satisfactory. At that moment, the bedroom door swung open, revealing Yang Xingyun, who paused in surprise upon witnessing Qin Li, with his rear end raised, fervently engaged in his task, while white, cotton-like fluff danced through the air of the living room. What on earth is happening? Hearing the door creak, Qin Li's heart sank. Upon hearing Yang Xingyun's inquiry, he turned around to find her and Zheng Ro looking utterly bewildered, which rendered him somewhat embarrassed. Would you believe me if I said your duck exploded? Naturally, Yang Xingyun did not believe such a preposterous statement. Any rational person would not. For goodness sake, Qin Li had no choice but to recount the entire incident in detail. As Yang Xingyun listened to his account, she burst into laughter, tears streaming down her cheeks. How had she never noticed this humorous side of her idol before? Seeing her amusement, Qin Li felt an overwhelming urge to smack her backside playfully. However, to his astonishment, Zheng Ro displayed no signs of anger whatsoever. Instead, she chuckled softly after Qin Li finished his tale. She not angry? After her laughter subsided, Zheng Ro shot him a glance and began tidying up with the broom. Qin Li quickly joined her, and Yang Xingyun, of course, could not remain idle. Fortunately, their collective effort greatly enhanced their efficiency, and soon the living room was restored to its pristine condition. Only then did Qin Li exhale deeply, wiping the sweat from his brow. Observing this, Yang Xingyun hurried to the kitchen to pour him a glass of water. Zheng Ro, witnessing this scene, felt a stirring within her heart. Her daughter had truly fallen under a spell. Otherwise, her once proud demeanor would not have allowed her to be so attentive to a male. After tidying up, the trio settled onto the sofa. Yang Xingyun was the first to speak. Mom, you must have summoned me for a reason, right? You wouldn't have called me back otherwise. Upon hearing this, Zheng Ro appeared to recall something. A shiver coursed through her body, and a flicker of fear crossed her eyes. I do have something to discuss. I wish to resign. What? Yang Xingyun exclaimed in surprise. Mom, you are already the deputy director. If you hang in there a bit longer, you might even attain a permanent position. Your future is bright. Why would you suddenly want to resign? Qin Li also found this strange. Why would one abandon such a promising career? Zheng Ro hesitated, glancing at Yang Xingyun and Qin Li, as if grappling with something difficult to articulate. Come on, Mom. Please just tell us, Yang Xingyun urged anxiously. At her prompting, Zheng Ro seemed to solidify her resolve and finally spoke. Recently, the hospital has been rather unsettling. Unsettling? Qin Li and Yang Xingyun exchanged puzzled looks. If it's just a matter of cleanliness, we can clean it up. Is there truly a need to resign over that? Zheng Ro recognized their confusion and gritted her teeth before revealing. The hospital is haunted. Haunted? At these words, Yang Xingyun couldn't suppress a shiver. Although it was morning and the sun shone brightly, she suddenly felt a chill. Qin Li, however, remained somewhat perplexed. While he did not dismiss the existence of the supernatural outright, he was not inclined to believe in ghosts. If one were to claim the existence of certain otherworldly entities, he would undoubtedly concur, for he himself was a believer in that regard. Mom, have you been watching too many ghost stories? Don't frighten me, Yang Xingyun said, her voice tinged with trepidation. Zheng Ro sighed and replied, as a doctor, I know I shouldn't utter such things. But the hospital has been truly unsettling in recent days. At this juncture, Qin Li interjected, Annie, what exactly is happening? Is someone playing tricks? Zheng Ro regarded him and said, I'm not entirely sure. Here's the situation. Our department has seen a surge in hospitalized patients, so to be cautious. We require a doctor to be on night duty each day. Although I'm the deputy director and typically not required to do night shifts, I had to cover one on Wednesday due to a critical patient whose surgery I performed, and his condition remained unstable, necessitating my presence. Doctors on duty have a designated resting area, and while I rested there that night, I was abruptly awakened by a sound. Zheng Ro shuddered as she recounted this. Yang Xingyun immediately sat beside her, wrapping her arms around her shoulders in comfort. Mom, don't be afraid. What did you hear? Zheng Ro held her hand tightly. Taking a moment before she continued, I heard someone crying, a woman's voice. Qin Li furrowed his brow and asked, Auntie, could you discern where the sound originated? Zheng Ro nodded, explaining, it seemed to come from above. I hurried out to find a male nurse to check the ceiling. However, by the time I returned, the sound had ceased, and the nurse found nothing amiss. After he left, the crying resumed. I was too frightened to stay in the resting area, opting instead to remain at the nurse's station with several other night shift nurses throughout the night. The following morning, I rushed home, exhausted, and took a nap. When I awoke, I initially thought it might have been a prank. However, I soon realized that the situation was far more complex than I had anticipated, and it was far from over. Chapter 66, The Terrifying Video. Yang Xingyun listened in horror, her hair standing on end. She regretted embracing her mother so closely, as hearing these accounts up close was truly terrifying. Had she known, she would have nestled in her idol's embrace instead. Qin Li, however, felt little fear, lost in thought. Zheng Ro took a sip of water and continued. On Thursday, after waking up at home, a doctor from my department informed me of a piece of news. Shortly after my night shift ended, a patient passed away. While this is typically a normal occurrence in our department, where many patients are admitted, Sudden deaths due to illness are common after futile resuscitation attempts. Therefore, I did not initially connect this to the woman as crying. Yet, after taking a day off and returning to work on Friday, another deputy director mysteriously pulled me aside. He mentioned that his nephew works as a security guard at our hospital. On the night of my shift, while monitoring the security footage, his nephew witnessed something terrifying. He then handed me a USB drive. When I returned home, I opened the USB on my computer, and it contained only a single surveillance video. As Jiang Hao spoke, her body trembled involuntarily, revealing the profound psychological impact this incident had on her. Perhaps the video held something truly horrifying. Qinli pondered for a moment, reached for the remote on the coffee table, and turned on the television, switching to a light-hearted comedy program. As cheerful sounds emanated from the screen, the atmosphere in the living room became less menacing. Yang Xingyun cast an admiring glance at her idol, appreciating his cleverness. Jiang Hao also expressed her gratitude with a look. This young man was indeed thoughtful and astute. Her fear subsided considerably alongside the laughter from the television. She then continued. The video is from the surveillance of the elevator in our building. Around 8 o'clock in the evening, a patient in a wheelchair was pushed into the elevator by a family member when the elevator was no longer at peak capacity. In the elevator, apart from the two individuals, only a young man in his 20s entered. He exited on the 15th floor, and the video remained unremarkable until the elevator ascended to the 18th floor. As the doors opened, a patient in a wheelchair was pushed out by a family member. At that moment, a terrifying scene unfolded. After the 15th floor, it was evident that only 2 people remained in the elevator, yet after they exited, the screen flickered. And suddenly a woman appeared at the spot where the wheelchair had just been, clad in white garments. Her long hair cascaded down her shoulders. Her ethereal figure followed the 2 who had pushed the wheelchair out of the elevator. This encapsulates the entirety of the video. Upon recounting this, Jiang Hao seemed to exhale in relief. Qinli, sensing her momentary relaxation, posed his conjecture. Auntie, your workplace is on the 18th floor, correct? The patient in the wheelchair you mentioned is the same one from your department who passed away the following day, I assent it? Jiang Hao nodded vigorously at his inquiry. Observing her affirmation, Qinli continued. So, you suspect that an unknown entity, be it human or ghost, accompanied this patient out of the elevator and later wept in your break room at midnight? After the patient's demise, you believe this woman may be the cause? Jiang Hao nodded again, acknowledging the boy's astuteness and bravery. Yang Xingyun gazed at Qinli with admiration, recognizing her idol's remarkable insight amidst her own fear. Qinli let out a sigh of relief, as at the very least, he had grasped the sequence of events. He gathered his thoughts and said, Auntie, please do not be frightened. First, consider whether anyone at the hospital holds a grudge against you. Jiang Hao pondered for a moment before shaking her head. Many pursue me, but I doubt anyone harbors animosity. Hearing her response, Qinli felt a bead of sweat trickle down his brow. With such beauty, it would be strange if no one pursued you. After a brief contemplation, he further inquired, Auntie, have you verified that video? Is there a possibility of it being fabricated? Jiang Hao shook her head. I am not adept at such things, and I dare not watch it again. Is that USB drive still available? I would like to view the video, Qinli requested. Finally, Jiang Hao nodded, rising to retrieve it from her bedroom. 2 minutes later, she returned with a silver USB drive and a laptop. Qinli connected the USB to the computer and glanced at the 2 individuals, only to find them sitting at a distance, seemingly eager to avoid him. With a playful smile, Qinli invited, Xingyun, shall we watch it together? Upon hearing this, Yang Xingyun shook her head vigorously, her curiosity overshadowed by fear of nightmares. Noting her apprehension, Qinli refrained from teasing her further and initiated the video. The silent footage depicted the elevator, matching Jiang Hao's earlier description precisely. When Qinli observed the sudden appearance of the disheveled woman in the frame, he too felt a jolt of unease. The impact of that image was undeniably potent, explaining Jiang Hao's fear. Though a surgeon by profession, she remained a woman susceptible to such fright. After viewing it once, Qinli could not discern any signs of tampering. To the naked eye, the video appeared strikingly authentic. Consequently, he logged on to WeChat and sent the video to Qi Ruyu. Could you verify the authenticity of this video? Qinli inquired. A trivial matter, Qi Ruyu replied. Our company has specialized technicians. I will forward it to them immediately. Please expedite the results, Qinli urged. Absolutely, Qi Ruyu affirmed, content with her response. Qinli exited WeChat and shut down the computer. The presence of Qintang's security had indeed been a significant aid to him. Turning his attention to Jiang Hao, he remarked, Auntie, I have sent the video for verification. However, I would also like to visit your hospital. Would that be convenient? Without hesitation, Jiang Hao nodded. There was nothing inconvenient about going to the hospital. Although she was not working today, access was readily available. Please wait a moment while I change, she said. And Qinli nodded in agreement. Once Jiang Hao had left, Yang Xingyun hurriedly nestled into Qin Li's embrace. "Woo, I was so scared," she exclaimed adorably. "What is there to fear? It's merely a trifle," Qin Li reassured her, ruffling her hair. "I was genuinely frightened when I first met your mother." "Is she really your mother?" Upon hearing his question, Yang Xingyun giggled. "What do you think? Isn't she young and beautiful?" Qin Li nodded in affirmation. Yang Xingyun continued. "She has always looked this way, never seeming to age. She is nearly 40, yet people often mistake her for my sister." At this revelation, Qin Li understood why Yang Xingyun had referred to her mother as a fairy. It was indeed peculiar that someone approaching 40 bore no signs of aging. A sudden thought struck Qin Li, prompting him to ask, "Has your mother perhaps consumed Tang Seng's flesh?" Yang Xingyun erupted in laughter, amused by his whimsical logic. It was reminiscent of his reaction when he first encountered the dual-flavored fish. To suggest her mother had consumed Tang Seng's flesh was essentially to imply she was a fairy. Once her laughter subsided, she playfully threatened Qin Li. "I suspect you are insulting her, and I shall report you." This little sprite dared to threaten him. He had just been contemplating punishing her, and now was the perfect moment to enact it. Thus, Qin Li raised his hand and lightly smacked her behind. Yang Xingyun let out an involuntary squeal, quickly covering her mouth in fear of her mother overhearing. Noticing Qin Li raising his hand again, she hastily clutched his arm and whispered, all right, daddy. I want to report you." Satisfied, Qin Li mused that he could manage this little sprite. After about 10 minutes, Zheng Ro emerged. Her long, lustrous hair was tied into a simple ponytail, and she wore a long-sleeved shirt paired with black flared pants, with a slender waist and long legs. Her figure was undeniably striking. Qin Li even speculated that Yang Xingyun's long legs were inherited from her. Zheng Ro's face, devoid of makeup, radiated youthful beauty. She truly was a woman forgotten by time. Grabbing her bag from the living room, Zheng Ro stated, "Let's go." Qin Li nodded, rising to exit. Once she secured the door, the three of them descended the stairs together. It was remarkable how Zheng Ro and Yang Xingyun appeared as sisters, making it difficult for anyone to guess that Zheng Ro was Yang Xingyun's mother. Upon reaching the parking space for the Bentley Mulsanne, Qin Li pressed the unlock button and opened the rear door for Zheng Ro. Recognizing the luxury of the Bentley Mulsanne, Zheng Ro was taken aback by the car valued in the millions. Just how affluent was her daughter's boyfriend? He drove a car worth millions and owned a company valued in the billions. Even the gifts he brought her were worth over 300,000. Such an amount could serve as a dowry for an ordinary family. As they settled into the car and Qin Li exited the community, Zheng Ro cautiously asked, "Qin Li, may I pose a question?" "Of course, Auntie. Please go ahead," Qin Li replied as he drove. Zheng Ro inquired, "What business does your family engage in?" Yang Xingyun, seated in the back with her mother, also became intrigued, as she too was unaware of the specifics of Qin Li's family business, only knowing that he was wealthy. Candidly stated, "Auntie, my parents are farmers." Upon hearing this, Zheng Ro was even more perplexed. Yang Xingyun, however, was astonished, wondering how a farmer's son could possess such wealth. Had a money tree sprouted in the fields? Zheng Ro hesitated before inquiring about the company he gifted to Xingyun. "Oh," Qin Li explained, "my parents are indeed farmers, but I have earned some money through my own business." "Are you familiar with Xiangqing Group, Auntie?" "It is a well-known conglomerate in Xinjiang, valued at over 30 billion. Zheng Ro naturally recognized the name, especially since Yang Xingyun had previously worked there. Thus, she nodded in acknowledgement. Observing her response in the rearview mirror, Qin Li continued, "I hold a 30% stake in Xiangqing Group, along with shares in several other companies." 30%? Nearly 1 billion? Zheng Ro gasped. Yang Xingyun exclaimed, "So you are a shareholder of Xiangqing Group?" Qin Li nodded, having considered the origins of his assets. If questioned about his wealth in acquiring shares, he could easily redirect the inquiry towards his security or investment firms. Yang Xingyun felt a jolt of realization. Why had this rogue never mentioned such matters to her? It dawned on her that his position as a shareholder could explain why he would still choose to play the role of a mere secretary. Just as she was about to pose this question, thoughts of Tang Shuhan flooded her mind. He must be doing this to impress girls, she surmised. Feeling a mix of irritation and understanding, Qin Li deftly sidestepped further inquiries about his wealth, as Zheng Ro refrained from pressing further. After all, if others were worth billions, it seemed entirely plausible for him to gift an extravagant company to his girlfriend. Thus, the conversation shifted to other topics, such as their ages and hobbies. Naturally, Qin Li mentioned interests like reading, fitness, and skiing, deliberately omitting any reference to romantic pursuits. As they chatted, they soon arrived at the Second People's Hospital of Jinjiang City. Once they disembarked, Zheng Ro led them directly to the surgical building housing the oncology center. Upon entering the elevator, memories of a terrifying video resurfaced for Zheng Ro, prompting her to grasp Yang Xingyun's hand tightly. Coincidentally, the elevator that opened first was the very one from the video surveillance. Qin Li stepped in first, and after a moment's hesitation, Zheng Ro followed suit. Fortunately, it was daytime, and the presence of other passengers alleviated some of her anxiety. The elevator moved sluggishly, stopping at nearly every floor, and it took around 10 minutes to reach the 18th floor. During the ride, Qinli scrutinized the elevator's camera, finding nothing amiss. Upon reaching the 18th floor, they exited the elevator, where the hospital had opted for a label of 17 in place of the number 18, as the latter evoked thoughts of hell. The same applied to floors numbered with 4 and 14, which were labeled as 3 and 13, respectively. Once outside the elevator, Zheng Ro sighed with relief, reflecting on her desire to resign due to the daily anxiety of riding the elevator. "Auntie, could you take me to the lounge?" Qinli suggested. Zheng Ro nodded and guided them toward the doctor's duty room, exchanging pleasantries with nurses and other physicians along the way. Upon arrival, Zheng Ro retrieved a key from her bag and unlocked the door. Qinli entered first, discovering a small room of about 10 square meters, furnished with a bed, a desk, a chair, and a wardrobe. The space was diminutive, intended for doctors on duty to rest temporarily. Qinli looked up, noting that the white ceiling was just over half a meter above his head. He moved the chair closer and stood on it to remove a section of the ceiling near the bed. But the chair's height still did not allow him to see inside. "I'll get a stool," Zheng Ro quickly offered, fetching one from the nurse's station. After placing the stool atop the chair, Qinli climbed up once more, this time managing to peer into the ceiling. He discovered a significant amount of dust and a tangled mass of wires. Illuminating the space with his phone's flashlight, he turned to inspect the area thoroughly. To his astonishment, he spotted an unusual object affixed to the wall, resembling a camera. Assessing the distance to the object, he glanced down at the room's layout and realized it was positioned directly above the single bed. Chapter 68. Discovering clues after identifying the strange object. Qinli continued to examine the surroundings, finding nothing else suspicious. He then jumped down from the stool and pulled back the mattress on the bed, revealing the wooden bed frame. He placed the chair atop the bed, finding it sufficient for his height. As he removed the ceiling panel above the head of the bed, his face aligned perfectly with the camera-like object. Upon closer inspection, he noted that this object indeed bore a striking resemblance to a camera, yet it differed from any he had encountered before. Confounded, he opened WeChat to message Qi Ryu. "Are you nearby?" Qinli inquired. "Yes," Qi Ryu promptly replied. "Come over," he requested. "On my way," she responded. With no other recourse, Qinli hoped Qi Ryu might recognize the object. After scrutinizing it further and confirming he was unfamiliar with it, he reluctantly descended. Zheng Ro, observing his prolonged examination, anxiously asked, "Qinli, what did you find?" "Auntie, worry not, everything is fine. I suspect someone is up to no good. There is something here I don't recognize, and I've called someone to take a look," Qinli reassured her. Hearing it was likely human interference eased Zheng Ro's anxiety. As long as it wasn't something supernatural, she felt relieved. Yet, who could be behind this? She pondered, recalling that she had never wronged anyone. While Zheng Ro was lost in thought, Qi Ryu arrived, having discreetly stayed close to Qinli to prevent any untoward incidents. Standing tall, she asked, "Boss, what do you need?" Seeing her approach, Qinli smiled. "Come, let me show you something intriguing." Qi Ryu, taken aback by his lewd grin, felt a flutter of apprehension. Surely he wouldn't harbor intentions towards her, would he? Yet, glancing at Yang Xingyun and Zheng Ro beside him, she reassured herself that he wouldn't be so reckless. Qinli observed her standing there in a daze and, feeling somewhat impatient, urged, "Come here quickly. What are you staring at?" Qi Ryu let out a long breath. "Now that's the attitude. Why are you smiling when there's nothing to smile about? It's quite alarming." Qi Ryu approached, and Qinli pointed to the ceiling, saying, "Climb up and see what that thing on the wall is." Qi Ryu nodded and agilely ascended. Soon, her voice echoed down from the ceiling. "It's nothing. Just a fire sprinkler head." "Fire sprinkler head?" Qinli inquired. "What do you mean by fire sprinkler head?" Qi Ryu explained. "It's the kind that activates automatically to extinguish flames when the temperature reaches a certain point." Upon hearing her explanation, Qinli felt somewhat embarrassed for not recognizing such a device. Had he been overly suspicious? Was everything truly normal up there? However, something felt amiss. Shouldn't the fire sprinkler be installed beneath the ceiling rather than embedded within it? Qi Ryu remarked with curiosity. Zheng Ro interjected. This room was renovated, and perhaps the workers didn't notice and installed it inside the ceiling. Initially, Qi Ryu's question had given Qinli a glimmer of hope, but Zheng Ro's explanation was quite reasonable, deepening the furrows on Qinli's brow. Everything appeared normal on the ceiling, which was indeed puzzling. Could there really be something supernatural at play? At that moment, Qi Ryu seemed to notice something unusual. It's sticky here. Boss, something has been glued here." Qinli quickly inquired, "What is going on?" "There are traces like tape behind this sprinkler head. It feels sticky," Qi Ryu replied. It turned out there was indeed something odd, cleverly concealed, and previously unnoticed. Qinli's heart raced with excitement. "Come down, I'll take a look. Okay. Qi Ruyu replied as she descended. Qin Li climbed up again and soon discovered something strange on the inner side of the sprinkler head near the wall. He touched it, confirming it was indeed sticky, resembling the feel of tape that had just been torn away. Given the dust on the ceiling, the residue must have been recent, otherwise it would have been obscured by grime. Clearly, someone had affixed something there, likely the source of the mysterious woman's cries. As for the male nurse who had checked the situation, perhaps he had simply overlooked the inconspicuous back of the sprinkler head, and being familiar with it, he would not have suspected anything unusual. Conversely, Qin Li, unfamiliar with such devices, had examined it repeatedly, inadvertently neglecting the subtle signs on its backside. However, now that he understood, it was evident someone was indeed up to no good. A sense of relief washed over him. The next step was to identify the suspect. He descended and turned to Zheng Ro, asking, "Auntie, can all doctors enter this room?" Zheng Ro nodded, replying, "Not just doctors, sometimes nurses can enter as well." Qin Li pondered, "That has quite a lot of suspects, isn't it? Checking each one would be cumbersome." Just then, Qi Ruyu's phone vibrated. She pulled it out and said, "Boss, the video analysis results are in." Qin Li, filled with anticipation, quickly asked, "What's the outcome? Was that female ghost indeed seen going up?" Qi Ruyu nodded and then shook her head, delivering an unexpected revelation. Not only was the female ghost seen going up, but the patient in the wheelchair and the person pushing it were also seen going up. In the elevator, there was only one young man present from start to finish. Qin Li gasped in astonishment. He had not anticipated the involvement of those two individuals as well. "Boss, take a look," Qi Ruyu said, handing him her phone. Upon receiving it, Qin Li observed a chat window containing a video, accompanied by a message stating that it was restored to its unprocessed form. He clicked on the video to watch. In it, the elevator on the first floor was entered by a single young man, who exited on the 15th floor, leaving the elevator completely empty in between. Indeed, there was only that one young man throughout. The two individuals who exited on the 18th floor, along with the inexplicable long-haired woman, were all fabrications. Qin Li then revisited the fraudulent video he had sent to Qi Ruyu. As expected, the young man had never cast a glance toward the wheelchair, strongly indicating he had been alone in the elevator. Chapter 69, One Becomes Accustomed. Qin Li returned the phone to Qi Ruyu and turned to Zheng Ro, stating, "Auntie, I can now clearly inform you that this video has been tampered with, and there are traces of foul play on the ceiling. All you need to do now is tell me who gave you that USB drive. If the video was fake, then the one who provided it to Zheng Ro must have ulterior motives." As Zheng Ro absorbed this revelation, her worries eased. And when she heard him inquire about the person who handed her the USB drive, she responded, "The person who gave me the USB was another deputy director from our department, named Lu Xiangwei. But I have no animosity toward him, so why would he? Whether or not there is animosity is irrelevant. What matters is that even if Lu Xiangwei isn't the mastermind, he surely knows who is behind this. Moreover, animosity doesn't always manifest overtly." Qin Li pressed, "Auntie, did he come to work today?" Zheng Ro shook her head. "No, it's Saturday. The directors don't work on weekends." Qin Li nodded, then instructed Qi Ruyu, "Investigate his whereabouts, and get him to talk. I want to uncover the truth." "Yes." Qi Ruyu responded, and prepared to exit. However, after a moment's thought, Qin Li added, "Have Wang Taizhu accompany you." By specifying Wang Taizhu, Qin Li was aware of his tenacity. Such matters were best entrusted to him. Qi Ruyu nodded and left. Once she was gone, Qin Li smiled in relief, saying, "Auntie, everything will be all right. Results will come soon." Zheng Ro regarded Qin Li with satisfaction, appreciating his intelligence, courage, and capability. In less than 2 hours, the issues that had plagued her for days were resolved. Thus, she pressed her lips together and said, "Thank you, Qin Li. Please don't hold it against me for my previous mistakes." She was referring, of course, to having made him sit idle. Qin Li chuckled, "Auntie, please don't say that. I also caused a ruckus at your place. I should be the one apologizing." At the mention of the incident, Zheng Ro laughed once more. Perhaps with the resolution of matters, the weight on her heart had lifted, making her smile even more radiant than before. Her laughter was like a blooming flower, breathtakingly beautiful. Qin Li found himself momentarily captivated. Noticing his gaze, Zheng Ro felt her heart skip a beat and instinctively moderated her smile. Just then, Yang Xingyan interjected, "Oh, you two don't need to be so polite. By the way, who was that cool young lady just now?" Qin Li shifted his gaze and cleared his throat twice. Responding to Yang Xingyan's words, "She is my bodyguard, exceptionally skilled. You can rest assured in trusting this matter to her. Let us return. There is little left to do here." With a fortune in the billions, having a formidable bodyguard is hardly surprising. Thus, Yang Xingyan and Zheng Ro refrained from further inquiries. Upon hearing Qin Li's suggestion to return, Yang Xingyan held her stomach and remarked, "Let's go, Mom. I'm starving." After the commotion, it was nearly noon. "Come on, I'll prepare lunch for you. Zheng Rou pulled Yang Xingyun along and added, Qin Li, you must try Annie's culinary skills at noon. Given Zheng Rou's confident tone, Qin Li understood he should now flatter her. With a cheerful grin, he replied, absolutely. I shall not be polite, Auntie. I've long heard from Xingyun of your delightful cooking and have eagerly wished to sample it. Now, my wish is finally fulfilled. While Zheng Rou merely nodded. Internally, she relished the compliment. Compliments, when delivered appropriately, undoubtedly uplift one's spirits. Although she recognized that a man's words can be deceiving, she couldn't help but feel pleased. For Qin Li's words had a certain charm. The trio then exited the lounge together. Yang Xingyun slyly winked at Qin Li, implying, when did I ever say that? It seemed she had only mentioned that her mother was enchanting. Qin Li disregarded her. The intricacies of flattery were beyond her grasp. He drove the two back to Fuanjiyuan, but just before entering the community, Zheng Rou suddenly said, Qin Li, please pull over. I need to stop by the nearby market to buy some vegetables. You two can head back first. Without hesitation, Qin Li replied, that won't do. Auntie, where's the market? I will go by. You and Xingyun return home. Pleased with his response, Zheng Rou pondered a moment before saying, let us go together. We can return after shopping. Qin Li nodded and said, very well, please guide me. Under Zheng Rou's direction, the Bentley Mulsanne turned towards the market. The market was not far from Fuanjiyuan, and at noon, it was bustling with activity. Vendors were shouting, creating a lively atmosphere. Qin Li found a place to park, and the three of them stepped out of the car. Upon seeing the crowded street ahead, Yang Xingyun felt a surge of excitement. Though they were merely visiting a market, being with her two closest companions made it special. She grabbed one of each and joyfully rushed towards the market. Zheng Rou watched her daughter, still youthful at heart. Before glancing at Qin Li, when their eyes met, they quickly averted their gazes. Don't run so fast. Let's buy some fish. Zheng Rou said as she pulled Yang Xingyun to a fish stall. Boss, how much for the fish? The vendor, smiling, replied, little girl, which one do you want? Carp for 5, white catfish for 6. Qin Li nearly laughed out loud. Little girl? Have you ever seen a young woman with a daughter in her 20s? However, Zheng Rou seemed accustomed to such remarks. She squatted down and pointed to a larger white catfish in the iron tank, saying, I'll take this one, please. The vendor asked, need me to process it for you? Processing means removing the innards and scales. Zheng Rou nodded, saying, that would be great. No trouble at all, little girl. You're too polite, the vendor said as he expertly caught the fish, waited, and went to prepare it. Qin Li watched and wanted to laugh, recalling how he was initially startled by Zheng Rou. It could be said that she truly was enchanting. Yang Xingyun leaned closer to Qin Li and whispered, you'll get used to it. Qin Li glanced at her, realizing that this little enchantress had already noticed his amusement. Soon, the vendor returned with the fish, packaged in a black plastic bag. That'll be 28. You can give me 25, he said amicably. Qin Li took the bag and prepared to pay. As he pulled out a 100 yuan note, Zheng Rou swiftly stopped him and handed over a 50 instead. How can I let you spend money? She said to Qin Li. Really, put that away. Since she had offered, Qin Li didn't argue, merely smiling and saying, Auntie, does it matter who pays? Before Zheng Rou could respond, the vendor, while counting change, remarked, young man, you really don't know how to speak. Calling such a young girl auntie. You must be a student, lacking in social experience. Qin Li silently scoffed at the vendor's ignorance. Yang Xingyun stifled a laugh, nearly causing her self-injury, while Zheng Rou couldn't help but smile. After purchasing the fish, they continued to buy some meat and vegetables. By the end, Qin Li's hands were filled with plastic bags. Yang Xingyun felt sorry for him and wanted to help carry some, but he declined. What a joke. Do you think I need help carrying things while out with two beautiful women? Just as they were about to exit the market, Qin Li's peripheral vision caught sight of something behind Zheng Rou and Yang Xingyun, igniting a sudden fury within him. He casually placed the bag on a nearby stall and kicked a man behind Zheng Rou, sending him sprawling to the ground. This action startled both Zheng Rou and Yang Xingyun. The market-goers, noticing the commotion, began to gather. The man, in his 30s, groaned in pain, clutching his stomach and exclaimed, Why did you hit me? Yang Xingyun quickly asked, Li Guo, what happened? Qin Li ignored her, his cold smile directed at the man as he approached. He seized the man's collar, yanked him up, and without hesitation, delivered another punch. The blow landed squarely on the man's face, causing him to cry out in agony as blood spurted from his nose, and he fell back to the ground. The onlookers murmured in disbelief, Young man, why are you hitting him? Right? What provoked this? That was quite a harsh strike. Should we call the police? Qin Li paid them no mind, crouching down to the man and demanding, hand it over. The man, blood streaming from his nose, stammered, What do you want? Money? I'll give you. Huh, turning the tables. Are we? Quite clever. Qin Li chuckled, gripping the man's collar and delivering another brutal punch. This time, blood splattered everywhere, and the man nearly passed out. The scene was both bloody and violent, causing some in the crowd to shriek in fright. Zheng Rou's gaze towards Qin Li shifted. The boy who had been so courteous before now appeared terrifying. Yang Xingyun quickly grasped his arm, saying, "Li Gu, what is going on?" Qin Li looked at her and replied, "You'll find out shortly." He then turned back to the man, stating, "I'll give you one more chance. Hand it over." This time, the man finally complied, trembling as he pulled something from his pocket. The crowd saw it was a mobile phone. Qin Li snatched it, opened the album, and his anger surged anew. The man's album contained numerous surreptitious photos of Yang Xingyun and Zheng Rou, all taken from behind, showcasing their legs and backsides. Today, Zheng Rou wore flared pants that accentuated her figure, while Yang Xingyun donned a form-fitting dress paired with flesh-colored stockings, exuding an undeniable allure. At this moment, within the confines of the mobile phone's gallery, apart from several surreptitious photographs of other women, the remainder comprised countless clandestine images of Zheng Rou and the man in question. Yang Xingyun and Zheng Rou, positioned beside him, were acutely aware of the situation, both casting furious glances at the man, their sympathy entirely extinguished. They simultaneously grasped the reason behind Qin Li's ire. Zheng Rou let out an internal sigh. Under ordinary circumstances, had she discovered such a betrayal, it would have culminated in nothing more than a fleeting argument. The hardships she had endured over the years were far more profound than this incident. Whether concerning matters at the hospital or the current predicament, these events were merely a microcosm of her tumultuous life. Yet, both incidents had now collided with Qin Li. Stealing a glance at him, she acknowledged the immense sense of security he provided. Qin Li proceeded to delete the photographs belonging to Yang Xingyun from his phone. He had no need for evidence, only for these images to vanish. Subsequently, he dialed Qi Ruyu's number. As she had been dispatched to address Lu Xiangwei's issue, she was not present with him at that moment. "Where are you?" he inquired. "Boss, I am en route to your location," she responded promptly. Qin Li was already aware of her ability to track her position, a measure she took to ensure her own safety. Thus, he simply instructed her to hasten her pace. As there was a matter requiring her attention, realizing something was amiss with Qin Li, Qi Ruyu accelerated, driving a standard white Volkswagen at a rapid pace. Concurrently, she made another call, summoning additional personnel from Qintang Security to converge on the scene. The onlookers, oblivious to the contents of the phone, remained unaware of the reasons behind the commotion, continuing to speculate. Some even took out their phones to record videos, yet Qin Li showed no inclination to explain himself. He cast a detached glance at the man lying on the ground before gently patting Yang Xingyun's slightly chilly hand, offering consolation to Zheng Rou by saying, "Auntie, do not worry, everything will be fine." Zheng Rou nodded in response, her eyes brimming with gratitude. Moments later, accompanied by the jarring sound of brakes outside the market, Qi Ryu arrived. Simultaneously, two black Passats sped from another direction, emitting their own piercing brakes as 7 or 8 individuals, both men and women, all impeccably dressed, exited their vehicles and rushed toward the scene. The sheer scale of the arrival captured the attention of the entire crowd. Qi Ryu approached, assessing the man on the ground and then glancing at Qin Li. Upon noticing the blood on his hands, her heart jolted. "Boss, I apologize for my tardiness. Please punish me," she said, as the others echoed her sentiments in unison, their voices resounding like thunder. This spectacle silenced the onlookers. Qin Li gestured for calm and briefed Qi Ryu on the events that had transpired, instructing her to ensure that any videos or photographs taken by the crowd were deleted. "Understood," she replied, hastily attending to the situation as Qin Li led Zheng Rou and Yang Xingyun away, not forgetting to grab the groceries they had purchased. It was only once they entered the Bentley Mulsanne that Zheng Rou and Yang Xingyun regained their composure. Qin Li smiled, starting the vehicle and assuring them, "Rest assured, they will handle everything." Zheng Rou, astonished, inquired, "Qin Li, were those all your bodyguards?" "In a sense," he replied. "I own a security company. Auntie, do not worry. I will arrange for protection for both you and Xingyun moving forward, ensuring such incidents do not recur." His words filled both women with warmth. Yang Xingyun was nearly moved to tears. Their family had always preferred to avoid confrontation in such situations. Yet these two incidents illuminated the glaring absence of a responsible and capable man in their lives. Qin Li's actions unequivocally demonstrated that he was the most suitable man for the role. Upon returning to Fuanji Yuan, Qin Li placed the vegetables and meat in the kitchen, while Zheng Rou donned an apron, preparing to handle the ingredients. "Auntie, allow me to assist you," Qin Li offered. "Oh, boys like you rarely partake in such chores. Go rest for a bit," Zheng Rou laughed. "Auntie, while I may not be adept at cooking, I can wash and sort the vegetables. Besides, with so many ingredients, it would take you until afternoon to finish alone. Let me help," he insisted, grabbing a bunch of greens to wash. Zheng Rou, unable to dissuade him, acquiesced. Especially since the amount of food was considerable, She would likely be occupied until the afternoon if left to her own devices. Yang Xingyun, grinning, watched her idol wash the vegetables and took out her phone to capture the moment. Noticing her idleness, Qinli tossed a bag of carrots her way, instructing, "You wash the carrots." "Okay," she complied obediently. Observing Yang Xingyun diligently washing the carrots, Zheng Ro teased, "Is this truly my daughter who has never lifted a finger before?" Yang Xingyun's cheeks flushed as she retorted playfully, "Mom, I'm being quite industrious. Thank you very much." Zheng Ro scoffed lightly. Being industrious is not merely for show. "Oh dear," Yang Xingyun exclaimed, quickly covering her mother's mouth with her hand, whispering, "Mom, if you say another word, I'll spank you." Zheng Ro shot her a look, playfully rebutting, "You have it backward." Just as Zheng Ro was about to respond, a sudden beep echoed through the house, and all the electrical appliances ceased functioning. "Is there a power outage?" Qinli asked, perplexed. Zheng Ro nodded resignedly, explaining, "Yes, it happens frequently lately. It should be restored shortly." Qinli followed up with a question, "How can there still be power outages? Isn't the electrical system quite advanced now?" Zheng Ro elucidated, "Not all areas experience outages. Only this neighborhood. It was constructed quite some time ago, and the electrical wiring has aged significantly. With the increasing number of household appliances, outages have become common." Only then did Qinli understand, nodding in acknowledgement. Just as he was about to inquire further, another beep indicated the power had returned. The three of them promptly resumed their tasks. Despite their collective efforts, the meal was only completed past noon. Once all the dishes were presented on the table, Qinli first pulled out a chair for Zheng Ro before taking his seat opposite Yang Xingyun. Zheng Ro observed him. He was exceptionally courteous when addressing her, yet ruthlessly fierce toward adversaries, exhibiting both keen insight and strategic prowess. No wonder her proud daughter was so thoroughly captivated by him. However, Zheng Ro bore no resentment. She had come to terms with it. As long as they maintained harmony, there was no need to establish a hierarchy. Embracing a more feminine role could indeed be a source of happiness. "It smells divine," Qinli remarked cheerfully, inhaling the aroma of the dishes. "I thought my mother's cooking was unparalleled, yet yours smells even more delectable than the imperial dishes I had last time." Zheng Ro had prepared a selection of homestyle dishes: sweet and sour carp, dry-fried green beans, kung pao chicken, twice-cooked pork, spicy and sour cabbage, stir-fried shredded pork with green peppers, and a seaweed egg drop soup. Though her cooking may not have been as refined as that of the Tan family restaurant, the enticing aroma undoubtedly whetted the appetite. Yang Xingyun playfully nudged him, flatterer. Qinli shot her a glare, prompting her to quickly lower her head. Zheng Ro smiled warmly, urging, "Let us eat." As she spoke, Zheng Ro delicately placed a piece of fish into Qinli's bowl. "All right." Qinli finally began to use his chopsticks. Zheng Ro's culinary skills were indeed impressive, which explained her confidence in her cooking. Qinli was more than generous with his compliments. The meal concluded with both Zheng Ro and Qinli feeling content, while Yang Xingyun felt a twinge of jealousy, as her idol had never spoken so kindly to her. Ding! A delightful dining experience with an exquisite beauty has been completed. System reward, a random draw. Would you like to draw now? Qinli was taken aback when the system's electronic voice chimed in just as he finished his meal. An exquisite beauty? He knew the system referred to Zheng Ro, not Yang Xingyun. After his previous visit to Tan's restaurant with Tang Shuhan, where he received no reward, he realized that dining with a beautiful woman only granted a single reward. He had already dined with Yang Xingyun once for the double pepper fish. Hence, this time, it had to be Zheng Ro. Silently, he chose to proceed with the draw. The roulette began to spin. 10 million soft sister coins. 1 skill card. Host attribute value. 1 skill card. 1 luxurious mansion. 1 luxury car. Qinli noticed that the rewards from the roulette this time did not differ from the last. The draw commenced. Upon seeing the roulette spinning, Qinli randomly shouted for it to stop. "Congratulations, host. You have won a luxurious mansion reward, a suite in the Jingxiwa Court high-end residential area. The property documents have been temporarily stored at the Jingxiwa Court sales office. Please have Zheng Ro collect them with her ID." Qinli, "This is my reward? You are my system? Please have Zheng Ro collect them?" "System, are you messing with me?" Qinli found himself both amused and exasperated by the system's reward. Yet, he understood that the system had once again facilitated him. He had indeed contemplated purchasing a new house for Zheng Ro after witnessing the power outage at her home. However, he had intended for the house to be under Yang Xingyun's name. Little did he know, the system had outpaced him and placed it under Zheng Ro's name. Qinli took out his phone to search for the geographical location of Jingxiwa Court. As expected, it was in close proximity to the Second People's Hospital of Jinjiang City. The system had clearly planned this in advance. What a deceptive roulette, requiring him to call out to stop. Was it merely to grant him a sense of participation? This reward had clearly been predetermined. A serious conspiracy. Ding. The system is always at the host's service. Ding. System notification. Do you want love? Qinli, what the heck? So proud. Of course I want it. This is a reward earned through my own efforts. After being playfully chastised by the system, Qinli had no further complaints. He obediently stood up to assist Jiang Hao in tidying the table. The three then settled back onto the sofa. At this moment, Qi Ryu sent a message. Instead of WeChat, she used SMS to send a link. Qinli opened his phone and clicked on the link. Discovering it led to a conversation interface with Qi Ryu. He surmised that this link was likely created by Qin Tang Security, ensuring absolute confidentiality. Qi Ryu first reported on the surveillance footage from the market. All photos and videos captured by onlookers had been thoroughly erased, and traces from the scene had been completely cleared. The identity of the person who filmed had also been investigated. Liu Yaoxiang, 32 years old, single, a factory worker. He had a penchant for secretly photographing and stealing women's underwear. Chapter 72. The Ancients Do Not Deceive Me. Qinli, handle it on your own. What about Liu Xiangwei? Qi Ryu. There's already a result on Liu Xiangwei's side from Taizhu. Qi Ryu. Video. Qinli clicked on the video, which began to play. The filming location was a study. The screen displayed a somewhat balding, overweight man, looking rather haggard as he sat in a chair behind a desk. This was evidently footage captured by someone wielding a phone. As the video commenced, a deep, resonant voice emerged. Let us begin, and be clear about everything. Qinli recognized this as Wang Tieju's voice, the one capturing the footage. Qinli donned a pair of headphones, uncertain of what might unfold in the video, deeming it inappropriate to let Jiang Hao and the others view it just yet. The overweight man, upon hearing Wang Taiju's voice, hesitantly spoke. I am Liu Xiangwei, Vice Director of the Oncology Center at the Second People's Hospital of Jinjiang City. Last month, in March, our department organized a team-building event, which included watching a movie. We chose a horror film. It was during that event that I learned that our deputy director, Zhang, is afraid of ghosts. At the beginning of this month, I heard through the grapevine that our department head seems to have discovered an illness and is about to apply for early retirement. As vice director, both Zhang and I had the opportunity to be promoted, so to lessen the competitive pressure, I was always seeking opportunities. Until this past Wednesday, when Deputy Director Zhang performed a major surgery and the patient's condition was unstable, I knew the opportunity had come. I persuaded Deputy Director Zhang to cover a night shift, and she agreed without hesitation, not realizing my intentions to harm her. Secretly, I set the ringtone of a phone to a terrifying woman's sobbing and placed it behind the fire sprinkler in the doctor's lounge. I also covertly instructed a female nurse, who was also on night duty, to call that phone number whenever Deputy Director Zhang was in the room. At this point, Wang Taizhu interjected, What is the name of that nurse? What is your relationship with her? Liu Xiangwei answered honestly, That nurse is named Fu Ting, and I have maintained an improper relationship with her for a long time. Once he finished speaking, Wang Taizhu continued, All right, proceed with your account. The following day, Thursday, I sought another opportunity to enter the doctor's lounge and retrieve the phone. My original plan had been limited to this, as it was a spur-of-the-moment decision with little preparation. However, on Thursday morning, after Deputy Director Zhang finished her night shift, a patient in our department experienced a medical emergency and unfortunately passed away. Suddenly, I had another idea. I wondered if I could exploit this patient's situation. If a woman's sobbing didn't frighten Deputy Director Zhang, what if I fabricated a video of a female ghost? I recalled that I had a nephew working as a security guard in the surgical building, so I asked him to check the surveillance footage of the patient in the elevator. He discovered that the patient had only been out once the previous Monday, and I had him send me that footage. I also had him find footage from the previous Wednesday night. Armed with both clips, I located someone online who could edit videos and explain my requirements. Then, on Thursday night, he sent me the edited footage. When I watched it, I was startled by its realism. Thus, on Friday, brimming with confidence, I handed over a USB drive containing the video to Deputy Director Zhang. I was certain that Deputy Director Zhang would associate the woman's sobbing with this video. At this point, Wang Taizhu asked, What was your objective? Liu Xiangwei replied, My goal was to intimidate Deputy Director Zhang, ideally to make her resign. If that didn't succeed, I wanted to distract her from her work, thereby lessening the competitive pressure on me. Wang Taizhu then asked, Aren't you afraid of Deputy Director Zhang discovering this? Liu Xiangwei remarked, Deputy Director Zhang is an exceptionally independent individual. She seldom seeks assistance from others, and I am aware of her family situation. She has no man in her life, only a daughter, leaving her quite vulnerable. Hence, I do not harbor excessive concerns about her discovering that I am orchestrating everything. Wang Taizhu then inquired, Aside from professional competition, do you have any ulterior motives? Liu Xiangwei hesitated, failing to respond immediately. Wang Taizhu coughed loudly, startling Liu Xiangwei, who quickly added, Yes. I have considered that if Deputy Director Zhang were to succumb to fear, whether by resigning or losing interest in her work, perhaps I could seize the opportunity to get closer to her. Wang Taizhu asked, What do you intend to achieve by getting closer to her? Lu Xiangwei replied with trepidation, to seduce her. Deputy Director Zeng is the most enchanting woman I have ever encountered. She possesses a splendid figure and youthful beauty. I have longed for a chance to experience her affection, yet I have not found the opportunity. The video concluded at this juncture, with Lu Xiangwei elucidating the entire sequence of events with clarity. Qin Li chose to disregard what Wang Taizhu had done to compel him to confess his misdeeds, his heart ablaze with fury. After briefly calming himself, Qin Li removed his headphones and turned to the two individuals watching television nearby. Annie, I have a video I would like you to see, concerning Lu Xiangwei. Upon hearing this, Zeng Rou rose and moved closer to him, and Qin Li was immediately enveloped in a fragrant scent. Yang Xingyun also switched off the television and joined them. Zeng Rou inquired, what video is it? Qin Li pulled out his headphones and placed his phone on the coffee table, pressing play once more. Lu Xiangwei's voice resonated throughout the living room, capturing the undivided attention of both Zeng Rou and Yang Xingyun. As Zeng Rou continued to watch, disbelief morphed into anger. How could he act in such a manner? She thought, feeling both indignant and wronged. She had believed their relationship to be amicable, only to discover that he was such a person. If he harbored such darkness, what of the other doctors in her department? Might they too possess similar shadows within? Qin Li picked up his phone to respond to Qi Ryu, then turned to comfort Zeng Rou, saying, Auntie, the human heart is complex. Sometimes, even when you conduct yourself impeccably, there are those who wish to harm you. This reflects their own inner turmoil and has nothing to do with you. Zeng Rou nodded weakly, suddenly feeling a profound sense of despair. Noticing her distress, Qin Li addressed Yang Xingyun, saying, Please assist Auntie in resting for a while. Yang Xingyun cast a grateful glance at Qin Li before disregarding her mother's presence and softly kissed him. She silently rejoiced that Qin Li had accompanied her home. Without him, she could only imagine how dire the situation might have been. Yang Xingyun helped Zeng Rou towards the bedroom while Qin Li reclined on the sofa, contemplating the unpredictability of human nature. One must harbor no malicious intent, yet always remain vigilant against it. Truly, the ancients did not deceive me. Chapter 73, the most expensive children's song in history. Prior to visiting Yang Xingyun's home, Qin Li had not anticipated encountering so many events. Fortunately, after expending more than half a day's time, he had managed to resolve everything. As Qin Li lay on the sofa, lost in thought, Yang Xingyun gently emerged from the bedroom. Qin Li turned his head and asked, How is it? Yang Xingyun whispered, My mother has fallen asleep. She then nestled closer to him, lying in his embrace. Qin Li smiled and affectionately patted her head. Yang Xingyun nestled in his arms and softly said, Li Gu. Thank you. There is no need for gratitude, Qin Li replied tenderly. Isn't this what a son-in-law ought to do? Hee. Yang Xingyun lifted her head and planted a kiss on him, saying, Just for that line, I am devoted to you. Qin Li playfully patted her curvaceous backside, stating, I still desire tangible actions. Yang Xingyun's cheeks flushed as she buried her head in his chest, murmuring, You rascal, let's discuss this when we return. Just as Qin Li was about to respond, his phone chimed with a notification. Upon checking, he discovered it was a live stream notification from Su Yuanin. It was Saturday. Had she finally found time to broadcast? Qin Li muted his phone and entered the live stream. Indeed, Su Yuanin was live, yet her surroundings appeared different from previous broadcasts. Qin Li recalled her mentioning something about renting a place. Could this be her new residence? Su Yuanin was speaking to her audience, but Qin Li had muted the sound. As Yang Xingyun lay in his arms, waiting for a response, she glanced at his phone and noticed what he was doing. Pouting, she remarked, You rascal. Is this the same female streamer you were watching before? You even arranged to meet her at Mingzhu. Although Qin Li had silenced the volume, Yang Xingyun had still caught sight of it, leaving him feeling somewhat embarrassed. I merely had a meal with her, he stammered. Humph. Yang Xingyun queried, You heartbreaker. How many do you desire? How many? Qin Li extended his fingers to tally the count. As Yang Xingyun observed him counting, she playfully bit his finger. Though not with force, it was more of a nibble than a bite. Qin Li teased her tongue with his finger, prompting her to quickly withdraw. Her cheeks flushed, yet a hint of jealousy lingered in her heart. Yang Xingyun decided to change her position, lying in his arms in a different manner, and suggested, You should turn the sound back on. Let's watch together. Qin Li hesitated. Watch together? Holding one while embracing the other? Isn't that a bit too bold? Your mother is still asleep. It would be disastrous to wake her. He feigned reluctance. Yang Xingyun, undeterred, reached for the headphones on the coffee table and handed one to him, saying, We can each wear one. Fine. Qin Li relented. If she wished to watch, then so be it. He plugged in the headphones and handed one to Yang Xingyun. The two of them began watching together. At that moment, Su Yuanin was conversing with her audience in the live stream. Yang Xingyun suddenly commented, Her chest is not as large as mine. Is that so? Qin Li glanced around, failing to draw a comparison, deciding it best to assess with his own hands. Thus, he took action. Yang Xingyun did not stop him, her gaze still fixated on the live stream. As they continued watching, Yang Xingyun even began to send comments. Naturally, they were displayed under Qin Li's username. Touching the untouchable, little girl, sing a song for me. Su Yuanin, upon seeing the familiar username, smiled and said, welcome, Li Gu. What song would you like to hear? Yang Xingyun huffed, continuing to type. Touching the untouchable, two tigers. Su Yuanin paused at the song title, having expected Qin Li to request silence is golden. Unbeknownst to her, it was Yang Xingyun wielding her influence. Nevertheless, she readily sang the simple children's song, and soon the live stream resonated with her delightful rendition of Two Tigers. Yang Xingyun, feeling somewhat vexed, remarked, why does she sing Two Tigers so beautifully? Qin Li nearly burst into laughter, contemplating, no worries, your chest is larger than hers. Upon hearing this, Yang Xingyun erupted into laughter and handed the phone back to him, saying, rascal, you certainly have a way with words. Qin Li feigned innocence, replying, you said it yourself. Yang Xingyun removed her headphones, nestled into his embrace, and remarked, you heartbreaker, I'm done watching. I'm going to sleep now. She had already accepted Qin Li's flirtatious nature at the Mingzhu Tower, yet witnessing it firsthand still stirred a tinge of jealousy within her. It was perhaps better to remain oblivious. What was so remarkable about singing anyway? At least she had her own assets. Well, time to sleep. Qin Li held her close and then extended a hand to grasp his phone. At that moment, Su Yuanin had just finished singing Two Tigers in order to save time. Qin Li decided to directly activate the Super Tycoon feature. Congratulations to Chubukiki for successfully renewing the Super Tycoon subscription in Su Yuanin's livestream. Renewing the Super Tycoon subscription required 200,000 musical notes. Qin Li boldly renewed 3 million musical notes in one go. He then generously gifted the 225,000 notes he received back. Chubukiki presented Su Yuanin with a starry sky journey. The entire 3 million notes were consumed within a minute. The reason for renewing the Super Tycoon subscription before showering her with gifts was primarily to help Su Yuanin level up. My goodness, 3 million in a minute. This time, he directly spent 3 million. He asked the streamer if she was feeling dizzy. I'm envious. Is a simple song worth 3 million? The most expensive children's song in history. Streamer, hold on and don't sleep with the big brother. The price might increase later. Su Yuanin, upon seeing that Qin Li had gifted her 3 million again, felt both joyful and guilty for not having treated him well the last time. After all, due to Jiang Ailin's presence, Qin Li might not have had a pleasant experience. Thank you, brotherly, the only super tycoon in my livestream. Next time you come to Mingzhu, I will prepare well and treat you properly. What did the streamer mean by next time? Had they made an appointment? Could the streamer celebrate Women's Day now? Don't speak nonsense. Perhaps next year they could celebrate Children's Day too. Streamer, is the big brother handsome? Su Yuanin glanced at the barrage and said, brotherly is very handsome. Truly a great guy with a strong personality. A strong personality? Qin Li chuckled. Was she referring to his quarrel with Jiang Ailin? However, next time he visited Mingzhu, Jiang Ailin should behave more honestly, right? At this moment, the system's reward arrived. Last time, he helped Su Yuanin reach level 51. While he was away, she had leveled up to 53. After the 3 million bombardment, Su Yuanin's level just reached 70. It took 3 million to level up by 17 levels. Previously, 2 million had elevated her by 18 levels. Leveling up was becoming increasingly arduous. Ding. The host successfully helped streamer Su Yuanin reach level 60 and triggered a random system reward. System reward, 10 million musical notes, which have been credited to the host account. Please check. Well, as expected, a musical note reward. Qin Li had long anticipated the possibility of a musical note reward and had mentally prepared himself. Yet, upon seeing the 10 million notes, he was at a loss for words. The system truly intended for him to assist Su Yuanin in reaching the pinnacle of her levels. However, according to the system's usual pattern, the reward for level 70 should be another grand prize, right? More musical notes would be excessive. Ding. The host successfully helped streamer Su Yuanin reach level 70 and triggered a random system reward. System reward, 1 functional card, with attributes being generated. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a health functional card, which grants immunity to all ailments for the user. System prompt. This functional card can only be used on others, not the host. Qin Li exclaimed in frustration. The last beauty functional card was already a bitter pill to swallow. This time, the health functional card couldn't be used by him either. He too wished to be immune to all ailments. Regardless of Qin Li's discontent, the system remained silent. Ultimately, he had to concede. Fine, if it must be used by others, so be it. Using it for his parents would suffice. Yet, the thought of using it for his parents made him uneasy. Why not provide 2 cards? With just one, who would it be given to? While he simmered in his irritation, the system's electronic voice suddenly chimed again. Ding. System prompt. Qintang Security's actions have, to a certain extent, breached world regulations. To ensure the host's safety, the legal identity of Qintang Security has been transferred overseas, but the host still maintains absolute control over Qintang Security. Breaching world regulations? Qin Li mused, certain that Qi Ruyu and others had violated the rules to some extent. As for the change in legal identity, Qin Li was indifferent. After all, he still controlled Qintang Security. Just then, a message from Qi Ruyu arrived via text. Qin Li opened it to find yet another link. Clicking on it revealed a news article. The subject of the news was Lu Xiangwei. Qin Li scrutinized the article's content, which detailed Lu Xiangwei's sordid affairs, including inappropriate relationships with female staff in the hospital and accepting bribes. It even accused him of coercing patients' families into relations with him. In short, Lu Xiangwei was mired in scandal. The article aimed to expose his true nature and ruin his reputation. As for his intimidation of Zheng Rou, that was merely mentioned in passing. Qin Li had no objections to this. He wished for nothing more than for these matters to remain separate from Zheng Rou's tranquil life. Just as he finished reading the article, Qi Ruyu sent another message through the link. "Boss, take a look at this one." She followed it with another link. Upon opening this link, Qin Li discovered yet another news article. It was only upon reading this article that he understood why the system had alerted him. Qin Li replied, "Is it safe?" Qi Ruyu quickly responded, "Flawless and without a trace." Qin Li replied with an affirmative response and then deleted all the messages Qi Ruyu had sent. Simultaneously, the two links he had just clicked on transformed into empty links. Qin Li put away his phone, trusting in Qi Ruyu and her team's capabilities. He glanced at Yang Xingyun, who was sound asleep in his arms. Qin Li decided to take a nap as well. He had no idea how long he had slept. But when he awoke, he felt something extra on him. Lifting his head, he realized that Zheng Rou had already woken up and was about to cover them with a blanket. At that moment, Zheng Rou, while lowering her head to cover them, caught Qin Li's gaze and blushed, quickly straightening up. Qin Li inquired, "Auntie, you're awake?" Yang Xingyun also stirred. Seeing her mother and realizing she was still in Qin Li's embrace, especially with his hand resting on her chest, causing her face to flush as she quickly sat up. Zheng Rou's cheeks were still slightly flushed as she nodded at Qin Li and said, "You worked hard today." Qin Li sat up, smiling as if nothing had happened. "It's nothing, Auntie, don't take it to heart. Such societal scum are, after all, a minority." Zheng Rou smiled and nodded. Initially, she had found it hard to accept this result, but her mindset had since adjusted. The storms of these past years had rendered her remarkably resilient. "By the way, Auntie, I have a gift for you." Qin Li recalled the house rewarded by the system. Zheng Rou exclaimed in astonishment, "You wish to gift me something?" Yang Xingyun, equally intrigued, inquired, "What is it?" Qin Li responded with a smile, "I have purchased a residence in Jingxiuating, and the title is in your aunt's name." Zheng Rou felt her heart race and hurriedly replied, "This is too extravagant. How can I accept such a precious gift? Especially with the title in her name? I absolutely cannot accept it." Yang Xingyun joined in, saying, "Indeed, Li Gu, I can afford my own place. I haven't even utilized the 20 million you gifted me last time. Why are you giving me a house again? I just thought this place is often experiencing power outages. And it's quite small." Qin Li explained, "Initially, I intended to place it under Xingyun's name. However, due to the stringent purchasing regulations in Xinjiang, once Xingyun graduates, she will definitely need to buy a property in the city center. After careful consideration, I decided to register it under your name, Aunt." Despite his reasoning, Zheng Rou remained hesitant to accept. "I cannot possibly occupy such a large house alone. Having this property is sufficient." Qin Li chuckled and suggested, "Regardless, it has been purchased. Let us go take a look. If you are dissatisfied, we can sell it later." Zheng Rou felt somewhat conflicted, as Qin Li's gaze always made her sense that matters were not so straightforward. Thus, Qin Li discreetly signaled Yang Xingyun to persuade her. "Why don't we go take a look? It could be a pleasant outing," Yang Xingyun encouraged. Zheng Rou glanced at her daughter, thinking how naive she was. After a moment's hesitation, she eventually nodded in agreement. She could simply claim dissatisfaction later and have Qin Li return it. Zheng Rou had already seen the items Qin Li had brought. They were indeed of considerable value. Just the diamond bracelet alone equated to half a year's salary. She reluctantly accepted those gifts, recognizing they were a sincere gesture from Qin Li. However, the house was truly beyond her capacity to accept, especially with it being registered in her name. Zheng Rou observed her daughter, who was utterly moved by Qin Li's gesture. "Foolish girl, the mind of a man is far too complex." In the afternoon, around 3 o'clock, the trio descended the stairs. Qin Li continued to drive the Bentley Mulsanne, transporting the two women directly to Jingxiuating, which was a mere 10-minute walk from the Second People's Hospital of Jinjian. This proximity was incredibly convenient for Zheng Rou's work. The Bentley Mulsanne halted at the sales office of Jingxiuating. The three alighted, and Zheng Rou gazed at the buildings of Jingxiuating behind the sales office, a hint of envy in her eyes. Jingxiaoting was a high-end residential area, far superior in both property management and environment compared to Fujianyuan. If left to her own devices, she might never afford a property in Jingxiaoting. Nonetheless, despite her envy, Zheng Ro resolved to decline Qin Li's goodwill. Over the years, many suitors had pursued her, employing various strategies, including sweetened tactics, yet all had met with failure. While she was uncertain of Qin Li's true intentions, the weight of such an extravagant gift was a burden she could not bear. As Qin Li led them into the sales office, a sales representative promptly approached. "Sir, ma'am, are you here to view a property?" Qin Li waved his hand dismissively, saying, "I am here to collect some materials." He then turned to Zheng Ro and requested, "Aunt, could you please hand me your identification?" The sales representative looked at Zheng Ro, then at Qin Li, utterly perplexed. How could this young lady be addressed as aunt? However, he refrained from voicing his confusion, recognizing it was not his place to comment on client matters. Zheng Ro nodded and retrieved her identification from her bag. Handing it to Qin Li, he presented her ID to the sales representative, stating, "I have reserved a property. Please retrieve the relevant documents." The sales representative nodded, accepting the ID, and turned to fetch the materials. However, on his way, he glanced at Zheng Ro's identification and nearly dropped it in shock. This young lady, well, if she is an aunt, then I must have misjudged. Yet, she is exceptionally alluring. Suppressing his curiosity, he quickly returned with the documents, stealing a few more glances at Zheng Ro as he handed them over to Qin Li. Indeed, she was youthful and strikingly beautiful. What an extraordinary day this is. After perusing the materials, Qin Li gestured for the trio to return to the vehicle. Now that Zheng Ro was a registered owner of a property in Jingxiaoting, her information was stored in the resident database. At the entrance, Zheng Ro displayed her ID, and the security personnel opened the gate. The Bentley Mulsanne smoothly entered Jingxiaoting. As a premium residential area, both its greenery and security measures were commendable. Before reaching the parking garage, they encountered two groups of patrolling security guards. Qin Li parked the Bentley Mulsanne in the underground garage, and the three ascended to the upper floors via the elevator. This high-end residence featured two elevators serving 2 units each. They arrived at the 16th floor, stopping at the door of Unit 1601. Jingxiaoting utilized a password lock, and Qin Li entered the temporary code to unlock the door. "Come on, Aunt, let us see if you are satisfied with this place." Since they were there, it wouldn't hurt to take a look. Zheng Ro stepped inside, followed closely by Qin Li and Yang Xingyun. Upon entering, Zheng Ro was captivated by the expansive living room. It was afternoon, and the ample floor-to-ceiling windows flooded the space with light. The view outside was unobstructed, and she could even see the building of the Second People's Hospital. The proximity to her workplace was astounding. She then turned to inspect the furnishings in the living room. As the deputy director of the hospital, Zheng Ro had a discerning eye and immediately recognized the high value of the furniture. Even the wooden flooring beneath her feet was of a quality that she could not afford. Qin Li observed the room too. This residence was different from his property in Shuyu Huaqing, which featured a cooler color scheme and an overall luxurious appearance. The unit in Jingxiaoting was slightly smaller and had a warmer decor, exuding a sense of familial coziness. While Zheng Ro and Yang Xingyun continued to admire the living room, Qin Li decided to explore on his own. He approached a door and opened it, peering inside, and was instantly taken aback. This room was approximately 50 square meters, yet it felt incredibly spacious, furnished only with a set of sofas in the corner for relaxation. The floor was covered with warm white flooring, lending a bright, yet cozy atmosphere to the room. Most notably, one wall was seamlessly adorned with mirrors from top to bottom, with not a single gap. This was clearly a dance studio. Qin Li recalled Yang Xingyun mentioning Zheng Ro's interests: dancing, fitness, travel, and reading. The system was indeed orchestrating something remarkable. This dance room was evidently planned with intention. Who would construct a dance studio in their own home otherwise? Just then, Zheng Ro and Yang Xingyun, having finished admiring the living room, joined him. Upon seeing the dance room, Zheng Ro was momentarily stunned, followed by a surge of longing. She adored dancing and often practiced alone at home during her free time. This dance studio was her utmost desire. Yet, how could Qin Li possibly know this? Moreover, he had gone to such lengths to create a dance room. Zheng Ro cast a complex glance at Qin Li, unable to deny that this was the most enticing bait she had ever encountered. Yang Xingyun shot a wink at Qin Li, smiling sweetly. Her idol was truly going to great lengths to please her mother. Ahem, let us proceed and explore the other areas, Qin Li said, somewhat at a loss for words. As the system's intentions were glaringly obvious, Zheng Ro glanced once more at the dance studio before stepping out alongside Yang Xingyun. Qin Li stood before another door, inhaling deeply. System, please tread lightly. My heart cannot bear this. He then pushed the door open. Upon witnessing the interior, Qin Li felt tears well up. The room was a gym, filled with an array of fitness equipment, and Zheng Ro had a passion for fitness. Zheng Ro and Yang Xingyun followed him into the gym. Yang Xingyun exclaimed, "Wow, it's a gym. You're so handsome, my idol. I can finally work out at home." Qin Li responded with a silent expression. Zheng Ro observed her carefree daughter and sighed inwardly before saying, "Let us check out the other spaces." This time, Qin Li was hesitant to push open any doors. Who knew what other surprises the system had concocted? Zheng Ro opened another door, revealing a spacious bedroom, well-lit and featuring an en-suite bathroom and walk-in closet. It was quite considerate. The group explored a few more areas. Besides that bedroom, there was another slightly smaller one, also with an independent closet and bathroom. Likely a guest room. The kitchen was spacious, equipped with a full array of utensils and appliances, along with a shared bathroom. Qin Li exhaled in relief. It seemed the system had finished its tasks. Finally, only one room remained. Chapter 76, Custom-Made Sweet Bombs. Zheng Ro entered the room, with Qin Li and Yang Xingyun trailing behind. This was a study, quite expansive. Qin Li felt relieved, although Zheng Ro loved reading. Studies were rather common and not particularly distinctive. However, his perspective shifted upon seeing the books on the shelves. There were 3 bookshelves, one empty and the other 2 filled with books. Qin Li and Zheng Ro approached to peruse the volumes. One shelf was packed with medical texts and magazines, predominantly related to oncology. Qin Li's mind was racing at this revelation. He then turned to the other shelf, which was filled with travel magazines and guides from around the world. Qin Li thought to himself, loves dancing, fitness, reading, and traveling, all perfectly aligned. Zheng Ro glanced over the titles and found herself compelled to admire Qin Li. Completing the arrangement of this house in such a short time was impressive. But gathering this extensive collection of medical literature and travel guides must have required considerable effort. Was all of this truly for Yang Xingyun? She recalled the way he looked at her while she was covering him with a blanket earlier that day, a gaze that was calm, yet subtly aggressive. After reviewing the layout of the house, the trio returned to the sofa in the living room. Yang Xingyun turned to Zheng Ro, saying, "Mom, this house suits you perfectly. I think it's wonderful." Zheng Ro frowned. "It's precisely because it suits me that there is an issue." Qin Li added, "Indeed, Auntie, since it's already purchased, not living in it would be a waste. It would be more comfortable to reside here, and Jin Xiuhuating is safer, allowing Xingyun and me to feel at ease." Zheng Ro genuinely liked the house. As Yang Xingyun mentioned, no one was more suited to it than her. However, after glancing at the two, she replied, "Let me think it over. After all, I've lived in Fujian for so long, and I have developed feelings for it." Although Yang Xingyun felt her mother was overly indecisive, she refrained from saying more. Qin Li also kept silent, aware that this was merely the system's sweetened bait. Overpersuasion would be inappropriate. At Zheng Ro's request, Qin Li could only take them back to Fujian. Upon arrival, however, Qin Li did not ascend the building but instead turned to Zheng Ro, saying, "Auntie, I want to be going up. I have some matters to attend to." He then addressed Yang Xingyun. "Xingyun, you stay here with your mom. I'll come to pick you up tomorrow afternoon." Yang Xingyun, feeling reluctant, asked, "Is it really that important? Why don't you stay with me for a day?" Zheng Ro looked at Qin Li and said, "If it's not too urgent, you might as well stay." Qin Li responded, "Auntie, are you speaking sincerely?" After a moment of contemplation, he said, "No, Auntie, I'll come back tomorrow. It's south quick to drive." He then patted Yang Xingyun's head, saying, "My counselor is looking for me. I need to check in." Indeed, it was Xie Jin who had contacted him earlier on his way back, inquiring if he was free for dinner that evening. Since he had already completed the matters concerning Zheng Ro, he readily agreed. Zheng Ro then pressed her lips together, saying, "Be careful on the road, drive slowly." "All right." Qin Li nodded, smiling at Yang Xingyun. "See you tomorrow, beautiful." Yang Xingyun pouted and waved goodbye. Qin Li reciprocated and drove away. Zheng Ro let out a sigh, her tense demeanor finally relaxing. Perhaps it was due to some underlying awareness, but she always felt a sense of nervousness around Qin Li. Looking at her reluctant daughter, she said, "Let us go. He has already gone." "Oh, Mom, why do you always tease me?" Yang Xingyun laughed as she took Zheng Ro's hand, leading her home. They chatted and laughed all the way back. Upon entering their home, they both felt a sudden pang of disappointment at the sight of their familiar living room. It was still the same tidy space, yet compared to the suite at Jin Xiuhuating, this living room felt too small. The windows were also quite small, letting in insufficient light. The kitchen was open, often resulting in smoke filling the house while cooking. Perhaps they had been able to tolerate it before, but after seeing the Jin Xiuhuating residence, they now felt somewhat out of place. Yang Xingyun, growing increasingly dissatisfied with their home, said, "Mom, we should move to Jin Xiuhuating. It's so comfortable there, and you can dance anytime." Hearing her words, Zheng Ro recalled the spacious and bright dance studio. "You dare to want everything," she said. Yang Xingyun retorted, "Why shouldn't I? He is my boyfriend. He treats me well, so why not accept it? When he first gifted me something, I realized I liked him, so I embrace his kindness, and I will treat him well in return. I can give him everything because I love him. His gifts represent his feelings. What you see is money, I see as his heart. Why is giving roses considered love, while giving a house or money is not? After hearing Yang Xingyun's heartfelt words, Zheng Ro found herself at a loss for words. However, she was certain that her daughter had completely succumbed to her feelings. After a moment's pause, Zheng Ro finally said, I'll go prepare dinner. Yang Xingyun gave her mother a resigned glance. Thinking her mother was just too stubborn, Zheng Ro entered the kitchen to busy herself. With so much happening today, she lacked the focus to cook properly. Besides, there were still many leftovers from lunch. She opted to simply prepare some porridge in the rice cooker. However, halfway through, Fu and Jiyuan experienced a blackout. Zheng Ro stared at the dimmed display light of the rice cooker, letting out a deep sigh. Xingyun, she called. Yang Xingyun, who had been playing on her phone on the sofa, responded, What is it, Mom? Zheng Ro said, Let us move to Jin Xiuhuating. We can come back tomorrow to move our things. Okay, Yang Xingyun exclaimed, delighted to hear her mother's willingness to relocate. She hopes for her mother's well-being. Zheng Ro tidied up the kitchen, and the two organized a few pieces of clothing. They then hailed a taxi to Jin Xiuhuating. Meanwhile, Qinli was driving back when he suddenly received a WeChat message from Yang Xingyun. Upon opening it, he discovered a photograph of Zheng Ro. Her back turned as she cooked in apartment 1601 of Jin Xiuhuating, wearing an apron. Qinli smiled. Wasn't this a favorable outcome? Even setting aside the system's intentions, he had his own thoughts. Deep down, he also wished for Zheng Ro to have a better life. This was merely the first step. His decision to leave decisively stemmed from his awareness that his presence might have placed undue pressure on Zheng Ro, akin to the pressure Yang Yue felt at Shui Yuhuacheng. When internal pressure reaches a certain threshold, it often breeds aversion and vigilance towards the one imposing it. Thus, it was better for him to depart temporarily. Of course, gold diggers do not experience such pressure. They simply revel in the allure of financial gain. Qinli had no intention of throwing money at them. It seemed pointless. Chapter 77. Your husband has been wronged. By the time Qinli returned to the city center, dusk had already settled. He called Xiejin and learned that Xiejin was home, so he drove directly to the residential complex where Xiejin lived. Along the way, Qinli purchased 2 bottles of Mao Dai and a large toy for Xiao Mingming, as it was customary to bring a gift when visiting a mentor for drinks. Upon arrival, he rang the doorbell, and it was Xiejin's wife, Li Wanjun, who opened the door. Qinli greeted her with a smile, saying, Hello, sister-in-law. Oh, hello, Qinli. Right? Come in, Li Wanjun urged, stepping aside. Qinli handed the large toy to her, saying, Sister-in-law, this is for Xiao Mingming. As she accepted the toy, Li Wanjun remarked, You didn't need to bring anything. Little Mingming, who was playing, rushed over upon seeing the large toy. Qinli teased her, Little girl, call me brother. Shyly, Mingming hid behind the toy, refusing to show her face. Qinli chuckled, and Li Wanjun gestured towards the study, saying, Go on in. Jin Gu and the others are in the study. There are others? Xiejin had only mentioned drinking and hadn't mentioned anyone else. Qinli didn't inquire further and nodded as he made his way to the study, knowing he would find out soon enough. He casually placed the Mao Dai on the coffee table in the living room. Approaching the study, Qinli knocked on the door. Come in, came Xiejin's voice. Pushing the door open, he saw Xiejin seated behind the desk, flanked by 2 men in chairs across from him. They appeared to be in their 30s. Around Xiejin's age, one wore a white shirt, while the other was dressed casually. Qinli is here. Come, let me introduce you, Xiejin beamed. Standing up and gesturing at Qinli. This is my student, Qinli, a clever young man. The 2 men merely nodded at Qinli but remained firmly seated. Xiejin continued with the introductions. Qinli, this is my 2 old classmates. Pointing to the man in the white shirt, he said, This is Chu Jingtai, currently the vice president of the Meishan Road branch of Yujing Bank. Qinli smiled and nodded at him before stepping forward to shake hands. Chu Jingtai glanced at him, shook his hand, but didn't rise from his seat. Qinli felt no offense, yet Xiejin's expression soured slightly. Not giving his student respect equated to disrespecting their long-standing friendship, but he refrained from showing his displeasure. And this is Mi Tsong, Xiejin introduced the casually dressed man, now the operations director of Shangqing Group. Having never met Mi Tsong, Qinli was unaware of his specific responsibilities. Nevertheless, he extended his hand with a smile. While Chu Jingtai and Mi Tsong might disregard Xiejin, Qinli could not afford to do so. Firstly, Xiejin had helped him significantly, and thus, he felt obliged to show proper etiquette. Secondly, through Xiejin's introductions, Qinli began to surmise Xiejin's intentions today. He merely sought to pave a path for him, as both men were likely candidates to assist him in the future. While Qinli did not require their help, he still felt gratitude. However, in response to Qinli's outstretched hand, Mi Tsong remained firmly seated. Qinli thought to himself that these 2 were truly cut from the same cloth. Xie Jin's expression darkened, yet he held back his frustration. Qin Li broke the tension with a smile, saying, "Brother Xie, upon hearing you mention drinking, I hurried over." Xie Jin chuckled at this, appreciating his student. "It's Saturday, after all, and since there's nothing else going on, let's have your sister-in-law prepare some dishes for us to enjoy." At that moment, Chu Zhengtai interjected. "So who have we been waiting for? Is everyone here now?" Qin Li detected the impatience behind his words. He smiled, replying, "Brother Chu, I apologize, I was out and just returned." Mi Tsong chimed in cheerfully, "You should go out less, graduation is approaching." "I heard from Brother Xie that you're also working at Xiangqing Group? As a student?" Qin Li was aware that signing a tripartite agreement with Xiangqing Group was part of his future. He nodded, saying, "I work at Feiyin Live." Although Feiyin Live was smaller, it was nonetheless a promising sector. Mi Tsong advised, "Make sure to put in some effort. Even if it's Saturday and you don't have work, you could spend some time studying the business." Qin Li understood then that many people harbor the illusion that if you speak to them politely, they will be reasonable in return. These two belong to the type who take kindness for granted. Consequently, he chose to ignore them. Were it not for wanting to respect Xie Jin, he would have slapped them. Xie Jin's expression was equally grim. He, too, felt the urge to curse. He had invited these classmates to help Qin Li, yet they were relentless in their condescension without offering any support. Maintaining a serious demeanor, Xie Jin announced, "Let's head out for dinner." This time, the two men finally stood up. They moved to the dining table, and Qin Li retrieved the 2 bottles of Mao Tai from the coffee table. Tapping the bottles, he said, "Brother Xie, I know you enjoy white liquor, so I brought these along." Xie Jin laughed, saying, "Why do you waste your money, kid?" Qin Li smiled, replying, "Come. Let me pour you some." Chu Zhengtai placed his glass before Qin Li, saying, "Brother Xie is right. You're still a student. It's best to save your money." "Save money while putting your glass here for me to pour?" Qin Li was genuinely disgusted by this insufferable man. Unable to contain himself, he directly asked, "Do you have no shame?" Chu Zhengtai was taken aback, seemingly caught off guard. "What did you say?" Qin Li boldly repeated, "I asked if you have no shame. Did you hear me clearly? How can you be so deaf at such a young age?" This time, Chu Zhengtai understood, his face turning a deep shade of anger as he stood up to confront Xie Jin, saying, You, Brother Xie, what kind of student do you have? Are you going to manage this?" Qin Li stood at a height of 1.8 meters, aware that he couldn't match Chu Zhengtai physically, but he still had Xie Jin. Xie Jin looked at Qin Li with a sigh, but ultimately remained silent. What more could he say at this point? Manage Qin Li? He found his old classmate repugnant, stood up and addressed Qin Li, inquiring how such a person like him could enter Xiangqing Group and demanded an apology. Otherwise, he threatened to ensure Qin Li's unemployment by the next day. Their purpose for coming today was merely to enjoy a meal, yet they found themselves filled with anger instead. They had observed Xie Jin's lackluster performance over the years. Thus, upon entering this venue, they had no consideration for Xie Jin's pride. Qin Li was genuinely infuriated by these two fools. He swiftly retrieved his phone and declared, "You are Mi Tsong, correct? Just wait. I shall ensure your unemployment without needing to wait until tomorrow." He then dialed Tang Shuhan's number. At that moment, Tang Shuhan was also having dinner. Upon receiving Qin Li's call, she answered, "Hello, what's the matter?" Qin Li replied directly, "Tang Shuhan, your husband is being bullied." Chapter 78, The Capriciousness of Fate. Tang Shuhan surprisingly laughed at his words. Qin Li asked, "You can still be bullied?" While laughing, she expressed her curiosity, "Do tell. Is there someone named Mi Tsong that you know?" Qin Li inquired. After pondering, Tang Shuhan responded, "I don't know him. What's the issue?" Qin Li explained, "He claims to be the director of Xiangqing Group and threatens to have me fired by tomorrow. I am in quite a predicament. But tomorrow is Sunday. You wouldn't be working anyway," Tang Shuhan pointed out. All right, Qin Li conceded. Tang Shuhan teased him, saying, "A mere small director managed to bully you. Wait a moment, I will look into this, and soon I will ensure his unemployment." Excellent. By the way, there is also a vice president named Chu Zhengtai at the Meishan Road branch of Yujing Bank. Do you know him? Since the benefits of soft power were so enticing, Qin Li intended to sweep them all away. "I still don't know him, but I am acquainted with the president of Jinjiang Yujing's headquarters," Tang Shuhan remarked. "Should we ensure his unemployment as well?" "Indeed," Qin Li affirmed, "and let us see if we can uncover any dirt on this scoundrel, rendering him incapable of continuing. He is utterly disgusting, and I am thoroughly revolted." Tang Shuhan laughed again. All right, is there anything else? If not, I will hang up. Please make sure to offend some notable individuals next time. I haven't even heard of these two." Qin Li hung up and glanced at Mi Tsong and Chu Zhengtai, asking, "Aren't you two leaving? Do you wish to continue drinking Matai?" "Humph," Mi Tsong scoffed. He naturally did not believe that Qin Li possessed the capability to have him fired. Otherwise, Xie Jin would not need his assistance. However, Mi Tsong and Chu Zhengtai could no longer remain there. Both of them stormed out in anger. As they reached the door, Mitsung was about to open it when his phone rang. "Hello, President Lee." A man's voice came from the other end. "President Lee, it's me. What can I do for you?" "There's nothing much. Come back to the company tomorrow to pack your things." Mitsung was taken aback. Was he really being fired? When he looked at the phone again, he realized the call had been disconnected. Just as Chu Jingtai was about to inquire about the situation, his phone rang as well. "Hello, President. Chu Jingtai, you are suspected of accepting bribes and tampering with engineering loan documents." "President, that was you who asked me to. You signed it. Now I command you to eat dirt. Prepare for an investigation." The call ended abruptly, leaving Chu Jingtai in shock. At this moment, Qin Li approached the two from behind, wearing a smug expression, and said, "Feeling foolish, are we? TSK, perhaps you should refrain from drinking on Saturdays and instead focus on studying your business at home." He then raised his leg and kicked both of them out, closing the door with a swift motion. Qin Li exhaled deeply. Such individuals were truly revolting, and it was exceedingly satisfying to bring them down. Xie Jin stood behind him, observing the scene with a sigh. Qin Li turned around, draping an arm over Xie Jin's shoulder, and cheerfully remarked, "Brother Xie, it's best to part ways with such old classmates. They almost made us sick." Xie Jin replied helplessly, "I only wanted to help you. Knowing you are doing so well, why should I still invite them?" Qin Li stated, "I understand your intentions. Brother Xie, let us not allow them to dampen our spirits. Let us enjoy our drink." The two took their seats at the table. Xie Jin took a hearty swig of liquor and remarked, "These two were not like this before. It's truly disappointing now." Many individuals indeed change after graduation. The innocent camaraderie formed during school rarely withstands the tempests of society. Classmates who once played and laughed together may one day look down upon each other. The pure and lovely female classmate may someday become materialistic. Qin Li too restrained his smile and took a sip of his drink, pondering whether he and Zhang Lifan and Li Jiang would also change in such a manner. Xie Jin and Qin Li continued to toast and drink. Qin Li endeavored to share some cheerful topics with him. Although fewer in number, the ambience remained harmonious. They drank until past 9 o'clock. Once the 2 bottles of Matai were empty, Xie Jin could no longer hold on. After assisting Xie Jin into the house, Qin Li took his leave. The night air was somewhat chilly. Although Qin Li was not drunk, he chose to have Qi Ryu drive. He directed her to take him straight to his spacious apartment in Shuiyu Huaqing. He did not intend to return to school that night. In Jingxiua Court, Zheng Ro and Yang Xingyan finished their meal. Zheng Ro had just tidied up the dishes when her phone, placed aside, rang. She glanced at the caller ID and saw it was a female doctor from their department. Wiping her hands, she answered the call. "Hello, Dr. Liu." "Ah, Director Zheng. Did you see the news?" Zheng Ro asked in confusion. "What news?" "I haven't seen it." "Oh my, Lu Xiangwei was in a car accident this afternoon." "You must check it out," Dr. Liu urged. Upon hearing about Lu Xiangwei's accident, Zheng Ro's heart sank. She quickly hung up and opened a news app, searching for Lu Xiangwei from the Second People's Hospital. The first news article she encountered was a scandal exposing Lu Xiangwei's misconduct, including accepting bribes, engaging in inappropriate relations with Fu Ting, and coercing patients' families into relations, among others. After reading, Zheng Ro gasped in shock. She never anticipated Lu Xiangwei could be so depraved. She quickly closed the article, only to find another news piece stating that Lu Xiangwei, facing imminent investigation, fled in fear of punishment, and while driving towards the airport, collided with a factory truck. The truck driver was severely injured and currently undergoing treatment, with risks of becoming a vegetable. Lu Xiangwei died on the spot. After reading the news, Zheng Ro felt her limbs turn cold. Lu Xiangwei was dead. Then a thought suddenly crossed her mind. Could this incident be orchestrated by Qin Li? However, she quickly shook her head. Qin Li had wealth and a promising future. He had no need to take such risks. Furthermore, the news stated it was merely an accident. Yet, Zheng Ro was unaware that the truck driver was named Lu Yaoxiang. Zheng Ro opened the hospital's software again and noticed a new announcement. She read the notice, which detailed the disciplinary actions against Lu Xiangwei and Fu Ting. Lu Xiangwei was under investigation, while Fu Ting was directly dismissed. Lu Xiangwei ultimately chose to flee in fear of punishment, leading to his demise. After reading all this, Zheng Ro sighed. She did not pity Lu Xiangwei. His actions were shocking and utterly unworthy of sympathy. She merely felt that fate was capricious. Earlier that morning, Lu Xiangwei's antics had frightened her into contemplating resignation, yet by evening, the situation had drastically changed. She glanced around at her comfortable home, realizing that all her changes were brought about by Qin Li. Chapter 79, The Aggrieved Qi Ryu. In Shuiyu Huaqing, on Sunday morning, Qin Li was awakened by the ringing of his phone. Groggily answering the call, he muttered, "Hello, who is this?" "Your father." Upon hearing the words, Qin Li nearly cursed aloud. Who on earth would bother him so early in the morning? Yet, upon opening his eyes and glancing at the phone screen, His anger dissipated instantly. It was indeed his father. Qin Li weakly inquired, "Dad, why are you calling so early?" His father, dissatisfied, replied, "What do you mean early? What time is it? Have you grown increasingly lazy?" Qin Li checked the time on his phone, 5:55 a.m. Good heavens, is this not early? Am I supposed to rise to catch ghosts? However, he understood that his father was accustomed to an early-to-bed, early-to-rise routine. With resignation, Qin Li responded, "Dad, I am still growing and need ample sleep. If you have something to say, please do so quickly." "Growing? Nonsense," his father retorted before continuing. "I was just asking if you're coming home for the May Day holiday." May Day? With his father's reminder, Qin Li suddenly realized that the holiday was just a few days away. He hesitantly replied, "I suppose I will return. The school will definitely be closed. And Xiangcheng Group will also be on break. Most likely, he would be heading home. Just come back. I'll wait for you to help with the irrigation. I can't manage on my own since no one is switching shifts with me. Your mother is becoming increasingly pampered and complains about being tired after doing any work," his father remarked. Qin Li thought to himself, so you want me to come home to work? The family farm was quite extensive, over 20 acres planted with wheat. Irrigating it would take at least a day and a night. Solely relying on his father was certainly insufficient. Qin Li meekly added, "Dad, I'm also quite pampered." "You can choose," his father coolly replied. "Take a beating or do some work." Without hesitation, Qin Li declared, "I'll do the work." "Very well," his father said. "I'm off to prepare breakfast. Your mother is becoming lazier by the day. She hasn't even made breakfast and is still asleep." His father continued to ramble as he hung up. Qin Li internally scoffed. "Who resembles an old workhorse like you? Aside from labor, you know nothing else. How could my mother, such a sharp-witted woman, tire you out?" However, thinking about himself, Qin Li sighed deeply. He could pretend to be a billionaire, yet he still had to endure familial labor. Why was his life so miserable? With such turmoil, Qin Li lost all desire to sleep. Since he was awake, he might as well disturb someone else. He picked up his phone and dialed Qi Ryu. After a moment, Qi Ryu's weary voice came through. "Hello, boss. What is up?" It was evident she was still groggy. Qin Li cleared his throat, adopting a serious tone. "Qi Ryu, do you see what time it is? How are you still asleep? You, an employee, sleep more than your boss. How will you have a bright future like this?" Qi Ryu was startled by his words. Fearing she had overslept, she jumped out of bed and glanced at the wall clock, 6:03 a.m. Good heavens, so early. Were you awakened by a full bladder? Qi Ryu's mind raced with thoughts. Why the silence? Did you fall back asleep again? Little Qi, I'm not saying this to you lightly. When working, you must exhibit the demeanor of an employee. Sitting on her bed, Qi Ryu listened to his continuous chatter, feeling utterly helpless. "Boss, what on earth do you want?" She interrupted. Qin Li instructed, "Get dressed, accompany me for breakfast. I'll give you 10 minutes. If you're late by even a minute, you'll owe me a joke. Eat your sister." Qi Ryu nearly exclaimed in frustration. Yet, in the end, she chose to comply. Obeying orders was her duty. After hanging up, she got out of bed, dressed, and washed up. As she cleaned herself, she felt aggrieved. Being a pig would be preferable to being Qin Li's subordinate. A pig could sleep as long as it wished. After tormenting Qi Ryu, Qin Li leisurely began to dress. Just as he finished brushing his teeth, the doorbell rang. "Hey," quite prompt. Qin Li, toothbrush in mouth, ambled over to open the door. There stood a disheveled Qi Ryu. Upon seeing her like this, toothbrush in hand, Qin Li grinned and said so fast, "Open your mouth. Let the boss see if you've brushed your teeth." Qi Ryu. Qin Li was not afraid of her arguing back, but he dreaded her ignoring him altogether. That would be utterly dull. He resumed brushing his teeth in the bathroom. When he emerged, he found Qi Ryu sprawled on the sofa, asleep. "So tired? Did you sneak out last night?" Qin Li approached and playfully slapped her rear. Qi Ryu jolted awake immediately. Qin Li, with a sense of righteousness, questioned, "What did you do last night? You look so drained." Qi Ryu, with a hint of grievance, replied, "After you left Xiejin's place, I noticed you were being followed. I escorted you home and then dealt with it." "Being followed? By whom?" Qin Li inquired. Qi Ryu explained, "Two thugs. After some questioning, I found out their boss is Mi Kong. That scoundrel Mi Tsong even dared to hire someone to take a hit on him. How did you deal with it?" Qin Li asked. Qi Ryu replied, "I went to his house and gave him a beating. He should be in the hospital now." Only then did Qin Li realize he had wronged her. She had indeed been busy until midnight. Nodding, he said, "All right. I'll transfer you 1 million later as compensation for your wounded spirit." Qin Li's way of apologizing was rather blunt. Upon hearing the figure of 1 million, Qi Ryu finally perked up. However, she thought for a moment and added, "Boss, after the incident at the market, many of Qin Tang's security personnel have been lurking around you. Should I provide you with their contact information?" Qin Li shot her a glance, immediately discerning her ulterior motives. "No need. I prefer to keep directing you." Qi Ryu. After getting ready, Qinli indeed transferred 1 million to her. Qi Ryu looked at her balance and finally smiled. This generous trait of her boss was his only redeeming quality. Qinli then took Qi Ryu downstairs for breakfast. Upon descending, Qinli realized just how early it truly was. Dawn had barely broken. Numerous breakfast shops lined the streets outside Shui Yu Huacheng. Qinli selected one that was already open, and they finished their meal by 7 a.m. At last, the day had begun to brighten. Qi Ryu inquired, "Boss, what are today's plans?" Qinli led her toward the parking lot, saying, "We're going to take a stroll around Yang Yue's place." Since discovering she seemed to be struggling after leaving Mingzhu, he thought it would be a good opportunity to check in on her. Qi Ryu hesitantly asked, "Boss, may I ask you a question?" Qinli glanced at her and nodded. "Of course, I am quite democratic." Given the permission, Qi Ryu voiced her curiosity, "Boss, don't you find it exhausting to date every day as if you're rushing from one event to another?" Indeed, Qinli's schedule felt quite packed. Just the day before, he had returned from Tianjiang with Tang Shuhan, and today he was accompanying Yang Xingyun home, only to visit Yang Yue again. Qi Ryu felt exhausted just thinking about it for him. Qinli, with a tone of indignation, retorted, "Is this something you should be asking? Qi Ryu, wasn't democracy promised? Did I mishear? My life is so miserable. In my next life, I'd rather be a pig." Chapter 80. Do you want a piece? Qi Ryu was driving a Bentley Mulsanne, with Qinli in the passenger seat, as they headed straight for Yang Yue's residence in Tianjiang. Along the way, Qinli, sitting in the passenger seat, idly played a match-3 game. Qi Ryu stole a glance, internally scoffing at his childishness. After a while, feeling increasingly frustrated as he could not pass a level, Qinli turned off his phone, leaned back in his seat, and stared intently at Qi Ryu as she drove. Qi Ryu caught this out of the corner of her eye, and an uneasy feeling crept over her. Yet, Qinli remained silent, his gaze fixed upon her without blinking. Could no longer restrain her curiosity and inquired, "Boss, what is the matter with you?" Qinli casually replied, "I just suddenly think you are quite attractive." Her heart raced, and she immediately responded, I am not, boss, it's merely your delusion. I am not as wealthy as Tang Shuhan, nor as clever as Yang Xingyun, not as alluring as Yang Yue, and I certainly do not possess the gentleness of Su Yuanin. I am even less endowed than Jiang Eileen. I am not capable." Qinli was amused by her response and remarked, "You possess quite a degree of self-awareness." Retorted, "If I am to be mocked, so be it. It is far better than being subjected to hidden rules." Suddenly, Qinli called out, "Ryu," felt like crying. What good could come from him calling her that? Was this lecherous boss experiencing a spring fever today? She dryly responded, "What is it?" Qinli inquired with interest, "Do you consider me a scoundrel?" Nearly blurted out an affirmative. However, she had long been on guard, knowing this rogue boss excelled at fishing for confessions. Thus, she hurriedly shook her head. Observing her despondent expression, Qinli placed his hands behind his head and stated, "In truth, I am not a scoundrel." Silently thought to herself, "That is quite the contrary." Qinli continued, "I merely have a heart shattered into many pieces, each piece loving a different person." Was left speechless. Qinli, looking at her with a mischievous glint, asked, "Would you like a piece?" "I would like a piece, and then I will fry you into chips." Pressed the gas pedal to the floor, unable to bear it any longer. This rascal had indeed lost his senses. After teasing his subordinate all the way, Qinli energetically exited the vehicle upon arrival. Let out a long sigh of relief. It had been an ordeal. In Shuihua, this was the neighborhood where Yang Yue resided. Following the address provided by, Qinli arrived at Building 7, Apartment 201. He raised his hand and knocked on the door. After a moment, the door was opened from within. Yang Yue was clearly still waking up, her hair disheveled and her eyes half closed, clad in pajamas that were modest and not at all revealing. Upon seeing Qinli standing at the door, she immediately became alert. "Qinli, what brings you here?" Qinli smiled and replied, "Teacher Yang, is it not normal for a student to visit their teacher?" Yang Yue shot him a glance and retorted, "If you had brought some fruit, I might have believed you." Qinli laughed heartily. Realizing she was still in her pajamas and had not washed her face, Yang Yue blushed slightly and said, "Come in and take a seat. I will go change." Qinli nodded and settled onto the living room sofa while Yang Yue retreated to her bedroom to change. Sitting on the sofa, Qinli observed the small apartment. It was a one-bedroom with a living room, kitchen, and bathroom, yet it was tidy and well kept. Additionally, there were some potted plants on the balcony. While Qinli was surveying the surroundings, a cat unexpectedly appeared from nowhere and jumped into his lap. His teacher had a cat? He picked up the feline and examined it. It was a black and white British short hair, round and plump, with short, dense fur, a large head, and a round face, a rather charming creature. Cradling the cat, Qinli earnestly asked, "What is your name?" The cat remained silent. Qinli declared, "From this day forth, you shall be called to Shui Bai. Do you understand?" Just then, Yang Yiwei emerged from her bedroom, witnessing this self-absorbed scene. Rolling her eyes, she interjected. Her name is Yitu. Yitu? Qin Li lifted the cat higher for a better look, confirming it was indeed a female cat. Yang Yiwei quickly washed up in the bathroom. Upon returning, she poured Qin Li a glass of water and asked, Qin Li, is there something you need from me today? Nothing in particular, Qin Li boldly replied. I just felt an overwhelming desire to see you after waking up this morning. Yang Yiwei found it hard to believe. How did you know I lived here? My bodyguards informed me. Qin Li candidly explained. They have been living nearby all along. Your bodyguards? Yang Yiwei replied, somewhat irked. Qin Li, are you surveilling me? Qin Li shook his head and responded, I am protecting you. Do you think your mother-in-law would let this go? She has sent several groups of people here, all of whom have been intercepted by my bodyguards. Since returning from the sales office that day, Yang Yiwei had broken up with her ex-boyfriend, Ahui. Ahui, being inherently weak, had not pursued her excessively due to Qin Li's intimidation. Instead, it was Ai Hui's mother who had come over several times to cause a scene, even making threats. Yet ultimately, nothing seemed to have occurred. Thus, while Yang Yiwei felt mentally exhausted from the ordeal, she had not been overly concerned for her safety. It was only today that Qin Li's words made her realize that it was not that Ai Hui's mother hadn't sent anyone. Rather, they had all been stopped by Qin Li. Yang Yiwei sighed and said, I apologize, Qin Li, I overreacted just now. Qin Li, stroking the cat, found it odd to hear her apologize. He said, Teacher Yang, I did not come here to hear your apologies or gratitude. I merely heard you wish to return to Yanjing. Yang Yiwei glanced at him and replied, Indeed, you seem to know everything. I initially transferred to Jinjiang to prepare for my wedding. Now that I have broken up, there is no point in staying here. It is better to return to Yanjing to accompany my parents. Jinjiang is not solely defined by one man, Qin Li remarked. A change of leading man might render the story more compelling. Yang Yiwei gave him a helpless glance. Her student was indeed bold and straightforward. Then, Qin Li, who is this new leading man you speak of? Qin Li smiled at her and suddenly asked, Teacher Yang, do you enjoy reading online novels? Yang Yiwei was puzzled by his sudden question but nodded. I read them during university. That is good. Qin Li smiled and continued. If there were a novel featuring both me and your ex-boyfriend, who do you think would be the protagonist? Yang Yiwei found his peculiar line of thought amusing. This mischievous student seemed to possess a peculiar way of thinking, yet it was intriguing. After taking a sip of water, she hesitantly replied, Qin Li, I understand your intention, but I am somewhat fatigued and do not wish to consider such matters right now. Qin Li nodded and remarked, not only are you fatigued, but you may also find it hard to breathe. Yang Yiwei looked at him in confusion. Qin Li pointed to her oversized shirt and said, through my extensive observations, it appears you have worn your shirt inside out. Hearing this, Yang Yiwei hurriedly looked down. Indeed, she had been too hasty earlier, and the shirt was particularly large, leading to her mistake. Feeling embarrassed in front of her student, she shot Qin Li a glare, her face flushed, and hurried back to her bedroom to change. Yang Yiwei quickly changed her clothes, but emerged still slightly blushing. Qin Li, have you had breakfast? I will prepare something. Qin Li recalled the oily fried dough, soy milk, and tofu pudding he had shared with and let out a satisfied burp. He then replied, I haven't. Chapter 81, Blue Danube Waltz. Yang Yiwei prepared a few fried eggs, toasted some bread, and heated 2 cups of milk. Concerned that Qin Li might not have enough to eat, she even prepared a double portion for him. Upon seeing the spread, Qin Li regretted saying he had not eaten. He had only claimed to skip breakfast to spend time with the beautiful teacher, not for the sake of food. However, seeing her expectant gaze, he could only grit his teeth and eat. As he stuffed himself with fried eggs, he also made sure to shower her with compliments. By the end of the meal, Qin Li felt as if he might burst. In the span of an hour, 2 meals were consumed. I must say, the art of courting is indeed a formidable challenge. Qin Li languished in his chair and inquired, Teacher Yang, do you have any plans for today? Yang Yiwei shook her head and responded, what is the matter? How about giving me some extra lessons? Qin Li replied with a smile. Yang Yiwei remarked, I teach college students about career guidance. I assume you are not troubled by employment issues, right? Qin Li refuted, No. I was referring to learning the piano. I have recently developed a keen interest in it and would like to ask Teacher Yang to teach me. Upon hearing this, Yang Yiwei was taken aback and exclaimed, How did you know I could play the piano? Qin Li pointed to her fingers and explained, I observed your fingers. Although they are delicate and beautiful, they are slightly broad and flat. A characteristic only seen in those who have played the piano for an extended period. Yang Yiwei lifted her hand to inspect it, realizing that Qin Li's observation was indeed accurate, though the change was subtle. Well, I do play the piano, she conceded, I must admit. Your powers of observation are quite sharp. Qin Li, brimming with anticipation, asked, May I formally hire you as my piano teacher? I have been particularly eager to learn an instrument. Yang Yiwei, who loved playing the piano, had not touched one since arriving in Jinjiang. Hearing Qin Li mention the piano stirred a longing within her, yet she remained somewhat skeptical about his genuine desire to learn. Thus, she directly questioned, "Is it truly just about learning the piano?" "Of course," Qin Li asserted with conviction. After discerning that he was not lying, Yang Yue nodded and declared, "All right, I agree. Then let us first procure a piano today. There are no pianos at Shuiyu Huaqing, so Teacher Yang can help me select one," Qin Li suggested with enthusiasm. Upon hearing this, Yang Yue stood up and said, "Wait for me a moment. I need to apply some makeup." Qin Li nodded. Although Yang Yue was beautiful without makeup, it was a rite of passage for women to adorn themselves before going out. As Yang Yue entered her bedroom, Qin Li secretly exhaled in relief. Truth be told, pursuing Yang Yue was indeed daunting, even more so than with Tang Shuhan. The first challenge lay in the fact that they had little prior interaction. This was only their third meeting. The second was the sensitivity of their respective statuses, compounded by Yang Yue's strong principles. Thus, it was destined to be a protracted endeavor. Fortunately, Qin Li was not in a rush. The only strategy he could devise was to cater to her interests. Moreover, he had discovered a potential breakthrough. Learning the piano was the perfect pretext to draw closer to Yang Yue. Reflecting on this, Qin Li glanced at the television in the living room. He had noticed a photograph of Yang Yue playing the piano there when he first arrived. It was the sole picture in the entire living room, which led him to deduce her passion for the instrument. The observations about her finger shape were entirely fabricated, a clever disguise to seem more astute. The time taken for a woman to prepare herself is indeed lengthy. Qin Li waited from 8:10 until past 9 o'clock before Yang Yue emerged, sporting a light makeup. She had also changed her attire, replacing her casual t-shirt with a black long-sleeve blouse and pairing it with jeans and high heels. This unique combination, typically difficult for others to pull off, exuded a certain allure on Yang Yue. "Let us go," Yang Yue said, grabbing her bag at the door. Qin Li nodded, and they descended the stairs, leading her directly to the parking space of a Bentley Mulsanne. Upon seeing the silver Bentley, Yang Yue queried, "Qin Li, have you changed your car?" The last time she saw him at Shuiyu Huaqing, he was driving a black McLaren. Qin Li opened the passenger door for her, saying, "It belongs to someone else. I borrowed it for a spin." Yang Yue nodded, not asking further questions. As Qin Li drove out of Shuihua, he asked, "Teacher Yang, where shall we go to purchase a piano?" After a moment's thought, Yang Yue replied, "I've heard that there's a reputable piano store, Hein Xinhang, in Jinjiang. Let us go take a look." Qin Li activated the navigation system, and they headed straight for Hein Xinhang. After more than half an hour of driving, they finally arrived at the piano store indicated by the GPS. Qin Li parked the car, and they stepped out, entering the establishment. Hein Xinhang was expansive, filled with a myriad of piano brands. Upon entering, Yang Yue's face lit up with a smile at the sight of the pianos. A staff member in a black uniform hurried over, greeting them. "Good day. Are you here to look at pianos?" Yang Yue nodded and inquired, "Do you have Steinway pianos?" The staff member, upon hearing her request, enthusiastically replied, "Of course, please follow me." Steinway is undoubtedly a premier brand in the piano world, renowned for its commitment to crafting the finest pianos. This relentless pursuit of excellence has resulted in instruments of extraordinary quality, captivating even the most discerning pianists. However, the price is naturally steep. As they followed the staff member to view the pianos, Yang Yue quietly informed Qin Li of the pricing concerns regarding Steinway. Qin Li had no objections to her choice. After all, he was not short on funds. Why settle for something inferior? Yang Yue recognized his financial freedom, which is why she recommended the Steinway brand. Pianos differ from other items. The adage, the more expensive, the better, certainly applies. Thus, for those of affluence, should they harbor a fondness for pianos, they would undoubtedly opt for the finest. "Sir, madam, this is a brand new Steinway model grand piano. Its artistry, power, and passion and performance are nothing short of breathtaking, suitable for both home and concert settings," the staff member introduced while pointing to a piano. Yang Yue gazed at the Steinway grand piano with longing in her eyes and asked, "May I try it?" "Of course," the staff member replied without hesitation. Assisting in lifting the piano lid, Yang Yue handed her bag to Qin Li and seated herself at the piano. After familiarizing herself with the instrument, she began to play. The melodious notes resonated, filling the air with the enchanting strains of the Blue Danube. As the beautiful melody flowed, Yang Yue seemed to cast aside all worries, immersing herself entirely in the world of music. Seated at the piano, she appeared rejuvenated, her spirit vibrant and her charm radiating. Qin Li watched this scene with a smile, recognizing the confident and alluring woman he had first encountered, in stark contrast to the despondent demeanor she had displayed that morning. As the piece concluded, Yang Yue caressed the black and white keys, her heart brimming with affection. Given her family background, she could never afford such an exquisite piano. The Steinway, in terms of tone, quality, and comfort, was the finest she had ever experienced. Qin Li noticed her delight and addressed the nearby sales representative. I'll take this one. What is the price? The sales representative, thrilled by Qin Li's decisiveness, responded eagerly, Sir, this Steinway model grand piano retails for 1.65 million yuan. But I can attempt to negotiate a discount with the manager. 1.65 million. Yang Yue gasped, fully aware that Steinway pianos were expensive. But the price exceeded what she could possibly afford. Qin Li nodded. Yes, please inquire. Although he was indifferent to more than a million, he was not a fool. Why not take advantage of a discount? The salesperson nodded and hurried away. Observing the salesperson's departure, Qin Li, feigning ignorance, inquired, Teacher Yang, how does this piano feel? It feels absolutely wonderful, Yang Yue replied, her excitement palpable, before hesitatingly adding, but the price. Price is not an issue, Qin Li smiled. As long as the piano is satisfactory. Yang Yue shot him a glance, thinking to herself that it was easy for him to dismiss the price. Soon, the salesperson returned. Sir, our manager has stated that the lowest price for this piano is 1.6 million, but we can include maintenance tools and cover the delivery service. All right. If we can reduce it by 50,000, then let it be, Qin Li readily agreed, producing his bank card for payment. After the transaction was completed, he provided the address of Shui Yuhua Cheng and his contact information, urging them to deliver it by noon. Satisfied with the salesperson's nod, Qin Li left the piano store with Yang Yue. As they stepped outside, the system's voice chimed in. Ding. The host has spent 1,600,000 within an hour. Would you like to use the carnival shopping cart? Qin Li silently selected yes. Ding. The host has spent 1,600,000 within an hour. Using the carnival shopping card will double the cashback on 1,000,000. The random multiplier has been generated, 35. The system has deposited 35,000,000 into the host's bank account ending in 6690. Please check. System notification. All funds are sourced legitimately. Feel free to spend. 35 million. While this was less than his previous 2 windfalls, Qin Li felt content. He had acquired a Steinway piano and profited over 30 million. What more could he possibly desire? At that moment, the balance in his bank account approached 70 million. Another small goal was about to be achieved. As they got into the car, Qin Li glanced at the time. It was nearly 11 o'clock. He turned to her and said, Teacher Yang, let us dine out. The piano can be delivered after we return. Yang Yue nodded, her spirits high at the thought of frequently playing such a fine piano. Do you have any recommendations? Qin Li asked. Yang Yue pondered for a moment before asking, Qin, can you handle spicy food? Qin Li responded, Isn't that a question I once posed to Tang Shihan? Are you taking me to eat spicy hot pot? He nodded, revealing his fondness for spicy cuisine. Yang Yue smiled and suggested, How about we have hot pot? I know a particularly good beef oil hot pot restaurant. What is it called? I'll navigate us there, Qin Li inquired. Without hesitation, Yang Yue replied, Dong Xianqing Hot Pot. Qin Li began to set the navigation and drove straight to the hot pot restaurant, located not far from Jinjiang University. It was understandable. Yang Yue likely hadn't explored far since arriving. When they reached the hot pot restaurant, it was still before 11:30. Being lunchtime, there weren't many customers. Qin Li chose a quiet table by the window, pulled out Yang Yue's chair, and placed her bag aside, assuming the role of carrying it. He displayed a commendable awareness for a young man accompanying a lady shopping. The waiter brought the menu, which Qin Li handed to Yang Yue. After she selected her preferred dishes, Qin Li added several plates of beef, pork rolls, and his favorite tripe. Believing that hot pot was primarily about the meat, the vegetables were simply uninteresting. Soon, all the dishes were wheeled over by the waiter. As the pot was set up, both eagerly tossed the ingredients inside. Noticing Yang Yue's cheerful demeanor, Qin Li teased, Teacher Yang, your smile makes you even more enchanting. Yang Yue playfully nudged him, Qin, you're being mischievous again. Qin Li chuckled, I merely speak the truth. Estimating that the time was right, he used his chopsticks to place a pork roll into her bowl. Thank you, Yang Yue said sweetly, happily dipping the pork roll in sauce before tasting it. Qin Li only served her one piece, watching her intently. Noticing his gaze, Yang Yue's face flushed slightly. Why are you just watching me eat? You should eat too, she urged. Qin Li nodded. I was just checking to see if it was cooked. It appears it is. Yang Yue rolled her eyes at him, thinking how cheeky he was for making her test it. Qin Li laughed heartily and then dug in. Plates of food slid into the pot and subsequently into their mouths. This hot pot restaurant was indeed commendable, with fresh ingredients that delighted both diners. As Yang Yue began to perspire, Qin Li offered her a napkin to wipe her brow. Surprised by his gesture, she momentarily froze, feeling heat rise to her cheeks. However, Qin Li remained natural, insisting, Don't just sit there, eat up. We must finish everything to avoid waste. Oh, right, Yang Yue nodded, resuming her meal. Qin Li felt a surge of joy. After finishing their meal, he was quite full. Having eaten twice in the morning and now this substantial lunch, he worried about gaining weight. Would the handsome Qin Li transform into a portly figure? After satisfying their hunger, Qin Li took the initiative to settle the bill, which came to 218. This price was reasonable for a hot pot meal. Once they exited, they got back into the car, this time heading back to Shui Yuhuacheng. Yet, as soon as they were on the road, the system notification chimed again. Ding. You have enjoyed a meal with an exquisite beauty. System reward, 1 random draw. Would you like to draw now? Another opportunity for a draw. 2 system rewards in 1 morning. Qin Li was thrilled beyond measure. As he started the car, he mentally selected yes. The spinning wheel of fortune reappeared. Observing it, Qin Li felt a mix of amusement and disbelief. After his previous dining experience with Zheng Rou, he realized this wheel was rather dubious. The wheel began to spin. 10 million soft currency, a skill card, 1 property, and 1 luxury car. The rewards were strikingly similar to the last time. The wheel continued to turn, and for added engagement, it required him to shout stop. Ultimately, it landed on the skill card. The skill card would bestow a skill upon the host, while the functional card, as far as Qin Li could ascertain, appeared to only be usable by others. Ding. Congratulations, the host has obtained a skill card. The random skill is being generated. Ding. Congratulations, the host has acquired professional level piano performance skills. Indeed. Qin Li smirked, thinking, if this isn't rigged, then I'll eat my words. Having just purchased a piano, he had now received professional level piano skills. Could anything be more extravagant than this? Yet he recognized that the system was elevating his status. The concept of a perfect life was being flawlessly executed by this system. Qin Li's main grievance lay with the spinning wheel. If it was already rigged, why make him shout stop? It made him feel foolish. Upon returning to Shui Yuhuacheng, Yang Yue had been there once before, so the initial awe of the mansion had faded. However, lying on the sofa, she still felt an immense sense of comfort. This place is infinitely superior to the modest room I rented. Just consider the 2 expansive floor-to-ceiling windows. When the sun shines brightly, I can lounge on the sofa and bask in its warmth. Truly perfect. Yang Yue lazily reclines on the sofa, her flawless figure on full display. Qin Li pours her a glass of water and sets it on the coffee table. Teacher, be careful not to gain weight if you lie around after a meal. I'm not worried, she replies with a smile. I belong to the type that doesn't gain weight. After spending the morning together, Yang Yue's initial resistance to Qin Li has notably diminished. Furthermore, returning to Shui Yuhuacheng has dispelled any lingering sense of alienation she once felt. Thus, she lies on the sofa, soaking up the sunlight, while Qin Li sits nearby, engaging her in casual conversation. A while later, the workers from the piano shop arrive to deliver the instrument. However, they cannot enter Shui Yuhuacheng without permission. The security at the entrance calls Qin Li, who grants them access. Once they have carried the piano upstairs, Qin Li opens the door to welcome them in and designates a spot for it. He ultimately decides to place it in the living room, given its spaciousness and excellent view, which can easily accommodate the grand piano. After the piano is set up and tuned, Qin Li sees the workers out. Yang Yue is already seated at the piano, her face beaming with joy. To facilitate her practice, Qin Li has requested 2 piano stools. Observing her eager expression, he knows she is passionate about the piano and likely cannot resist playing a few notes. Teacher Yang, please play a piece for me to enjoy. Okay, she readily agrees. Opening the piano lid and beginning to play. The melodious notes resonate throughout the living room, her hands gliding over a world-class piano. Her gaze drifts to the beautiful scenery of Renmin Park outside the floor-to-ceiling windows. As she plays, her heart feels as if it has been emptied, and she is enveloped in a sense of ethereal joy. This exquisite feeling surpasses even her experiences at the music store. When the piece concludes, Yang Yue remains unsatisfied. Yet she is aware of her responsibilities. She turns to Qin Li, who is seated on the sofa, and says, Qin, let us start our piano lessons. Qin Li nods and sits beside her. They are in close proximity, and he can distinctly smell the enchanting fragrance of her perfume, leading to unavoidably frequent contact. Although Yang Yue blushes at first, she understands that such closeness is unavoidable. She begins by teaching him the finger techniques essential for playing the piano, the most fundamental aspect of learning. Despite his professional level piano skills, Qin Li behaves as a novice. Yang Yue gently guides his hands, helping him familiarize himself with the correct finger positioning. The delightful sensation of her cool, delicate hands makes Qin Li feel that this piano was indeed worth every penny. To enjoy more contact with Yang Yue, he not only pretends to be a beginner, but also acts as a particularly clumsy one. After half an hour of instruction, he appears to have grasped the basics. Yang Yue, seeing his progress and the nimbleness of his fingers, expresses her satisfaction. Qin, you have quite a talent. Qin Li responds, is this really all that impressive? Am I not taking advantage of the situation? Next, Yang Yue teaches him about sheet music and piano keys. Although Qin Li understands these concepts, he listens attentively and occasionally asks questions. This teaching session continues until after 3 in the afternoon. Yang Yue is quite pleased with his attitude towards learning, and her initial wariness towards him diminishes significantly. After all, how could one not take their piano studies seriously? Even if his intentions were to woo her, such patience is commendable. However, Qin Li indeed possesses that patience and even finds joy in the process, feeling as though he could continue indefinitely. As the clock approaches 3:30, he proactively suggests, "Teacher Yang, why don't you take a break?" Yang Yue nods, realizing that she has been seated for quite some time and is indeed a bit fatigued. She nestles back into the incredibly comfortable sofa. Qin Li pours her another glass of water and says, "Teacher Yang, I'd like to discuss something with you." Hearing this, Yang Yue replies lazily, Go ahead." Qin Li explains, "As you know, I'm still a student, and I spend most of my time in the dormitory." He gestures towards the house and continues, "Consequently, I rarely stay here. How about you move in? I can come to practice piano when I have time. And you can help me take care of the plants on the terrace." Using the plants as an excuse was a plan Qin Li had devised long ago. Knowing from the flowers at her place that she has a fondness for such greenery, Yang Yue appears somewhat tempted by the suggestion, as she enjoys flowers and truly relishes her time playing the piano here. However, after careful consideration, she ultimately declines. If she were to live here, it would complicate her relationship with Qin Li. "No need, Qin. It wouldn't be convenient for me to live here. I can come by to teach you whenever you have time." Yet, she admits, "I genuinely cannot manage the plants on the terrace." Qin Li offers a compromise. "How about this, Teacher Yang? I'll give you the access code to this apartment, so you can come over to play the piano and help me take care of the plants." This time, Yang Yue does not hastily refuse. After some thought, she nods in agreement. "That works." Qin Li smiles and promptly shares the access code with her. Checking the time, he says, "Teacher Yang, I have some matters to attend to. Let us conclude our session for today. I'll transfer your fee." He takes out his phone and directly transfers 30,000 yuan to Yang Yue. Surprised by the amount, she exclaims, "Qin, why are you transferring so much to me?" 10,000 for an hour, that's my fee. If you think it's too little, I can increase it later," Qin Li replies. Yang Yue quickly shakes her head. 10,000 an hour. That amount could probably hire a piano master. She certainly does not feel underpaid. Rising to his feet, Qin Li says, "All right then, Teacher Yang. Please rest here. I have to step out for a bit and want to be back tonight. If you don't want to go home, you're welcome to stay in one of the bedrooms." As Qin Li prepares to leave, Yang Yue feels awkward about lingering and stands to say, "Then I'll head back." No, just relax, Teacher Yang. I'll be on my way." After waving goodbye with a smile, Qin Li exits. He indeed has business to attend to. He needs to pick up Yang Xingyun from Jinxiuhuading. With Qin Li gone, Yang Yue is left alone in the luxurious living room. She glances around, feeling a twinge of envy for this exquisite space. Climbing the stairs, she reaches the terrace, where the flower beds are in full bloom. Seeing the vibrant flowers, a smile spreads across her face once more. She fills a watering can and begins to tend to them gently. Qin Li arrives at the parking lot and sends a WeChat message to Qiryu. It will take over an hour to reach Jinxiuhuading. He opts to have Qiryu drive. After sitting at the piano for so long, he feels a bit weary. Qiryu drives swiftly as always. A few minutes later, they arrived at the parking lot. However, she looked at Qin Li with a hint of fear in her eyes, her heart fluttering with unease. She was uncertain whether her boss's urges had subsided. "What kind of expression is that?" Qin Li inquired, noticing the peculiarity in Qiryu's gaze. Taken aback by his keen observation, Qiryu quickly averted her eyes and replied, "Nothing, boss. Where are we headed?" Qin Li refrained from probing further and took his seat in the back of the Bentley, stating, "To Jinxiuhuading." Qiryu suppressed a smirk. It was clear he was rushing to the next event. As Qiryu drove out of Shuiyuhuacheng, she caught a glimpse of Qin Li in the rearview mirror, appearing to doze off. Finally, she felt a sense of relief. She had preserved her virtue. Qin Li, indifferent to her, was a welcome reprieve for her. Thus she remained silent throughout the journey, driving swiftly and steadily to ensure his comfort. An hour later, they arrived at Jinxiuhuading. Qiryu parked the car and gently roused Qin Li from his slumber. He stepped out, stretching lazily, feeling refreshed after the ride in the luxurious Bentley. He then took the elevator to room 1601 and rang the doorbell. Shortly, Yang Xingyun opened the door, and upon seeing Qin Li, she joyfully exclaimed and leaped into his embrace. Qin Li chuckled, holding her as they entered the living room, only to notice that Zheng Ro was absent. He turned to Yang Xingyun, saying, "Come, let daddy give you a kiss." Yang Xingyun beamed at him and willingly offered a sweet kiss. Their affections led them from the doorway to the sofa, where Qin Li felt a fiery desire igniting within him as he savored the soft caress of the little enchantress's tongue and her alluring figure. He pressed her onto the sofa, reaching to assist her with her clothing. However, His peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Zhang Ro standing at the bedroom door. Frozen in shock, Qin Li's movements halted, a wave of embarrassment washing over him. He had assumed she was not home, but when he appraised Zhang Ro's attire, the flames of desire within him surged even more fiercely. Having spent the morning moving with a moving company, Zhang Ro was now clad in a sheer silk nightgown, revealing the black lingerie beneath. Initially dazed, she soon felt the heat of Qin Li's gaze upon her, and upon following his line of sight, her face flushed crimson. Shooting him a glare, she quickly retreated into the bedroom, ensuring the door was barely audible as it closed, mindful of Yang Xingyun's presence. Noticing Qin Li's abrupt stillness, the already aroused Yang Xingyun inquired, "What is wrong, naughty boy?" Qin Li glanced at her and quietly asked, "Where's your mother?" Yang Xingyun's eyes widened in realization, as if awakening from a trance, and she hurriedly adjusted her clothing. "I forgot my mom is home." Once she tidied herself, she noticed Qin Li's somewhat gloomy expression and chuckled softly, embracing him. "Naughty boy, I'll make it up to you tonight." Qin Li playfully pinched her nose, grinning. "Then let us find a themed hotel tonight." Yang Xingyun's cheeks turned a deep shade of red. She had heard her classmates mention such places and had a vague idea of what to expect. Yet, she obediently nodded, utterly defenseless against this mischievous boy. Seeing her acquiescence, Qin Li affectionately ruffled her hair. They engaged in light conversation, refraining from any further intimate encounters. After more than half an hour, Zhang Ro finally emerged from the bedroom. Dressed anew, "Qin Li, you're here," she greeted, her expression suggesting she had just seen him. He reciprocated the greeting while his eyes roamed over her figure, leaving a profound impression from the fleeting glimpse earlier. Zhang Ro, catching him staring, shot him a warning glare, though her heart raced uncontrollably. Yang Xingyun chimed in, "Mom, I'm heading back soon." Zhang Ro looked at her daughter, slightly hesitant. "Aren't you going to have dinner first?" Yang Xingyun pondered before replying, "No, Mom. I'd rather not travel at night." Accepting this, Zhang Ro refrained from further objections. Noticing her mother's slight melancholy, Yang Xingyun cheerfully reassured her, "Oh, Mom, I'll visit often. It's easy since we live so close, and the May Day holiday is just around the corner. Indeed, Auntie, the next time I come, I'll buy you a car so you can visit Xingyun anytime," Qin Li added. Zhang Ro regarded him with a knowing glance, recognizing the potential danger this young man posed to her. After some more casual conversation, they bade farewell to Zhang Ro. Yang Xingyun gathered her belongings and climbed into the Bentley. The return journey was once again driven by Qi Ruyu, with Qin Li and Yang Xingyun seated in the back. Together, they succumbed to their affections, as Yang Xingyun, inherently clingy, longed to be by Qin Li's side, truly embodying the sentiment of missing him dearly in just a day apart. Meanwhile, Qin Li, having accumulated desires throughout the day, found himself unable to resist her charms. This left Qi Ruyu in a challenging position, as she witnessed their passionate interactions, her heart racing. She tried her best to avoid glancing in the rearview mirror, yet the sounds of their intimate exchanges were impossible to ignore. With no other option, Qi Ruyu pressed down on the accelerator, shortening the originally hour-long drive to a mere 40 minutes. Following Qin Li's instructions, the Bentley finally came to a stop at the entrance of a themed hotel. Observing Qin Li and Yang Xingyun exit the car and head towards the hotel, Qi Ruyu exhaled a sigh of relief. This journey had been excruciating for her, and even now, the memory of the earlier scene made her cheeks flush. Just as she was lost in thought, Qin Li's face suddenly appeared outside the car window, startling her. "What are you doing?" she stammered. Qin Li gave her a curious look before instructing, "Go buy some condoms." Qi Ruyu was taken aback. "Are you feeling unwell?" he asked, noticing her flushed complexion. "No, not at all," she replied, flustered. Qin Li nodded, not pressing further, and followed Yang Xingyun into the themed hotel, where they booked an opulent room. Upon stepping inside the couple's suite, Yang Xingyun's face flushed deeply, overwhelmed by the intimate decor that enveloped them. This ambience was undoubtedly designed for romance. Qin Li, too, found himself in a novel environment, and after satisfying his curiosity, he retrieved his phone and sent the room number to Qi Ruyu. She promptly delivered the requested items, albeit with a lingering blush and an awkward gait. While Qin Li found her demeanor peculiar, he chose not to inquire further, as he had more pressing matters at hand. Everything was in place, and soon they would engage in a fervent encounter. The following morning, Yang Xingyun struggled to rise from bed, having exhausted her energy. Qin Li awaited her recovery. The two individuals finally descended the stairs to check out. Qin Li treated her to breakfast, subsequently escorting her to Xingyun Investment Management, where he instructed her to rest well in the lounge. Only after that did he summon the now-recovered Qi Ruyu. He then took his Bentley Mulsanne directly to Xiangqing Building. However, it was already destined that he would be late today. After parking the car and heading upstairs, Qin Li went straight to Tang Shuhan's office, where she was engrossed in handling documents. Upon seeing Qin Li, Tang Shuhan playfully remarked. Secretary Qin remembers he has to work today. Qin Li chuckled and shamelessly replied. I was restless last night thinking about General Manager Tang. Tang Shuhan shot him a glance and retorted, Don't be ridiculous. I don't know where you've been wandering. Qin Li approached her desk, leaning over, and said, Today, General Manager Tang looks particularly enchanting. Come, let us share a warm moment. Tang Shuhan's cheeks flushed at his words. Yet she stubbornly replied, Stop being coy. You haven't yet satisfied my greed. Qin Li smiled, then straightened up, mysteriously stating, Then let me present you with a gift today. Upon hearing this, Tang Shuhan's anticipation surged, for Qin Li's gifts always brought her delightful surprises. What gift? Hurry and show me. Qin Li replied, Of course, but you must let me have a kiss first. With a playful glare, Tang Shuhan pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. She simply could not resist the allure of Qin Li's gifts. Besides, a kiss was just a kiss. After all, it was not their first. Seeing her acquiescence, Qin Li happily retrieved a package the size of a book from his waist. This was something she had instructed Qi Ruyu to prepare that morning. Tang Shuhan, upon seeing the meticulously wrapped package in brown paper, was overwhelmed with curiosity. Without waiting for Qin Li to say anything further, she snatched the package from his hands and eagerly began to unwrap it. Qin Li, both amused and exasperated, remarked, Do you have to be this impatient? As she tore the paper, Tang Shuhan haughtily replied, Mind your own business. With each layer of brown paper peeled away, the true nature of the gift revealed itself to her. Upon seeing the gift, Tang Shuhan's heart melted instantly. Inside the brown paper was an exquisite photo frame, and the photograph within was the one captured by the Mingzhu female driver. The river shimmered with the light, the city sparkled, and fireworks filled the sky as the two embraced tenderly by the Huangpu River. As Tang Shuhan gazed at the photo, she was transported back to that enchanting night, her heart brimming with emotion. Observing her reaction, Qin Li knew his efforts had not been in vain. He deftly pulled Tang Shuhan up from her seat. Noticing her slightly dazed yet bashful expression, Qin Li did not hesitate. However, just as Qin Li leaned in to kiss Tang Shuhan, Chen Shua unexpectedly entered, holding a document in hand. General Manager, this document is still needed. Chen Shua's words were cut short as he raised his gaze to the scene before him, his corpulent form trembling in shock. Without hesitation, he turned to leave, mumbling, I need to think this over myself. The door closed behind him. Tang Shuhan did not shy away due to Chen Shua's intrusion. Rather, she closed her eyes and savored the kiss. It was not until Qin Li had nearly devoured her lipstick that they finally parted ways. In his embrace, Tang Shuhan whispered, You scoundrel. Qin Li feigned innocence, asking, Why am I being scolded again? Tang Shuhan retorted, This is clearly the same surprise. You took a picture and tricked me into giving you another kiss. Realizing she was indeed correct, Qin Li burst into laughter. Tang Shuhan released herself from his embrace and carefully placed the photo frame on her desk. While admiring the photograph, she instructed, Go deal with Chen Shua, don't let him blabber. Qin Li then recalled that the rotund man had nearly spoiled his moment. Can I silence him? Tang Shuhan casually remarked while gazing at the photo. Sure, just don't dirty the carpet. With a grin, Qin Li made his way to Chen Shua's office. Chapter 86. How to ensure a prompt response from a lady. Upon arriving at Chen Shua's office, Qin Li pushed the door open and walked in. Chen Shua, seeing Qin Li, wore a mournful expression and pleaded, Bro, forgive me, I truly didn't mean to. Qin Li shot him a cold smile and remarked, Old Chun, your career is at an end. Chen Shua quickly rose to pour him a glass of water, stating, Bro, please let my sister-in-law go easy on me. I guarantee not a word of today's events will leak out. Qin Li shot him a sidelong glance and asked, Do you want me to speak on your behalf? Chen Shua eagerly nodded. Suddenly struck with inspiration, he added, Bro, I understand now. I'll treat you to lunch. Qin Li then laughed heartily. Now that's more like it. However, on a serious note, Chen Shua gave Qin Li a thumbs up, saying, Bro, if you can handle General Manager Tang, I truly admire you. Qin Li, nonchalantly sitting in his office chair, replied, You wouldn't understand the life of a handsome man. Chen Shua, sitting across from him, asked in a hushed tone, Have you also managed to deal with that person? After a moment of thought, Qin Li realized he was referring to Wei Shirquan and nodded subtly. This only deepened Chen Shua's admiration. He was genuinely in awe. Despite being fellow directors, Wei Shirquan, in the film sector, wielded significantly more power than him. The fact that Qin Li could manage Wei Shirquan indicated he possessed genuine capability, supporting the notion that he could indeed win over Tang Shuhan. After chatting idly with Chen Shua for a while, Qin Li finally returned to his own office. Yang Xingyun had already resigned, leaving him to handle all the secretarial duties himself. As he delved into the work, he truly felt the burden of the job, given the multitude of chaotic tasks at hand. During lunchtime, they found themselves at a Western restaurant next to Xianqing Building, where Qin Li thoroughly treated Chen Shua. After returning to work in the afternoon, he took a brief rest. By the end of the busy day, Qin Li was almost questioning his life choices. Should I hire another secretary with my own money? A secretary's secretary? Finally, the clock struck the end of the workday. Qin Li waited for Tang Shihan to finish packing before they headed to the parking lot together. He had initially assumed Tang Shihan would drive her McLaren today. But to his surprise, she arrived in her original white Porsche. I took your car for maintenance, Tang Shihan said generously. You can drive the Bentley Mulsanne. Qin Li naturally nodded in agreement, as the Bentley Mulsanne was far more comfortable than the McLaren. As he watched Tang Shihan prepare to leave, an idea struck him. And he stopped her. General Manager, I think it would be wise for us to hire another secretary. After all, I am still a student and occasionally need to take leave. Delays could lead to significant losses for you. As she opened the car door, Tang Shihan shot him a glare and said, if you want to be lazy, just admit it instead of making excuses. Qin Li chuckled. He indeed wanted to take it easy. In a few days, it will be May Day. Let us discuss it after that. Tang Shihan replied as she settled into the Porsche. Qin Li nodded and, as she was about to depart, asked, General Manager, should we share a goodbye kiss or something? No need. Goodbye, you little lecher, Tang Shihan replied, shutting the car door and waving as she drove away. Qin Li pouted, feeling dismissed today. Next time, I'll make you unable to get out of bed. He got into the car, driving the Bentley Mulsanne directly back to Jinjiang University. With graduation approaching, he thought it best to remain on campus for a few more days. At Jinjiang University, in the boys' dormitory, Qin Li pushed the door open and surveyed the room where several of his friends were. Yang Ming was on the phone with his girlfriend, while Li Jiang was languidly working on his thesis, struggling to write even a single word. Zhang Lifan was earnestly typing on his phone. Qin Li approached him with keen interest and remarked, Old Zhang, are you indulging again? Zhang Lifan glanced at him and replied, Old Qin. After reflecting on what you said the other day, I believe there is some merit to it, so I've deleted all the unnecessary messages. And who are you chatting with? Qin Li inquired, noticing the distinct WeChat chat box on his phone. Zhang Lifan, filled with self-satisfaction, said, hee. I saw a particularly charming girl at the library this morning, so I added her on WeChat. Don't worry, I checked her moments. It's all about studying. Completely unlike those frivolous girls. While others visited the library to read, Zhang Lifan seemed to be fishing instead. That's impressive, Qin Li chuckled. How is it progressing? Upon hearing this question, Zhang Lifan's expression turned glum. She never replies to my messages. He lamented, Old Qin, do you have any tricks to make her respond instantly? Indeed. Qin Li replied confidently. Zhang Lifan, pleasantly surprised that he had a solution, eagerly asked, what is the trick? Qin Li extended his hand and said, come. Hand me your phone. Zhang Lifan obliged, and Qin Li swiftly typed a few words. Moments later, the notification sound from Zhang Lifan's WeChat rang out, and it was a flurry of messages. Hey, Old Qin, you're amazing. Zhang Lifan exclaimed, grinning widely. What did you say to her? Qin Li returned the phone and replied, nothing much, I just called her out. Zhang Lifan was taken aback. Meanwhile, Yang Ming, who was on a call with his girlfriend, abruptly hung up and burst into laughter. Zhang Lifan opened WeChat to find that Qin Li indeed had insulted her, and she promptly retaliated with several sharp replies, each more cutting than the last. After sending another message, Zhang Lifan was met with the glaring red exclamation mark, indicating he had been blocked. He immediately tossed his phone aside and lunged at Qin Li. Old Qin, I'm going to kill you. Qin Li playfully tussled with him, and the two shared a hearty laugh. Then Qin Li remarked, is this the girl with charm you mentioned? Just look at the foul language she used. Zhang Lifan, wearing a disgruntled expression, resolutely stated, I will definitely find someone truly charming. I'm heading back to the library tomorrow. Qin Li casually grabbed a drink from Yang Ming's table and took a sip. Your audacity is something I must commend. The group continued their jovial banter until evening fell. Only then did Qin Li invite everyone to the cafeteria for dinner. After their meal, they surprisingly opted not to play video games, but instead bought a few cases of beer and returned to their dorm to play cards. The raucous laughter attracted a few other boys from their major. In the cramped dormitory of less than 20 square meters, they played cards and drank beer, the laughter echoing throughout. Once the drinks were finished, they still felt unfulfilled. Zhang Lifan proposed they watch a horror movie. This seemingly foolish suggestion surprisingly received enthusiastic approval from the group. They dimmed the lights and gathered around his laptop to watch The Conjuring. Despite being a group of boastful boys, they huddled together in fear during the film. By the time they finished watching, it was deep into the night, and the group finally dispersed. Chapter 87. The Bittersweet Heart of Dong Yaxin. Time swiftly passed to April 30th. Qin Li had been leading a monotonous life, commuting between work and the dorm, occasionally meeting up with Yang Xingyun. Tomorrow marked the beginning of May Day. The official holiday was just May 1st, but this year it fell on a Friday, allowing for a 3-day break with the addition of the weekend. On Thursday morning, Qin Li entered Tang Shihan's office. Xiao Han Han, he called playfully. Tang Shihan glanced at him coolly and asked, "Are you too idle? Should I assign you more work?" "No, please don't." Qin Li quickly waved his hands. "I'm here to request a day off." Tang Shihan raised an eyebrow. "You're off tomorrow. Why are you asking for leave?" "I'm requesting leave for today," Qin Li replied, taking a sip from her cup on the desk. "I'm heading home tomorrow and plan to prepare some things this afternoon." Tang Shihan nodded and asked, "Do you need me to accompany you?" Qin Li's eyes lit up with excitement. "Is that possible?" "No," she replied sternly. Noticing his disappointment, a slight smile finally graced Tang Shihan's lips. "You think you can just ask without any effort? How naive." Qin Li chuckled. "Then can I beg you to come with me?" Tang Shihan maintained her serious demeanor. Still not an option. Realizing he had been tricked, Qin Li mockingly threatened, "If you dare to toy with me, you're in trouble." He then lunged at her, causing Tang Shihan to burst into laughter. They playfully wrestled for a moment, and after parting, her cheeks flushed. In their playful scuffle, Qin Li had taken the opportunity to be quite mischievous. In the end, she found herself at a disadvantage. Tang Shihan adjusted her blazer and shot him a glare. "Don't disturb my work. Hurry and leave." Qin Li grinned as he sniffed his hand, the one that had been most active. "Wifey, I'm off then." Seeing his cheeky demeanor, Tang Shihan retorted, "Get lost." Qin Li feigned seriousness as if he would approach her again. Tang Shihan quickly added, "I agree now. You may go, Qin Xiao." Satisfied, Qin Li left. The feeling of teasing a domineering female CEO as her little secretary was indeed delightful. Exiting Xiangqing Tower, Qin Li drove his Bentley Mulsanne to the Dongfang Financial International building. He planned to take Yang Xingyun shopping for some items to bring home during the holiday. After sending her a message, he waited a while until he saw Yang Xingyun descending the stairs, accompanied by a voluptuous woman with wavy hair. Upon spotting Qin Li by the Bentley, Yang Xingyun approached him with a bright smile. "Li Ge, you're here?" In the presence of others. She still preferred to call him Li Ge. Qin Li nodded and pointed to the girl beside her, asking, "Who is this?" The girl, slightly shorter than Yang Xingyun, had curly, wavy hair and a decent appearance, though she paled in comparison to Yang Xingyun. "Li Ge, I forgot to introduce you. This is my high school classmate, Dong Yaxin, who just came to visit me and wanted to meet you after hearing about us," Yang Xingyun cheerfully explained. Qin Li nodded at Dong Yaxin. Yang Xingyun then introduced Qin Li to her, saying, "Yaxin, this is my boyfriend, Qin Li." Dong Yaxin smiled at Qin Li, her curious gaze lingering on him before she whispered something to Yang Xingyun. Qin Li couldn't catch their conversation and wasn't particularly interested. After their whispers, Yang Xingyun tugged on Qin Li's arm and softly suggested, "Li Ge, shall we go shopping together? Yaxin just arrived, and we can have lunch together, okay?" Since she was Yang Xingyun's high school friend, Qin Li naturally nodded in agreement. The three then climbed into the Bentley Mulsanne. Qin Li took the wheel while Yang Xingyun and Dong Yaxin chattered animatedly in the back about various topics. He drove directly to the Guomao building, where he would not skimp on gifts for Zheng Ro, nor would he for his own parents. Upon arriving at the parking lot of Guomao, Qin Li parked the car, and the three of them walked into the building together. Yang Xingyun inquired, "Li Ge, what do Uncle and Annie enjoy?" Qin Li pondered for a moment before responding. "I intend to purchase a few pieces of jewelry for my mother, and later, I will buy a case of Matai, as my father enjoys drinking." Yang Xingyun nodded, pulling along Dong Yaxin. "Shall we first visit Louis Vuitton?" She had previously acquired a bracelet there. Qin Li agreed, and they returned to the Louis Vuitton jewelry counter in Guomao. Yang Xingyun and Dong Yaxin were tasked with selecting suitable jewelry for Qin's mother. Yang Xingyun requested the sales personnel to present a necklace, asking, "Li Ge, how about this gold diamond necklace?" Qin Li examined it, frowning slightly. "Is it too youthful? Is there such a concern?" Yang Xingyun gestured to her own neck. "I find this quite lovely. I'm determined to purchase it for Auntie." Without awaiting Qin Li's consent, she sweetly smiled at the sales assistant. "Please wrap it up for me." Dong Yaxin watched in astonishment, thinking she just decided to buy a 117,000 yuan gold diamond necklace. Initially, she had merely come to spend time with Yang Xingyun, and when she first heard Yang Xingyun mention her boyfriend gifting her a company, she was skeptical. However, upon arriving at the Dongfang Financial International building and seeing the sign for Xingyun Investment Consulting Company, Limited, she became convinced. Knowing Yang Xingyun's family background, she realized that she could not possibly afford a company. She secretly speculated whether Yang Xingyun was being supported by some wealthy older man. Then, upon seeing Qin Li and his Bentley Mulsanne, Dong Yaxin felt a pang of jealousy. Such a handsome and wealthy man. Regardless of the circumstances, it was a remarkable gain. Back in high school, their socioeconomic statuses were comparable, yet now, her former classmate could purchase a necklace worth over 100,000 yuan without a second thought. The disparity filled her with a sense of loss. Qin Li, however, was indifferent and allowed Yang Xingyun to spend freely. This was merely a token of her affection, one he would not refuse. Moreover, Yang Xingyun was undoubtedly well off. in addition to the 20 million he had given her. Her investment venture had begun to attract clients and was gradually becoming profitable. Thus, buying a necklace was trivial. Why be overly sentimental about it? After Yang Xingyun had the necklace wrapped, she eagerly continued selecting jewelry for her future mother-in-law. Dong Yaxin discreetly glanced at Qin Li. Noticing his attention was solely on Yang Xingyun. A strange sense of bitterness stirred within her. In the following moments, Yang Xingyun chose a bracelet, and Qin Li had no particular objections. After all, they were all pieces for women. Surely his mother would appreciate them. Yang Xingyun had it wrapped as well. The group then browsed through Louis Vuitton's handbags. To Dong Yaxin, these were items beyond her financial reach. Yet, Qin Li and Yang Xingyun appeared to purchase them as casually as one would buy vegetables. Yang Xingyun even generously bought a similar women's messenger bag for Dong Yaxin. Upon exiting, Qin Li carried several shopping bags. They then proceeded to the La Benny store to explore cosmetics. Yang Xingyun selected a caviar essence set for Qin's mother, which alone cost over 130,000 yuan. She also chose some cosmetics for herself and Dong Yaxin. Yang Xingyun had truly become a little affluent, only glancing at prices before adding them to her collection. The two girls delighted in their shopping spree while Qin Li played the role of a devoted assistant, carrying their belongings. After leaving La Benny, Qin Li suggested, "Let us grab something to eat. I'm quite hungry." Yang Xingyun nodded, pulling out a tissue from her bag to wipe Qin Li's sweat. She then took several shopping bags from him, asking, "Li Gu, what do you feel like eating?" Qin Li casually replied, "How about grilled fish? I just saw a place nearby." Yang Xingyun nodded and turned to Dong Yaxin. "Yaxin, is it alright if we have grilled fish?" Dong Yaxin teased, "You prioritize romance over friendship. You decide, and only then ask me." Hearing this, Yang Xingyun laughed playfully in response. Soon, the three arrived at the grilled fish restaurant in Guomao Tower. Qin Li chose a relatively spacious table. Yang Xingyun sat across from him, while Dong Yaxin occupied the seat beside her. A waiter approached, offering Qin Li a tablet, saying, "Handsome and beautiful, please place your order." Qin Li looked at the two and asked, "What flavor of grilled fish do you prefer?" Yang Xingyun replied, "I want it spicy. I do like garlic flavor. If that is okay?" Dong Yaxin inquired of Qin Li. He nodded, smiling. "Of course, let us have two base, one spicy, and one garlic." Dong Yaxin stuck out her tongue, looking at Yang Xingyun. "We poor folk must make choices, while your boyfriend can have both." Yang Xingyun laughed, "Don't worry. He can afford it." They each ordered drinks, with Qin Li adding a few cold dishes and rice. After the waiter left, Dong Yaxin eagerly asked, "Xingyun, how did you meet Qin?" Yang Xingyun smiled sweetly. "There's nothing to hide. I met Li Gu while we were both secretaries at Xianqing Group." "Did I hear correctly?" Dong Yaxin exclaimed. "Is Qin so wealthy that he still works to experience life?" Yang Xingyun refrained from mentioning that Qin Li became a secretary to pursue Tang Shuhan, and simply stated, "No, he holds many shares in Xianqing Group." So, it was the big boss incognito. Dong Yaxin glanced at Qin Li. "Is this how the wealthy seek pleasure?" Qin Li chuckled, responding, "My joy comes from reading." Dong Yaxin rolled her eyes, replying, "I believe you." After some light conversation, the fish was served promptly, both at once. The taste of the grilled fish was yet to be determined, but the speed of service was commendable. Yang Xingyun wrinkled her nose, inhaling the aroma. "It smells delightful. Let us dig in," Qin Li said, picking up his chopsticks. Yang Xingyun nodded, and they began to eat. However, as they enjoyed their meal, Qin Li felt a gentle nudge against his leg. Initially, he assumed it was an accidental brush from one of the girls, but soon, the foot returned. This time not merely touching, but lightly rubbing against his calf. Qin Li glanced at the two, both appearing unfazed. He leaned back, pretending to casually look under the table, where a petite foot clad in black stockings was indeed caressing his leg. Recognizing the stockings, Qin Li followed the leg up to find Dong Yaxin's brown high-heeled shoe resting beneath her seat, while one of her feet was extending towards him. He quickly averted his gaze, shooting her a disapproving look. "What are you up to?" Yet, Dong Yaxin was engaged in jovial banter with Yang Xingyun, seemingly oblivious to Qin Li's expression. He truly felt he had encountered a female rogue. Resigned, he shifted his leg away from her foot. However, within 2 minutes, the black-stockinged foot returned. Each time he attempted to evade it, it persisted in approaching him. This was enough to ruin his appetite. Were it not for Yang Xingyun's presence, he would have been tempted to explode with frustration. "I'm stepping out for a moment," Yang Xingyun announced midway through her meal. Qin Li nodded, sensing that the foot on his leg had finally retreated. Once Yang Xingyun left, Dong Yaxin turned to Qin Li with a teasing smile, her gaze filled with mischief. "Qin, do you like this?" Qin Li cast a glance at her and asked nonchalantly, "Do you believe I would prefer stockings or your feet?" Dong Yaxin licked her lips enticingly and replied, "I think you would enjoy both." Qin Li chuckled at her confidence. "Sister, even if I liked both, I would still prefer Yang Xingyun, alright? Is your figure better than hers?" Danya Xin showed no signs of offense. Instead, she laughed and said, I admit I am not as beautiful as Yang Xingyun, nor do I possess her figure, but isn't it true that wealthy men often fancy their girlfriend's best friends? It adds a thrill, doesn't it, classmate Qin? Qin Li directly inquired, is it for money? He anticipated that Danya Xin would vehemently deny it. To his surprise, she did not respond as delicately as he had imagined. She nodded affirmatively and added, money is one aspect. I also find it exhilarating. Qin Li scoffed. Then you are destined to fail. I have no interest in women who lack beauty and boundaries, nor do I find such situations thrilling. Danya Xin retorted, moreover. Let me add, Qin Li, with a somewhat frosty gaze, warned, do not bring your feet closer. I fear catching athlete's foot. Danya Xin was taken aback by Qin Li's bluntness, who even insulted her with the mention of athlete's foot. Enraged, she chose to ignore him. Qin Li was more than pleased with her silence. This woman, regardless of whether she was less attractive than Yang Xingyun or Tang Shuhan, would not catch his interest even if she were equally beautiful. She was cunning and calculative. Had it not been for Yang Xingyun's kindness towards her and concern over the potential fallout, he would have severed ties long ago. Chapter 89. Cannot let down Xiao Chui. Yang Xingyun returned shortly, blissfully unaware that her best friend had just attempted to seduce her boyfriend. The three of them feigned enjoyment while finishing their meal. They then returned to the first floor's liquor and tobacco section. Qin Li purchased a case of Matai. Confident in its authenticity at the Guamao store, he placed the liquor and other items into the trunk of his Bentley Mulsanne. Then, Qin Li turned to Yang Xingyun and asked, will you return to the company this afternoon? Yang Xingyun pouted slightly, reluctant to part ways. I want to stay with you, but the company is at a critical juncture right now, so I should return to oversee things. Qin Li nodded in understanding. Then let me drive you back to the company. Okay, Yang Xingyun replied obediently. Qin Li drove them back to the base of the Dongfang Financial International Tower. As for Danya Xion's arrangements, that was not Qin Li's concern. However, Yang Xingyun, after whispering to Danya Xion for a moment, said, Li Gu, could you please drop Ye Xion off at school? Qin Li frowned and glanced at Danya Xion, doubting that this request was not initiated by her. Nevertheless, in front of Yang Xingyun, he merely nodded. Yang Xingyun waved farewell to the two and ascended the building with her belongings. Qin Li gazed at her retreating figure, feeling a twinge of worry. This foolish girl. How could she, now in a relationship, seem less astute than before? Typically, Yang Xingyun was not so naive. Why would she trust him to take Danya Xion back to school? Of course, Qin Li had no intention of revealing the earlier dinner conversation, primarily to spare her feelings, for she had been betrayed by her closest friend. Classmate Qin, shall we go? Danya Xion said, climbing into the passenger seat of the Bentley without awaiting his response. Qin Li glanced at her before entering the vehicle. Which school? He inquired indifferently. Danya Xion smiled. Jinjiang Waiguiyu de Shui. She appeared to have regained her composure after the earlier incident. Jinjiang Waiguiyu? Isn't that the University Zhang Li Fan is preparing for his graduate studies? Qin Li mused, pondering whether to match that hopeless admirer with this woman of dubious character, considering them both societal nuisances. However, this fleeting thought was quickly dismissed. If he were to pair Zhang Li Fan with Danya Xion, that fool would surely be left utterly drained by her manipulative ways. Qin Li drove in silence, choosing not to engage her in conversation. Yet, Danya Xion, undeterred, provocatively remarked, Classmate Qin, are you truly such a paragon of virtue? Not even a glance my way. Qin Li remained silent, gripping the steering wheel and focusing straight ahead, adhering strictly to his driving instructor's teachings. Danya Xion, unperturbed, slipped off her shoes and nonchalantly placed her long legs, clad in black stockings, on the dashboard of the passenger seat. Although she was somewhat less attractive than Yang Xingyun, her seduction skills were undeniably superior. Danya Xion continued, Classmate Qin, do you really think I have athlete's foot? Qin Li shot her a cold glance and replied, you are playing with fire. Danya Xion laughed nonchalantly. I only fear your fire is not fierce enough. At that moment, she no longer resembled the college student who had laughed with Yang Xingyun, but rather appeared as a cunning vixen, with Qin Li as her prey. To capture her quarry, she was willing to take risks. Qin Li pulled out his phone and sent a message while Danya Xion persistently attempted to entice him, even placing one of his hands onto her thigh. Surprisingly, Qin Li did not resist, allowing her to proceed as she wished. When the car reached a fork in the road, Qin Li turned the steering wheel towards an uninhabited path. Danya Xion had long recognized that this was not the route to her school, but felt no alarm. She had willingly succumbed to temptation. Her objective had been achieved. After driving along the dirt road for about 10 minutes, they stopped beneath a large locust tree. Danya Xion pursed her red lips and smiled. Classmate Qin, I knew you would come around. After all, it is being presented to you. Isn't it? Qin Li smiled back at her, withdrawing his hand from her thigh and stating, I hope I do not frighten you." Upon hearing this, Dong Xin was momentarily taken aback, unsure of what he meant. Just as confusion settled in, a tall man emerged from beside the locust tree and approached the Bentley Mulsanne. When the man reached the driver's side, Qinli rolled down the window. The man inquired, "Boss, what can I do for you?" Qinli smiled and said, "Taizhu, I have a delightful surprise for you." Indeed, the burly man was none other than the formidable Wang Taizhu, summoned by Qinli earlier on the road. Meanwhile, Dong Xin in the passenger seat had already tucked her legs away, sensing that the situation was veering away from her plans. Wang Taizhu, with an honest demeanor, asked, "Boss, what good thing?" Qinli pointed to Dong Xin in the passenger seat and said, "Here, I present you with a beautiful woman. You know what I want you to do, right?" "No." Dong Xin exclaimed in terror. Qinli, are you even human?" She had only intended to seduce Qinli, never expecting to be thrust into a fleeting romance. Panic consumed her as she thought, "This scoundrel Wanti actually hand me over to this hulking brute, will he?" "Boss, could you choose someone else?" Wang Taizhu said awkwardly. Qinli was taken aback. The anticipated predatory scene had not unfolded. He regarded Wang Taizhu with disappointment, saying, "Give me a reason." Wang Taizhu scratched his head and replied, I cannot let down Xiao Chui." Xiao Chui, the name seemed familiar. After a moment of contemplation, Qinli recalled that when he first met Wang Taizhu in the conference room, he had mentioned wanting to marry Xiao Chui. He had not anticipated that this tough guy would be so deeply committed. With a resigned glance, Qinli shot him another reproachful look. His original intention was not to truly wish for Wang Taizhu to do anything to Dong Yaxin. He was not that malevolent. He merely thought that Dong Yaxin was excessively arrogant and sought to have Wang Taizhu intimidate her a bit, hoping to make her more submissive. Unexpectedly, Wang Taizhu proved to be utterly ineffective. Go on, I'll find someone else." Qinli waved his hand and took out his phone again. Wang Taizhu felt as though he had been granted a reprieve and promptly scurried away. Dong Yaxin sighed in relief upon seeing him leave. But when she noticed Qinli was still looking for someone, she immediately stopped him. "Qinli, I was wrong," she said nervously. Despite her ability to seduce others, she was merely a university student and had not experienced such situations before. Qinli did not expect her to back down so quickly and inquired, "Really wrong?" Dong Yaxin hurriedly nodded her head. "Well, that saves some effort," Qinli said, putting away his phone. "From now on, behave yourself in front of me, understand?" Dong Yaxin could only nod repeatedly. If she were not so materialistic and scheming, Qinli might have held some interest in her, as she was indeed quite alluring. However, witnessing her incessant scheming for money extinguished any interest he had. Such a woman, once taken in, would certainly incite chaos in the harem. Qinli even worried that he might end up wearing a metaphorical hat of shame. Chapter 90, The Little Bunny in Underwear. The Bentley Mulsanne hit the road again. This time, Dong Yaxin indeed behaved obediently, sitting quietly in the passenger seat. Qinli felt a sense of relief. He was not some paragon of virtue, impervious to temptation. Resisting temptation often requires considerable self-control. The Bentley Mulsanne smoothly arrived at the entrance of Jinjiang Foreign Language University. Dong Yaxin cast a complex glance at Qinli before obediently exiting the vehicle. Without a shred of regret, Qinli turned and walked away. On his way back to Jinjiang University, just as he was about to enter the campus, a WeChat message from Tang Shuhan suddenly popped up. "How many people are there in your family? What could that possibly mean?" Qinli replied, "4, my dad, my mom, my sister." Tang Shuhan responded, "Isn't that 3? Qinli, who did you overlook?" Tang Shuhan, "Is there anyone?" Upon seeing her message, Qinli immediately felt the urge to tease her. Tang Shuhan, "All right, I won't mess with you anymore, bye." Qinli. After noticing that she had stopped responding, he put away his phone, still puzzled. A census, perhaps? Qinli parked the car and walked back to the dormitory. Yang Ming was absent, likely off on a date. Only Li Jiang and Zhang Lifan remained in the dormitory. Li Jiang sat at the computer as usual. When Qinli approached, he found that this fellow was once again engrossed in gaming. Clearing his throat, Qinli remarked, "I heard that after returning from May Day, the graduation defense is just around the corner." Li Jiang shuddered and promptly exited the game, opening his thesis instead. Seeing him diligently working on his paper brought Qinli a sense of accomplishment. Yes, this is what a top student should be doing, he thought, often keeping his roommates in check regarding their academic progress. Qinli glanced at Li Jiang's thesis progress, noting that it was moving swiftly, nearing completion of the table of contents. This guy probably didn't want to graduate, did he? While Qinli was urging Li Jiang to study, Zhang Lifan suddenly leaned over and showcased something on his phone, asking, "Old Qin, take a look at this girl." Qinli glanced at his phone, which displayed a photo of a girl with a baby face, appearing quite adorable. "Who is this? A newly arrived Japanese teacher? Wow." Zhang Lifan playfully hit him, saying, This is a girl I just started chatting with. How about it? Qin Li couldn't help but be impressed by his friend's persistence in seeking new targets immediately after finishing with one. Brother fan, don't you ever take a break? He teased. Zhang Lifan grinned. Sorry, always in battle mode. Good luck, Qin Li said, silently mourning for the girl. Zhang Lifan, with a mischievous grin, said, Hey, old Qin. I've recently learned a lot of charming lines to woo girls. Qin Li shot him a sidelong glance and replied, Cheesy pickup lines? Please, those are so overused. I think they're quite good. Come on, let me show you a couple. Just play along. Zhang Lifan insisted eagerly. Qin Li nodded, crossing his arms. Curious about what this guy had learned. Zhang Lifan cleared his throat and said, What zodiac sign are you? Qin Li casually replied, I'm a rabbit. No. You belong to me. Zhang Lifan chuckled. Qin Li quipped, So you're a rabbit then? Zhang Lifan, even poop has someone to do it. But my hands have no one to hold. Qin Li almost burst into laughter and retorted, You could just hold your poop in your hand. That way you'd be doing both. Zhang Lifan, I have a cut on my hand. You should get one too, then we'd be a couple. Qin Li responded, I'm afraid if our blood mingles, I might discover that I'm your father. Zhang Lifan, What the hell, old Qin, you're definitely toxic. Zhang Lifan complained. Qin Li laughed and patted his shoulder, saying, Brother, if you can't handle it, just use some tricks. This isn't suited for you. Zhang Lifan left feeling defeated. And Qin Li lost interest, turning to his computer to play games. Qin Li was deeply engrossed in a shooting game when Li Jiang protested, Old Qin, turn down the volume. You're disturbing my studying. Qin Li ignored him completely. Li Jiang walked over to watch him play. Hey, there's someone behind that box. Didn't you see? Get down. Hurry up. The defenders are coming. Shoot him, shoot him. Qin Li turned to look at the foolish guy and said, Can you stop talking so much? Watching a game shouldn't be this intense. Li Jiang chuckled. I'm just worried you might not win. Qin Li asked, Want to do OQ? Li Jiang nodded eagerly and dashed back to his computer. This silly guy still hadn't finished writing his thesis table of contents. Soon, Li Jiang was online, and Qin Li invited him to do OQ. They began their battle, but it was unclear whether Li Jiang was too inexperienced or the opponents were too formidable. While Qin Li could win a few matches solo, once they teamed up, they lost several in a row. Qin Li turned to Li Jiang, saying, Is this really your skill? Are you the king of trash talk? Li Jiang chuckled. I'm just here to shout for you. As long as I shout fast enough, my teammates won't call me bad. Qin Li, no way. I need to find a better teammate for my gaming experience. He pulled out his phone and logged into Fein Live, checking the game section. He noticed a streamer named Chuan Kucha de Xiao by 2 ranked at the top and entered the live room. As a super rich viewer, his entrance was announced. The streamer, who was a young man not particularly handsome, greeted him immediately. Welcome, super rich viewer Chubu Keiji. Good to see you. Qin Li watched him play for a while and found his skills impressive, so he typed a comment. Chubu Keiji, Northern District, legendary rank. Do you have an account? Chuan Kucha de Xiao by 2 quickly replied, Yes. What do you need, big brother? Without wasting time, Qin Li directly gifted 10 sets of Starry Sky Travels, totaling 50,000 notes. Chubu Keiji gifts streamer Chuan Kucha de Xiao by 2 1 Starry Sky Travel. Chuan Kucha de Xiao by 2 was immediately astonished, joyfully exclaiming, Thank you, big brother Chubu Keiji, for the 10 sets of Starry Sky Travels. Thank you, Dad. What do you need, Dad? The little white rabbit in shorts clearly excels at flattering the elder brother compared to Su Yuanin, addressing him as Daddy right from the start. Out of reach, logging in. Let's play 3 rounds together. All right, Daddy, please wait a moment. Under the bombardment of wealth, the little white rabbit in shorts directly quit the current game and began logging into an account in the northern region. Subsequently, Qin Li privately messaged him, sharing his game details. After turning off his phone, Qin Li quickly entered the game and soon noticed a friend request. After accepting it, he turned to Li Jiang and said, Come, I've brought a powerhouse. Damn it, you need to shout louder and with more passion later. Li Jiang immediately gestured with his hand, saying, Don't worry, Lao Qin, I'm a professional at shouting. With a powerhouse by his side, Qin Li and Li Jiang experienced a different sensation while gaming. The little rabbit in shorts displayed remarkable skills. Moreover, his ability to flatter the elder brother was unparalleled. In truth, he possessed the capability of a rank 15 player, yet he showed no eagerness for personal kills. Instead, he silently guarded Qin Li, ensuring his safety, allowing Qin Li to enjoy a fulfilling gaming experience while minimizing the risk of being killed by enemies. Furthermore, whenever Qin Li scored a kill or secured a victory, he was always the first to exclaim awesome. This feeling was simply exhilarating, wasn't it? Is this what they call the power of wealth? Truly delightful. Qin Li reveled in the game. Damn, how had he not discovered this game was so enjoyable before? This is how gaming should be done in the future, finding a supportive and skilled streamer to propel oneself forward. Li Jiang, however, appeared somewhat dejected, saying, "Damn, this sycophant keeps stealing my flattery. Isn't that Zhang Lifan?" Zhang Lifan yelled loudly from the restroom, talking bad about others behind their backs, "You rotten little GG." After a few hours of enjoyable gaming, Qin Li's phone suddenly chimed. He picked it up to find a WeChat message from Tang Shuwan. "Tang Shuwan, what are you doing?" "Qin Li, helping my roommate with his thesis." "Tang Shuwan, come to my house." Qin Li was taken aback and immediately replied, "Qin Li, isn't that inappropriate during the day?" "Tang Shuwan, don't waste time. You have half an hour." "Tang Shuwan, location information." Qin Li pocketed his phone, feeling somewhat perplexed. Had Tang Shuwan returned home? She had taken a leave of absence, so she wasn't working either? Moreover, what did she mean by inviting him to her house? Never mind. He would find out once he arrived. Qin Li informed the little white rabbit in shorts and then exited the game. That little rabbit was indeed quite impressive. Yes, he would definitely invite him to play again. Qin Li washed his face and then drove directly to the address provided by Tang Shuwan. In less than half an hour, he arrived at the location. The estate. Once again, he encountered an estate. Tang Shuwan's location was a vast estate, even larger than the one he had seen at Han Shizhong's. It turned out that what Tang Shuwan had said about her home being similar to Han Shizhong's was indeed true, and perhaps even superior. There were security guards stationed at the entrance of the estate. Perhaps due to Tang Shuwan's prior instructions, they allowed Qin Li to pass without hindrance. Qin Li drove his Bentley Mulsanne into the estate, and after a 10-minute drive, he arrived at the designated spot, a brown two-story villa. Tang Shuwan was sitting on a chair at the entrance, waiting for him. Beside her were several large cardboard boxes. Qin Li stepped out of the car, approached her, and remarked, "What's this? Are you moving?" "These are gifts for your family." Tang Shuwan indicated the boxes one by one, saying, "This is for your father. This one is for your mother, and that smaller one is for your sister." Seeing how thoughtfully Tang Shuwan had prepared the gifts, Qin Li immediately felt delighted. "I'm truly sorry for the trouble, Tang." Tang Shuwan shot him a glance, thinking, "This shameless guy is so thick-skinned. How could he feel sorry? What is inside these boxes?" "Let me take a look," Qin Li said as he crouched to open the boxes. Tang Shuwan hurriedly stopped him, saying, "No, these aren't tea for you. Why would you open them?" "Oh," Qin Li halted, saying, "Then what about the ones for me?" Tang Shuwan retorted, "Do you want 2 slaps instead?" "Hey, little secretary, don't think you can bully me. Is anyone in your house?" Qin Li asked. Tang Shuwan casually replied, "A few servants. Why?" Qin Li nodded, and then took it upon himself to step into the villa. "Just touring your room. You brat, don't go in there." As Qin Li entered the villa, he discovered that the decor was indeed exquisite and luxurious. Just the massive crystal chandelier in the living room must be worth a fortune. There were several servants on the ground floor. Qin Li observed the area and deduced that Tang Shuwan's bedroom was likely on the second floor. Thus, he made his way towards the staircase. Seeing him ascend, Tang Shuwan hurriedly dashed upstairs, thinking that there were private items in her room that this brat must not see. Qin Li, noticing her haste, quickly followed. Tang Shuwan reached a room on the second floor, pushed the door open, and attempted to lock it. However, Qin Li arrived just in time to brace himself against the door. With a forceful shove, he slipped in like an eel. "Huh, you thought you could escape." Qin Li pounced on Tang Shuwan, pinning her onto the large bed in the bedroom. Their bodies pressed closely together, and Tang Shuwan's face flushed instantly. "Brat, get up quickly." "Call me brother," Qin Li shamelessly urged. Tang Shuwan spat, "I'm older than you. If you don't call me brother, I want to get up." After saying this, Qin Li deliberately rubbed against her, a move meant to threaten Tang Shuwan. However, feeling her exquisite figure beneath him, he nearly succumbed to the temptation of taking her right then and there. Tang Shuwan sensed the danger and quickly said, "Hurry up, what if the servants come in?" Qin Li, unfazed, replied, "Who are you trying to scare? Quickly call me brother." Tang Shuwan shook her head, saying, "I want tea." Qin Li then leaned in and kissed her lips, and Tang Shuwan's struggles quickly became feeble. The two of them engaged in playful tussling on the bed. Tang Shuwan's lipstick was nearly devoured by Qin Li. Only when she felt a bit breathless did Qin Li finally release her. Lying on the bed, Tang Shuwan weakly scolded, "Brat, I'm going to report you for assault." Qin Li innocently replied, "This can only be classified as a passionate kiss, all right?" Tang Shuwan glared at him. Qin Li, undeterred, rose to survey the room. It was evident that this was Tang Shuwan's bedroom. As he looked around, his gaze fell upon the sofa, and then blood rushed from his nose. This morning, Tang Shuwan had worn professional attire for work, but upon returning home, she had evidently changed clothes. The discarded clothing lay on the sofa, a professional skirt, a women's blazer, a pair of nude stockings, and most importantly, a black women's underwear resting atop the pile. Realizing he had grown silent, Tang Shuwan turned to see him staring in the direction of the sofa. She hurriedly stood up to tidy the items. Today, she had returned in a rush, busy preparing gifts for Qin Li's family, and had merely hastily changed clothes. These garments had yet to be handed over to the servants for cleaning. She hadn't anticipated that despite her efforts to hide, Qin Li would still see them. Noticing his lingering gaze, Tang Xuan's face reddened as she scolded, "Brat." Qin Li, feeling a surge of heat in his lower abdomen, he unhesitatingly approached Tang Xuan, lifting her and placing her back on the bed. "Little CEO, why don't you just surrender to me today?" Chapter 92. The End of Youth. Qin Li pinned Tang Xuan beneath him once more. In his eyes, she saw a potent desire and a fierce aggressiveness directed towards her. Tang Xuan averted her gaze, stammering, I'm truly not ready." Qin Li propped himself up on his left hand while his right gently smoothed a stray lock of her disheveled hair. In a tender voice, he asked, "Did the last time leave you with a shadow?" He suspected that his drunken state may have cast a lingering effect on Tang Xuan. She nodded slightly and replied, "It seems so. It was quite painful last time." Qin Li nodded in understanding, affectionately ruffling her hair and saying, "I will wait for you." Tang Xuan turned to look at him, a hint of guilt flickering in her eyes. Qin Li smiled, sitting up and extending his arms, saying, "Come, embrace me." Although unsure of his intentions, she obediently sat up and nestled into his embrace. "Kiss me," he urged, and with a playful glance, Tang Xuan leaned in, offering her delicate lips to him. Their lips met once again in a silent tenderness. They nestled together, sharing countless words, ranging from family matters to amusing anecdotes from their lives. Qin Li had an innate ability to make Tang Xuan laugh, and it was a rare occasion for them to express their innermost thoughts, which brought their hearts even closer together. Qin Li lingered in her bedroom until the sun began to set, placing Tang Xuan's gift into the trunk of his Bentley Mulsanne. Only then did he drive away from the estate, under her watchful gaze. As he exited the estate, Qin Li savored the beauty of the sunset while driving. Feeling immense joy from being near Tang Xuan, he reached for the car's radio, and a soothing female voice filled the air. "With you, the long night is intoxicating. Finally, I find trust. Regardless of all doubts, joy is a lover. Having feared this life, it is you who willingly draws near, allowing me to recognize the bond we share. Rebuilding my confidence." Half an hour later, Qin Li returned to Jinjiang University. That evening, he dined with his roommates. They each shared their plans for the upcoming May Day holiday. Ultimately, Qin Li suggested they celebrate a little more, leading them to rush to the campus supermarket, where they stocked up on several crates of beer and snacks. At 10 o'clock, the nightlife officially commenced. Qin Li also invited a few other boys from different dormitories whom he got along with well. Over a dozen boys filled the small dormitory, drinking and animatedly boasting. They fervently discussed the girls at the school, debating who had the best figure, who was flirtatious, and which girl was involved with which boy, each speaking as if they had witnessed it firsthand. Among a group of boys, there was never a dull moment. The atmosphere in the dorm soared. Eventually, Zhang Lifan, the mischievous one, proposed a new idea. After watching a horror film last time, he suggested that everyone share a ghost story. As midnight approached and the lights in the dormitory were extinguished, the stillness of the night and the chirping of insects created an ideal setting for ghost stories. Unsurprisingly, this whimsical suggestion garnered enthusiastic support from the group. A slender, dark-skinned boy volunteered to go first. Qin Li recognized him as Luo Shuguang from their major. Luo Shuguang cleared his throat, waiting for the room to quiet down before he began. "Let me share a story I read in Liao Zhai. It is arguably the most terrifying story I have ever heard. Once upon a time, in ancient times, there was a man whose endowment was extraordinarily large. Due to this, he had never experienced true satisfaction in his life. One night, while he was sleeping in his room, a beautiful woman entered. The man was puzzled as to why a woman would come to him at such a late hour. He surmised that she must be a ghost or a fairy. However, the woman was so stunning that he could not resist and took her to bed. When he removed his trousers, the woman was startled and attempted to flee. Naturally, the man was unwilling to let her go and forcefully took what he desired. When he was finished, the woman had fainted. Satisfied, the man fell asleep holding her. The next morning, he awoke to find that he had spent the night embracing a dead fox. The crowd responded with silence. Luo Shuguang looked at everyone expectantly, awaiting their reaction. Zhang Lifan blinked and asked, "Is that it?" Luo Shuguang nodded. "Yes, is it scary?" "What the heck?" Zhang Lifan retorted. "Are you sure that was a ghost story?" The group collectively scoffed, finding the tale anything but serious. Once the room quieted again, Zhang Lifan declared, "Let me tell you one." The group resumed drinking beer while listening intently. Once, there was a girl who was also a college student. One night, she and her friends were out drinking. As the night wore on and she became slightly intoxicated, she returned to her dormitory. Upon entering, she unlocked the door with her key. The dorm was shrouded in darkness and silence. To avoid disturbing her roommates, she refrained from turning on the lights and instead felt her way to bed, sleeping soundly until dawn. However, the next morning, She awoke in terror to discover that her roommates were all dead in their beds, bloodied. Even more horrifying, on the walls of their dormitory, someone had written in blood, "Fortunately, you did not turn on the light." As Zhang Lifan finished his story, Li Jiang, with a large head, shuddered. Though there were no ghosts or fairies in this tale, the thought of it grew increasingly chilling. The timid boys among them felt a lingering dread, yet they applauded in unison. Although Zhang Lifan often kept a low profile, his storytelling ability was commendable. This marked the first true horror story of the night, while Luo Shuguang's tale could only be deemed the tragic life of a fox spirit. The group took another sip of beer, and one by one, they continued to share ghost stories. Some were genuinely frightening, while others were purely comedic. With the May Day holiday approaching, they indulged in their revelry, drinking every last crate of beer. As the night deepened, they reluctantly dispersed, still buzzing with excitement. University life was vibrant and rich. As fourth-year students, their days of carefree enjoyment were dwindling, and they faced the pressures of employment or further studies. Their youth, marked by tonight's ghost stories, was gradually fading away.